Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. They had been climbing for more than 30 minutes. Finally, the area above them began to narrow. What was this? Wait, how? Who was climbing at the front of the team, felt his heart jump. He noticed that the walls around him had a layer of slender spikes protruding out. A trap? Purple essence. It's actually purple essence. A player who had learned how to analyze ores shouted out in surprise. These protruding spikes were all made up of purple essence. Wei Tao felt even more strange. Purple essence? Using the purple essence as a trap? Wasn't this a little too extravagant? Moreover, wasn't the purple essence used to deal with the barbarian race? Why was it set up here? Wouldn't it be better to replace it with metal spikes? The players who climbed up the rope later also noticed the purple essence that pierced through the wall. Mojai was puzzled and asked, this purple essence doesn't seem to grow normally. It seems to have been placed here on purpose. What was it used for? A trap? Everyone was suspicious and their first reaction was that this was a trap. Don't care if it's a trap, let's keep them. Keep all of them. Tang Minayu's eyes brightened when she saw the purple essence. Even her tone became hurried. 1090 spikes, it was the purple essence. It was a good thing to use against the barbarian race. So much purple essence. They could be sold for a high price. She could profit from it. As she thought of this, Tang Minayu reached out to pull out the purple essence. Kai. Suddenly, Tang Minayu's expression changed. The moment she touched the purple essence, she felt a sharp pain on her fingertips. The sharp pain instantly spread across her entire palm, as if her palm was being burned. What was going on? Tang Minayu was so scared that she immediately retracted her hand. Her entire palm was red as if it had been burned, and it even felt numb. Tang Minayu turned to look at the others. The purple essence was deeply embedded in the wall and was extremely hard. It would take a lot of effort to remove it. The other players were currently holding the tip of the purple essence with one hand and continuously swinging their weapons with the other, trying to cut the purple essence off. No one was like her, unable to come into contact with the purple essence. Wei Tao noticed Tang Minayu's strange behavior. He looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Minayu frowned and replied, "I don't know. I feel like I am in trouble." After hearing Tang Minayu's description of the purple essence and the effect it had on her, everyone was confused. Thinking about it carefully, Tang Minayu had more than one strange point. First, she had been called a demon by the cave-dwelling beasts, then she had been chased by the elder of the cave-dwelling beasts below, and now she was affected by the purple essence. No matter how they thought about it, something didn't feel right. "Where's the game prompt? Is there anything in the game log?" asked Mikhail. "What's the hint?" Tang Minayu flipped through the game log and was shocked again. Ding! Player received damage from purple essence -572. She had just touched the purple essence lightly and she had lost a quarter of her health point. If she held the purple essence in her hand, wouldn't she die immediately? It said that I lost a quarter of my health point. There's no other description. Wei Tao frowned and said in a low voice, "There is indeed a problem. Anyway, let's take the purple essence first. We will discuss it after we get out." Everyone nodded and continued to cut down the purple essence spikes around the passage and put them into their backpacks. After cutting off the purple essence and storing it in their bags, the group followed him and climbed about 10 meters before finally reaching the top. The opening at the top was blocked by a large piece of purple essence stone. "Leave it to me." Mikhail suddenly jumped up, his body suspended in midair, and drew his sword. The sword light flashed. Boom. The explosion caused by the spatial fluctuation in a small area blew the purple essence into several pieces, revealing the passage above. With his sharp eyes and deft hands, Mikhail quickly put the purple essence shards into his backpack. "Let's go." Seeing that the hole had been broken open, everyone immediately climbed out of the hole. He climbed out of the cave and saw a familiar cave area. The interior of the cave was rather spacious, and there was a winding passage in front. Mojai Aoi gasped with lingering fear as he finally managed to overcome the crisis. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, Wei Tao indicated for the team to rest and recover their strength, count the casualties, and wait for Feng Heng to come out of the cave. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Tang Minayu was a little anxious when she realized that Feng Heng had not appeared for a long time. Why is Feng Heng not out yet? Did he run into trouble? Mikhail shrugged and said, "There's no need to wait for him. Before we left, he told me that he wanted to try and see if he could kill the elder of the cave-dwelling beasts." Hearing what Mikhail said, everyone fell into silence again. A monster. As expected, only monsters could deal with monsters. Ahem. Seeing that the situation was a little awkward, Mojai Aoi cleared his throat to break the silence and asked, "Do you guys think that the purple essence spikes at the entrance are used to prevent the cave-dwelling beast elder from escaping?" Wei Tao followed Mojai Aoi's train of thought and agreed, "Yes, that's very likely." Tang Minayu looked bitter. She muttered, "I think it might be to prevent me from escaping. Let's give it a try. We can throw a piece of purple essence down. It might help Feng Heng." As he spoke, Mikhail took out a larger piece of purple essence from his backpack, wrote a note, stuck it on the stone, and threw it into the cave. Just in time. "Let's give Feng Heng a hint and tell him that we've already gotten out of trouble." In the oval-shaped hall, at this moment, the head of the elder had already reattached to his body. Evil Bones had completely lost Tang Minayu's aura and began to chase after Feng Heng. The liquor surrounded Evil Bones and tried to slow it down. Unfortunately, after losing the debuffs of the spell, Evil Bones' movement speed was too fast, and it was difficult for ordinary liquors to catch up. Bang! Evil Bones thrust his spear forward. The bone spear blasted a hole in Feng Heng's chest. Feng Heng was pushed back by the impact and hit the wall behind him. Kai 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 kai. Taking advantage of this, the surrounding liquors immediately swarmed toward Evil Bones. "Oh!" Argyle shouted, his heart aching for the large mural that had been destroyed by Feng Heng. Feng Heng gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he quickly rolled over and got up. The wound on his chest was healing quickly. After the initial panic, Feng Heng had already gotten used to the rhythm of the battle. In any case, with the health recovery effect of the undying body, the two sides couldn't kill each other. Furthermore, with the help of the liquors, the margin for error was extremely high. The only thing he needed to do was to protect Argyle's safety. While thinking, Feng Heng glanced at Argyle, who was beside him. The zombie clones had already cleaned up the debris on the edge of the wall and were surrounding Argyle to protect him. Argyle was studying the stone murals under great mental pressure. He was very nervous, and from time to time, he would sneak a glance at Fang Heng, who was fighting with evil bones. Fang Heng noticed Argyle's gaze and asked, "How is it? Did you find anything?" Okay. We're now in the sealed area of the cave-dwelling beasts' forbidden sealed area. It's used to seal demons." Fang Heng's brows were tightly locked together. He picked up the bone spear again and rushed towards evil bones. Continue. The sealed area is filled with countless monsters, and evil bones might be the guardian of the seal. Argyle scratched his head. The information described in the mural was difficult for him to understand for a moment. Not only evil bones, but the alchemy life form we saw before was also the same. From the murals, a powerful human alchemist extracted the power of the evil demon from a body and sealed it in the alchemy life form, using it as a source of energy to drive it to protect the peace of the underground world. I don't understand many of the murals. I think they say that in order to obtain enough power to protect the seal, the elder also turned himself into a demon. Yes, what else? That's all. The rest of the murals are incomplete. It's too difficult to guess blindly based on the broken murals. I need time to calm down and study it. Fang Heng squinted and asked, "What does the hour of rose on the mural mean?" What? Argyle was at a loss. Bang. As he spoke, Fang Heng was once again blasted away by Evil Bone's spear and smashed into a pile of gravel. Fang Heng supported himself with the wall and stood up again. He pointed to a mural on the right and asked, "What's this line of words?" 1091 seal. Argyle's eyelids twitched as if he had just discovered this line of words. He frowned and looked at it carefully, then said, "That's strange. This isn't the language of the cave-dwelling beasts. I don't understand it. This painting is saying that the demon has great power and has brought great danger to the underground world." "All right." Fang Heng was a little disappointed and continued to ask, "Have you memorized the murals?" "Yes, I've noted it down." Starting from the intermediate game, players could not use recording and other functions in the game. Therefore, they could only rely on items such as memory or physical cameras or video recorders in the game. For this trial, some of Wei Tao's team members brought cameras, but Fang Heng didn't. Fang Heng wasn't in a hurry. He shrugged and said, "Okay, memorize it again. Be more detailed." Argyle's face was bitter. He just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Fang Heng, actually, I think it's enough. All right, move aside. Argyle was stunned. He saw the nearby zombies walk up to the mural and try to pull it down from the stone wall. Fang Heng, this. What are you trying to do? Find a way to take them away for research. You just said that we need to find a place to study them quietly. Fang Heng's tone was flat. Wasn't this obvious? This. The murals here have a lot of research value. Remember the location and layout of the original murals, and try to restore them after moving out. After hearing Fang Heng's words, Argyle felt that he could not refute him. Seeing that Evil Bones was about to break through the liquor's encirclement, Fang Heng raised his bone spear and charged forward again. Fang Heng had already made a plan in his mind. Unlike the alchemy life form outside, the Evil Bones had a powerful health point recovery ability. It wasn't something that could be killed by grinding his health point. He was going to take it slow and wait for the zombie clones to grind the legendary alchemy body outside to death. He would study it after that. What if there were related clues on the alchemy body? It was not easy to see a high-level legendary creature, so he had to get something from it. Fang Heng realized that after Tang Minayu left, Evil Bones' desire to attack had decreased a lot. Just as he was charging toward Evil Bones, Fang Heng's brows twitched and he dodged to the side. Email protected, a huge dark purple stone fell from a high place and landed heavily beside Fang Heng. Purple essence. Seeing the stone at his feet, Fang Heng's heart moved. Upon closer inspection, there was a note attached to the purple essence. "There's an exit up there. We've temporarily escaped. Try the purple essence. Perhaps it will be able to deal with that monster." Fang Heng read the contents of the note in a low voice and squinted his eyes. That's strange, wasn't the purple essence used to deal with barbarians? It could also deal with cave-dwelling beasts? Fang Heng's sharp senses told him that there might be some connection between the two. Alright, he would give it a try. Fang Heng clenched his fist and punched the purple essence with all his might. Bang! The purple essence was extremely hard. It took Fang Heng more than a dozen punches to break the large piece of purple essence apart. He picked up a sharp spike-shaped purple essence from the ground and held it in his palm, stuffing the rest into his backpack. Ho! After a short delay, Evil Bones had already broken free from the liquor's restraints and was charging at Fang Heng. The bone spear drew a cyclone in the air. Kai! Evil Bones' bone spear pierced through the right side of Fang Heng's heart. Feng Heng endured the intense pain coming from his body and swung the purple essence at Evil Bones. Kai. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. It was effective. The purple essence was different from before. It easily cut open Evil Bones' skin and muscles, leaving a long and narrow mark on his body. Roar. Evil Bones let out a strained howl and kicked Feng Heng backward. At the same time, he pulled out his bone spear and jumped back quickly, carefully keeping a distance from Feng Heng. It seemed that he was extremely afraid of the purple essence in Feng Heng's hand. The wounds on his body that had been cut open by the purple essence were exposed with bright red tendrils. However, the wounds did not heal as easily as they had just done. Instead, they were constantly squirming. Feng Heng was sent flying again. The wound on his body that was pierced by the bone spear was healing rapidly. Enduring the pain, he carefully checked the game log again. Ding, you have dealt damage to Evil Bones. That was strange. It seemed like the purple essence had taken effect, but the game log showed that Evil Bones' health point had not decreased at all. Feng Heng, it's purple essence. I know, that thing is purple essence. We can think of a way to seal it with purple essence. Argyle shouted excitedly when he saw Feng Heng's action. He pointed at another mural on the side. There's a method of sealing an evil demon by a cave-dwelling beast on the mural. Hurry up and try it. Oh? Feng Heng turned around and looked at the mural that Argyle was pointing at. On the mural, a strange demon was stabbed to death and nailed to a brown-colored stone slab. There were 8 different marks on his body. The spikes were also drawn in detail by a small half of the mural, and they looked 70% to 80% similar to purple essence. It might be effective. It was worth a try. Feng Heng clenched the purple essence spike in his hand again and charged at Evil Bones. The surrounding lickers pounced on Evil Bones again to buy time for Feng Heng. Evil Bones was instinctively afraid of the purple essence in Feng Heng's hands, so he did not take the initiative to attack. This was a good opportunity. Feng Heng's figure flitted through the air and arrived in front of Evil Bones. Teleportation. Kai. The purple essence spike easily pierced through Evil Bones' right wrist. Feng Heng exerted force in his hand. Boom. Evil Bones was nailed to the wall behind him after the purple essence pierced through his wrist. He let out another hiss and struggled madly, waving his bone spear and stabbing wildly at Feng Heng. In an instant, Feng Heng's body was pierced several times by the bone spear. Feng Heng endured the pain and took out another purple essence spike from his bag, aiming at Evil Bone's shoulder and stabbing it. Kai. Kai. What? Feng Heng's pupils shrank. A crack appeared on Evil Bone's wide forehead. Dense red tentacles emerged from the cracks and condensed into sharp spikes, grabbing at him. The distance between them was too close. The red wriggling tentacle was almost in front of him in an instant. Kai. 2 red tentacle-like spikes pierced deeply into Feng Heng's body. This was terrible. Feng Heng's heart tightened. He felt an extremely strong sense of soreness and numbness from the place where he was pierced by the tentacles. Poison? Ding, you have been attacked by an unknown source. You received 433 points of damage. Ding. Authenticating. Ding. You have received the Undying Body effect. You are immune to the negative effects of this attack. Immune? The numbing sensation on his body quickly dissipated. Feng Heng waved the purple essence in his hand again and hacked at the tentacle. Kai. The purple essence spikes cut the tentacle apart like it was tofu. Kai. The remaining tentacles quickly retracted back into his body. 1092 reward mission continue. Feng Heng took out another fragment of the purple essence spike from his backpack. Bang. Bang bang. 4 purple essence spikes stabbed into Evil Bones' body. Evil Bones had been nailed to the wall, unable to move. Continue. Feng Heng took out the last remaining large piece of cracked purple essence and smashed it down with his fist again. Bang. The stone shattered and fell to the ground, forming cones of different sizes. Picking up the purple essence spike shard from the ground, Feng Heng continued to aim at Evil Bones' body. The last spike was aimed at the heart of the cave-dwelling beast. Ka. Evil Bones was nailed to the wall. It was done. Feng Heng let out a deep breath and checked the game prompt again. There was still no description. Even though the cave-dwelling beast was unconscious and had lost all ability to fight, his health point was still full. Argyle, who was hiding behind a rock, peeked out his head carefully and looked at Feng Heng. He only walked out carefully after he was sure that the monster had been completely controlled. Is he dead? No, he's not dead yet, but he's under control for now. Evil Bones looked no different from a dead person, but the game prompt was very clear. He was still alive. Feng Heng had the lickers gather around Evil Bones and took 2 steps back to sit on a protruding rock ruin. He then looked around at the murals. Is there a way to completely destroy it in the mural? Argyle also looked at the murals behind them with Feng Heng. He shook his head and said, there might be relevant information in the last few murals, but they've been destroyed. I can't make wild guesses in this situation. If the murals can be repaired, there might be a possibility. Repair? Feng Heng thought of Sandy. This kind of mural could barely be considered a work of art, right? Would Sandy be able to complete the restoration if he was here? No. It was too troublesome to go back and forth, so he might as well bring all the remains back. While he was thinking, a line of game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player has completed the mission Unknown Prayer. The player will receive an extra 2 hours of trial time. Ding! The mission route is evolving. Ding! The player has completed the current Underground World Exploration mission and triggered an additional optional reward mission, the Ancient Forbidden Land. This mission is divided into 2 phases. The total reward will be obtained after completing the second phase. Reward mission title: The Suspicious Forbidden Land. Current first phase difficulty: C. Current first phase of the mission: Escape from the altar. You have lost the path you are looking for. Please try to find the trigger point according to the mission hints. Mission requirement: find a new mission trigger point. Feng Heng carefully checked the game prompt, thinking that Wei Tao and the others had probably found the exit and triggered the reward mission. A light green arrow appeared on his retina, indicating the location of the next mission trigger point. Argyle walked up carefully toward Feng Heng while observing Evil Bones, who was nailed to the wall, from afar. He asked, "Feng Heng? What's wrong?" "Nothing." Feng Heng decided not to rush to complete the additional reward mission, and let Wei Tao and the others explore it first. "What else did you find on the murals?" No, Feng Heng, let's go quickly." Argyle shook his head and pointed at a mural in the corner of the hall. He said, "The mural says that there is more than one alchemy guardian here. It will be troublesome if more alchemy guardians come after us." "Eh? Was there such a good thing?" Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He looked at Argyle with a surprised look. "Alchemy guardian? You mean the alchemy creature we just saw?" "Yes, it's the big guy that has been chasing us for a long time." Argyle did not notice the flash of joy in Feng Heng's eyes and explained, "That thing is very terrifying. From the description of the mural, there is an alchemy monster guarding every entrance. If they are also triggered and chase us together, we will be finished." "Alright. Great news." To the zombie clones, the alchemy creature was not a threat at all. Since they were already here, wouldn't they just finish this wave together? "No hurry, Argyle. We're not in a hurry." Feng Heng steadied his mind and opened the game log to check the battle situation between the zombie clones and the giant alchemy creature in the passage. Not bad. The alchemy creature still had 18% health point left. Feng Heng once again shifted his gaze to Argyle. "Let's go. Come with me. Let's see how the alchemy creature is doing." "Ah." Feng Heng squinted at Evil Bones, who was pinned to the wall, and shrugged, "Or you can stay here alone." "Stay here alone?" Argyle suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck. "Okay, I will follow you." At the same time, on the upper level of the hall, after a short rest, Wei Tao's team began to look for a way out. Soon, the group left the cave through the passage. Only then did everyone realize that the cave they were in was a heavily guarded area. There were a large number of cave-dwelling beasts outside the cave. After receiving feedback from the scouting players, Wei Tao and the rest thought that it would be a tough battle and were all prepared to fight. They did not expect that as soon as they came out of the cave-dwelling beasts on the outer edge of the cave seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying and began to flee frantically. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dark underground world. Everyone in Wei Tao's team looked at each other and then at Tang Minayu. Tang Minayu explained with a bitter face, "Listen to me, it has nothing to do with me, really." Immediately after, the game prompt regarding the reward mission refreshed. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the mission, and they opened it to check the details. Wei Tao said in a low voice, "We've just gone through a few consecutive battles. Everyone is tired and needs to replenish. In theory, we've already obtained a large amount of purple essence, so we can consider retreating. As for the reward mission, there's no time limit. We can go out and rest for a while. We will come back after replenishing our supplies. What do you all think?" Tang Minayu thought for a moment and said, "Brother Tao, isn't it a waste of time to go back and forth like this? I suggest that we check out the reward mission and see how difficult it is. If the mission is too difficult, we should just give up on it." Mikhail took out the map to compare and said, "There's one more problem. We're lost now." I agree with Tang Minayu's suggestion. Instead of aimlessly looking for an exit in the underground world, it's better to follow the mission hints and save time. Seeing that everyone agreed to continue pursuing the reward mission target, Wei Tao nodded his head. "Okay, then let's continue to explore. Oh, by the way, leave a note for Feng Heng." "Yes, I will write it." Everyone left a note and followed the mission hint. 1093 Awakening. Half an hour later in the underground tunnel, the giant alchemy body's health point was almost depleted. It was covered with lickers and vine zombies, but it still staggered forward. The blue light in his eyes was getting dimmer and dimmer. Bang! As the last bit of health point was depleted, the giant alchemy body fell to the ground. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire giant fell apart in front of Feng Heng, turning into a piece of metal debris. Ding! Your zombie clone licker has dealt 3-point damage to Udaram. Legendary creatures are immune to some damage. Ding! Udaram has lost his combat ability, eh? Feng Heng carefully read the game log again and looked at the ruins piled up in the corridor vigilantly. Why were there no kill hints? A light blue book was floating above the giant alchemy body. Feng Heng stretched out his hand and pointed at the book. Ding! Player has obtained the book Taylor's Alchemy Beginner Guide, bound. Book, Taylor's Alchemy Beginner Guide, bound. Description: after reading the book, player can grasp basic alchemy. If player has grasped alchemy, additional alchemy experience points can be obtained. Description: alchemy is an academic skill. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Alchemy. As a matter of fact, Feng Heng had come into contact with some branches of alchemy when he was studying sealing art and necromancy. Learn. Feng Heng threw the book to a zombie clone behind him and forced the zombie to enter reading mode. Alchemy was not only a powerful academic skill, but it was also very useful in many tasks, often with amazing effects. Many high-level player guilds and companies would give special care to these players. Feng Heng. Argyle quickly hid behind Feng Heng and pulled Feng Heng's shoulder. He looked very flustered and whispered, "That guy is moving." Feng Heng stared at the remains of the giant alchemy body that had fallen. A few zombie clones walked up and moved the metal pieces that were covering the top away. Eh? That was. Argyle was already shouting excitedly, "Core. Feng Heng, that's the core driver. I've seen it on the murals. The core stone slab." Among the broken pieces of metal, there was a metal plate about 2 meters long. Alchemy runes were engraved on the metal plate. This was not the strangest thing. A monster was pressed against the metal plate. The monster had no skin, and the red tentacles that extended from its muscles were still wriggling and twisting. He was nailed to the metal plate by 8 sharp nails made of purple essence. Feng Heng felt as if he had seen this strange life form somewhere before. Argyle shouted excitedly, "Monster! Feng Heng! It's the sealed monster in the mural." Feng Heng also thought of it immediately. The monster in front of him was extremely similar to the cave-dwelling beast that he had just nailed to the stone slab. I got it. Argyle felt like he had understood everything. That's what the murals described. The evil demon was nailed to the stone slab by the holy crystal and stored in the puppet life form, guarding the underground world forever. Feng Heng, the things on the murals are real. Oh my god, this is a huge discovery. This is definitely an unprecedented discovery. Argyle's heart was beating fast, and he was so excited that he was incoherent. That guy has lived for thousands of years? Feng Heng, we've discovered a new species. What kind of monster is this demon? Feng Heng stared at the monster on the stone slab and couldn't help squinting his eyes. He finally understood that the evil creature on the stone slab was also a part of the legendary creature, Udaram. Thus, the game would not judge it as a kill if he only killed the outer alchemy body. However, the game still dropped a skill book as a reward. Feng Heng continued to think with his head lowered. So, even the cave-dwelling beast did not know how to kill it. What were the so-called demons? Whatever. He would bring them back for research. This underground trip was not bad. If Caillou Yaokang knew that he had obtained a research subject that had lived for thousands of years, he would be very excited. While thinking, Feng Heng controlled several zombie clones to lift the metal plate together. Feng Heng took a look at Argyle, who was so excited that he was speaking incoherently. He nodded and said, "Argyle, I understand. This is a big discovery for you. Keep your voice down. Let's go." Good, good. Not only did the zombies lift the metal plate, but they also took away the fragments of the giant alchemy body. It was not hard to imagine the parts and materials that could be used to construct a powerful legendary alchemy life form. It definitely had research value. Even if it was to be sold for money. In addition, other than this alchemy body, there were also giant alchemy bodies at the end of the other passages. All of them in one go. Tear them all down and take them away. Feng Heng was a little excited. He commanded the zombies to bring the remains of the giant alchemy creature back to the oval-shaped hall in the center. After returning to the hall, Feng Heng continued to control his zombie clones to enter the hall and leave through another bronze door, looking for the next giant alchemy creature to kill. While the hack was going on, Feng Heng touched his chin and fixed his eyes on Evil Bones, who was on the wall. Since he was prepared to take away all the alchemy life forms, why not go one step further and take away the sealed Evil Bones as well? It was a huge risk. Evil Bones was very powerful, And the seal he had created on the spot was not very stable. What if something happened halfway? Well, it was the trial world anyway, so what if it was an accident? However, he still had to prepare a backup plan. Thinking of this, Feng Heng took out a box of living sample collectors from his backpack and prepared to collect a few living samples from evil bones. Let's save the capital first. Even if there was an accident, there would be research samples. Several zombie clones picked up the sample collector from the box and staggered forward, ready to inject into evil bones. Kai. With one needle, a channeling bar appeared above the zombie clones' heads. Suddenly, the unconscious evil bones raised his head and opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth. Feng Heng's pupils shrank. He immediately took out a longer purple essence spike and got into a fighting stance. He's awake? In the next moment, a gargling sound came from evil bones' mouth. Argyle immediately hid in a corner behind the rock when he noticed the strange behavior of evil bones. Argyle was shocked when he heard evil bones' voice. He peeked his head out from behind the rock. He is communicating with us? Argyle was surprised, but he did not dare to come out from behind the rock. He responded in the same grumbling voice. Feng Heng frowned. Argyle was talking to the cave-dwelling beast one sentence at a time. Very quickly, Argyle's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. He stood there in a daze, his eyes full of doubt and disbelief. 1094 The Saint Feng Heng asked, who was he? What did he say? He. Argyle came back to his senses and gulped. He claims to be the guardian elder of the underground cave-dwelling clan, Evil Bones. He has been guarding the sealed land for thousands of years. Argyle felt that the amount of information was too much for him to digest. He looked at Feng Heng and continued, he is here to guard the demons. Continue. Explain clearly, what exactly are the demons? Argyle tried to organize his thoughts and explain to Feng Heng from the beginning. A long time ago, we found a demonic seed with great power. At that time, the patriarch of the cave-dwelling beasts and the humans made an agreement to store one of the boxes that sealed the demonic seed in the underground world. An accidental crisis led to the spread of demonic seed in the underground world, and some of the cave-dwelling beasts were controlled by the demonic seed. Evil Bones was one of them. However, Evil Bones managed to resist the demonic seed's corrosion with his strong willpower. The remaining group of cave-dwelling beasts that were controlled by the demonic seed went crazy. After they obtained the demonic seed and possessed great power, they began to frantically devour their own kind. They were completely uncontrollable. The most terrible thing was that the leader of the cave-dwelling beasts can't kill the monsters no matter how hard he tried. Only the holy crystal can cause short-term damage to them. With the help of the humans, the cave-dwelling beasts survived the crisis and built this underground palace. All the evil demons controlled by the demonic seed were sealed into alchemy life forms to protect the underground world, forever guarding the sealed area. Feng Heng frowned and muttered to himself in a low voice, demonic seed. Evil Bones isn't completely immune to the demonic seed's corrosion. Most of the time, he's in a chaotic state. He only remembers to guard this underground sealed area. Only a few times can he regain his sanity. The holy crystal made him feel extreme pain, but it also suppressed the demonic seed in his body, so he regained his consciousness. Argyle looked carefully at Evil Bones, the elder of the cave-dwelling beasts, who was trapped on the wall. He then turned back to Feng Heng and said, Feng Heng, there's one more important thing. I think I translated it correctly. What? Evil Bones told me that Tang Minayu is a demon, Argyle said, word by word. Feng Heng's pupil shrank as he turned his head and stared at Evil Bones. When did that happen? Argyle turned his head again to communicate with the elder. The elder was nailed to the wall, his mouth making a gurgling sound. It's been a long time since he's seen a newborn demon. The demonic seed in Tang Minayu's body is still in incubation and will erupt soon. Where's the evidence? There's a demonic seed in Evil Bones too, so I can't be wrong if I have to prove it. The most obvious change in humans after being corroded by the demonic seed is that there will be red wriggling blood vessels in its eyes. Blood vessels? Feng Heng pondered with rapt attention. Indeed, when he thought about it carefully, he remembered that Tang Minayu's eyes were bloodshot. Ever since they entered the trial game, they hadn't slept or rested at all. It was very normal for their eyes to be bloodshot. Feng Heng naturally didn't think too much about it at that time. Feng Heng scratched his head, feeling that things had become very troublesome all of a sudden. A demon? Tang Minayu? Why her? Argyle suddenly turned around and looked at Feng Heng with a strange expression. What? He's asking about your identity. Me? He said that any enemy whose blood is attacked by the demonic touch will become the demon's slave and go crazy. But you didn't. You're completely immune to the demonic touch's attack. Argyle looked at Feng Heng and said carefully, Evil Bone said that he felt that the demon within him was afraid of you. He asked about your true identity. Different? Blood? Fang Heng thought of the attack he had received when he was fighting against Evil Bones. The game prompted that the special effect of this attack had been nullified. His first reaction was that it was due to the vampire bloodline. Was that why the vampire bloodline could restrain demons? Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. Fang Heng, he asked, who are you? It was the first time he felt the fear of the demonic seed. Fang Heng suppressed the suspicion in his heart, nodded, and said, tell him that I am a saint from the human race and I am here to save them. I can feel the power of the demon recovering. I can save their race. Huh? A saint? You? Argyle was stunned. Translate the words to him. Alright. Argyle agreed and began to translate Fang Heng's words to the elder of the cave-dwelling beasts. Evil Bones listened to Argyle's translation, his face showing surprise and doubt. A saint? Would he be able to save the entire clan of cave-dwelling beasts from the hands of the sinister demons? Fang Heng looked calm as he stood still and stared at Evil Bones. Argyle communicated with Evil Bones for a while, then turned to Fang Heng again. He wants you to prove it. Fang Heng thought for a while. If his guess was correct and that the vampire bloodline caused the evil demon to be afraid, would the vampire blood affect it? Fang Heng took a few steps forward and cut his palm with a small knife. Kai blood gushed out from the cut and condensed into a ball of blood under Fang Heng's control, floating in the air. The wound on his palm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood ball floated towards Evil Bones. As the blood ball got closer, Evil Bones' body started to shake uncontrollably once more as he let out a low roar. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and attacked the monster that was fixed on the alchemy metal plate not far away. Kai. Once it came into contact with the blood, the monster struggled violently. The tentacles on the surface of its body contracted crazily, and green smoke was emitted. It was actually effective? So the blood of the vampires could partially suppress monsters? Why? Could it be that the vampires were also related to this world? Fang Heng frowned and felt that his intelligence was not enough. There were not enough clues. It was better to hand it over to Kaiyu Yokang for testing after they returned so that they could gather more clues. Argyle was also looking at Fang Heng in shock. What the hell was this guy's blood? Ding, you have gained the trust of the elder of the cave-dwelling beast, Evil Bones. Ding, you have reached the reverence level with the cave-dwelling beast race. Fang Heng saw 2 red prompts refresh on his retina. He immediately raised his head and said, ask Evil Bones if he's willing to cooperate. Argyle came back to his senses and immediately translated Fang Heng's words to Evil Bones. Evil Bones, who was also in shock, nodded his head. He said that he is willing to cooperate and follow the saint's guidance. Not only him, but as long as the evil demons can be dispelled, the entire clan of the cave-dwelling beasts is willing to follow the saint's guidance. 1095 Guidance. Argyle carefully translated Evil Bones' words to Fang Heng, feeling extremely strange in his heart. This was a big deal. Even the entire clan of cave-dwelling beasts in the catacombs are willing to listen to Fang Heng's guidance? Wasn't Fang Heng a necromancer? Could he be a descendant of the ancient saints? Everything that happened here gave Argyle a strange sense of surrealism. Fang Heng's heart also moved. He had thought that it would be good enough if he could track Evil Bones, but now, he could track the entire clan of cave-dwelling beasts? This seemed to be an unexpected surprise. There were a lot of ores and materials in the underground world, and he could get them along the way. Tang Minayu's plan to steal the royal treasury could also make use of the cave-dwelling beasts. Argyle looked at Fang Heng, who was deep in thought with his head lowered, and whispered, Fang Heng, he wants us to let him out. What should we do? Could he be lying to us about everything he said? I don't think so. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt and continued, ask Evil Bones if he can control the demonic seed in his body. Argyle tried to communicate with Evil Bones again, then nodded and said, he said he can. The power of the demonic seed in his body has been suppressed by more than half. However, he hopes that you can give him a bottle of blood. If he feels the power of the demonic seed in his body come back, he will immediately drink this bottle of blood to restrain the corrosion of the demonic seed. Fang Heng's face stiffened when he heard that. In the past, he had always been thinking of ways to get someone else's blood. Now, karma had come. Alright, he said. Argyle continued, there's still one more problem with Evil Bones. The only reason he's still alive is because of the demonic seed's power. There's a purple essence trap above the exit that can restrain the demonic seed. Therefore, we need to destroy the purple essence trap before we leave. A purple essence trap? Fang Heng looked up at the sky and thought of the purple essence stone that had just fallen from the sky. If it was Tang Minayu, these purple essence traps should have been removed, right? Alright. I will help him. As he spoke, Fang Heng walked forward and pulled out the purple essence that had pierced Evil Bones' body. 20 minutes later, Fang Heng, Argyle, and Evil Bones crawled out of the tunnel. Just as Fang Heng had thought, The purple essence at the exit had been completely extracted by Tang Minayu and her group. After being sealed underground for thousands of years, Evil Bones felt like he had been reborn. He took Fang Heng and Argyle to the entrance of the cave and made a gurgling sound from his mouth. Very quickly, a large number of bone spear-wielding creatures appeared from the shadows, slowly gathering towards Evil Bones. Evil Bones and the other cave-dwelling beasts conversed. The cave-dwelling beasts guarding the seal did not know what was happening below, so they were all very careful. This person claimed to be the seal guardian elder, Evil Bones. He was the sage who was carved on the legacy stone wall? And beside Evil Bones was a human saint who could save their entire race from the demonic seed? Hearing Evil Bones' words, the cave-dwelling beasts were shocked. Evil Bones conversed with his tribe for a moment, and the surrounding horde of cave-dwelling beasts once again retreated into the shadows. Argyle nodded to Fang Heng and explained, "It's been too long. They can't confirm the identity of Evil Bones now. They've already gone to find the priest and leader of the tribe." "All right." Fang Heng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Let's go find Wei Tao and the others first." On the other side of the underground world, Wei Tao and the rest followed the mission instructions and moved forward. Walking and stopping, the group gradually entered a relatively open area. There were no plants or spores, and there were piles of boulders scattered around. There was a rustling sound not far away. It was a waterfall. The underground water fell into the pool from the top of the waterfall, making a deafening sound of flowing water. Wei Tao gestured and led his team to hide behind a huge rock. Ding! The player has completed the first phase of the reward mission, triggering the second phase of the reward mission. Kill. Mission title, Kill. Mission difficulty, S. Mission requirement, kill the barbarian teams gathered at the entrance of the underground waterfall and complete the exploration of the barbarian camp's surroundings. Mission reward, additional trial time. Mission time limit, 2 hours. The reward mission was actually related to the barbarian team. This was too unexpected. Wei Tao used the night vision telescope to observe the situation in the direction of the waterfall. The barbarian team's camp was located on the edge of the waterfall. From the size of the camp, there were at least hundreds of barbarians. How should they deal with them? Wei Tao and the others quickly exchanged glances. S-level mission difficulty. Do it. The previous missions were all unclear, and it was not easy to find such a simple and easy-to-understand killing mission. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in Gale's eyes. Tang Minayu asked, "Brother Tao? What do you think?" "Oh." Wei Tao muttered to himself and still hesitated. It was still uncertain how many enemies there were in the barbarian camp, and how many barbarians could enter Tier 1 of the demonized state. Considering the difficulty of the S-level mission, it was not safe to act rashly. Gale, on the other hand, was eager to try and said, "We've just collected a lot of purple essences. Even if we encounter a demonized barbarian, we will still have the power to fight." Wei Tao frowned. "You all want to fight head-on?" "Yes, I suggest we give it a try." Tang Minayu looked at the countdown timer and continued, "The time limit of the task is only 2 hours. I don't know if Fang Heng can come to help in time. I suggest we take action immediately. At most, we can find a way to escape if we can't win." "All right, let's do it. Have you checked the explosives we brought?" "Yes, bring them all. Leave them to me. My people will set them up." Explosives could be used in many situations, and any larger player party would carry them. The previous missions were all unexpected situations, and the team had no time to set up explosives in advance. Now, they could finally be put to use. A moment later, Mikhail and his men had finished planting the bombs in the surrounding area and nodded to the crowd. Wei Tao led the remaining players and elite soldiers to spread out and hide behind the large rocks. "I will go lure them out." With that, Mikhail nodded to the crowd and flew toward the barbarian camp. Woo woo woo. As soon as they got close to the barbarian camp, the entire camp rang with a piercing alarm. The barbarian soldiers guarding the entrance were a little surprised to see Mikhail coming alone. Then, they immediately sounded the alarm, picked up their axes, and rushed at Mikhail. "Ha!" A look of disdain appeared on Mikhail's face. His long sword drew a dark light in the air. Boom! The 2 barbarian guards vomited blood and were sent flying by the explosion of the sword light. Mikhail lit up a bag of explosives and threw it into the barbarian camp. 1096 flank boom. An explosion was heard from the barbarian camp. Then, more barbarian guards rushed out of the camp. Seeing that he had successfully attracted the aggro, Mikhail turned around and ran back without delay. A large number of barbarians followed. After a successful wave of luring the enemy, Mikhail led the pursuers into the explosive ambush area behind them. Success. The barbarian race's intelligence was really not high. They were easily lured out. Tang Minayu's eyes lit up. She immediately signaled the team to detonate the explosives. Boom boom boom. Almost at the same time, A large number of explosives exploded under the feet of the barbarian guards. The barbarian team felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. They were blown away by the sudden explosion and immediately fell into chaos. The elite soldiers of the Empire at the back started to shoot arrows at the barbarian team. Roar! In the chaos, there were still barbarians who held their battle axes high and charged toward the player team without any regard for their lives. Go! Since entering the cave, it was the first time Wei Tao's team had encountered such a tough battle. As for the giant alchemy body and the evil bones, what were they? They were not humans to begin with. Two of the barbarian team leaders had entered the Tier 1 demonized state. The surface of their bodies secreted a black cuticle that wrapped around their bodies, and fine black spikes emerged from the cuticles. Not good. They were Tier 1 barbarians, and there were two of them. Just as Tang Minayu was complaining in her heart, she suddenly saw a figure flash past her. Whoosh! Gale's figure turned into a flash of lightning and rushed toward the two Tier 1 demonized barbarians. Kai! A dark purple light flashed in the air, tearing a twisted crack in space. Boom! With a loud explosion, the two Tier 1 demonized barbarians were sent flying by Gale. Humphrey, that's all you've got. Gale raised a thin and long purple essence with one hand and pointed it to the front. The corner of his mouth let out a disdainful cold snort. The first time he saw the demonized barbarian, Gale was indeed shocked. The black stratum cornum's defense could even resist the damage from spatial fluctuations and explosions. But it was different now. With the purple essence longsword that could break through the outer layer of the barbarian's skin and the mages at the back of the team who could cast negative states to repel the enemy, it was not a problem for him to deal with two Tier 1 demonized barbarians at the same time. Seeing how brave Gale was, Tang Minayu and Wei Tao looked at each other. There was hope. As long as Gale could hold back the two Tier 1 demonized barbarians, they could overcome the remaining ordinary barbarians by relying on the strength of the team. Good. This was a sure win. Just as he was thinking, Wei Tao felt something pressing toward them from the distance. He took a closer look. That was a flying snake? Wei Tao's expression changed drastically. It was a dark green snake-shaped life form. Its body was smaller than the average snake, about a meter long. Its abdomen was larger than the average snake's, and there were two fleshy wings on both sides of its body below its head, allowing it to fly in the air. In the distance, the flying snake flicked its tongue and flew toward the player team. It wasn't just one, but a large black mass of dark green flying snakes. There was no end in sight. The flying snake was one of the creatures that could be controlled by the barbarian race. The player team had done their homework before this. The health point of ordinary flying snakes were not high, and they were only slightly stronger than ordinary dragon mosquitoes. They relied on their sharp teeth and the poisonous acid they spat out as their main mode of attack. But the players didn't expect to encounter such a dense group of flying snakes in the underground world. The dense swarm of flying snakes instantly made the players lose their will to fight. What the hell? With so many flying snakes, a single mouthful of venom from one of them could turn them into fools. Forget it, they couldn't beat them all. Tang Minayu's face turned black when she saw the flying snakes. There was definitely a problem with the difficulty setting of the trial game this time. S-level difficulty? With so many flying snakes, it could definitely be counted as an SSS level difficulty. Retreat. Wei Tao saw the dense flying snakes and instantly knew that this battle could not be fought. He still had a few magic scrolls as his trump cards, but he knew that even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to completely annihilate these flying snakes. There were too many of them. There was no point in wasting his trump card here. It was better to retreat quickly. Let's go. Wei Tao cursed in his heart and quickly commanded the players to retreat. Everything was going according to plan, but who knew that such a large number of flying snakes would appear? The party began to retreat in an orderly manner. Mikhail was fighting with two Tier 1 demonized barbarians. When he heard that they were going to retreat, he was a little upset. It wasn't easy for them to face the enemy head-on, but they didn't expect the enemy to start using human wave tactics again. Fuck, they could not afford to play this round. Helplessly, the dense and endless group of flying snakes in front of them made Mikhail's scalp tingle. He could only retreat quickly. The team maintained their formation and retreated in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, the party's speed of retreat could not keep up with the pursuit of the barbarians and the flying snakes. Seeing that the flying snakes were about to catch up, Wei Tao reached out and grabbed the red pendant hanging in front of his chest. At the same time, he threw a scroll at the group of flying snakes that were pouncing at him. Raging flames, burning city. The pendant emitted a scorching red light. Boom. The ancient scroll in Wei Tao's hand turned into a flame and instantly spread forward. A large area in front of him was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The barbarians and the flying snakes had an instinctive fear of fire, so they immediately slowed down. The player team quickly retreated. Before Mikhail could even heave a sigh of relief, his heart suddenly tightened. Looking back, the short delay did not last more than 30 seconds. When the fire died down a little, a large number of flying snakes flew out of the sea of fire and continued to pounce at the player team. There were still traces of burning on the flying snake's body. He couldn't even block this. Seeing that the flying snakes behind were getting closer and closer to the team, cold sweat broke out on Mikhail's forehead. Minayu. Think of a way to stop them. I really don't have any more. I've already used up all my scrolls. Water-type techniques are useless. Tang Minayu was also anxious. She also wanted to help. If the team died here, wouldn't her follow-up money-making plan go to waste? But Tang Minayu really had no choice. She had already used up most of the scrolls she had on her, and the remaining spells were single-target attacks. They were completely useless against the vast number of flying snakes. Brothers, we're in trouble. Look ahead. Mojai Oi, who was running for his life, saw something. Cold sweat rolled down his cheeks as he shouted. Everyone looked forward and their hearts sank again. When it rains, it pours. In the darkness ahead, a large number of cave-dwelling beasts had appeared out of nowhere. The group of cave-dwelling beasts held bone spears in their hands and stood in a row in a throwing posture. Seeing the cave-dwelling creatures, the players broke out in cold sweat. 1097 teammates. Fuck. Why now of all times? The cave-dwelling beast has learned how to attack from both sides. Kai. Kai 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 kai. The dense white bone spears streaked through the air. They were going to be wiped out. An S-level difficulty mission was actually this terrifying? The team was at a loss for a moment. Wei Tao instantly felt like he had stepped into a huge trap. The cave-dwelling beasts and the barbarians had joined forces. They had been surrounded like dumplings. Damn it. He should have considered this long ago. The barbarians had invaded the empire through the underground passage, so it was reasonable for them to join forces with the cave-dwelling beasts. Now was not the time to regret. He had to think of a way to break out of this situation. Wei Tao forced himself to look for an opportunity to turn the tables. Hurry up. Release the defensive barrier. The two assistants in Wei Tao's team pulled out a scroll from their backpacks at the same time. Buzz. A light purple barrier enveloped everyone in the team. Mikhail also reached out and grabbed a white crystal, ready to withstand this wave of attacks. Something didn't seem right. Kai. Kai kai. The dense bone spears swept past the defensive barrier that the two players had set up. What was going on? Did the bone spears miss? It was fine if one of them was off, but all of them were off? Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked up at the trajectory of the bone spears in the air. The bone spears swept past the top of the player team and plunged straight into the group of flying snakes that were chasing after them. Boom. Boom boom boom. The bone spears exploded crazily after landing on the flying snakes. The flying snakes, which had already lost a portion of their health point from the flames, were now heavily injured, and large numbers of them fell to the ground. The players were shocked and could not help but gasp. What was going on? The target of the cave-dwelling beasts was actually the flying snakes. Were they teammates? Was the team saved? The players were still a little confused and didn't understand the situation. After the first wave of bone spears had been released, the second and third rows of cave-dwelling beasts behind them brought up new bone spears. The first row of cave-dwelling beasts continued to throw their bone spears. The team worked together in an orderly manner, attacking the group of flying snakes in waves. Fuck. Mojai Oi cursed in a low voice. The cave-dwelling beasts were even working together as a team. The dense bone spears fell into the group of flying snakes, causing a large number of group injuries. But the strange thing was, why did these cave-dwelling beasts suddenly become their teammates? Or were they overthinking? These cave-dwelling beasts just happened to be there, and they wanted to kill both of them. Wei Tao realized that his team was stuck in the middle of the battle between the barbarians and the cave-dwelling beasts. He was at a loss and did not know how to deal with the current situation. To move forward or retreat backward? What if the cave-dwelling beasts suddenly turned against them? Was there still a way out? Just as he was caught in a dilemma, one of the players suddenly noticed something and shouted in surprise, "Brother Tao! Look, it's Mr. Fang. Fuck, he's mixed in with the cave-dwelling beasts." I knew that Mr. Fang had a backup plan. Everyone was stunned and turned to look in the direction the player was pointing. What? Fang Hang? Immediately after, they saw Fang Hang mixing in with the cave-dwelling beasts. Fang Hang was standing next to the leader of the cave-dwelling beasts. Beside him, Argyle was shouting something with his hands raised, but his voice was completely drowned out by the nearby explosion. Looking at the shape of his mouth, he seemed to be shouting. Is it teammates? So, what was happening? Earlier on, the cave-dwelling beasts were still trying to pursue and kill them. After more than an hour, Feng Heng managed to trick the cave-dwelling beasts into becoming his teammates. Wei Tao's mind was in a mess. He knew that Feng Heng had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, but what he did was really amazing. That was too exaggerated. If he had not seen it with his own eyes. Brother Tao, they're teammates, they're really teammates. Tang Minayu's face lit up. Wei Tao immediately came back to his senses. He threw away all the messy thoughts in his mind and focused on commanding the current team. He could confirm that the cave-dwelling beasts were on their side. This way, their team would have the ability to deal with the dense group of flying snakes. As for the barbarians, the Empire's elites and player teams would be able to stop them. Wei Tao's brain quickly assessed the battle situation. There was a high chance that he could complete the trial reward mission. The bone spears of the cave-dwelling beasts had already blocked the path of the flying snakes. What they needed to do was to defend their positions and not let the barbarians get close. Wei Tao said in a deep voice, "Move, get into formation, and prepare for battle. Don't let the enemy get close to the rear. Mikael, let's help stop them." "Oh, alright." Mikael was full of fighting spirit. He raised the purple essence sword in his hand and rushed into the barbarians in front of him. The players and the barbarians began a fierce melee battle. Feng Heng was standing at the back of the battlefield, talking to the leader of the cave-dwelling beasts through Argyle. The cave-dwelling beasts were somewhat excited. The leader was explaining the origin of these barbarians to Feng Heng. The area occupied by the barbarians had always been a forbidden area for the cave-dwelling beasts. It had been forcibly occupied by the barbarians some time ago. In fact, the cave-dwelling beasts had already discovered this group of barbarians, but they couldn't do anything to the barbarians when they were in their demonized state. The Black Stratum Cornum's defensive capabilities after being demonized were simply too astonishing. The cave-dwelling beasts were completely unable to defeat them. As a result, they could only watch helplessly as the barbarian race occupied the Forbidden Land. It was only when Feng Heng expressed his willingness to help completely eliminate this group of barbarians that the leader of the cave-dwelling beasts readily agreed and immediately led the warriors of his clan to reclaim their lost land. Argyle translated the leader's words to Feng Heng. "Well, Feng Heng, they are very grateful to you for helping them regain their territory." "You're welcome," Feng Heng said with a smile. His zombie clones were still in the underground sealed area attacking the remaining giant alchemy bodies. It would have been a headache to encounter so many flying snakes. Fortunately, the cave-dwelling beasts could help. "Feng Heng, they are willing to follow the guidance of the saint and are willing to help you completely destroy the demonic seed and let the underground world return to peace." "Yes, of course. Maintaining the peace of the underground world is what we've always been pursuing." Feng Heng nodded and said, "It's impossible to completely destroy the demonic seed in a day. For this, we need to make a lot of equipment and tools. Well, we want to mine some minerals from the underground world." "Huh?" Argyle was stunned for a moment, then translated Feng Heng's words. The leader said that there is no problem with the mining of the ores. They are also very willing to help, but they are a little worried about Princess Minayu's condition. "Tang Minayu will be fine." Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the center of the battlefield again as he spoke. The group of flying snakes fell wave after wave under the bombardment of the bone spheres. Unfortunately, he didn't have many contribution points, so the drop rate was very limited. In any case, the flying snake would only drop a Tier 1 mutation crystal, so it did not matter much. 1098 Water Curtain with the purple essence in his hand, Mikael displayed his might on the battlefield. He even had a slight advantage when dealing with 2 Tier 1 demonized barbarians. The massacre went on for more than half an hour. The battle began to come to an end as the 2 Tier 1 demonized barbarians fled. Although Mikael could temporarily suppress the 2 Tier 1 demonized barbarians, he couldn't really make them stay. Without the leader of the team, the remaining barbarian team fell into chaos and quickly scattered. Wei Tao didn't command his team to chase. Instead, he maintained the formation. With the lesson learned, Wei Tao let Tang Minayu stay at the back of the team and walked toward Feng Heng with Mikael. "Feng Heng, it's a good thing you came in time to help us. Otherwise, we would be in trouble." Wei Tao sighed and rejoiced in his heart. He felt that he had really made a fortune by bringing Feng Heng into the game. Without Feng Heng, they might still be fighting the barbarians in Hani City. Feng Heng smiled. "I am quite lucky. I just happened to make it." Mikael also nodded at Feng Heng to express his gratitude. He then shifted his gaze to the group of cave-dwelling beasts at the side and asked, "But Feng Heng, what's the situation with them?" Feng Heng and Argyle looked at each other. On the way here, they had already learned a lot from the leader of the cave-dwelling creatures. The cave-dwelling creatures have made a contract with the human ancestors. Many of the things that happened before were misunderstandings. I will explain these later. The mission has not been completed yet, so let's search the battlefield first. Wei Tao looked at the mission notification. The reward mission required him to kill the barbarian team and explore the barbarian camp area. Most of the barbarians had been killed, and the remaining barbarian camp needed to be explored carefully. The time limit for the mission was already half over, so it was better to complete the remaining exploration. Hueco nodded. Yes, okay, let's think of a way to complete the mission first. The leader said that there is a cave behind the waterfall at the edge of the camp. The inside of the cave has always been a forbidden area for the cave-dwelling beasts. They think that the barbarians are probably here for the forbidden area behind the cave. Argyle communicated with the leader of the cave-dwelling creatures for a while, then looked at the crowd and continued to explain. The cave-dwelling beasts believe that the clansmen who enter the forbidden area will be cursed, so they usually don't go near the forbidden area. They will wait for us here. Tell them that we're going to check the inside of the forbidden area. The cave-dwelling beasts didn't stop Feng Heng and his group from entering the forbidden area, nor did they go any further into the forbidden area. They obediently stayed where they were. The barbarian team had been completely defeated, leaving only a small number of flying snakes flying over from the distance. Without the help of the barbarians, the flying snakes were no longer a threat to the players. The team of players cleared the remaining flying snakes along the way and once again advanced in the direction of the camp. Soon, they entered the area of the barbarian camp. Hueco signaled for the accompanying players to spread out and search. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the waterfall on the right. As soon as he entered the barbarian camp, he sensed a weak energy fluctuation coming from the direction of the waterfall. Tang Minayu also sensed something. She could not help but look at the waterfall and said, "Did you all feel it? There's an energy fluctuation behind the waterfall." Hueco and Mikael looked at each other. The two of them were far less sensitive to the fluctuations of power than Tang Minayu and Feng Heng, so they didn't feel anything. The leader of the cave-dwelling creatures also mentioned the forbidden area behind the waterfall. It seems that there are indeed some clues there. Everyone, be careful. Let's go and take a look first. The group followed the passage beside the waterfall and slanted through the smooth passage until they arrived in front of the cave behind the waterfall's water curtain. Looking at the scene inside the cave, everyone's faces suddenly changed. Bug eggs. The ceiling of the cave was filled with a large number of brown eggs. Each of the eggs was about the size of a hornet's nest, and a large number of them had already cracked, with green mucus dripping from the broken holes. There was a sour smell in the air. It's the eggs of the flying snake. It seems that the group of flying snakes was born here. Mojai Aoi endured his disgust and took a few steps forward. He used his detection skill to check the condition of the eggs. Tang Minayu stood at the door. She felt that it was too disgusting inside and didn't want to get close. Hurry up and think of a way to get rid of them. Hey, Feng Heng, look at that. Mojai Aoi noticed something. He pulled Feng Heng beside him and pointed to the center of the cave. Yes, that's right. Feng Heng also squinted his eyes. He had long noticed the black rock in the depths of the cave. This was it. Feng Heng slowly walked into the depths of the cave until he came to the front of the rock. He stretched out his hand and touched the black rock. A line of game notifications appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has obtained an unknown rock. Item: unknown rock. Description: unknown rock. Description: this special item cannot be placed in the backpack or pass through the time passage. That's right. This was it. There was one at the bottom of the lake in Caesar Forest, and another in the royal treasury. This was the third piece. Although Feng Heng was not sure what the rock was, he was sure of one thing. The rock contained powerful energy that could be absorbed by the sacred tree. Feng Heng could feel that the power contained in this black rock was much greater than the one he found at the bottom of the Caesar Forest Lake, but it was a little smaller than the one hidden in the royal treasury. If the sacred tree could devour it, it would probably be able to upgrade again. He didn't make a loss this time. He would bring it back for the sacred tree to devour. Thinking of this, Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the dense eggs on the ceiling of the rock wall. Deep in thought. Combined with the large swarm of dragon mosquitoes he had seen in the Caesar Forest, if he was not wrong, the barbarians might have used the power of the black rock to speed up the growth of the flying snakes and dragon mosquitoes. So the barbarians might know the origin of the rock? Also, this is a forbidden area for the cave-dwelling beasts, so this rock was originally hidden here? Would the cave-dwelling beasts know about the rock's origin? While Feng Heng was thinking, the players, led by Hueco, had already taken out flamethrowers to clean up the eggs left in the cave. When the entire cave had been cleared, line after line of game notifications appeared in everyone's vision. Ding! The player team has completed the reward mission kill. Ding! The player team has received an additional 24 hours of trial time. Ding! The player team has received an additional friendship rating with the cave-dwelling beasts. The player team has received an additional 50,000 Empire Merit points. Half an hour later, Feng Heng and the others arrived at a camp under the leadership of the cave-dwelling beasts. Argyle translated the leader's words to the crowd. albeit with difficulty. Well, yes, if I am not mistaken, that's what it is. It said that a long time ago, the ancestors of the cave-dwelling beasts had reached an agreement with the Empire. They would store the demonic seed in the underground world, but some time ago, there was a strange movement in the underground world, and the barbarians wanted to plunder the demonic seed. 1099 demonic seed. The cave-dwelling beasts couldn't resist the barbarians, so they asked the humans for help. After negotiation, the cave-dwelling beasts want to return the demonic seed to the human, which is your Highness Minayu. Everyone listened to Argyle's explanation and could not help but look at each other. Demonic seed? What the hell was that? Then? Hueco asked. The last time we met here, the cave-dwelling beasts had already verified your royal identity. Originally, your Highness would have gone to the underground world in the Caesar Forest area to retrieve the demonic seed and find a way to completely destroy it. Argyle looked at Tang Minayu carefully as he spoke. But according to the leader of the cave-dwelling beasts, your Highness Minayu's team encountered an accidental collapse of the underground world's passage halfway, and they were attacked by the barbarians. After that, your Highness Minayu opened the box that sealed the demonic seed for some unknown reason. Now that your Highness has obtained the demonic seed's power, it's very likely that she will become a powerful demon. That's why the cave-dwelling beasts tried to lure us into the underground sealed area where the demon is located. They wanted to use Evil Bones' power to seal your Highness Minayu. Demonic seed? Me? Tang Minayu pointed at the tip of her nose, looking confused. Are you sure you didn't translate wrong? Or were they mistaken? When did I get the power of a demonic seed? Argyle looked at Tang Minayu seriously and said, Your Highness Minayu, they are very sure that you have obtained the power of the demonic seed. You have just obtained the initial stage of the power, so it may not be obvious. However, the wriggling blood vessels in your eyes are telling signs. Everyone looked at Tang Minayu in unison. Tang Minayu's eyes were not bloodshot, but upon closer inspection, the blood vessels in her eyes were indeed wriggling. Tang Minayu's heart sank when she saw that everyone was looking at her with increasingly strange expressions. It couldn't be, right? Could it be that what they had said was true? Fang Hang didn't dwell on the matter of whether Tang Minayu had become a demon or not. He continued to ask, Alright, what exactly is a demonic seed? Argyle seemed to be in a difficult position. He tried to translate, they can't explain it clearly. From the information on the murals, the humans and barbarians have obtained great power from the demonic seed. However, power comes with an expensive price. Most people will be lost in the power of the demonic seed and become its puppets. Everyone looked at each other again. According to his explanation, the demonic seed seemed to be a good thing that could increase one's ability attributes. Tang Minayu had profited? Mojai Ai scratched his head and asked suspiciously, but that's not right. The box we found at the beginning of the trial was empty. How could there be a demonic seed? Not to mention the power of the demonic seed. Tang Minayu also didn't get the game hint. Tang Minayu echoed, that's right. I still don't have any relevant game hints. The game hint can't be used as direct evidence. It could also be the difficulty of the mission. Hueco looked at Argyle as he spoke. Translate it for them. Ask him questions about the empty box. After the leader of the cave-dwelling beasts heard Argyle's question, he started to discuss it with the elders behind him. Then, he told Argyle a lot of things, looking a little excited. Argyle wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the crowd again, they said it's impossible. The demonic seed has been guarded by the clan of cave-dwelling beasts for generations, and the human saint took a long time to make the box so that he could seal the demonic seed. The cave-dwelling beasts did open the box a long time ago to resolve the crisis, but ever since then, no one has touched it again. It can't be, there's nothing inside. Tang Minayu frowned as she listened. She felt that the behavior of these cave-dwelling beasts was too real and did not seem to be deceptive at all. So there must be a problem? What was the problem? Alright. There were a lot of doubts, but Fang Hang didn't care if more doubts appeared. He continued to ask, I have 2 questions. First, what is that stone we found behind the water curtain? Second, we saw a mural outside the black box that sealed the demonic seed. What do those murals mean? Argyle gestured to communicate with the leader again, then frowned and said, the murals were drawn by our ancestors. It is said that the ancestors of humans, barbarians, and the cave-dwelling beasts accidentally obtained the power of the demonic seed from a huge rock, but at the same time they obtained the power, they were also cursed. They believe that this terrifying power will cause the destruction of the world, so they unanimously decided to hand the demonic seed over to the cave-dwelling beasts for safekeeping. Later on, there was a crisis in the underground world. In order to deal with the out-of-control abyssal giant scale dragon, some of the cave-dwelling beasts wanted to borrow the power of the demonic seed. The demonic seed was leaked during that period. Fortunately, a human saint helped to create a seal and an alchemy life form underground. It was then that Evil Bones obtained the power of the demonic seed. They don't know what the black stone you found at the back of the cave is either. They only know that it was passed down by our ancestors, and our ancestors didn't allow any descendant to approach it. After listening to Argyle's explanation, everyone fell silent again. Demonic seed. The stone. Feng Heng muttered to himself in his heart. Everything was related to the demonic seed, but the box that originally contained the demonic seed was empty. As he was thinking, Argyle continued, Feng Heng, the leader of the cave-dwelling beasts, said that many barbarians have invaded the underground world recently, causing massive trouble for the underground world. He hopes that we can help defeat the barbarians. While Feng Heng and the rest of the players were thinking, a game prompt appeared on their retinas. Ding! The player team has triggered the main storyline mission Demonic Seed. Mission title, Demonic Seed. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission requirement, you have reached an agreement with the clan of the cave-dwelling beasts. Please try to find out the truth about the demonic seed and help the cave-dwelling beasts get rid of the demonic seed's curse. Mission reward, substantial increase in the trial rating. Weitao and the others looked at each other and instantly revealed bitter expressions. An SSS level mission difficulty. They had almost been wiped out in the S level mission. If it weren't for Feng Heng's help, they might have already failed and quit the game. And now, SSS level? Ahem. Weitao coughed lightly and tried to boost the team's morale. He said, this mission is different from the ones we've encountered before. We don't have to solve it through battle. After all, the difficulty of the mission also includes the decryption part. We still have a chance. After recognizing the difference between fantasy and reality, Weitao's wording changed from I can definitely get it to we still have a chance. Feng Heng shrugged. He and Tang Minayu communicated with their eyes crazily. Good news. Who cares about the main storyline mission? Who cares about the demonic seed? In short, they had an additional 24 hours of trial time, and they could even find an excuse to slack off. 1100 alchemy ahem. After Tang Minayu and Feng Heng finished their discussion, she coughed and said, everyone, we still need more information to investigate this part of the mission. The time for the trial game is limited, so I suggest that we split up and investigate. Feng Heng understood and was the first one to nod. Yes, I agree. Mikhail spread out his hands, looking like he was fine with anything. Weitao thought for a while and nodded. That's good. Everyone is tired from the journey. Let's rest after we return. After resting, we will look for an entry point to investigate. Once there's a breakthrough, we will gather again. Feng Heng said, my vampire bloodline is effective in suppressing the demonic seed. I can find a breakthrough from the demonic seed. There are still clues in the previous underground sealed cave. I will follow this clue and investigate. Mojai I felt a pain in the ass. He shrunk his neck and said, I will be in charge of Kaiyu Yaokang's research. I will be in charge of looking up the historical information of the Empire and see if there are any records of demonic seeds in the human empire. It will make it easier for me to investigate my identity. As Tang Minayu spoke, she looked at Wei Tao and Mikhail. Brother Mikhail, why don't the two of you work a little harder and follow up on the clue of the barbarian race in the underground world? I feel that the barbarian race in the underground world is a little strange. Mikhail and Wei Tao looked at each other. The two of them stayed in the underground world to deal with the barbarians? Indeed, with Tang Minayu's identity, it would be more convenient to investigate the empire. Feng Heng had a special bloodline, so he was also very suitable to investigate the demonic seed. As for them, one was good at commanding, and the other was good at fighting head-on. It would be best to cooperate with each other to deal with the barbarians. This arrangement was quite reasonable. But for some reason, Wei Tao felt that something was a little strange. Mikhail did not think too much about it. He just felt that he did not enjoy the fight just now, so he nodded and said, just as well. I want to fight with the barbarians again. With the purple essence, Mikhail believed that it would not be a big problem to deal with the barbarians. Alright, let's follow this arrangement. Seeing that everyone agreed, Wei Tao did not continue to think and nodded in agreement. Yes. Let's leave the ground first and go to the human camp outside to rest and reorganize. Success. Looking at Wei Tao and Mikhail who had been tricked away, Feng Heng reached out his hand to touch Tang Minayu's fist in celebration. Tang Minayu could no longer suppress the joy on her face. Now that there were no outsiders, she could finally discuss the money-making plan with Feng Heng. Who cared about the trial's main storyline plot? Who cared about the demonic seed? So what if they got an SSS level rating for the main storyline? After this, they would be able to live a good life for the rest of their lives. Feng Heng continued to use Argyle to communicate with the leader of the cave-dwelling creatures. He was ready to use the power of the cave-dwelling creatures to dig a passage from the underground world to the main city area of the empire. At the same time, he also asked the leader of the cave-dwelling creatures to prepare a safe place to store the supplies. He also vowed that these things were extremely important to the elimination of evil demons. The cave-dwelling beasts trusted Feng Heng very much, so they immediately started making arrangements. Seeing that things were going extremely smoothly, Tang Minayu's mood became even better. "Oh right, Feng Heng, what's wrong with Sandy? Didn't you ask him to dupe the players? How did he get involved with those feudal lords?" Hearing Sandy's name, Feng Heng couldn't help but have a headache. He shook his head and said, "I am not sure. I will ask him face to face after we get out." "Eh? You're not going back? Let's wait a little longer. I still have something to deal with," Feng Heng said and took a look at the game prompt. There were still more than a dozen controlled giant alchemy bodies in the underground sealed area. He still had to go and collect materials. In addition, he also had to bring back the black energy source rock from the forbidden area. "Alright, let's split up. I will think of a way to get some water-type scrolls first. Feng Heng, let me tell you, we really lost a lot in the first wave. It wasn't easy to get water-type scrolls." "Wait." Feng Heng stopped Tang Minayu, who was about to leave. With a serious expression, he sized her up again. "Why? Stand there and don't move. Give me your hand." "Oh." Tang Minayu obediently extended her arm. Feng Heng took out a living sample collector from his backpack and injected a needle into Tang Minayu's arm. "There's a high chance that there's something wrong with the demonic seed in your body. This trial is not ordinary. I thought about it, and I still think that your starting character's background identity is too powerful. It might be a trap in the game." As he spoke, Feng Heng handed the sample collector to Mojai Ai and said, "I will leave it to you, old Mo. We will act separately. After we get out, you can go to Kaiyu Yokang and have a look. He might have found something." "Alright, leave it to me." When Feng Heng returned to the underground sealed area again, the zombie clones had already moved the remains of the large alchemy body into the oval-shaped hall. The zombie clone had just finished reading the alchemy book. A large amount of alchemy knowledge gushed into Feng Heng's mind. He closed his eyes and tried to comprehend the contents of alchemy. After a while, Feng Heng opened his eyes. Ding. The player has finished reading Taylor's Alchemy Beginner Guide. Ding. The player has mastered Basic Alchemy Level 1, Academic, Basic Alchemy. Description: Basic Alchemy is the prerequisite for learning most alchemy skills. The player can make and break down basic alchemy items and can obtain some information from some alchemy items. Description: This skill can be upgraded to level 20. My basic level is still too low. Anyway, I will try to level up quickly. Feng Heng muttered to himself in a low voice after checking the skill description. He then walked to the alchemy fragments piled on the ground and reached out his hand to touch a piece of discarded iron sheet. After learning the alchemy skill, there were a few more notifications on his retina. Ding. You have discovered the remains of the alchemy body of the legendary creature Udaram. Ding. The player has mastered alchemy. The player can try to extract alchemy fragments and special alchemy metals from the remains. Ding. Your alchemy level is low and you are unable to understand advanced alchemy concepts. The success rate of dismantling has been reduced. Feng Heng looked at the game prompt, stood up again, and controlled two nearby zombie clones to move forward. The zombie came to the remains and began to decompose the ruins. A channeling bar that only Feng Heng could see appeared above its head. The channeling bar seemed to be more than 2 minutes long. Ka. Just after 30 seconds, the channeling bar flashed and was immediately interrupted. A line of game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding. Your zombie clone has failed to dismantle the remains of the legendary creature, Udaram. You have received alchemy experience points +1, alchemy talent +0.0001, and the remains have not been destroyed. Ha. It's done. 1101 takeaway. Despite the failure of dismantling, Feng Heng still snapped his fingers in excitement. He would tear him down first and gain experience points. With a wave of his hand, more than 50 zombie clones in the hall gathered around the wreckage. Strips of dismantling bars appeared above their heads, and they began to farm for experience points and talent points. A series of game prompts began to appear on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. Your zombie clone has tried to dismantle. Dismantling failed. You have received alchemy talent +0.0001. Ding. Ding. Your zombie clone has obtained Type 3 Radiant Metal Alloy 1 piece through dismantling. You have a subtle understanding of the legendary creature, Udaram. Your alchemy experience points +12, your alchemy talent +0.0004. Ding. Your alchemy level has raised to level 3. Ding. You have a partial understanding of the legendary creature Udaram. You can try to repair it. Current repair success rate, 0.0001%. Alchemy body's overall recovery success rate, 0%. Within a mere 5 minutes, his alchemy skill had reached level 3. It could be repaired? Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Although the current probability of repairing the parts was close to 0%, it seemed that the metal fragments obtained from the alchemy ruins could be used for repairing. The wool came from the sheep's body. As long as he continued to dismantle and repair it, he could quickly gain experience and talent points. The premise was that he had to be lucky enough to encounter a small probability of completely destroying the entire part during the process of dismantling. Very good. Fang Heng immediately divided the zombie clones into two groups. One group was responsible for dismantling, and the other group was responsible for repairing. This was in a bid to maintain a balance. Ding, your zombie clone has failed to dismantle. You have received alchemy experience points +1 and alchemy talent +0.0001. Ding, your zombie clone has failed in repairing. You have received alchemy experience points +1, your alchemy. After a few tries, the game prompt refreshed quickly on Fang Heng's retina. His experience and talent points began to increase rapidly as expected. Fang Heng couldn't help but lower his head and think when he saw the experience bar on the skill panel slowly rising. Speaking of which, who was the human saint who created the high-tier alchemy life form? According to what the leader of the cave-dwelling creatures had said, the human saint had built quite a number of large teleportation arrays in the underground world for the convenience of teleportation. But unfortunately, because too much time had passed, the cave-dwelling beasts did not know how to maintain it, and most of the teleportation arrays had lost their effectiveness. That's strange. Since the human saint could build teleportation arrays in the underground world, why couldn't they be seen on land? Why were there only teleportation portals like the Mage towers? The saint seemed to understand the so-called evil demons very well. Perhaps it would be a good choice to start investigating the saint. The most suitable person to investigate this matter should be Tang Minayu. Her identity as the princess of the empire could allow her to assess the empire's confidential information with ease. Fang Heng felt that since they all belonged to the human camp, the empire and the saint should have a deep connection. Well, if Tang Minayu were to investigate? Tang Minayu's face appeared in Fang Heng's mind. Forget it. He should just let her focus on making money. She was suitable for that. Fang Heng shook his head and gave up on this unrealistic idea. In just 10 minutes, his alchemy had reached level 6. But the remains were still the same size. Fang Heng estimated that by simply dismantling and repairing the legendary creature, Udaram, he could definitely level up his alchemy level to level 20. Not only that, but there were still more than a dozen Udaramas left in the underground sealed area. If he killed them all, he would probably be able to obtain alchemy-related books. If he was lucky enough to get a skill upgrade book, he could even upgrade his skill to the intermediate level. Well, it seems that I have to leave some of the zombie clones here. While thinking, Fang Heng focused his eyes on the wall of the hall. He also had to bring the murals and wreckage with him and think of a way to get Sandy to repair them. Yes, take them away. He would also take away the monster sealed in the alchemy body for Kaiyu Yokang to study. Take them all away. Pack them up and take them away. After spending some time sorting out his gains from this trip to the underground world, Fang Heng returned to Griffin City 3 hours later. After entering the flying breeding base in Griffin City, Fang Heng asked the staff to bring the stone slabs and fragments to the temporary research institute where Sandy and Kaiyu Yokang were located. In the research institute, Kaiyu Yokang's laboratory door was tightly shut. He seemed to be conducting some urgent research. Fang Heng knew that it was not a good time to disturb Kaiyu Yokang. Sandy was sitting on a chair in the hall, wiping his sweat and gulping down cups of water, looking like he had worked hard. Sandy. When he turned his head and saw Fang Heng, Sandy stood up from his chair immediately, his face full of excitement. Fang Heng, let me tell you, we've made a big profit this time. Made a big profit? Really? Fang Heng looked at Sandy with deep suspicion. Why are you looking at me like that? I've completed all the tasks you gave me perfectly. Oh, no, I've even doubled the completion. Sandy said with exultation and couldn't help but praise himself. It's not that I want to say this, but Fang Heng, I am simply a genius. I am so touched by my own genius that I am crying. Ahem. Fang Heng couldn't help but cough and interrupted. Sandy, I heard rumors that you signed a contract with the feudal lords to build a mage tower. Yes. You've heard about it too, right? It's that contract. Sandy put on an I am very strong, I am very powerful look and said, I was just about to tell you. Come, sit down and talk, we've earned big. Seeing Sandy's excited look, Fang Heng felt a headache. Didn't we agree to dupe the players only? Why are the feudal lords involved? That's right. I went to the players to fool them at first, but those players were very smart. I've already mentioned Your Highness Minayu, but they were still suspicious of me. They said that the feudal lord's permission was required to build a mage tower, so they couldn't make the decision. Fang Heng sat opposite Sandy and asked, So you went to find the feudal lord? Of course, am I the type of person to give up when faced with a little difficulty? After that, I had them introduce me to the feudal lords, and I briefly explained the matter to them. Feng Heng opened his mouth and couldn't believe it. Don't tell me that the feudal lords and the others agreed? They didn't agree at first, but I told them that this project is personally under the charge of Your Highness Minayu. Randolph will supervise the funds throughout the process, and all the materials will be handed over to the Empire for storage first. The entire construction process and financial control will be fully monitored by the Mage Association, and it can only be used during the construction of the Mage Tower. We can even sign a contract. 1,102. This isn't a scam considering the extremely favorable price we offered, as long as they provide 5% of the funds needed to build the Mage Tower, and the fact that I promised to provide them with 10 years of free maintenance and daily repairs. The feudal lords were very happy to accept my proposal. But don't worry, there's one thing I didn't compromise on. After the Mage Tower is completed, we will have full access to the Mage Tower, while they will only have access and the right to call for emergency summons during wartime. Hearing Sandy's series of machine gun-like outputs, Feng Heng's mind was in a mess. So it was really that simple? Did he fool this group of feudal lords? Wait, who was Randolph? You forgot? It's the old man we met at the Mage Association. I heard that he is the vice president of the Mage Association. I've memorized their names. Sandy felt that it was very common to bluff, so he shrugged his shoulders. I just mentioned his name casually and I didn't expect it to be so useful. By the way, Feng Heng, what's next is the most important. I asked them for the deposit for the construction of the Mage Tower. They gave it to you? Yes. Deposit? They actually paid him? Did these feudal lords really give a deposit so easily? Feng Heng's eyes also lit up. Sandy was really a talent. Feng Heng took a deep breath and asked, how much is the deposit? 5% of the total cost for the construction of the Mage Tower. So much? Feng Heng's eyes lit up at once. According to the market price, building a Mage Tower required a lot of rare materials, manpower, and resources. It even required the cooperation of professional mages, including the priceless magic cores. The total cost was definitely a high one. Even though it was only 5%, the 5% deposit provided by a feudal lord alone was enough to buy several mines. Feng Heng's heart started to beat faster. Was there such a good thing? Yes, yes. Sandy nodded his head in a hurry, his face filled with excitement, and said, we cheated a huge sum of money. The problem now is how to spend this money. The deposit is now in the care of the Mage Association. According to the agreement, this money can only be used to buy materials and for the losses during the construction of the Mage Tower. I wonder if it's easier to negotiate and fool them by using Randolph's background. A talent. What a talent. Feng Heng stared at Sandy. The more he looked, the more he felt that Sandy was a talent. As for how he was going to spend the money, it was too simple. He was going to build a Mage Tower in the village outside Hani City. Building a Mage Tower naturally required a large number of resources. Originally, Feng Heng was prepared to spend time and effort to let the zombies mine and collect. If they encountered rare materials that couldn't be collected, they would have to find ways to raise money to buy them. The efficiency of doing so was actually very low, and he was not confident that he could finish it before the end of the trial. But it was different now. With his deposit, he could return to the village and build the ghost tower. He had to complete the space-tearing device reward mission first. In any case, the deposit would be used to raise funds for the construction of the Mage Tower. He would be using the deposit to buy materials for the construction of the Mage Tower. There was nothing wrong with that. As for the materials bought to build the Mage Tower, who cares? Feng Heng looked at Sandy with a burning gaze. When will our deposit arrive? Most of the deposit has been sent over, and it's now in the hands of the Mage Association. Well done, Sandy. I will go to the Mage Association now. Alright. I will go with you. No, Sandy, I have a more important task for you. This is a task entrusted to you by the God of Art. I think you are the only one in the world who can do it. Oh ho? I am the only one who can do it? Sandy's eyes brightened up immediately and his expression changed. What is it? Feng Heng gave a simple explanation of what he found in the underground world. It's like this. I found mysterious murals in the underground world. Unfortunately, some of the murals were in the player guild stronghold. Wachangbin was filled with regret. He wished he could give himself 2 tight slaps. How could he have been blinded by greed that time? For the sake of an A-level mission, he had offended a powerful necromancer for no reason. The road was too narrow. Wachangbin was wondering if he should go to the powerful necromancer to apologize and give him some gifts. Suddenly, a player ran in from outside and whispered, There was a rumor outside that in order to resist the invasion of the barbarians, the royal family of the empire is preparing to invest a large sum of money and entrust a mysterious necromancer to build a ghost tower in the empire. Yes. Wan Changbin nodded. He felt even more upset when he heard this. This matched. The necromancer he had seen at the Mage Association was the one who had built the ghost tower. He didn't expect him to have such an influential background and to be able to get the support of the empire's royal family. Also, that necromancer has already communicated with the various feudal lords of the empire to build mage towers in their fiefs and signed construction contracts with them. Currently, the first batch of cooperation will be with 20 feudal lords, and the construction of the mage towers is expected to be completed within a week. Ah. How many did you say? Wan Changbin was shocked. To build 20 mage towers in the empire within a week? Are you sure you're not lying? I am afraid it's true. The necromancer has been personally authorized by the empire's royal family, Her Highness Minayu. It has been confirmed. We've also conducted some investigations in private. Her Highness Minayu has authorized the necromancer to be in charge of the construction and management of the mage tower. The feudal lords only need to agree to build the mage tower and pay a very low amount of financial and material support. They will also be completely exempted from the subsequent maintenance fees. Some of the feudal lords have already agreed to build their mage towers, and they've even readily paid the deposit. The subordinate hesitated for a moment and continued. It is said that as long as they provide 5% of the capital and a small portion of the materials, the feudal lord will get a free ghost tower in his territory after a week. And it's still so cheap. Wan Changbin's brows were tightly locked. The price was too favorable, and the time was too short. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed like a scam. He kept feeling like there was a huge pit in front of him. The subordinate hesitated for a moment and continued. President, if there are really that many mage towers to be built this year, I am afraid we won't be able to get the magic core. I've already heard rumors that the Mage Association might not approve the construction of any new mage towers this year. That's right. He had almost forgotten about the magic cores. Wan Changbin suddenly came to his senses. Magic cores were essential tools for the construction of a mage tower, and the Empire's annual production of magic cores was extremely limited. It was said that in recent years, not a single piece had been produced. If this was true, it meant that the royal family of the Empire would use up 20 magic cores in a week. 1103 bad news. How could they still get the magic cores when 20 of them had been used up? This wasn't a joke. Wan Changbin was anxious. He stood up from his chair with a swoosh and kept walking in circles in the room. What to do? Was there any way to solve this predicament? Suddenly, Wan Changbin thought of something. He could not help but stop in his tracks, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Prilla Gaming Guild. With the Necromancer incident, the most his guild could do was delay the construction of the Mage Tower. In terms of losses, the Prilla Gaming Guild should be the one that suffered the most, right? They would definitely not surrender without a fight. He would just let them charge at the front and fight with the Necromancer. His own small guild would just watch from behind. After figuring this out, Wan Changbin was no longer so anxious. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be a bigger one to hold it up. He might even be able to get a share of the soup if he crushed the bigger one. Prilla Gaming Guild was widely recognized as the #1 gaming guild in the barbarian world. More than 80% of its players learned magic-type academic skills. In fact, in all of the intermediate game worlds, the Prilla Gaming Guild could be ranked at the top. In the real world, most of the players of the Prilla Gaming Guild were gathered in the Northern Federation, and there were also guild buildings in the city. The Prilla Gaming Guild had a close working relationship with the Northern Federation. The guild had always been ambitious and wanted to expand its influence to the entire barbarian world. It was noon, and the atmosphere within the Prilla Gaming Guild was a little heavy. The sudden appearance of a necromancer was extremely bad news to them. The relationship between the Prilla Gaming Guild, the Empire's royal family, and the various feudal lords was pretty good. They also cooperated with each other, and even the guild leader himself was a feudal lord. With the guild's strength, the guild would undertake the construction and subsequent maintenance of mage towers from various major construction companies. Every year, the guild would be able to gather a lot of resources from the feudal lords and the empire. In the guild's plan, they would gradually expand the influence of the guild in the mage world through the mage tower, and even gradually influence the entire mage association, until they finally controlled the empire's royal family. The ownership of the mage tower was a very important part of their plan. Now, Feng Heng's appearance had disrupted their plan. After the news of the mysterious necromancer accepting a commission to build a mage tower spread, the Prilla Gaming Guild immediately launched an investigation. Mysterious. The background investigation of necromancer Feng Heng could only be described as mysterious. The investigation was very difficult, and there was very little information available. Her Highness Minayu has rarely appeared in public, and this is the first time she has appeared in public as a member of the royal family. In addition, Her Highness does not have any territory of the empire. As for Necromancer Feng Heng, we haven't found anything yet. There are rumors that he came from the Land of Plague and is the new feudal lord of the Land of Plague. He is also very powerful. Everyone in the guild listened to the investigation report and pondered. After His Majesty was seriously ill, Tang Minayu suddenly began to take action. Is there any connection between the two? I am not sure. Whether it's qualifications, power, background, identity, or personal strength and charm, Tang Minayu doesn't meet the conditions to inherit the royal family. This matter should have nothing to do with the competition for the successor of the royal family. Have you found out the source of their financial support? Asked Ed, the leader of the guild. It's strange. The royal family's financial situation hasn't been very good in recent years, and they haven't been very generous with the maintenance fees they promised us each year. So, I think this money doesn't come from the empire. If it's not the empire, where is it from? Which family can take out so much money at once? To build 20 mage towers at one go? And in just a week? In the hall, the guild players were confused. In addition, the construction period of the mage tower is only a short week. In theory, whether it's time, money, or even the magic cores necessary for the construction of the mage tower, Necromancer Feng Heng can't complete the construction of the mage tower in a week. The players looked at each other. Everyone had the same thought. Scammers? But the Empire's royal family vouched for the scammers? Her Highness Minayu was also deceived? Alright, even if they were scammers, what were they trying to scam? The construction materials provided by the feudal lords would be stored in the Empire military warehouse, and the funds would be handed over to the royal family. When they were used, the Mage Association would be a third party to oversee them. Everyone racked their brains, but they still didn't know what the person behind the scenes wanted to deceive. Could it be that he wanted to use this to raise the price of materials? There seemed to be a slight possibility that they could investigate in this direction. Ed picked up the readings on the table and read them. The Four Seas Trading Company would be in charge of the supplies this time. The Four Seas Trading Company was a large chamber of commerce. Perhaps they would know something? President Ed had always been a very suspicious person. Without knowing the other party's purpose, he felt uneasy to make a move. President, many feudal lords who are interested in working with us to build mage towers are preparing to renew their contracts with the Necromancer. We've tried our best to appease them, but the other party's prices are too favorable. Ed's headache was getting worse. The subordinate continued, also, President, there are two other feudal lords who want to terminate the cooperation with us to build the mage tower. They think that the annual maintenance fee of our mage tower is too expensive. I heard that the Necromancer provides follow-up maintenance insurance for free. They want to stop the use of the mage tower in the territory and find the Necromancer to build a new one. It will cost a little more initially, but the subsequent maintenance fees can be waived. Upon hearing this, Ed was at a loss. In order to save on the maintenance costs of the mage tower, they would stop using the old mage tower and replace it with a new one? This kind of thing could happen? Ed rubbed his swollen temples. After all, the Necromancer only required them to pay 5% to build a mage tower. It was possible that such a ridiculous thing was possible. Suddenly, a line of game notifications appeared on the retinas of the players in the meeting room. Ding! You have triggered the hostile mission Suspicious Necromancer. Mission title, Suspicious Necromancer. Mission difficulty, unknown. Mission requirement, the unexpected appearance of the feudal lord of the Land of Plague, Feng Heng, has caused quite a stir in the Empire. He is signing contracts with various feudal lords of the Empire to build mage towers. You may think that this is a huge scam. Please try to expose Feng Heng's scam or break the contracts between Feng Heng and the major feudal lords. Mission reward, random plus level team reward. Guild's friendship with various empires will increase. Mission time limit, 24 hours. All the players looked at each other when they saw the sudden mission. Hostile mission. The situation was gotten worse. Hostile missions meant that it was a mission between players. This meant that there was a high probability of a player making a move behind Necromancer Feng Heng. 1100 for a devout scholar. The worst-case scenario had happened. Someone was actually targeting their guild in secret. Ed narrowed his eyes. Now it seemed that a player was secretly playing a big game of chess, and his ambition was so big that he wanted to kill their entire guild. What was terrifying was that such a powerful opponent had been hiding in the dark all along. Ed looked at the crowd. To the guild, the A-level team reward wasn't that important. What they needed the most was to get rid of this hidden opponent and obtain the feudal lord's friendship. Let's look for the Mage Association and get them to provide proof that a necromancer is able to build an association. We will also investigate a few large guilds and see who is targeting us in the dark. Alright, we will contact the Mage Association immediately. Wait. Ed rubbed his chin and reached out to stop him. We have a good relationship with many feudal lords. Send them invitations and try to gather as many feudal lords as possible. Tell them the truth of the matter. We're going to completely expose Necromancer Fang Heng's true colors. Alright. Mr. Fang Heng, I've been looking for you. You left in a hurry last time. When he saw Fang Heng, who had came to find him in a hurry at the Mage Association, Randolph felt that this young necromancer in front of him was more and more unpredictable. I am sorry, I had some urgent matters to attend to. I came over immediately after I finished. Alright. I was looking for you as well. There are many things we need to discuss regarding the construction of the Ghost Tower. Seeing Fang Heng leave in a hurry after getting the blueprint, Randolph even thought that Fang Heng was a liar for a moment. Randolph was a relatively simple scholar. He had always wanted to contribute to the development of the academic community. He had never expected that the Mage Association's vault would suddenly receive funds from various feudal lords after Fang Heng had left for a period of time. After asking around, he found out that Fang Heng was already talking about cooperation with the feudal lords, and was even preparing to build a large number of ghost towers within the empire. Her Highness Minayu had appointed the Mage Association as a third party to oversee the construction of the Ghost Tower. She even appointed him to be in charge of the use of funds. Randolph was a little confused. He wasn't familiar with Her Highness Minayu at all, and he didn't even talk much with Fang Heng. Why did she suddenly let him be in charge of so many funds? Of course, building more mage towers was a good thing for Randolph. It was to promote learning. Randolph would also take full responsibility for this and provide all the help he could. Yes, Mr. Randolph, I am here to apply for the construction funds for the Mage Tower. This time, Fang Heng came with the city supervisor of the Four Seas Trading Company. As he spoke, he handed over the list of materials he had prepared. This is the first batch of materials that I need. I hope that the Mage Association can review and provide the funds as soon as possible. The purchase and transportation of the materials will be handed over to the Four Seas Trading Company. What do you think? Alright, there's no problem with the list of goods. I will contact the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce now. Randolph quickly checked the list of materials, then raised his head and said, the qualification review of the Land of Plague has been passed, and the procedures are all in accordance with the regulations. However, as the supervisor, the Mage Association will also supervise the use of the materials. In addition, the Mage Association will review and disclose the use of every sum of money. Of course, no problem. Randolph hesitated for a moment and asked, Fang Heng, I heard that the feudal lords who are working with you only need to provide 5% of the initial funds to build the Mage Tower, and you don't even charge any maintenance fees. I am not doubting you, but I am just very curious. Is this amount of money really enough to build the Mage Tower? Ha ha ha, of course. Fang Heng chuckled and added in his heart, of course not. Randolph suppressed the doubts in his heart and nodded, alright, I will communicate with the Four Seas Trading Company immediately. Where will the first batch of materials be transported to? My hometown, the Land of Plague. Randolph was stunned. The manager of the Four Seas Trading Company, who was following Fang Heng, took out a map and showed it to Randolph. He explained, the exact location of the Land of Plague is outside Hani City, near the Caesar Forest area. Yeah, it's a little far. Randolph looked at the area on the map and frowned. The Empire is currently facing a war with the barbarians. The griffins in the city can't fly. It will take at least 2 days to transport the goods by land. Hani City is currently at the front line of the war with the barbarians. The situation is not looking good. Our Mage Association will send people to protect them, but time may be tight. Are you sure you can complete the construction of the Mage Tower within 7 days? Fang Heng was also stunned when he heard that. What did you say? 7 days? Didn't you make an agreement with the various feudal lords of the Empire to complete the construction of the Mage Tower within 7 days? Oh, yes. Fang Heng reacted. It was probably something Sandy said casually to trick the feudal lords into signing the contract. It was not important. In any case, it wouldn't take 7 days. By then, he would have already left the trial game. Randolph felt that Fang Heng was acting weird and suggested, it's very difficult to build a ghost tower in the Land of Plague. It takes a lot of time to transport the materials. Fang Heng, would it be better to build a mage tower in a closed area? Fang Heng waved his hand, no, let's start from the Land of Plague. We don't need 2 days. We have a special route. A special route? Randolph was confused. With the distance between the periphery of Hani City and Griffin City, no matter how special the route was, it would be impossible to shorten the time to a day, right? Ha, I will have to trouble you to purchase materials from the outside world. As for the special route, you will know when the time comes. Fang Heng patted Randolph's shoulder in a friendly manner. Suddenly, a red warning appeared on his retina. Warning, As you have used the background influence of a special character in this trial to exceed the critical value, a warning has been triggered. According to the trial rules, some players in the intermediate game will receive relevant hostile missions. Please be careful. Feng Heng squinted his eyes. It was indeed easy to do things with the help of Tang Minayu's royal identity. However, the trial would also have corresponding countermeasures. The manager of the Four Seas Trading Company bowed to Feng Heng and Randolph respectfully. Thank you for your support. We will be gathering some of the rare materials needed to build the Mage Tower from the major cities. The rest of the common materials will be prepared by the warehouse of the trading firm in Hani City. For this, we will need to borrow the teleportation channel of the Mage Association. Is that okay? All right, said Randolph with a nod. I will talk to the Mage Association about the teleportation passage. Feng Heng thanked Randolph. Thank you so much. You're welcome. We're all travelers on the path of exploring the truth, so we should help each other. What a good man. This was what a devout scholar was. 1105 Very urgent. The manager of the Chamber of Commerce calculated for a moment and said, with the support of the Mage Tower's teleportation channel, the first batch of supplies will be ready in 2 hours. We will escort them to Hani City together. Very good. We will gather at the starting point in 2 hours. The three of them made an agreement and were about to do their own things when Feng Heng thought of something and asked, by the way, Mr. Randolph, I've heard rumors about the Saint while I was studying necromancy. Do you know anything about the Saint? Saint? Randolph recalled, I haven't heard this name for a long time. The Saint was once established by a group of scholars. They even built a holy city in the north of the empire. It was said that the holy city was destroyed in a disaster. Not only did the Saint completely disappear, but even the academic research classics in a holy city were destroyed along with the holy city. Randolph shook his head and sighed. If the rumors are true, it would be a tragedy. If that's the case, it's a pity. Feng Heng felt helpless. Fine, the lead on the Saint was also lost. He thought, forget it, I'd better focus on building the Mage Tower and completing the reward mission. What? So fast? The players of Prilla Gaming Guild felt immense pressure when they learned that the Mage Association had purchased the supplies and was preparing to transport them back to Hani City. They were indeed a group of professional scammers. They acted so quickly. Fortunately, they weren't a small guild that could be easily manipulated. After receiving the news, Ed, the president of the guild, immediately counted all his men and rushed to the Mage Guild in an aggressive manner, trying to stop Feng Heng and his group. President, many feudal lords have already gathered at the Mage Guild, but they are still a little skeptical. It's fine. We will expose the Necromancer's lie personally. Alright. In addition, President, and many other feudal lords who are hesitating about whether to build a Mage Tower will also head to the Mage Guild when they hear this news. They want to see for themselves whether the construction agreement of the Necromancers is a scam. Good, beautifully done. Let them all come, the more the better. Ed nodded. Public execution. This way, he could also gain some favorability from the other feudal lords. Ed was a reliable person, and he had even asked the Federation before the operation. Recently, the Federation didn't make any big moves. As such, the necromancy mage had nothing to do with the Federation. Now that they were fully prepared, everyone was ready to expose Feng Heng. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. By the way, what's the situation with the Necromancer and Her Highness Minayu? Yes, there is. The Necromancer has set up the gathering point of the supplies in a very remote place outside of Griffin City. They will set off in half an hour. I heard that they have a special route to Hani City. Ed raised an eyebrow. Special route? Were they trying to steal supplies? Did these people deliberately set up the assembly point outside the Empire to put on a show of embezzlement? At this moment, Ed suddenly had an idea. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the possibility of this guess was extremely high. I see. And as for Her Highness Minayu, a few feudal lords went to the royal family to verify the authenticity of the building of the ghost tower and wanted to confront Tang Minayu face to face. But I heard that Tang Minayu was not in the city. It seems that she had left as soon as she received the news. Was it? Did Tang Minayu panic when she saw the feudal lord's suspicion? A cold smile appeared on Ed's face. No matter what, they definitely had a problem. Tell those feudal lords to bring more guards. We might be in danger this time. Tang Minayu rode on her griffin and hurried to the assembly point where Feng Heng had gathered outside Griffin City. She was very anxious. In the beginning, she was still in the royal palace, trying to trick the royal family into giving her some high-level scrolls. She was planning to empty the royal treasury. She didn't expect to suddenly receive news that several feudal lords who had signed contracts with Feng Heng went to the royal family to ask for an explanation about the construction of the Mage Tower. Following that was a series of mission trigger notifications. Explanation? She was a liar. What other explanation could there be? The punishment for failing the mission would reduce the influence of the royal family, and she might even be grounded by the royal family. Her royal family's influence wasn't high, to begin with, so this was even more dangerous. In her panic, Tang Minayu decided to ignore the royal family and the mission. She quickly went to find Fang Heng to discuss countermeasures. Along the way, game notifications kept popping up on Tang Minayu's retina. The influence of the royal family continued to decline. She felt that she was really screwed up by Sandy this time. It was one thing to deceive the players, but now that he had deceived the feudal lords, what good could it be? She had to find Fang Heng as soon as possible. While the name of the royal princess was still useful, she could directly carry out a plan to get money and then withdraw from the trial. Fang Heng didn't know that the outside world had caused a great uproar. He was checking the game log and remotely controlling the zombie horde. The plates were too big, and it was particularly difficult to control the zombie clones. In the Land of Plague, a group of zombies had to be controlled to excavate and transport the nearby ore resources, and another group had to lay the foundation for the construction of the Mage Tower. The zombies in the underground world were still scratching the giant alchemy bodies, leaving a portion of the zombie clones to level up. The results were quite gratifying. After a few hours, the zombie clones killed 2 more large alchemy creatures. If he was lucky, he might even get some more treasures. His basic alchemy level had also reached the maximum level of 20. In addition, Fang Heng also controlled 2 lickers to follow Wei Tao's team. They had an agreement with Wei Tao to use the lickers as a bridge between the 2 sides. If Wei Tao's team had a major discovery, Wei Tao would use lightning spells to attack the lickers. If he encountered danger, he would use fire spells to attack the lickers. Similarly, if Fang Heng encountered a major discovery, the lickers would take the initiative to attack Mikael. If they encountered danger, the lickers would attack Wei Tao. More professionally, they could also use the interval between attacks to represent Morse code and transmit verbal messages. This was the theory, but the implementation of Morse code was quite difficult. At the moment, Wei Tao's side was still considered calm. They might not have really encountered the barbarian race of the underground world yet. Fang Heng. Hearing someone calling his name, Fang Heng couldn't help but look up at the sky. Tang Minayu jumped down from the griffin's back and landed in front of Fang Heng, panting heavily. Fang Heng had a bad premonition in his heart. He asked, "Is the Empire in trouble?" "You've guessed it again. It's the feudal lords from the Empire. They probably felt that they were deceived and had just gone to the royal family to verify it. Now, a large number of feudal lords have gone to the Mage Association to withdraw their funds." Fang Heng squinted his eyes. He had been discovered? So fast? That didn't seem right. They were just talking about it. How did they find out? 1106 a guarantee. How did you get discovered? I am not sure. It seems like there's someone behind this. This time, the leader is Lord Brent. He is very prestigious among the major feudal lords in the Empire. After the feudal lords felt that they were deceived, they personally came with their guards to demand an explanation. Fang Heng, this matter has been blown up. The royal family might hold me accountable. Also, many feudal lords are rushing to the Mage Association after learning about this. There are also many feudal lords who have not reached an agreement with us to build the building. They will soon come to the assembly point with the Mage Association to confront us. Tang Minayu looked at Fang Heng and said anxiously, "Fang Heng, don't worry about this mess. Follow me and run away. Let's go to the royal treasury and see if we can cheat some. Don't be in such a hurry." Fang Heng waved his hand, indicating for Tang Minayu to calm down. "Did we lie to those feudal lords?" Tang Minayu was a little confused. "You didn't. We do want to cooperate with the various feudal lords of the Empire to build the Ghost Tower. We are the righteous side, and everything we do is for the Empire, to build a strong line of defense for the Empire." Tang Minayu blinked. Was he lying to himself? "Don't worry, leave it to me. It's too early to give up now. We still have a chance," Fang Heng said and looked into the distance. The people from the Four Seas Trading Company were already waiting in place, waiting for the materials to arrive before setting off together. The preparations for the cave-dwelling beasts should be almost complete. Outside the forest of the assembly point, the Mage Association escorted the Four Seas Trading Company's supply team to the material assembly point where Fang Heng was. Randolph had a headache. Not long ago, Lord Brent brought a large group of feudal lords to find him and said that Necromancer Fang Heng might be a liar. The Empire had no intention of building a team of mages. Fang Heng didn't have the ability to build the Ghost Tower in large quantities. A liar? Even though Fang Heng had many suspicious points, Randolph didn't think so. Lord Brent was a veteran feudal lord of the Empire. Under his call, the feudal lords united and clamored to seek an explanation from Fang Heng. Randolph also wanted to solve the problem, so he appeased the feudal lords and brought them to the material assembly point to find Fang Heng. Of course, the elite guards of the feudal lords also followed along. Along the way, more and more feudal lords joined the party, and Randolph watched as the party expanded from the original 50 to 600 members. It was 10 times more. The feudal lords' trust in Ed increased as they watched him walk further and further into the dark forest. This forest seemed to be very well hidden, very suitable for an ambush. Hence, Ed's judgment was very accurate. The Necromancer's goal was really to seize resources. Luckily, you reminded me, Ed, or else more feudal lords would have been tricked. I was a little suspicious at the time. If it wasn't for the royal family's guarantee. The Empire's suzerains who came with him felt that there was something wrong with Feng Heng. They complained all the way and were angry. They had actually been tricked. The most infuriating thing was that the magic seal and personal signature of Her Highness Minayu could not be faked. But who cared? Losing some money was a small matter. If word of this got out, the outside world would only say that the feudal lords had been cheated by an unknown necromancer for some small profits. After signing the contract with Feng Heng, they would become the laughingstock of the other feudal lords and nobles. Were they shameless? This matter isn't over yet. Once I catch that liar myself, I will personally go to the royal family to demand an explanation. That's right, our life is getting worse by the day. What do they want? Are you trying to squeeze our hard-earned money dry? Lord Brent was a feudal lord, and at the same time, he also had part of the Empire's bloodline in him, so he had a prominent reputation in the entire Empire. Humphrey, don't worry. When I return, I will personally look for Her Highness. I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation. The players from the Prilla Guild were in a good mood as they listened to the furious discussion of the feudal lords. They felt that they had already won this round. My feudal lords, Ed advised, please don't be in a hurry to make your judgment. Her Highness Minayu may have been deceived by outsiders. When they received the news that Princess Minayu had escaped from the royal family, the players of the Prilla Gaming Guild were ready to pop a bottle of champagne to celebrate. They heard that when Princess Minayu left, she was in a hurry. She was obviously feeling guilty. She was going to run. The players had already guessed the follow-up mission, and there were only two possibilities. First, they ran to the target location of the mission aggressively, only to find that the scammer had already escaped, triggering the follow-up mission to continue searching for the mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, there was a second possibility that had a lower probability. The Necromancer was very bold and decided to fight with his life on the line. He would kill them at the ambush point and steal their goods. In order to prevent Feng Heng from doing anything desperate, the elite team of Ed's guild had almost turned out at full strength this time, and the feudal lords had also brought their accompanying teams of guards. How could a team of 600 to 700 elite players possibly lose to a single necromancer? Therefore, this wave was in the bag. Unlike the other players, Ed did not speak much at the moment as he felt that the mission this time was too smooth. It was so smooth that it made him feel a little uneasy. He couldn't help but think of the worst possible scenario. When they arrived at the gathering point, the next mission they would trigger would likely be to track down the criminal. This was troublesome. They knew very little about necromancers. As for Her Highness Minayu, she had a very high status, so it would be very difficult to get information from her. The Wantong Chamber of Commerce, which was responsible for the supply and transportation of materials, had a complicated mood at the moment. Hearing that Feng Heng might be a liar, they were a little flustered. These feudal lords were not people to be trifled with. What if their Chamber of Commerce took the blame and lost money? Everyone on the team had their own thoughts. They gradually went deeper into the forest, raised their vigilance, and prepared to deal with an ambush. Soon, they found a transport team of more than 10 people at the scheduled assembly point not far ahead. He didn't run? Ed's heart skipped a beat and he immediately gave his teammates a look. Yes, Malika nodded. I've used magic eyes to investigate. There's no ambush nearby. Her Highness Minayu is also on the team. Lord Brent frowned and raised his hand. The guards of the feudal lord who had come with the team quickly stepped forward and surrounded Feng Heng and his group in the middle, looking vigilant. Feng Heng's side didn't take any action and let everyone surround them. Lord Brent came forward with many feudal lords and cupped his hands. Your Highness, you're here too? Tang Minayu did not recognize Lord Brent, so she hummed softly in acknowledgement, her face showing her displeasure. I can't. What's the meaning of bringing so many people here? Are you trying to capture me? 1107 The Secret Passage. Lord Brent felt that Tang Minayu's tone was not friendly, so he explained gently, Your Highness Minayu, please don't misunderstand. There are rumors outside that Your Highness has been deceived by someone. We are worried about your safety, so we came to take a look. Deceived? Are you talking about me? Feng Heng stood up from behind the stone and walked to Tang Minayu. Nice to meet you. I am the feudal lord of the Land of Plague, Feng Heng. You must be the feudal lord who is cooperating with us, right? Now that everyone has seen Her Highness Minayu, you can be at ease. It's almost time. Have you prepared the goods? We will be setting off now. Everyone was stunned by what Feng Heng said. Ed and the other players were not used to it either. This doesn't seem to be the same as the original plan. Seeing everyone's puzzled expression, Feng Heng frowned and said, "Do the feudal lords want to come along? The transportation of resources is not dangerous. We appreciate your kindness." "Liar, stop pretending. We've seen through your lies." Malika walked out of the crowd and confronted Feng Heng. "We've already confirmed with the Empire that this year's financial expenditure did not include the budget for the construction of a mage tower. The royal family also does not have plans to build a large number of ghost towers." "You're a liar. Feng Heng, what else do you have to say? You guys are here for this?" Feng Heng looked around at the crowd and shook his head. "Who told you that I need to borrow the Empire's financial resources?" Malika was stunned when he heard this. The feudal lords were also confused. What did he mean? Not using the Empire's finances? What about the money? Where did the money come from? "I am the one who signed the agreement with the feudal lords. Our agreement did not mention any financial support from the Empire. As for the plan to build the ghost tower, this is the first time I've heard of it." Feng Heng looked at Miliku. "Any more questions? We only have 7 days to build the ghost tower. If you delay the construction, are you willing to pay the compensation for the breach of contract on our behalf?" The feudal lords looked at each other. They felt that the young necromancer in front of them exuded a strange and confident aura. From what he said, he was planning to build a mage tower by himself? A member of the Chambers of Commerce handed over Feng Heng's qualification documents. Lord Brant checked the feudal lord's qualification certificate and nodded. "There's no problem with his aptitude. He's a feudal lord who has just received the Empire's fief." Ed said in a deep voice, "How can a feudal lord who just received a fief have so much money to build a mage tower? Don't be fooled by him. There must be a problem with him." Feng Heng shifted his gaze to Ed. "Other than being a feudal lord, I am also a necromancer. Naturally, I know how to build a mage tower. In addition, building a ghost tower is mutually beneficial thing for the Land of Plague and the feudal lords. Unrelated personnel, please step aside. I am leaving. Building a mage tower requires a magic core. You don't have that many cores to build. We have a way to solve this." Feng Heng shook his head and looked at the feudal lords. "If you want to tear up the contract, then I am sorry. According to the compensation terms, the deposit that has been paid will not be returned." The feudal lords looked at each other. They've already given the money, and he wanted to tear up the contract? Wasn't this stupid? Ed looked at Feng Heng, who refused to listen to anything, and suddenly felt that the problem was tricky. He had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that Feng Heng would be so stubborn. At present, they really didn't have any solid evidence to prove that Feng Heng was a liar. Of course, Feng Heng would give himself away after a while. There was no way he could complete the construction of the mage tower. However, the problem was that the time limit for the task was only 24 hours. Once the time was up, the task would be judged as a failure immediately. At that time, it would be meaningless for them to expose Feng Heng's scam. Suddenly, Ed had an idea and said, "I heard that this batch of supplies is going to the Land of Plague. Mr. Randolph told us that you have a secret route that can quickly return to and from Honey City and Griffin City. We can go together and take a look at the construction of the Mage Tower, right?" Another feudal lord also reacted and said, "Yes, yes, yes, we're going to visit together." Indeed, but the construction of a Mage Tower is a secret. If this secret is accidentally leaked. Feng Heng looked at the crowd and said, "You must know that the barbarians' infiltration of humans has been getting more and more intense recently." The feudal lords were unhappy and asked, "What do you mean? You're saying that we will leak the situation?" "Ahem." Tang Minayu coughed lightly and said, "Feng Heng, the feudal lords here have all made great contributions to the empire. Please don't say that." "I am sorry." Feng Heng bowed to Tang Minayu and showed an embarrassed expression. "Since your highness Minayu has vouched for it, we can visit it. However, the journey to the Land of Plague is expensive." Lord Brant did not care about such a small amount of money. He nodded and interrupted, "Good. It's settled then, I will pay for it. If that's the case, please follow us." Feng Heng waved his hand, signaling the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to lead the way. "Dear feudal lords, please do not let your guard down." Ed walked into the midst of the feudal lords and reminded them in a low voice, "Be careful of them ambushing and snatching supplies on the way." "Don't worry." Lord Brant shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man beside him. He was one of the 4 famous sword saints of the Empire, Chipo. With him here, they wouldn't be afraid even if they encountered the entire barbarian army. Seeing that the crowd had finally reached an agreement, The manager of the Chamber of Commerce heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and signaled for the team to move forward. The large team of nearly 1,000 people slowly advanced along the path that opened up in the forest. After walking along the path for nearly 300 meters, the path was blocked by a continuous mountain range. A dead end? Ed frowned. He noticed that the Mage Association leading the way didn't stop, but went along the mountain range to the right. Soon, a deep cave appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the Chamber of Commerce's people enter the cave with torches, the feudal lord's team stopped in their tracks and hesitated at the entrance of the cave. Lord Feng Heng, where are we going? It's a cave, a special passage, said Feng Heng concisely. Ah. The route you're pointing out requires us to pass through the cave? Yes, Feng Heng said and followed the chambers of commerce in front of him into the cave, leaving the people at the door hesitating. Special passage? Or was he trying to lure them into a dangerous cave, and then think of a way to ambush them? The pitch-black cave made the feudal lords feel that Feng Heng was playing tricks. It's quite interesting. Let's go in and take a look. Lord Brent wasn't the least bit flustered. With the Empire's Sword Saint accompanying them, they were not afraid of Feng Heng playing any tricks. 1108 working partner. Yes, everyone, be careful. There might be an ambush. Ed felt that the mission was not as simple as it seemed, so he reminded the players in the guild and entered the cave with his team. The cave was pitch black, but it was much bigger than he had imagined. The feudal lord's guards also lit up their torches to light up the surroundings. After walking for about 10 minutes, they came to an underground sewer. He raised his torch and looked over. A large number of wooden boats had already been prepared on the water. More than a dozen members of the Chamber of Commerce had already known the route in advance and called for the follow-up personnel to move the boxes of materials onto the wooden boat. The feudal lords looked at each other. An underground waterway. This was the first time they had heard of such an underground river outside of Griffin City. Could it be that Feng Heng didn't lie? Did he really find a secret passage to Hani City? Feng Heng turned around and looked at the feudal lords. I am sorry, everyone. I didn't know that so many people would come together, so I didn't prepare too many wooden boats. It's all right, Lord Brownart nodded. My guards are all elites. Let them follow behind us and swim over. All right, he said. After transporting the supplies, the team quickly went down along the current. In less than 20 minutes, the wooden boat in front was stopped by the net rope in front of them. The team of guards behind him also climbed up to the shore. Ed's team looked around cautiously. This place was the underground world? Ed's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but beat violently. Ever since the incident with the ley lines, the underground world had gradually entered the players' field of vision. Many players were very interested in the underground world and explored it more than once. There were powerful monsters living in the underground world, as well as a powerful race called the cave-dwelling beasts. Suddenly, there was a sizzling sound in the darkness. Be careful. Be on alert. The guards of the feudal lords were all elites, and after discovering the strange sound, they immediately spread out and stood guard, protecting the feudal lords in the middle. After patrolling in the dark for a moment, the guards all looked forward and raised their weapons. In front of him, a large number of short black shadows gradually emerged from the darkness. It's the cave-dwelling beasts. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. There were too many cave-dwelling beasts coming from all directions. They were densely packed. They had practically surrounded their entire 1,000-man team. This was terrible. Ed's heart tightened. Was this Feng Heng's backup plan? Relying on the power of the cave-dwelling beasts to deal with the feudal lords? Chipo coldly looked around. So these were cave-dwelling beasts. They were just a bunch of ants. No matter how many ants there were, they couldn't shake the dragon. Everyone, don't be nervous. We're all friends. Feng Heng waved his hand, signaling the others to put down their weapons. He then walked out of the crowd and slowly walked forward. The cave-dwelling beasts that appeared from the dark also put down their bone spears. Argyle, who had come with the cave-dwelling beasts, walked out from the crowd of densely packed cave-dwelling beasts. He hurried forward and greeted, Lord Feng Heng, Your Highness Minayu. How is it? It's almost done, well done. Lead the way. What was going on? Seeing that Feng Heng and the cave-dwelling beasts were communicating with each other so skillfully, the onlookers were amazed. The cave-dwelling beasts are actually getting along with Feng Heng? Lord Brent was even more curious now. He asked, Lord Feng Heng, this is. In fact, humans have always lived in peace with the cave-dwelling beasts. A long time ago, they even had an agreement to cooperate. Yes, as you can see, the Land of Plague and the cave-dwelling beasts have always been working closely together. It's all thanks to the help of the cave-dwelling beasts that we were able to find a convenient passage to the town. Hearing what Feng Heng said, all the feudal lords were shocked and couldn't help but whisper to each other. The feudal lord of the Land of Plague had joined forces with the cave-dwelling beasts? How did he do it? Randolph also looked at Fang Heng in surprise. He had done some research on the species of cave-dwelling beasts, and he knew their characteristics very well. It was definitely not as easy as Fang Heng had said if he wanted to join forces with the cave-dwelling beasts. Let's go, he said. Seeing that the members of the Chambers of Commerce had already moved the materials off the ship, Fang Heng waved his hand, indicating that the team was to continue moving forward. The cave-dwelling beasts were leading the way in front, while the feudal lords' team followed the Chambers of Commerce to transport supplies. As they walked forward, the feudal lords who were discussing while walking became more and more surprised. Cooperate with the cave-dwelling beasts? Exploring the underground world? This kind of thing would definitely cause a sensation if it got out. Judging from the behavior of the cave-dwelling beasts, this was no longer a simple cooperation. They even felt that the cave-dwelling beasts were very respectful to Fang Heng. How did he do it? One of the feudal lords couldn't help but ask, Lord Fang Heng, how did you manage to work together with the cave-dwelling beasts? Maybe it's because we share the same ideals. Fang Heng lied casually. The feudal lords and their followers exchanged glances with each other. Now, no one thought that Fang Heng was a liar. The person in front of them was unfathomable. If he could have such a relationship with the cave-dwelling beasts, why would he spend so much effort to cheat them of this little money? You must be joking. Unlike the excited feudal lords, Ed's team fell silent. What was going on? How could this be? This was completely different from what they had expected. What should he do? Seeing the state of the feudal lords, Ed realized that this mission might be bad. Why did he stop? Ed looked up. In front of them, the team had completely stopped. What's the matter now? Ed walked out of the crowd. Seeing Fang Heng standing in front of a large stone magic array, he was once again in great shock. Fang Heng faced the many feudal lords and spoke with fervor and assurance, "Everyone, this is the magical teleportation array left behind by the ancient saint. We will rely on the magical teleportation array to carry out long-distance teleportation because the teleportation array needs to consume magic crystals as its energy source." Is this really an ancient magic array? Randolph's eyes glowed with a strange light. He stepped forward and touched the rune on the stone that was used to construct the magic array. He had never seen such mystical runes before. It also contained alchemy knowledge. Randolph was so shocked that his hands were shaking uncontrollably. When he was young, he had only read a few words about ancient magical arrays in a book. He didn't expect to see it with his own eyes in this place. It was true. It really was an ancient magical array. And it could still be used. Even though it had been through the passage of time, the huge stones used to construct the magic array had been greatly worn down. Fang Heng looked at Randolph and nodded, yes. According to the cave-dwelling beasts, the saint once built a large number of magic arrays in the underground world. 1109 teleportation amazing, too amazing. Randolph checked the magic array carefully and couldn't help but praise it. The magic array was mixed with extremely complicated alchemy structures, which were difficult to understand without careful study. Seeing Randolph's excited look, the crowd couldn't help but look at Fang Heng again. The necromancer from the land of plague. It was too extraordinary. Lord Brent looked at Randolph, who was excitedly studying the magic array, and then at Ed, who was still in shock. What do you think, Ed? Is this really a magic array? Ed opened his mouth. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Even Randolph had confirmed it, so how could it be fake? That's not right. Ed read through the mission tips again. The game mission clearly stated that he had to find a way to expose Fang Heng's scam. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ed's mind. Damn it. He had been misled. The scam in the mission description might not be referring to tricking the feudal lords into signing the contract to build the Mage Tower. Bad. He had thought that Fang Heng was just an ordinary swindler. He did not expect. Fang Heng's scam was much bigger than he had originally thought. Ed, Lord Brent is asking you a question. The other feudal lords who came along looked at Ed with dissatisfaction. In the beginning, the feudal lords all thought that Fang Heng was a liar, but now no one thought so anymore. Fang Heng didn't look like a liar at all. A feudal lord of the empire's fief, a feudal lord who had a good personal relationship with the royal princess, and was respected by the underground world's cave-dwelling beasts. Sneakily swindling their money. It was impossible. This, I think, should be real. Ed came back to his senses and said, "My lords, the magic array doesn't mean that he has the ability to build a mage tower. Let's continue to observe." While they were talking, a few of the cave-dwelling beasts came over and said something to Argyle. They said that the energy might not be enough, Argyle explained to Fang Heng. Fang Heng glanced at the crowd and said calmly, "Everyone, as I said, activating the large-scale magic array requires a large number of magic crystals as energy. The prepared magic crystals are already insufficient, and we have too many people this time. If we forcefully transport them..." Lord Fang Heng, don't worry. I still have some magic crystals in my territory. There aren't many, but they will be enough for you to use for a while." Lord Brent was all smiles. He liked to make friends, especially capable friends like this. He immediately waved his hand. One of Lord Brent's guards walked forward, took out a beautifully decorated box, and handed it to Feng Heng. "Use this magical crystal first." Feng Heng opened the box. There was a light blue magical crystal in the box. Seeing the gemstone, the feudal lords couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Tang Minayu couldn't even move her eyes away. High-tier magic crystal. Only after killing a high-level savage beast would there be a chance of obtaining it from its corpse. Such a perfect magic core could be sold for tens of thousands of dollars outside. In Sandy's words, it was a work of art. Could it be used as the energy source for the teleportation magic array? Such a waste. Tang Minayu felt a throbbing pain in her heart. Feng Heng was also shocked and took another look at Lord Brent. He seemed to be a fat shape. "All right," he said. Feng Heng then looked at Randolph. "I am sorry, President Randolph. We don't have much time." Okay. I am sorry. This is the first time I've seen ancient teleportation magic array. I was a little too excited." Randolph, who was still engrossed in examining the runes on the magic array, realized that he had been too excited. He waved his hands apologetically and retreated from the magic array. The cave-dwelling beasts started to install the power source and prepared to activate the teleportation channel. Following the instructions of the cave-dwelling beasts, the feudal lord's team also entered the teleportation zone in the center of the magic array. A moment later, the magic array was activated. The dim yellow light gradually enveloped everyone inside until they disappeared into the cave. After a moment of weightlessness and dizziness, when they opened their eyes again, they found that they had appeared in another large-scale teleportation array. "It seems like this trip went smoothly." Feng Heng looked around and continued, "We've already teleported to the Hani City area. Next, we will head to the Land of Plague." The cave-dwelling beasts continued to move, helping the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce transport the supplies. Randolph took a deep breath and cupped his hands to Feng Heng. "Feng Heng, the ancient magical teleportation array here is too precious for the research of the Mage Association. We would like to investigate it. I wonder if you can help to communicate with the cave-dwelling beasts?" "Of course, you can. There are many teleportation magic arrays in the underground world that are broken and can't be used due to a lack of maintenance. It would be great if we can find a way to repair them. The cave-dwelling beasts are willing to help." Feng Heng agreed without hesitation. It was just research. What if he could repair the rest of the teleportation magic array? Wouldn't the underground world be able to do whatever it wanted? Moreover, Randolph had been helping him a lot. That's great. Randolph was rarely this excited. He pulled Feng Heng and kept thanking him. "I don't know how to thank you. You can understand my feelings, right?" "You're welcome, Mr. Randolph. By the way, I still need your help with something after this." Randolph suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded. "Lord Feng Heng, if you need my help, I will do my best." After the teleportation was completed, the team continued to move forward under the leadership of the cave-dwelling beast. The faces of the players from Prilla's guild were getting uglier and uglier. Things seemed to be developing in an unexpected direction. The situation was getting worse. The team slowly moved forward, and after a moment, the feudal lords found something wrong again. "Lord Feng Heng, what are those?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. At the back of the team, a large number of cave-dwelling beasts had unknowingly joined the team at the back. They were pulling old carts with large boxes on them. The group was getting bigger and bigger. "That's right, Lord Feng Heng. What are they doing?" "Don't worry, everyone. It's a cooperation between the Land of Plague and the cave-dwelling beasts." "Ah. Yes, to be honest, the underground world has rich ore reserves. We've reached an agreement with the parasite in the cave. We will find a way to mine the ore in the underground world and transport it back to the surface." Hearing this, everyone was once again in shock. One of the feudal lords asked in disbelief, "So, Lord Feng Heng, these are all ores?" "Yes, the ores will be directly transported outside Hani City. We will gather there and transport the materials into the Land of Plague. These are all necessary materials for the construction of the Ghost Tower. 1,110. You want to snatch a spot? Or resources?" It was only then that everyone realized that everything Feng Heng said was true. The Land of Plague really didn't need the support of the Empire's resources. With an endless supply of ore resources from the underground world, what was the point of building a ghost tower? The feudal lord's throat couldn't help but roll. "May I ask, Lord Feng Heng, how many mineral reserves are there in the underground world?" "The mineral reserves that have been explored are less than half of the Empire's storage. But as you all know, the underground world is also dangerous. Even the cave-dwelling beasts that live in the underground world have not fully explored the entire underground world. Hearing this, everyone was once again shocked. Half. It was half the amount. So many ores? If they could find a way to develop it. From the very beginning, they had determined that Fang Heng was a liar. However, when they entered the cave and saw the cave-dwelling beasts, they wavered. A big shot who could cooperate with the entire cave. Did he need to scam people? This feeling of doubt only grew stronger and stronger when they saw Fang Heng easily get ores and resources from the cave-dwelling beasts in the cave. He already owned a mine, why would he care about trivial money? Must be joking. Maybe the scammer wasn't Fang Heng, but this group of people who claimed to be from the Prilla Guild. They were the real liars. They had almost been tricked. Ahem, Lord Fang Heng. One of the feudal lords who had come with him looked a little embarrassed. After witnessing Fang Heng's powerful strength, he wanted to give himself 2 tight slaps. Why did he reject Sandy when the latter offered to work with him? Lord Fang Heng, please forgive my arrogance and rudeness before. Would like to express my sincerest apologies to you. I just want to ask about the person who built the Mage Tower. Yeah. Do you still have a slot? Fang Heng was stunned when he saw the feudal lord acting coy. Huh. The remaining spots? He turned around to look at Tang Minayu subconsciously. Tang Minayu was also confused. What did that mean? Tang Minayu couldn't figure it out for a while. A large portion of the feudal lords who came along this time were here to watch the show and make a fool of themselves. In fact, none of them had signed a contract with Sandy. Because it was too cheap, many feudal lords thought it might be a scam at the beginning. But now it seemed. A scam? This wasn't a scam. Everyone could see the exchange of glances between Fang Heng and Tang Minayu. They could not help but recall the scene of Sandy promoting himself to them. This was the opportunity that Her Highness Minayu had fought for them. The first batch of the Empire's ghost towers. There were only 20 spots in total. First come, first served. Fuck. With that thought in mind, a dozen malicious gazes were immediately directed at Ed's team. Damn the Prilla Guild. Despicable foreigner. He actually lied that Fang Heng was a scammer? He was the real liar. He must have wanted to seize the 20 spots to cooperate with Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng and Tang Minayu's hesitation, Lord Briv gritted his teeth and said, Lord Fang Heng, please promise us. We're willing to pay an additional 5% of the total construction price of the Mage Tower as compensation. Please don't refuse. That's right, we're also willing to pay an extra 5% of the total construction price. The first batch of Mage Tower construction slots had already been filled up. If there's no other way, the second batch should be fine, right? The second batch. Let's register for the second batch. Tang Minayu was overjoyed. She was a little worried that her lie would be exposed. Now, this group of people was actually fighting to give them money. Fang Heng, you're really a genius at making money. The king of the swindler world. Tang Minayu looked at Fang Heng with eyes full of admiration. Promise them. Quickly agree with them. She kept winking at Fang Heng, afraid that this group of feudal lords would suddenly turn around and go back on their words. Seeing that Fang Heng was still a little hesitant, Tang Minayu sighed in admiration. Fang Heng's acting skills were truly superb. She couldn't help but say, Lords, you've indeed put us in a difficult position. However, Lord Fang Heng, please believe in the sincerity of the Empire's feudal lords. The Empire does need to build a large number of mage towers to resist the barbarian attack. Please help us. Please help the Empire. That's right, Lord Fang Heng, please help us. We were in the wrong previously. We were bewitched by someone with ulterior motives. Fang Heng opened his mouth when he saw Tang Minayu's sincere eyes. Did she love acting so much? He really didn't need that much money. Originally, with the cooperation of more than a dozen feudal lords, the funds obtained, the support of the cave-dwelling beasts, and even the zombie clones could dig for ores themselves. Building a Tier 2 ghost tower was not a problem. It was a trial in the first place, and the money that was scammed was stored at the Mage Association and could not be used. He had too much money to use, and he couldn't bring it back after the trial. However, the feudal lords had already given him the money, so how could he refuse? Ed and the other players knew what they were feeling when they saw Fang Heng's embarrassed look. The situation had already reversed to the point where they could not understand. Was Fang Heng a liar or not? Why did he look like he didn't want to accept it when they were offering him money? What did he want? Sigh, alright. Fang Heng sighed helplessly, it's all for the Empire. That's great, we can provide 10% of the total construction funds for the Land of Plague in the early stages, and the funds will be handed over to the Mage Association for safekeeping. The rest of the terms will be as agreed upon previously, what do you think? Ahem. Tang Minayu didn't forget the important matter. She glanced at Fang Heng and added, there are still some materials. This batch of materials is rather scarce, so we will send them to the Empire's main city's military storage for safekeeping. 7 days is very tight, so it's best to do it as soon as possible. Alright, I definitely won't forget. As for the supplies, I will definitely be able to deliver them to the Empire's main cities within 12 hours. Lord Brev's face was filled with joy, and he quickly called the territory manager to hand over a paper contract. Lord Brev stamped the contract with the feudal lord seal and handed it to Fang Heng, looking at him eagerly. Huh? He even brought the contract with him? Fang Heng was really taken aback by the work efficiency. Helplessly, since things had already come to this, he should just sign it. Fang Heng took a look at the contract and conveniently pressed his thumbprint on it. Ding! You have reached an agreement with Lord Brev to build a mage tower, ghost tower. Ding! The player team has reached an agreement with more than 12 feudal lords of the Empire to build the ghost tower. The player's current side mission: the Empire's line of defense. The ghost tower has changed. Side mission: the Empire's line of defense. The ghost tower. Side mission description: the player party and the Empire's feudal lords have agreed to build the ghost tower within 7 days to defend against the invasion of the entire barbarian race. Time limit: 7 days. Mission reward: increase in the trial score, friendship with the various feudal lords of the Empire, Empire merit points, and so on. Failure penalty: the trial score will be reduced. The player's relationship with the Empire will be reduced. The player's reputation with the Empire will be greatly reduced. 1111. The Sacred Tree. The two of them. Wei Tao thought for a while and nodded. We should have found quite a few clues in the Empire. As the two of them were talking, a line of game notifications appeared on their retina. Ding! Player Fang Heng and Lord Brev have signed the Mage Tower construction agreement. Team's current side mission: the Empire's line of defense. The ghost tower has changed. Gale and Wei Tao shut their mouths at the same time and fell into silence as they looked at the game prompt. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Cooperation? Build a ghost tower? What was that? Didn't they say that it was Fang Heng's NPCs who messed around with the construction of the Mage Tower? It had only been a while since they parted, and the two of them had already come down personally. Wei Tao instantly felt his headache come back. Ahem. Gale coughed lightly and helped Fang Heng to make up for it. He said in a tone that even he himself could not believe, there is no possibility. This is just an accident. Wei Tao held it in for a long time before sighing, I hope so. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 game notifications popped up. Ding! Player Fang Heng has signed contract with the Lord of the Empire. Joshua. The two of them looked at each other and no longer had the mood to continue talking. Lord Fang Heng. At the entrance of a crack in the ground outside Hani City, Mazia and's team of more than 100 people had been waiting here for a long time. In addition to them, there were also several thousand teams escorting supplies waiting on the right side of the forest. Seeing Fang Heng walking out of the crack again, Mazia and's heart was full of bitterness. Disaster. It really was a disaster. Mazia and had personally witnessed how the small town, which had been affected by the disaster, had gradually become an uninhabited land of plague. Fortunately, the townspeople had all evacuated and returned to Hani City to take refuge. Initially, Mazia and thought that the matter had came to an end and was ready to leave with her team. She did not expect that the Tanli mercenary group, which had a cooperation agreement with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, would receive another mission to protect the transportation of goods. Mazia, what a coincidence, we meet again. Yeah, what a coincidence. Mazia felt bitter. As expected, Fang Heng came over in person. She had to face the attack of the disaster personally. Yes, Mazia said, thank you for your trust. We, the Tanli mercenary group, will take on this escort mission. Fang Heng was very satisfied with Sandy's arrangement. After all, he had already worked with the Tanli mercenary group once before, and most of his secrets had already been exposed. Letting the Heavenly Dawn mercenary group help transport the supplies would minimize the risk. I am sorry, we might have to wait for a little longer this time. There was an accident on the way, and there might be a lot of people accompanying us to visit the land of plague. Oh okay. Mazia couldn't help but curse in her heart. Tour the land of plague? Just how stupid and suicidal was he to do such a thing? As she was thinking, Mazia saw the Empire's feudal lords and elite guards walking out of the cracks in the ground. Mazia's expression gradually stiffened. She slowly turned her head and looked at Fang Heng beside her. These feudal lords are the visiting group you mentioned? Ah, yes. Fang Heng explained very naturally, they are all feudal lords who have cooperated with the Land of Plague. Don't neglect them. He was crazy. The world had gone crazy. Other people would not even have the time to run away when they saw the Necromancer, so what was going on with this group of the Empire's feudal lords? Mazia suddenly felt as if her world had been shattered. She watched as a team of nearly 1,000 people walked out of the crack. Can we go now? Ah. Alright, alright. Mazia and came back to her senses and waved to the mercenary in charge of transporting the supplies. The team slowly moved forward, transporting supplies to the village covered by the sacred tree. Along the way, Mazia and was shocked to see Feng Heng talking and laughing with the other empire's feudal lords. Who was Feng Heng? His influence in the empire was so great. Different from before, when they came, the feudal lords were aggressive and wanted to ask Feng Heng for an explanation. But now, the feudal lords were in a good mood. Especially those who had just signed a new contract with Feng Heng. They all felt that they had profited. They had finally made it to the last high-speed train at the last moment. Those feudal lords who couldn't buy a ticket and couldn't build a mage tower, let them cry. The feudal lords who had signed the contract in advance were even happier. They all felt that their investments were extremely shrewd. That group of wrong people, they spent twice the money and were still giggling over there? What's there to be happy about? As everyone's mood improved, the team's atmosphere immediately became cheerful. Following the team was like a pleasant trip. Lord Feng Heng, have you repaired this area? Yes, indeed. Feng Heng nodded his head and continued to chat. In order to facilitate the transportation of supplies, he spent a lot of time getting the zombie clones to clear and widen the road between the exit of the underworld world and a village. Now, it only took less than 2 hours to transport supplies from the cave entrance to the village. No wonder. I've been to this place before. I remember that the trade route here wasn't as easy to walk on back then. One of the feudal lords sighed. The feudal lords chatted and laughed as they moved forward. Soon, a huge tree that stood tall in the sky appeared in their sight. Eh? Lord Feng Heng, what is that giant tree? Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the sacred tree, Ibakaya, in the distance. Yes, it's cultivated by me. It's the sacred tree of the land of plague and can protect my fief from outside disturbances. It was the first time the feudal lords had seen such a huge tree, and they couldn't help but praise it. It's so magnificent. I've never seen such a big ancient tree. You must have spent a lot of energy to cultivate this tree, right? Yes, Feng Heng nodded in response. He couldn't help but turn around and take a look at the box containing the unknown stone. He thought, let's move it back for the sacred tree to swallow and see how many levels it can upgrade. The sword saint, Chipo, gazed at the giant tree in the distance, his fingers touching the long sword at his waist. He could sense that the huge tree in the distance was extremely dangerous. It was definitely not as simple as what Feng Heng had described. The party followed the trade route and stopped in front of the forest. The path ahead was blocked by layers of vines and roots. Feng Heng walked to the front of the team. Kai. However, the trees and vines in front of them quickly moved away, and a small path for people to pass through quickly appeared. Such a scene made the feudal lords click their tongues in wonder. Randolph was stunned, his eyes were filled with surprise. He was more shocked than anyone else. His first impression of the forest and the giant trees was that they were a huge field of magic. However, he felt that something was wrong after getting closer. He could feel a strong life force from the forest. The magic waves were very weak. Therefore, he thought that this forest was formed naturally. 1112 fluctuation the two of them. Wei Tao thought for a while and nodded. We should have found quite a few clues in the empire. As the two of them were talking, a line of game notifications appeared on their retina. Ding! Player Feng Heng and Lord Briv have signed the Mage Tower construction agreement. Team's current side mission, Vampire's line of defense. The ghost tower has changed. Mikael and Wei Tao shut their mouths at the same time and fell into silence as they looked at the game prompt. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Cooperation? Build a ghost tower? What was that? Didn't they say that it was Feng Heng's NPCs who messed around with the construction of the Mage Tower? It had only been a while since they parted, and the two of them had already come down personally. Wei Tao instantly felt his headache come back. Ahem. Mikael coughed lightly and helped Feng Heng to make up for it. He said in a tone that even he himself could not believe, there is no possibility. This is just an accident. Wei Tao held it in for a long time before sighing, I hope so. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 game notifications popped up. Ding! Player Feng Heng has signed a contract with the feudal lord of the empire, Joshua. The two of them looked at each other and no longer had the mood to continue talking. Lord Feng Heng. At the entrance of a crack in the ground outside Hani City, Mazia and's team of more than 100 people had been waiting there for a long time. In addition to them, there were also several thousand teams escorting supplies waiting on the right side of the forest. Seeing Feng Heng walking out of the crack again, Mazia and's heart was full of bitterness. Disaster. It really was a disaster. Mazia and had personally witnessed how the small town, which had been affected by the disaster, had gradually become an uninhabited land of plague. Fortunately, The townspeople had all evacuated and returned to Hani City to take refuge. Initially, Mazia thought that the matter had came to an end and was ready to leave with her team. She did not expect that the Tanli mercenary group, which had a cooperation agreement with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, would receive another mission to protect the transportation of goods. Mazia, what a coincidence, we meet again. Yeah, what a coincidence. Mazia felt bitter. As expected, Feng Heng came over in person. She had to face the attack of the disaster personally. Yes, Mazia said, thank you for your trust. We, the Tanli mercenary group, will take on this escort mission. Feng Heng was very satisfied with Sandy's arrangement. After all, he had already worked with the Tanli mercenary group once before, and most of his secrets had already been exposed. Letting the Tanli mercenary group help transport the supplies would minimize the risk. I am sorry, we might have to wait for a little longer this time. There was an accident on the way, and there might be a lot of people accompanying us to visit the Land of Plague. Oh okay. Mazia couldn't help but curse in her heart. Tour the Land of Plague? Just how stupid and suicidal was he to do such a thing? As she was thinking, Mazia saw the Empire's feudal lords and elite guards walking out of the cracks in the ground. Mazia's expression gradually stiffened. She slowly turned her head and looked at Feng Heng beside her. These feudal lords are the visiting group you mentioned? Ah, yes. Feng Heng explained very naturally, they are all feudal lords who have cooperated with the Land of Plague. Don't neglect them. He was crazy. The world had gone crazy. Other people would not even have the time to run away when they saw the Necromancer, so what was going on with this group of Empire feudal lords? Mazia suddenly felt as if her world had been shattered. She watched as a team of nearly 1,000 people walked out of the crack. Can we go now? Ah. Alright. Mazia came back to her senses and waved to the mercenary in charge of transporting the supplies. The team slowly moved forward, transporting supplies to the village covered by the sacred tree. Along the way, Mazia was shocked to see Feng Heng talking and laughing with the other Empire's feudal lords. Who was Feng Heng? His influence in the Empire was so great? Different from before, when they came, the feudal lords were aggressive and wanted to ask Feng Heng for an explanation. But now, the feudal lords were in a good mood. Especially those who had just signed a new contract with Feng Heng. They all felt that they had profited. They had finally made it to the last high-speed train at the last moment. Those feudal lords who couldn't buy a ticket and couldn't build a mage tower, let them cry. The feudal lords who had signed the contract in advance were even happier. They all felt that their investments were extremely shrewd. That group of wrong people, they spent twice the money and were still giggling over there? What's there to be happy about? As everyone's mood improved, the team's atmosphere immediately became cheerful. Following the team was like a pleasant drip. Lord Feng Heng, have you repaired this area? Yes, indeed. Feng Heng nodded his head and continued to chat. In order to facilitate the transportation of supplies, he spent a lot of time getting the zombie clones to clear and widen the road between the exit of the underworld crack and the village. Now, it only took less than 2 hours to transport supplies from the cave entrance to the village. No wonder. I've been to this place before. I remember that the trade route here wasn't as easy to walk on back then. One of the feudal lords sighed. The feudal lords chatted and laughed as they moved forward. Soon, a huge tree that stood tall in the sky appeared in their sight. Lord Feng Heng, what is that giant tree? Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the sacred tree, Chai, in the distance. Yes, it's cultivated by me. It's the sacred tree of the Land of Plague and can protect my fief from outside disturbances. It was the first time the feudal lords had seen such a huge tree, and they couldn't help but praise it. It's so magnificent. I've never seen such a big ancient tree. You must have spent a lot of energy cultivating this tree, right? Yes, Feng Heng nodded in response. He couldn't help but turn around and take a look at the box containing the unknown stone. Let's move it back for the sacred tree to swallow and see how many levels it can upgrade. The sword saint, Chipo, gazed at the giant tree in the distance, his fingers touching the long sword at his waist. He could sense that the huge tree in the distance was extremely dangerous. It was definitely not as simple as what Feng Heng had described. The party followed the trade route and stopped in front of the forest. The path ahead was blocked by layers of vines and roots. Feng Heng walked to the front of the team. Kai. However, the trees and vines in front of them quickly moved away, and a small path for people to pass through quickly appeared. Such a scene made the feudal lords click their tongues in wonder. Randolph was stunned, his eyes were filled with surprise. He was more shocked than anyone else. His first impression of the forest and the giant tree was that they were a huge field of magic. However, he felt that something was wrong after getting closer. He could feel a strong life force from the forest. The magic waves were very weak. Therefore, He thought that this forest was formed naturally. Sorry for the slip of hand, the previous chapter and this chapter were sent in the wrong order. The content of the previous chapter has been modified, and the chapter name cannot be changed for the time being. 1113 deduction. However, after seeing the vines rapidly withdraw, his judgment was completely overturned. How could a naturally formed forest be controlled by Feng Heng? That's right. This was field magic, and it was an extremely powerful continuous field magic. Heavens! He had read about such powerful and permanent field magic in books. It was so powerful that it could permanently change the appearance of the field, and the strength of the magic was even higher than forbidden spells. Randolph's heart was beating faster. The powerful field magic was also set up by Feng Heng. But the strange thing wasn't Feng Heng a necromancer? Why was this spell filled with exuberant vitality? Randolph re-examined Feng Heng and couldn't help but ask, Lord Feng Heng, is this field-type magic? Yes. Feng Heng didn't know how to explain this forest and there were so many people looking around. Therefore, he answered with a soft yes. Randolph was shocked after hearing Feng Heng's answer. He knew that it was very impolite to ask others about advanced magic, so he cast an apologetic look at Feng Heng and continued to follow the team. Randolph decided to study hard first and then find an opportunity to ask Feng Heng for advice in the future. After entering the forest that was covered in vines and roots, the Sword Saint Chipo's expression became even more serious. His eyes wandered over Feng Heng from time to time. An undead feudal lord? However, he could sense an extremely strong life force in this forest. This life force seemed to be at odds with the wails of the undead coming from the depths of the forest. Chipo's expression became even more serious. He felt the pressure. If they were to encounter any danger, he might not be able to protect Lord Brand. As they went deeper into the forest, everyone heard the wails of the undead. Recalling the undead creatures controlled by Feng Heng, Mazia and shrank her neck and felt an instinctive discomfort in her heart. The feudal lords didn't care too much. Feng Heng was a necromancer. Necromancers had the ability to summon and control the spirits of the dead. Therefore, wasn't it normal for undead creatures to exist in the land of plague, which was Feng Heng's territory? Following the passage into the central area of the land of plague, everyone was once again shocked by the scene in front of them. Undead. The undead creatures that were sent to the underground to be resurrected were carrying out the work of transporting supplies. The foundation of the ghost tower had already been built, and the prototype of the 5-meter-tall Mage tower was already in front of everyone. This. Undead creatures could be used to transport and build materials? Could they really do that? It was simply unheard of. Necromancers were extremely rare in the human empire, and they knew very little about them. They had never heard of dead creatures being able to control and transport resources. For a moment, the feudal lords were speechless, their eyes full of shock. The players from the Prilla Gaming Guild were even more surprised. This was impossible. Undead creatures could also be used for construction? The intelligence of the summoned undead creatures was almost non-existent. They were just puppets that could only accept the simplest instructions. It was not entirely impossible for them to transport supplies, but for a high-level necromancer, controlling an undead creature to transport supplies alone required full concentration of mental power. The losses outweighed the gains. Not to mention controlling so many spirits at the same time. It was simply impossible. Regardless of how Feng Heng did it, the players suddenly realized one thing. In the land of plague, the materials needed to build a mage tower were provided by the underground world, and the undead could be used as free labor. In that case, it seemed reasonable that the construction of the ghost tower would not cost much. Seeing the half-built mage tower in front of him, Randolph was even more shocked. He had just given the ghost tower construction scroll to Feng Heng yesterday. More than half of it was already built today. And these undead creatures were too extraordinary. Ordinary undead zombies only knew how to attack. Since when could they carry out strange actions such as transporting and building? First, he had discovered the cave-dwelling beasts in the underground world, then the ancient teleportation magic array, and the mysterious field magic and sacred tree. Now, he had seen the rapidly built ghost tower and the strange undead creatures. Today, the excitement he had felt along the way was more than the experience of the past 10 years combined. Randolph's heart started to beat faster. He realized that Necromancer Feng Heng's knowledge was far above his. Necromancy. It was truly unfathomable. When Tang Minayu saw the mage tower built in the village, her eyes flashed with a touch of confusion. She turned her head and looked at Feng Heng. Wait a minute. She thought, what did that mean? You're not lying to me, are you? You're not really thinking of building a mage tower, are you? Wrong. Tang Minayu looked at Feng Heng. He was in character. A real liar would even lie to himself. First lie to himself, then lie to others. Ha ha ha, I've learned something new. I didn't know that necromancy could reach such a level. This trip wasn't in vain. Lord Feng Heng, I will leave the construction of the ghost tower to you. So there are so many blacksmiths here. Will the ghost tower be completed soon? That's natural. The feudal lord's tour group was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. They didn't know much about spells, so they were far less shocked than the others. Seeing the Mage Tower under construction, everyone was even more at ease. The Mage Tower was already under construction, and it would be completed in 2 days. How could it be fake? Prilla's team of players remained silent. They coldly sized up the layout of the entire Land of Plague. Ed stared at the transport team behind him. He saw them move the box containing the Enlightenment stones to the bottom of the sacred tree and put it there casually. With a bitter smile, Sarwan said in a low voice, "Boss, leave it to me, I will handle it." Ed waved his hand and walked forward with a smile on his face. "Lord Feng Heng, as far as I know, the construction of the Mage Tower also requires magic cores. The number of magic cores supplied by the Empire every year is extremely small. Do you have a way to get that many magic cores?" "Of course." Feng Heng nodded his head. He had told enough lies along the way, and now he was speaking without any hesitation. It's not just about the magic core. All the construction materials have been prepared and stored in the ghost tower. However, there are a lot of traps set up. For safety reasons, I won't be bringing you to see it. The feudal lords couldn't help but raise their heads, looking at the top of the ghost tower and nodding in agreement. Their trust in Feng Heng was on the rise now, and no one was making a fuss about going for a checkup. Ed's heart skipped a beat, and he continued, "Is there anything wrong with letting the undead build the ghost tower? Would the quality of the construction be affected? We just don't know when the Mage Tower will be completed, so we want to stay and see it with our own eyes." 1114 Rejection. Upon hearing this, some feudal lords immediately echoed, "That's right, Lord Feng Heng. We have nothing to do anyway. Let's stay and take a look." "Yes, we also want to stay and watch." Feng Heng had already noticed Ed on the way here. This guy should be the player who triggered the hostile mission. Feng Heng pondered for a while and replied, "I am afraid we can't stay here. The aura of the undead in the Land of Plague is very strong, and it's harmful to the human body. Moreover, there's no food supply here, not even a place to sleep." When the feudal lords heard that they couldn't even eat or sleep in peace, they immediately stopped insisting. "Forget it, let's go back to Hani City first. We will visit when you're done. It should be done in 2 days, right?" Yes. We will come back in 2 days." Ding, you have triggered the side mission The Feudal Lord's Expectations. Mission title, The Feudal Lord's Expectations. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, the feudal lords hope to be able to inspect the construction of the ghost tower. Mission requirement, complete the construction of the ghost tower in a Land of Plague within 2 days and pass the feudal lord's inspection. Mission reward, friendship with the Empire and feudal lords, additional trial game time. Failure penalty, friendship with the feudal lords will decrease. 2 hours later, after touring the entire Land of Plague, the feudal lords were divided into 2 groups. One of them had returned to the city due to some matters in the territory, while the other returned to Hani City, preparing to go to the Land of Plague to check on the ghost tower's construction progress in 2 days. After Prilla Gaming Guild tried their best to calm down the feudal lords who were angry at the deception, they returned to Hani City. The things that happened along the way made them feel a ball of fire in their hearts. The players wanted to expose Feng Heng's true identity. However, they did not expect that after following Feng Heng into the Land of Plague for a while, these feudal lords seemed to have been brainwashed and rushed to sign an agreement with Feng Heng to build a Mage Tower. On the contrary, they helped Feng Heng to promote his products successfully. Damn it. After such a mess, the favorability between the Gaming Guild and the various feudal lords had dropped by a huge amount. Not only did they fail to complete the mission, but they also lost a large sum of money. Unlike most of the players, Ed was very calm. He rechecked the mission description. He didn't think the situation was that bad. The mission had not failed yet, and they still had time to redeem themselves. And Ed narrowed his eyes. The Enlightenment Stone. Compared to this mission, the information on the Enlightenment Stone was the biggest reward. He had wanted to stay in the Land of Plague to obtain the Enlightenment Stone. "Everyone, we still have a chance." Ed looked around at the players from the guild. "The Land of Plague is indeed strong. We've underestimated them. Don't tell me that it's just." Everyone felt extremely aggrieved. "No, we still have a chance." The players all turned to look at Ed. "A chance? When I was in the Land of Plague, I paid special attention to it. The defense of the Land of Plague is not strong, and there are no people from the Empire to help guard it." Ed narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We can think of a way to destroy the Land of Plague." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. At first, they felt that this idea was a little crazy. However, after thinking about it carefully, ever since the Empire army withdrew from the village, there were only wandering zombies and low city walls left in the Land of Plague. Such a defensive ability was almost equivalent to nothing. As long as all the magic cores stored in the Land of Plague were destroyed, the Land of Plague would lose the ability to build mage towers, which would naturally break the agreement signed between Feng Heng and the feudal lords. It was crazy, but also very effective. Or even, they could also plunder the magic core that they had been dreaming of from Feng Heng's hands. But could they really do it? I know this is very difficult. The Land of Plague is far from as simple as they seem on the surface. We definitely can't do it with our strength alone, so we need teammates. Ed licked the corner of his mouth and looked at Sarwan, who had just entered the meeting room. He asked, Sarwan, have you contacted Mr. Wan? As the leading players guild, the players' first priority was profit. As for cooperating with the barbarians, it was not impossible. They might even take the initiative to try to contact the barbarians. If there was a mission, he would naturally try to receive it. Just a month ago, they triggered a mission prompt related to the Enlightenment Stone when they came into contact with the barbarians. However, they did not expect to find the Enlightenment Stone in the underground world. Sarwan's face was a little stiff. President, Mr. Wan has rejected our proposal to cooperate. He rejected it? Why? Ed asked, surprised. Mr. Wan said that the Land of Plague was not simple. Sarwan recalled what he had said to Wangnet and frowned. He warned us to be careful and not act rashly before we were fully prepared. However, he also promised that if we could help him obtain the Enlightenment Stone, he would still provide us with generous compensation. Everyone could not help but look puzzled. Wangnet was one of the successors of the barbarian leader. Ever since they suffered a crushing defeat in a battle with the humans a few years ago, they had disappeared without a trace. And more than a month ago, the team had come into contact with him through various pre-missions and even triggered a mission related to the Enlightenment Stone. The rewards given by the mission were unusually generous. The entire team was moved. President, Mr. Wan is not willing to cooperate. Let's go on our own. No, the risk is too high. Ed rubbed his temples. He was already afraid of the Land of Plague. Now, even Wangnet was extremely careful with the Land of Plague. This only increased the uneasiness in his heart. After some thought, Ed said, since Wangnet is not willing, what about the other barbarians? I am sure there will be many people interested in the Enlightenment Stone. Brother, said Sarwan, we haven't been in contact with the other barbarians for long. It's not safe to work with them. It's very risky. Yes, indeed. Ed lowered his head and thought carefully. When he raised his head again, he had already made a decision, higher risk, higher reward. Everyone was calculating in their hearts. President, there's a situation. A player rushed into the meeting room. We just found out that Hani City was originally one of the first targets of the barbarian army. It was that Necromancer who suddenly appeared in the village and led the Tanli mercenary group and the Empire guards to defend the main city, completely defeating the barbarian army. Defeat the barbarian army? The news was so shocking that the room fell silent for a moment. With just that run-down village? Could he defeat the entire barbarian army? Was there a problem somewhere? The players were shocked and exchanged glances with each other. 1115 still have to lie. Ed, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. He had always had a strong premonition that the Land of Plague had a backup plan. Now that his premonition had been confirmed, he felt relieved. As long as he could find out the other party's trump card, he could naturally think of a way to make a targeted arrangement. What's the specifics? The player shook his head. We're still trying to find out. The information on the Empire's side has been blocked. The barbarians should have more accurate information. Currently, we've heard from the people that the barbarians' defeat is related to the giant tree that suddenly grew. Giant tree? Everyone exchanged glances. That giant tree? Ed mumbled to himself, it seems like we need to find a way to deal with that giant tree. Fire-type spells can naturally restrain these trees. Ding, the Land of Plague has been recognized by the Empire. Ding, the news that the Land of Plague is resisting the invasion of the barbarians has spread. Ding, your reputation in the Empire has increased slightly. Ding, the friendliness between you and the various feudal lords of the Empire has changed. Click here for more details. Ding, the Land of Plague has attracted the attention of some special forces. After spending a lot of effort, Feng Heng finally saw off the Empire's feudal lords who came to visit. He finally heaved a sigh of relief and went to the sacred tree alone. From the spiritual sense of the sacred tree, Ibakiya, came a sense of joy and affection. Yes. Feng Heng nodded and pointed to the black stone on the right side of the big tree, saying, I prepared it for you. Kai kai kai. With Feng Heng's permission, the vines spreading on the ground around them wriggled quickly and wrapped around the black stone. Kai. The entire stone was instantly dragged into the cracked ground. A moment later, the sacred tree Abakia's body bloomed with a light green light again. Ding! The player has successfully cultivated the sacred tree Abakia, fused blood form. Ding! The sacred tree Abakia, fused blood form, has absorbed unknown power and is currently in a rapid reproduction state. Feng Heng saw that the sacred tree was growing rapidly. The giant tree sprang up again. The branches and leaves quickly extended and grew in all directions. The forest that was covered by the sacred tree expanded once again. On the outskirts of the forest, Mazia and team, who was directing the team to transport supplies, couldn't help but look up at the giant tree in the center of the land of plague not far away. Over there. What happened? Ho! A gentle breeze blew. Specks of light fell on the transport team like dust. The light green dust seemed to have a strange power that swept away the fatigue on everyone's body. Mazia was stunned. She raised her right hand in front of her in disbelief. Vitality? The light green dust contained a powerful life force. There was a warm feeling on the right side of her shoulder. It was an internal injury left behind by a poisoning a few years ago that was not cleaned in time. Mazia had been searching for a cure for years. But now, it was actually healing itself. Kai kai kai. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The forest grew and spread again. The dense vines and roots quickly spread toward the group along the border of the forest. In the blink of an eye, the entire transport team was surrounded, and then they spread further behind. Ancient Legend Abakia, fused blood form bound to player, current status, infancy, level 8. 3 hours later, 2 rows of game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. The sacred tree had risen from level 3 to level 8. This time, the upgrade took a lot of time. Feng Heng felt that the spiritual connection between him and Abakia had become closer, but they still couldn't communicate further. It was still not enough. The sacred tree was still in its infant form, and it was estimated that it would have to be upgraded to a mature form to trigger new skills. Maybe he would only be able to change it after it reached level 10? This time, he had also brought a lot of ores, all of which were said to contain energy. He also tried to let Abakia devour these ores, but the effect was very weak. It seemed that he needed to find more black stones. For example, the piece in the royal treasury. Feng Heng looked away from the sacred tree while thinking. At present, most of the materials needed for the construction of the ghost tower had been prepared, and a small portion of the remaining materials would be transported from Hani City. As for the construction, the efficiency of the hundreds of zombie clones, which did not consume any physical strength, was terrifying. If everything went well, the construction would probably be completed by tomorrow. Of course, in order to complete the ghost tower, he was still lacking the most important thing. Magic core. Feng Heng pursed his lips and continued to think. It would be too slow to apply for the magic core through the Mage Association. The newly triggered mission also required the construction of the ghost tower to be completed within 2 days. Well, the plan had been brought forward. They might as well make a move on the treasury. Directly rob the Empire's treasury. The other treasures that he had obtained could be temporarily stored in the underground world, but the magic core and the black stone in the Empire's treasury were in urgent need. He had to get his hands on them as soon as possible. He had to think of a way to set up the plan in advance. If everything went well, he would take action tonight. Right. Just like this. He would discuss tonight's plan with Tang Minayu. Eh? What about Tang Minayu? Where did she go? Thinking back, she seemed to have just left with the other feudal lords of the empire. Goo-goo-goo. Just as he was thinking, Feng Heng heard the cry of a griffin coming from the sky. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the sky, then gently tapped his fingers. Kai kai kai. The vines that covered the sky gradually dispersed. Tang Minayu jumped down from the back of the griffin that was circling in the air. Tang Minayu ended and stood in front of Feng Heng. Her face was flushed with excitement. Phew, Feng Heng, you're so amazing. You've duped this group of feudal lords into a daze. They were all praising you when we sent them back. Tang Minayu felt that Feng Heng was really invincible now. He could still be nonchalant for cheating others of their money. In comparison, she still had a long way to go on the path of a swindler. An accident. This was just an accident. Feng Heng coughed lightly, thinking, why do you have such a look of admiration? It seemed as if he was always good at lying. By the way, let's not talk about this. Feng Heng quickly changed the topic. How's the progress in the Empire's treasury? I was just about to talk to you about this. Speaking of money, Tang Minayu immediately became serious. She nodded and said, the resources that we have agreed upon with the feudal lords have already been sent to the military supply warehouse in the capital of the empire. The only problem now is the lack of water-type scrolls. Because of the war with the barbarians, we can't continue to cheat the Mage Association and the Empire of water-type scrolls. I just accompanied the feudal lords back to Hani City to try to cheat some water-type scrolls from them. 1116 A reminder. Feng Heng thought Tang Minayu could do it. He didn't forget his business and was a trustworthy companion. He couldn't help but nod and ask, yes, and then? What was the result? They do have a few scrolls and are willing to provide them to us, but they can't give them to us for free. We will have to buy them. The problem is that we don't have any spare money in our account. Tang Minayu looked very worried and placed all her hopes on Feng Heng. Those feudal lords are quite interested in you. Why don't you go and show your face? Let's see if we can swindle some of it from them. Feng Heng frowned. He had indeed scammed a lot of money from the lord, but the money was under the supervision of the Mage Association and could only be used for the construction of the Mage Tower. Alright, let's go and try to find those feudal lords. Tang Minayu was in high spirits as she replied, okay, let's go together. The two of them discussed and prepared to ride the griffin back to Hani City. Coincidentally, Mazian's team had just returned to the Land of Plague with a batch of supplies. Along the way, Mazian was in a dilemma. Disaster. She did not want to get too close to the Necromancer, but things did not go as she wished. In any case, Feng Heng had indeed saved her entire mercenary group. So be it if it's a disaster. The Tanli mercenary group's code of conduct had always been to repay kindness. Mazian left the group to unload the goods near the ghost tower and walked alone toward Feng Heng and Tang Minayu. Lord Feng Heng, Your Highness Minayu, do you know the Prilla Gaming Guild? Feng Heng and Mazian were about to leave when they were stopped by Mazian. They couldn't help raising their eyebrows. The Prilla Gaming Guild? Ed? Feng Heng and Tang Minayu couldn't help but look at each other. This time, it was this guild that had gathered the feudal lords together. It was most likely that the Prilla Gaming Guild had received a hostile mission, which was why they were targeting them. Feng Heng nodded. I've heard of it. Why? Mazian's face was serious as she spoke. Lord Feng Heng, we just found out some strange things. Feng Heng was puzzled and looked at Mazian. Huh? The Prilla Guild has just purchased a batch of kerosene from the major chambers of commerce in Hani City. Kerosene. Feng Heng squinted his eyes and immediately realized something. Mazian looked at Feng Heng and continued, he also contacted our mercenary group in private. It seems like he is trying to find out how we managed to transport supplies through the forest on the outskirts of the Land of Plague. He is also asking if he can help us secretly transport a batch of supplies into the Land of Plague. Feng Heng and Tang Minayu immediately understood what was going on. Prilla wanted to attack the Land of Plague. Tang Minayu's expression changed slightly. Feng Heng, however, didn't panic at all. He thought to himself, isn't this the same as seeking death? The sacred tree was terrifyingly powerful. It had destroyed the entire barbarian army. Why would it be afraid of a player team? Moreover, the sacred tree had just devoured a large piece of black energy, and its level had increased again. He was not afraid of a mere player guild. Just let them come, I will kill as many as they come. Feng Heng suddenly thought of something as he touched his chin. He turned his head to look at Tang Minayu. What a coincidence, he seemed to be short of money to buy the spell scroll. Perhaps he could get it from the Prilla Gaming Guild. Oh. Make a fortune? Seeing Feng Heng deep in thought, Mazian couldn't help but ask, Lord Feng Heng? Okay, sure. What did you say to them? Feng Heng raised his head and asked. Mazian's face was serious as she said, Lord Feng Heng, please rest assured. My team will not reveal any information about the Land of Plague. I guarantee it with my reputation. No, that's not what I meant. I am saying that the Prilla Guild is quite sincere, so why don't we? Feng Heng smiled and looked at Mazian. Do you want to make money? Huh? Mazian was stunned. What I am saying is, we can work together to earn the sum of money from the Prilla Guild. What do you think? We will split it 60-40 after it's done. Feng Heng moved closer to Mazian and whispered something in her ear. Mazian looked at Feng Heng in a daze. Looking at Feng Heng's serious expression, Mazian thought he must be crazy. You. Lord Feng Heng, are you sure you want to do this? Of course, I am sure. Just state your price. State a higher price and we will all be able to make a profit. Mazian stared at Feng Heng for a moment and then asked with a bitter smile, what about the runes? Where am I supposed to get runes? It's simple. Feng Heng took out a piece of black cloud crystal that had just been mined from the underground world from the player's backpack, took out a carving knife, and engraved a dozen messy alchemy runes on it. Take this, use this. Mazian took the seemingly random rune and looked at Feng Heng with suspicion. Are you sure this will work? Of course, it's definitely useful. Alright, I will give it a try. Under the intentional or unintentional propaganda of the various feudal lords, the news of the construction of the Land of Plague and the Ghost Tower quickly spread throughout the human empire. The news of the Necromancer defeating the barbarian army also spread quickly. As night fell, The barbarian army led by Revere emerged from the catacombs and secretly set off for the Land of Plague. Surprise attack. The entire team was made up of barbarians who had the ability to enter Tier 1. They were extremely powerful. With the help of the underground passage, the barbarian team only needed half an hour to reach the Land of Plague. He looked up. With the help of the moonlight, Revere could already see the huge sacred tree in the distance. A hint of greed appeared in Revere's eyes. It was no wonder that the Land of Plague had the power to defeat the entire barbarian army. It turned out that he had used the Enlightenment Stone. Along the way, Revere met up with Brilla's team of players, all the way to the edge of the forest surrounded by vines and roots. Looking at the forest that was surrounded by layers of vines and tree roots, Ed could not help but frown. He felt that something was wrong. It seemed that the forest wasn't that wide when they came here during the day. Ed felt a sense of danger. That was strange. Could it be that the forest had suddenly expanded again? Revere also stopped in his tracks and looked at the quiet forest in front of him. This was the sacred tree that scared Amanda out of his wits? Originally, when he found out that the village had the Enlightenment Stone, he went to look for Amanda, who had returned from defeat. In the beginning, he had planned to take Amanda back for revenge and to seize the Enlightenment Stone. However, not only did Amanda not agree to Revere's request, he even warned him to be careful. Revere didn't care about that. He shifted his gaze to Ed and said, "Ed, according to our agreement, your mages will deal with this forest." "Okay, leave it to us." Ed nodded solemnly and took out a black rune crystal from his bag. 1117 runestone, good stuff. Revere's eyes lit up as he glanced at the rune in Ed's hand. Humans had always been good at infighting. With the runestone, they could easily invade the interior of the Land of Plague. Ed heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the rune was working. He had bought the rune crystal from the Danley mercenary group during the day, and it had taken him a lot of effort. The Heavenly Dawn mercenary group relied on the power of the rune crystals to transport supplies to and from the Land of Plague. This time, Ed bought a total of 3 pieces, spending a total of 500,000 Empire bonus. This amount of money was enough to buy more than 20 high-level spell scrolls. The entire player guild's income for more than half a year. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartache. However, Ed knew that this investment was necessary. Once his plan succeeded, he would be able to obtain a magic core from the Ghost Tower, and that would be a huge profit. He would take this gamble. Ed nodded at the players behind him. The players stepped forward and entered the path that the vines had cleared, pouring the kerosene they had brought with them on the layers of vines and roots. The forest was very quiet, and the players poured kerosene on it. It seemed that they had already treated everyone as their teammates under the effect of the talisman. After pouring more than half of the kerosene on them, the players retreated again. Fireball. Ed raised his scepter and threw a fireball at the forest ahead. The fireball hit the root that protruded from the ground. Boom. The kerosene was instantly ignited. The area in front of them was immediately engulfed in a sea of flames. The 2 mage players raised their staffs at the same time. Strong wind, strike. The wind-type spell pushed the flames deeper into the forest. Under the effect of the oil and wind-type spells, the sea of fire quickly spread into the forest. Under the burning of the flames, the trees and vines let out a weak squeak, gradually turning black, charred, and burned to ashes. Ed stood still and looked into the distance. Boom. Boom boom boom. A moment later, a violent explosion resounded through the sky. It was a success. Hearing the explosion, a smile appeared on Ed's face. The explosion came from the depths of the forest. Following the violent explosion, a cloud of thick smoke rose from the distance. Looking up, the giant tree that covered the sky had already been engulfed in flames. The fire lit up the sky. Hee hee. Seeing this, Revere laughed coldly in his heart. Amanda was truly an inflexible fool. The giant forest's sacred tree did look very dangerous at first glance. But now, wouldn't the problem be solved by burning it directly? Let's go. Revere raised his battle axe and led the team into the forest. Ed nodded and led the players to follow. Fire was very effective against such flammable vines and trees. In addition, he had also bribed several of the Danley mercenaries to send carriages of high explosives and embers into the Land of Plague, deliberately dumping them around the Tree of God. Of course, the Danley mercenary group would have to pay extra for these tasks. 200,000 bonus. There was no room for negotiation. The good news was that it seemed like everything was worth it. His plan was exceptionally successful. Ed glanced at his backpack. He still had 5 high-tier fire magic scrolls that he could save for later. As long as they cleared the forest blocking their way, they would leave the rest to the barbarians. According to the deal with the barbarians, as long as they could break into the Land of Plague, they could get the magic core and everything would belong to the barbarians. Honey City. Lord Brent was in an exceptionally good mood today. He personally hosted a banquet in the city's tallest Danfu Pavilion restaurant to entertain the feudal lords. The banquet was filled with singing and dancing. The feudal lords raised their glasses in celebration. Everything that had happened during the day made them feel like they had made a huge profit. After the territory had a mage tower, it would be able to attract mages to join and improve the territory's power. There would also be an annual income, and after upgrading the mage tower, it would also have the ability to teleport. Most importantly, these mage towers did not require any maintenance fees. After the tour, many feudal lords returned to their own territories. However, there were still many feudal lords who had nothing to do. After learning that Fang Heng would be completing the ghost tower in 2 days, they were not in a hurry. They planned to stay in Hani City for 2 days and play. When the time came, they would go and see the situation after the ghost tower was completed. Slightly tipsy, Lord Brent suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shake. Then, there was a commotion outside. Lord Brent frowned and shouted towards the door, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" A feudal lord's guard pushed the door open and reported, "My lord, there's a fire outside." Was it on fire? Lord Blount immediately sobered up from the alcohol. "Where's the fire?" "My lord, please be at ease. It's not in Hani City, but in the forest far away." The forest? It didn't matter, he couldn't burn it all. Lord Brent was still thinking, when he saw the sword saint beside him. "Cheapo, stand up." With a solemn expression, Cheapo walked to the window and looked from a distance. "What's wrong, Cheapo?" "I am afraid the land of plague is in trouble," Cheapo said in a deep voice. "Ah." Lord Brent didn't understand for a moment. He couldn't help but stand up and walk to Cheapo's side to look out the window. Lord Brent saw a large red cloud in the distance reflected by the flames. That place is. Judging from the location, the fire is in the direction of the land of plague. Lord Brent was shocked. He immediately thought of the forest he saw during the day. The large areas of the forest along the way to the village had almost been cleared. Other than the land of plague, where else could there be such a big fire and such a big movement? Brent suddenly became anxious and shouted, "Hurry up! Everyone, let's go put out the fire together." "My lord, it's getting late, and it's very dangerous to move at night. We will need an hour to get there." "Don't talk nonsense. I will go now." "Yes. Also, have the city lord go with us. Send the army over to support. Immediately. Now." The other feudal lords were also anxious, and they quickly called for the accompanying guards to go to the rescue. Motherfucker. The land of plague. That was the ghost tower they had invested in. There were many high-level materials, including magic cores, and even Fang Heng was left in the land of plague. If something were to happen, he didn't dare to think about it. The feudal lords who stayed in the city immediately ordered their men to prepare their war horses and rush to the plague area. In the land of plague, above the half-completed ghost tower, Fang Heng looked into the distance. A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes as he watched the team of players approach the ghost tower. 1118 counterattack Mazia and couldn't help but turn her head and glance at Fang Heng. She was really shocked when Fang Heng told her to cooperate in a scam. After scamming a large sum of money from Prilla Gaming Guild, Mazia and suddenly sympathized with them. Eh? Suddenly, Fang Heng let out a soft sound of surprise. Many of the players in the sneak attack team had a layer of pitch-black stratum cornum attached to their bodies. It was the barbarian race. The demonized barbarians were mixed in with the players. He had thought that it was the players who organized the night attack, but he did not expect to see the barbarians. Why are there so many barbarians? Mazia and also noticed a large number of barbarians, and her face couldn't help but stiffen. Since when did the Prilla Gaming Guild get involved with the barbarians? As expected, this meant disaster. She looked at Fang Heng and said anxiously, "Fang Heng, what should we do? It's the barbarian race. Moreover, they're all barbarians in the demonized state. They all came over." Mazia and said and then closed her mouth. She noticed that there was no panic in Fang Heng's eyes. Instead, there was a strange expectation. "Don't worry," said Fang Heng lightly. "Let them come closer." Mazia and fell silent. She had a bad feeling. The disaster was about to befall again. However, this time, the disaster would most likely befall the barbarians and the Prilla Guild. The deeper he went into the center of the forest, the more shocked Ed became. The sacred tree had an extremely tenacious vitality. It had been burning for more than 10 minutes, but except for some branches that had been burned off, the surface of the ancient tree was not burned as he had expected. It was still burning fiercely. The vines in the middle domain of the thick forest were also burning and struggling. Countless vines were flailing and dancing around wantonly as if they want to actively extinguish the flames. Fortunately, the team had protective rune crystals with them, allowing them to avoid the vines that were blocking their path. Ed could not help but exclaim that the 500,000 yuan was well spent. They're here. In front of them, the ghost tower and the giant tree were exposed to everyone's sight. It's that giant tree. Ha ha ha, the Enlightenment Stone. It must be the power of the Enlightenment Stone. That's the place. Follow me. Let's charge. Seeing that the giant tree was still alive despite being surrounded by flames, Revere became excited. He immediately led the demonized barbarians and attacked the giant tree. Let's go. Let's go to the Mage Tower. Seeing that the barbarians were charging towards the sacred tree, Ed made a prompt decision and called the accompanying players to head to the Mage Tower together. The barbarians wanted the Enlightenment Stone. But they were different. They only wanted to destroy the Ghost Tower and obtain the magic cores in the Ghost Tower. Both parties split up. Ed led his team of players and rushed straight toward the Ghost Tower. The zombies wandering around the Ghost Tower turned their heads in unison, looking at the intruders who had come from afar. Ice Crystal. Gale, Roar. Condensed Fireball. Colorful spells were thrown at the zombies outside the Ghost Tower. Boom boom boom. There was a burst of explosions. Ed was stunned. The team of players was also stunned. There was something wrong with this group of undead creatures. Ordinary zombies were the lowest level of undead creatures besides skeletons. The most obvious characteristic of zombies was their high health point and resistance to attacks. But these zombies were too resistant. Ed saw with his own eyes that a zombie was paralyzed by the chain lightning, and was sent flying by 2 concentrated fireballs. But it didn't die. Originally, the players could have wiped out a small group of ordinary barbarians with a round of spell attacks that covered all areas. However, only 2 zombies died? Upon closer inspection, Ed noticed that the bloody hole on the zombie's body that was blasted by the fireball was healing rapidly. How could its self-recovery ability be so ridiculous? Be careful. Their recovery ability is very terrifying. They are elite zombies that had been specially summoned and transformed. Focus on fire attacks. Break them one by one. Ed was experienced in combat, so he immediately noticed the problem and changed his battle plan to attack with a single target. Yes. The players began to cast spells and focus their attacks on the zombies. It was effective. Under the concentrated output of spells, the zombies began to be eliminated one by one. However, there were too many zombies. After a few rounds of spell bombardment, more than a dozen zombies died on the other side, and more zombies emerged from the surroundings. Mage-class players didn't have much mana, so how could they withstand such a consumption? A layer of cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. The zombies' movement speed was slow, and with the slow effect of the spell, their movement speed was even slower. However, the approaching zombies gave them great mental pressure. Commander, there are too many of them. The life force of these elite zombies is too strong. Let's just ignore them and think of a way to break into the Ghost Tower. Ed frowned and raised his head to look at the higher part of the Ghost Tower. He realized that the situation was not right and raised his hand to signal the team to slowly retreat. There's no hurry. Hold on. We will retreat. A large number of high-level construction materials and magic cores were hidden in the Ghost Tower, so there must be more defensive measures in the tower. There was a high chance that they would be pincered by the enemy if they tried to force their way in. At that time, they would be surrounded and trapped in a quagmire, unable to escape, leading to the entire team's destruction. It was too risky. There was no need for that. It was better to retreat first and wait. No hurry. The more critical the situation was, the more Ed warned himself not to be anxious. It wouldn't be too late to wait until the barbarians obtained the Enlightenment Stone and then attack the Ghost Tower together. Commander, look behind you. What? Behind? Ed was stunned, and he could not help but look behind. The burning giant tree emitted a green light. Under the flickering green light, the rising flames were dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fresh branches grew out from the burned skin. In just a short moment, the fire was completely extinguished. In the darkness, the sacred tree glowed with a green light as if it had been reborn, giving people a new feeling. But under the sacred tree was a tragic scene. Kai. Fine and sharp spikes continued to shoot out from the ground. The barbarian team that was trying to attack the sacred tree fell into great chaos. It was very difficult for the spikes to break through the outer horn layer of the demonized barbarians, but they could easily knock them away. Then, the dense vines started to wrap around the demonized barbarians from under their feet. Once they were entangled. Run. Quickly run. The barbarians were panicking. This was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying scene. They frantically retreated in the direction of Ed's team. Ed's face turned black. He saw with his own eyes that a demonized barbarian was tied up by dozens of vines and then dragged to the ground, disappearing completely. And this time, the leader of the barbarian team, Revere, was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Was he dead? 1119 fleeing. The barbarians were panicking as they retreated in the direction of Ed and the others, shouting for help as they ran. Behind them, there was a dense number of sharp spikes and vines that extended from the ground. How could this be? Ed was a little confused. Had the sacred tree become so powerful? Annihilate the entire barbarian team in just a few minutes? Fuck. Don't let them come over. Stop them. Ed realized something was wrong. The fleeing barbarians would most likely attract the hatred of the sacred tree. The players around Ed had dark expressions. He said it so easily, but he wanted them to stop the barbarians? Was this a joke? Intense, dragon breath. Faced with the barbarians who were charging toward the back of the team, Ed took out the highest grade fire-type magic scroll from his backpack and threw it forward. Roar. The dragon's roar was heard. A stream of materialized flames blasted toward the barbarian race. In an instant, the barbarians and the vines were submerged in the sea of fire. The flames quickly spread in all directions. Crack crack. The burning vines and the painful howls of the barbarians came from the fire. The players gathered around and threw spells into the sea of fire. After a round of spells, everyone looked at the burning sea of fire and fell into a moment of silence. Ed was also standing in the same spot. After using the super advanced magic scroll, he had also entered the backlash state, so he was temporarily unable to move or attack. He stared at the flames in front of him as they slowly spread toward him. Fuck. Ed's pupils contracted. Almost instantly, dozens of twisted vine thorns pierced out of the sea of fire. In the blink of an eye, the spikes were only 5 centimeters away from his forehead. Creak creak creak. The vine's thorns made a faint sound. Did they stop? Ed stared at the thorns. He could feel his own heavy heartbeat. Cold sweat trickled down his face. He thought of something and took out the runestone, slowly extending it forward. Kai kai kai. After a few seconds of stalemate, the thorns seemed to have confirmed something and retreated back into the sea of fire. Ho! Ed heaved a huge sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his face. He felt exhausted after surviving a disaster. Go. Retreat. Hurry, let's go. Even the barbarians were annihilated. They didn't even last more than 10 minutes. That was a team of over 100 demonized barbarians. The player groups were shocked and no longer had the mood to continue fighting, so they followed Ed and retreated. Right now, they were only glad that the ones guarding the ghost tower were all slow-moving zombies, and were unable to catch up to them. Ed's eyes flickered with fear. He had failed. Those damned barbarians. He said that as long as he could bring them into the land of plague, he would leave everything to them. Just this. Ed tightly held the rune crystal that he had obtained from Mazia and Stanley mercenary group as he ran forward. Kai kai kai. The vines in front of him opened up a straight path. It was too late for Ed to regret it. He only felt lucky. He was extremely glad that he had spent 500,000 Empire money to buy these 3 runestones. Otherwise, even a team of more than 100 demonized barbarians had been completely annihilated in this forest. What could the players do? In the distance, above the ghost tower, looking down at the scene that looked like hell, Mazia and took a deep breath. A terrifying disaster. She had witnessed with her own eyes how the barbarians had been exterminated. After the barbarians were dragged into the vines, they completely disappeared and became the nourishment for the giant tree. Seeing the group of barbarians running away in a panic, Mazia and frowned and asked, Lord Feng Heng, are we not going to chase? Are we just going to let them leave like this? Yes. Feng Heng nodded his head, it's okay. Let them go. In the beginning, Feng Heng had also thought of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. However, after careful consideration, he realized that he was currently on a trial mission. Blindly killing players might cause changes to the trial. It would not be worth it if their time in the trial game was suddenly deducted. To be safe, it was better to spare their lives. Besides, he had other uses for them. Feng Heng rubbed his shoulder gently and waved his hand in the distance. The mutation crystals dropped after killing the demonized barbarians all merged into the mark on the back of his hand. Ding, player has obtained tier 2 mutation crystals 12 pieces, let's go. Feng Heng nodded and said to Mazian, follow me to take a look. Outside the Land of Plague, after learning that the Land of Plague was on fire, Lord Brent led the other 2 feudal lords guard regiments to quickly provide support in the direction of the sacred tree. They were the first batch, and more guards were coming from behind. Along the way, the feudal lords were burning with anxiety, urging the team to speed up. When they arrived at the outskirts of the Land of Plague, Lord Brent and his men stopped in their tracks. About 10 minutes ago, the fire had gradually died down halfway. Unlike during the day, the giant tree in the middle of the vine forest emitted a faint green light at night. Layers of vines and roots blocked their way. The fire seemed to have stopped. So they were too late? What to do? Should they go in? How could they enter? The mercenary group was at a loss. Suddenly, the The vines and roots in front of them began to shrink. A passage that led to the inner part of the land of plague gradually spread out in front of everyone. Immediately after that, the sound of hurried running and breathing came from inside the path. Ed's team jogged along and gradually appeared in front of Lord Brandt's group. After experiencing such a terrifying scene, Ed's team, who were frantically running for their lives, finally managed to escape the area covered by the giant tree's vines. Then, they saw Lord Brandt's group outside the door. The two sides faced each other. There was a moment of silence. This was bad. Ed's mind went blank. He was caught on the spot. The two feudal lords who had come along with Lord Brandt felt that it was strange. Why would Ed and his men be here? Moreover, he seemed to be in a hurry, as if he had just experienced a great battle. Why was he in such a panic? Lord Brandt was equally puzzled and asked, Ed? What are you guys doing here? Ed was stunned, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that the feudal lords still did not know about his attack on the ghost tower? That's right. The feudal lords did not know anything. They only came here to investigate after seeing the fire. It was just a coincidence. Ed composed himself and immediately replied, Your lordship, we saw that the land of plague was on fire and wanted to came to help, but we didn't expect the vines in the forest to become unstable after being stimulated by the fire. We were attacked by the vines controlled by the giant tree halfway, so we ran out. 1120 putting the blame so it's like this. Lord Brandt didn't doubt him and asked anxiously, Has the fire inside stopped? Did the land of plague suffer any losses? Yes, the fire has stopped. I am sorry, my lord. A few of the mages in my team are injured and need to be sent to Hani City for treatment immediately. We will take our leave first. Ed waved his hand at the team, wanting to run away with them. Wait. Why were they running so fast? Lord Brandt frowned and raised his hand to stop Ed's team from running away. He just felt that Ed had left in a hurry, running away without even saying a word. When Ed was stopped, his whole body tensed up, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He adjusted his breathing, slowly turned his head, and cupped his fists at Lord Brandt. He asked, What other instructions does my lord have? What's the hurry? Let me ask you, how did you guys get into the land of plague? Lord Brandt noticed that as soon as Ed and the others left, the vines around the entrance to the land of plague automatically closed, so he stopped him and asked. Ed heaved a sigh of relief and threw a black cloud crystal rune at Lord Brandt from afar. My lord, it can open a passage for you to the inside of the land of plague, but the plants in the land of plague are still unstable. You must be extra careful. My men are seriously injured. I am sorry, I have to take my leave first. Ed then led his team to retreat quickly. Lord Brandt took the crystal rune and examined it carefully. It looked like an ordinary crystal, but there were many obscure alchemy runes carved on it. Lord Brandt picked up the runestone and tried to walk towards the entrance of the forest. Kai. The forest vine sensed the crystal rune and retracted to the left and right, once again revealing the entrance to the inner part of the land of plague. What do you think, Cheapo? Asked Lord Brandt. Can we go inside the land of plague and check it out? Cheapo felt a little strange. He looked away from Ed and the others who were running away in a hurry and nodded. Since the fire has disappeared, it means that the ghost tower should be safe. However, from the description of the players from the Prilla Gaming Guild, the forest has been triggered and is unstable. It might be dangerous to enter it rashly, so I don't recommend taking the initiative to enter. Alright, I will get someone to try and fire 2 signal flares. Lord Brandt ordered his men to release the signal flares and waited patiently at the entrance for another 2 minutes. Seeing that there was no movement within the land of plague, Lord Brandt waved his hand to signal for the team to enter the forest carefully. The team carefully moved along the opened passage for less than 2 minutes. Then, they saw Feng Heng and Mazia and's mercenary group coming from the front of the path. Lord Feng Heng. Are you alright? Seeing that Feng Heng was fine, Lord Brandt felt as if a stone in his heart had been lifted off the ground. He waved his hand to signal to Feng Heng. Yes. Feng Heng nodded and waved his hand in response. Lord Brandt, I am fine, but my territory has just been attacked by the barbarians. Previously, someone deliberately set fire to the Serene Ghost Tower. The Serene Ghost Tower has suffered heavy losses, and the flames have even spread and affected the sacred tree. If I had not arrived in time, I am afraid the consequences would have been even worse. Barbarian race? Set fire? Lord Brandt and his 2 accompanying feudal lords were shocked when they heard the news. What about the losses? What's the situation now? Have the barbarian race been forced to retreat? The barbarian race has been temporarily repelled. Feng Heng took a deep breath and continued with a pained tone. However, a group of humans who came with the barbarians escaped first. More than half of the newly built ghost towers in the territory were burned down. More than half of the resources stored in the ghost towers were destroyed. Even the magic cores were stolen by the enemy. What? The magic cores had been stolen? Lord Brent's pupils suddenly locked, and there was a surge of anger in his heart. Attacking the land of plague and deliberately setting fire. Even the magic cores were stolen. Who is it? Who did it? Lord Brand's fief was vast. He had signed an agreement with Feng Heng to build 2 mage towers in the first batch. He would need to build more mage towers later on. Naturally, he wanted to build a good relationship and cooperate with Feng Heng. Now, the magic cores were gone. What about the mage towers? The 2 feudal lords who had followed him were also anxious. One of them looked at Feng Heng and said, "We lack magic cores. As for the mage tower, everyone, there's no need to panic." Feng Heng consoled the crowd, "I am on good terms with Her Highness Minayu. We can ask for help from the Empire. We should be able to get the magic cores. For now, we can build the other parts of the mage tower. Once the magic core is ready and loaded, we can awaken the power of the ghost tower. It won't delay the construction time, but I am afraid that the time for the ghost tower to be used will be delayed a little." Hearing this, everyone's faces turned ugly. After all, magic cores were extremely rare. If this batch of magic cores was gone, it would not be easy to get new ones. "Lord Feng Heng, do you know who did this?" asked Lord Brand. "Can we think of a way to retrieve the stolen magic cores? I came too late, I didn't manage to catch the culprit." Feng Heng looked at Lord Brand, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. "By the way, did you see anyone when you came here just now? The group of humans who brought the barbarians here fled in this direction. I chased them all the way here and ended up meeting you all. An enemy passing by? No. I didn't." As the words came to his mouth, Lord Brent suddenly thought of something. He shut his mouth and exchanged glances with the 2 Empire feudal lords beside him. The Prilla Gaming Guild. It was actually them. Detestable. He had been tricked. Lord Brent suddenly understood the whole situation. Thinking about it carefully, the few of them had already rushed over as soon as they discovered the fire, so how could the Prilla Gaming Guild have come over earlier than them? This is strange, you didn't see anyone? So how did they suddenly disappear? Moreover, they were able to sneak into the land of plague and set fire to the ghost tower. This is too strange. Feng Heng muttered to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something. He frowned and shifted his gaze to Lord Brent. He looked suspicious and asked, "Lord Brent, if I may ask, where did you get the black cloud crystal rune in your hand? This is a pass unique to our land of plague. It can avoid the defense of the sacred tree." Lord Brent's jaw dropped, and he subconsciously looked at the rune crystal in his hand. Fuck. There was no mistake. No wonder he saw Ed just now, the latter seemed to be very nervous. That traitor. From the very beginning, he had wanted to destroy their cooperation with the land of plague. 1121 The intention to retreat. Lord Brent was extremely furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's the Prilla Gaming Guild. We saw them coming out of the land of plague in a panic at the entrance. I asked them for this rune." Feng Heng frowned and turned to look at Ma Xian. "Commander Ma, I am not doubting you, but I've only provided the runes of the land of plague for your mercenary group to use in and out of the land of plague. How did it end up in the hands of the Prilla Gaming Guild?" Ma Xian looked at Feng Heng's questioning gaze and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The Prilla Gaming Guild was going to be in deep trouble. "I am very sorry," Ma Xian lowered her head and said, "I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. There's no need to check, it's definitely the Prilla Gaming Guild." Lord Brent's face was gloomy, and he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Those bastards from the Prilla Gaming Guild. From the very beginning, they had tried every possible way to stop them from building the Mage Tower, and now they were even unscrupulously attacking the Ghost Tower in a land of plague. Did they really think that the feudal lords of the Empire could be easily controlled by others? "Lord Feng Heng, you were also shocked just now. We will also help you in finding the magic cores." Lord Brent waved his hand and said to his entourage, "Go. Let's go back and ask Ed for an explanation before they get too far." After saying that, Lord Brent nodded to Feng Heng and immediately led his team in the direction of Hani City. Ma Xian couldn't help but sigh as she watched the crowd leave. What a disaster. A terrifying disaster. She now knew why Feng Heng didn't exterminate the Prilla Gaming Guild. Feng Heng's manipulation has caused the Prilla Gaming Guild to be on the opposite side of all the feudal lords of the Empire. The days ahead would be difficult. And those magic cores. Ma Xian couldn't help but shrink back. In the future, she must not offend Calamity, or else she would not even know how she died. At the same time, Ed led the team of players and ran for their lives in the direction of Hani City. Ed clenched his fists tightly. Game notifications kept popping up on his retina. Ding. The player's mission failed early and will enter the settlement stage. The player's favorability rating with the feudal lords will decrease. Ding. Due to the rumors, the player's friendship with the feudal lord, Lord Brent, has greatly decreased. The current favorability rating has decreased, ding, due to the rumors. The player's friendship with the feudal lord, Lord Brent, has greatly decreased. The current favorability rating has decreased and turned into hostility, ding, due to the rumors, ding. The feudal lord, Lord Brent, has allied with the various feudal lords of the empire to issue an arrest warrant for you. Player, please be careful. Until the last game prompt, Ed's mentality completely collapsed. Fuck. Ed raised his staff and smashed it onto the ground. He had spent so many years building the Prilla Gaming Guild. After completing so many missions one at a time and spending so much time and effort, he finally managed to raise the party's friendship with the various feudal lords of the empire. But now, in less than 10 hours after he accepted that damn mission, all the hard work and effort he had put in for the past 10 years had almost been destroyed. Commander, calm down. Ed's eyes were red. Calm down? How could he calm down after such a thing happened? Ed took a deep breath, the veins on his neck bulging as he tried to suppress the anger that was about to burst out at any moment. How was he going to face the current situation? The various feudal lords of the empire had even issued a warrant for his arrest. Was he supposed to surrender to them and claim a reward to recover his health point? Commander, our offline members just found out something, said Sarwan as he looked at Ed carefully. Something doesn't seem right. What is it? Now, the feudal lords are spreading rumors that we have joined forces with the barbarians to attack the Land of Plague. We burned the Ghost Tower in the Land of Plague and some of the precious materials stored in the Ghost Tower. Moreover, we also... Seeing that Ed's expression was getting gloomier, Sarwan was a little hesitant. What else is there? Speak. Sarwan in a deep voice. Also, the magic cores in the Ghost Tower have been stolen by the enemy. The feudal lords suspect that this matter is related to us. What? Suddenly, Ed, who was still furious, calmed down. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The previous scenes replayed in his mind like a movie. It was a trap. He had fallen into a trap. Come to think of it, ever since he had accepted that strange hostile mission, his every move had been controlled and predicted by the player behind the hostile mission. From the very beginning, the other party had him in the palm of his hand. In fact, Ed even suspected that the other party had intentionally let him escape outside the Ghost Tower. If the other party was willing, they might have been exterminated in the forest a long time ago. Commander, When Ed came back to his senses, he realized that the back of his shirt was soaked with cold sweat. Don't worry, let me think about it, he raised his hand and said in a deep voice. Yes. Sarwan led everyone back a little, leaving Ed some time to think. After a while, Ed raised his head and said, put everything on hand aside and find a way to investigate. I want to know who is the player who accepted the hostile mission. Alright, Commander, shall we go back now? Yeah, we can't go back to Hani City. Let's split up and find a place to hide in the game. But the Land of Plague has accused us of stealing the magic core, asked Sarwan, a little puzzled. Do we really not need to explain? It's no use. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter if we explain or not. Ed shook his head and replied, the enemy's plan is so detailed. Not only us, but also the feudal lord of the Land of Plague, the barbarians, and so many other feudal lords of the empire were all involved in his plan. The person behind all these must have a powerful background. A player with such an ability. Ed mumbled to himself. He suddenly raised his head and said, let's go to the Federation, they must have some clues. Oh okay, I will do it immediately. Ed took a deep breath and loosened his clenched fist. Now, he had been forced to a dead end. The Prilla Gaming Guild that he had founded was on the verge of collapse. After having a mental breakdown, he no longer had the desire to continue fighting. He felt that he was inferior to the other party in terms of both strength and schemes. All he could do now was to find a way to find the other party in the real world and find a way to reconcile with them. There was still a chance. 1122 Stable in the underground world. After obtaining the map of the barbarian underground world, Hueco and Mikael led their teams to work on the main storyline. They followed the horde of cave-dwelling beasts to find a supply point where the barbarian's defense was weak and started attacking. With every victory in a battle, his trial score would increase a little bit each time. Such a small thing made Hueco feel very comfortable. It was much better than going around in circles like a headless fly in all kinds of inexplicable missions. After 6 waves of battle, the two of them even managed to rescue a human captive who had fainted. Using the most primitive method, Mikael had his men pee all over his face. Cough cough. The human captive quickly woke up and covered his mouth as he coughed. When he realized that he had been rescued, he did not care about what he had just drunk and immediately shouted excitedly, I want to see General Deng Wen. I have an urgent military situation to report. Hueco and Mikael looked at each other. Who was General Deng Wen? We are the personal guards of Her Highness Minayu. You are now in the underground world. We have just rescued you from the barbarians. Don't worry, tell us your name first. Also, why were you captured? The barbarian race, it's the barbarian race. Lingzhen was so anxious that he was incoherent. The barbarians are using the underground passages to attack the capital, Atama. What? Wei Tao was stunned. Then, a line of game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding, you have triggered an optional team side mission, The Barbarians' Unusual Movements. Mission title, The Barbarians' Unusual Movement. Current mission difficulty, D. Current mission description, you have found an empire captive in a barbarian camp. He has informed you of the barbarians' upcoming attack on Atama. Mission requirement, please inform the empire of the news in time. Mission reward, additional trial time, additional trial score, and follow-up missions activated. Ding, the player can choose whether to accept the mission or not. The follow-up mission is extremely difficult, and you cannot give up after you choose to trigger it. Please choose carefully. Mikhail and Wei Tao quickly exchanged a look. A highly difficult mission. It was definitely related to the trial's main storyline. Wei Tao nodded and immediately raised his right hand. His palm was covered in a layer of crackling lightning. Bang! The liquor that was following beside Mikhail was sent flying by Wei Tao's palm. After Feng Heng bade farewell to the feudal lords, he immediately returned to the capital of the empire, Atama, on his griffin. He had made an appointment with Tang Minayu during the day. The two of them split up to carry out their tasks. Tang Minayu would be in charge of getting her hands on the water-type magic scrolls. If there was still time, she would find a way to figure out the layout and defense of the Empire's armory in the past 2 days. If there were no accidents, they would plunder the Empire's royal treasury the next night. Under the night sky, the two of them quietly met on a tall mountain outside the Empire's armory. From this position, he could see a corner of the Empire's armory. Yes, the magic scrolls have been prepared. Things were going very smoothly. Once the money was in place, the feudal lords gladly handed over the magic scrolls. Tang Minayu looked in the direction of the Empire's armory from afar and nodded. She said, I just went inside to check. The materials sent by the feudal lords have been prepared. The 2 crystal materials are stored in warehouses 7 and 9. The 2 will become unstable after being mixed in proportion, and it's easy to produce a huge explosion. We only need to mix them together and then ignite them. Feng Heng nodded and said, there will be a bang then. Then, I will take advantage of the chaos to evacuate the supplies from the treasury with my guards and move the treasures out of the east exit of the military supplies warehouse. Tang Minayu compared it with the map in her hand, then raised her head and pointed to the right side of the military supplies warehouse in front of her. It's probably in that direction. Alright, I will meet up with you after I cause chaos in the camp. The zombies have started to dig a tunnel, but they can't be too close to the military warehouse. I designed the exit point to be outside the east exit of the camp, around this position. Feng Heng took out the map and drew a location on it. When the time comes, you can just place the stolen treasure at this point. I will get Victor to place explosives in the underground tunnel. The explosion will be strictly controlled, and the ground will collapse, causing the treasure to fall into the inflatable lifeboat below the tunnel. Tang Minayu's eyes brightened as she replied, yes, leave the rest to me. Just like in the underground tunnel, I will let my people use water spells to create a large amount of water in a short time, and use the power of the water to carry the lifeboats and materials downstream. Yes. Feng Heng nodded and added, the cave-dwelling beast will meet us downstream and temporarily hide the supplies in the underground world. After confirming the safety, we will detonate the entire passage. Yes, yes. Tang Minayu gave Feng Heng a thumbs up. The plan is perfect? We're in for it. Feng Heng was thinking about the feasibility and loopholes of the plan. In his opinion, the success rate was only 50 to 60%. It was worth a gamble. After obtaining the magic core and the black stone, he would immediately return to the Land of Plague and complete the Mage Tower construction mission. As the two of them were discussing some details, a guard came from behind and strode forward to report, Your Highness Minayu, Wei Tao and Mikhail are here to see you. Huh? Was he caught? Shouldn't they still be in the underground world fighting with the barbarians? Why did they come here? Tang Minayu was stunned for a moment. She sneaked a glance at Feng Heng with a guilty conscience. Feng Heng also felt strange. Since they were already here, he couldn't refuse them. Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders and looked calm. He said, let's meet. Seeing that Feng Heng was not afraid in the face of danger, Tang Minayu also composed herself. Well, bring them over. Wei Tao and Mikhail hurried back from the underground world. When they arrived, they were still curious about what Feng Heng and the others were doing on the mountain in the middle of the night. They thought that Feng Heng was in Griffin City, but after asking around, they found out that he had just returned to the capital of the empire, Atama. Wei Tao and Mikhail discussed for a while and thought that the barbarians' target was also in Atama. Thus, they came over personally. What are you guys doing here? Tang Minayu's eyes were a little evasive. I am investigating something. What about you guys? I've found some important information. As he spoke, Mikhail looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, what's the situation? We've informed you several times through the lickers. We've been waiting for you at the gathering point for a long time, but you didn't appear. We thought you were in trouble. You've contacted me? When did that happen? Fang Heng was surprised and flipped through the game log again. Previously, the team had agreed to use the lickers as an intermediary to transmit information. Why didn't he receive any notification at all? 1123 Taking action after a careful inspection, Fang Heng couldn't help but reveal a difficult expression. It turned out that he was just unlucky. Previously, when Wei Tao was attacking the licker, he happened to encounter the barbarian team attacking the Land of Plague. The game notification that the licker was attacked was drowned out by the vast amount of game notifications and could not be seen. It seemed that this method of communication was not very stable. Fang Heng shrugged helplessly. I am sorry. I ran into some trouble earlier. There were too many game hints and I missed it. Alright, let's not talk about this for now, Wei Tao said seriously. We just received a mission notification. It's very troublesome. After which Wei Tao announced the mission he had just triggered. The mission could be triggered by choice. If the player chose to accept and complete the first phase of the mission, the subsequent team mission would be triggered by default. On the other hand, if the mission was not completed within a certain period of time, the player would be considered to have abandoned the mission. It's like this. When we were clearing the barbarian camp, Mikhail told him about the discovery of the captives and said, we've found out that the barbarians have a very secret camp in the underground world. The camp is set up near Atama. Wei Tao continued, now, a large portion of the Empire's military forces has been mobilized to the front line as reinforcements. We are worried that if the barbarians suddenly attack Atama. What? Fang Heng read the mission description carefully and revealed a suspicious look. The barbarians were preparing to attack the Empire's capital? They were so bold? There's no problem with what you said. However, the Empire's reinforcement team has been transferred away. Now is the best time for the barbarians to invade and launch a surprise attack. Why haven't they made a move yet? Mikhail shrugged his shoulders and said, who knows? Maybe they're going to make a move tonight. I think the barbarians have been hiding underground, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wei Tao nodded and analyzed, the barbarians are still not as strong as the Empire. Even if they launch a surprise attack, the success rate of breaking into the Empire's capital by force is still very low. So, could it be that their goal is not to take over the Empire's capital? After hearing Wei Tao's analysis, Fang Heng and Tang Minyu exchanged a glance with each other, their expressions changing slightly. The two of them had the same guess. No way? It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Could it be that the barbarians had their eyes on the royal treasury as well? Wait a minute. Fang Heng suddenly had an idea. The barbarian race. It didn't matter what the barbarians' goal was. Anyway, they now knew that the barbarians had an underground camp in the underground world near the Empire. Could he make use of this? The royal treasury was stolen, so someone had to take the blame, right? The barbarian race. They could make use of them. After stealing the items from the royal treasury, he would lead the pursuers in the direction of the barbarians. At that time, the situation would be even more chaotic. It was the best time to fish in muddy waters. Seeing Fang Heng and Tang Minyu communicating with their eyes, Wei Tao frowned and asked, what are both of you thinking of? Oh, nothing. I just thought of something else. It has nothing to do with the barbarian race. Tang Minyu waved her hand and denied it repeatedly. Alas, it's not easy to lead a team. Wei Tao sighed in his heart. He could tell that these two people had some secret. Alright, I've called everyone here urgently to discuss whether we should accept this mission or not. However, the difficulty of the follow-up mission is extremely high, at least SS level, or even SSS level. Wei Tao was conflicted about this. Previously, the S-level difficulty mission had almost caused the team to fail. Now that the difficulty had increased, what if they messed up the trial? The risk was too great. He was still quite unwilling to directly reject the mission. Everyone fell into silence. Fang Heng thought for a while and looked at Wei Tao, saying, I actually have an idea. Oh? Wei Tao looked at Fang Heng, what idea? What if? Fang Heng coughed lightly and glanced at Tang Minyu from the corner of his eyes. Ahem, I mean if we remain neutral, what will happen? After listening to Fang Heng's idea, Wei Tao and Mikhail looked at each other. He called this neutral? Mikhail tried to confirm what Fang Heng said. What you mean is that we should put aside the mission for the time being and not warn the Empire. Instead, We should find a way to lure the barbarians and the people of the Empire out, let the Empire discover the barbarians in the underground world, and wait for the barbarians to fight with the Empire. Then, we can hide in the dark and see how we can reap the benefits. Yes, if you put it that way. That's what I meant. Tang Minayu kept nodding as she listened. That's a good idea. The difficulty of the follow-up mission is SS level, so it's definitely not that simple. Instead of taking the risk to participate in the mission, it's better to watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits from the side. If the humans have the advantage, we will help them fight the barbarians. If the barbarians have the advantage, we will run away and save the two Empire bosses. The worst-case scenario is that we don't get anything and we don't lose anything, right? Wei Tao pondered for a moment. It seemed to make sense. However, he felt that something was off. Feng Heng, Minayu, are you two hiding something from us? What are you saying? How can that be? We're teammates. Tang Minayu waved her hands in denial. Wei Tao looked at these time bombs in his team and felt helpless. The risk is still too high. How can we make the Empire discover the barbarian camp? Besides, we don't have much time. If we don't handle this well, we might become enemies with the Empire. It's fine. Leave this to us. We have a way. Feng Heng and Tang Minayu looked at each other and nodded. Really? Wei Tao looked at the two of them and saw their determined expressions at the same time. He sighed in his heart and nodded. All right then, we will try what you said. Brother Tao is awesome. Tang Minayu couldn't hide her excitement. She raised her fist and bumped it with Feng Heng's fist. If there's any danger in the process, I will immediately stop the operation. Sure. Feng Heng nodded and said, let's not waste any time. The barbarians may take action at any time. Minayu, you arrange the battle plan. I will control the zombies to dig the tunnel and help with the transportation of materials. Okay, when will you be ready? Feng Heng took a look at the efficiency of the zombie clones digging the underground tunnel and estimated the time. He nodded and said, 5 hours later, at 4:30 a.m. we will act on time. Early in the morning, in the capital, at Hama, the Empire's military warehouse was brightly lit. Outside the gate, more than 10 warehouse guards were doing their duty loyally. There were twice as many people on duty today. 2 of the guards had just woken up and were still a little dazed. 1124 sneaking in, one of the guards said with dissatisfaction. What's the situation tonight? Why did you get up in the middle of the night to practice? I heard that Her Highness Minayu suddenly came to our place. It seems that she suspects that the barbarians are going to lay their hands on the supplies warehouse. She has repeatedly warned us to be more careful, so the boss has arranged more guards. Ah. Barbarian race? What nonsense are you talking about? The barbarian race is far away, how could they suddenly appear in front of us? Who knows? Alright, let's stop discussing. There's a team coming. The chief guard halted the discussion and looked into the distance. On the main road to the Empire's military supplies warehouse, Feng Heng and Kale were in a group, following the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's material transportation team to enter the large warehouse from the west entrance. Stop. The Four Seas Trading Company's escort team had just arrived at the entrance when they were stopped by the guards guarding the checkpoint. The guard captain stepped forward to interrogate them. It's so early. You're delivering supplies before dawn? The manager of the Four Seas Trading Company stepped forward and handed the verification certificate to the guard at the side. With a smile on his face, he bowed and nodded, explaining, Sir, this batch of supplies is urgently needed by Her Highness Minayu. Lord Warren ordered us to send it over overnight. We didn't dare to delay in the slightest. The guard checked the certificate and whispered into the chief guard's ear, Captain, I've checked it. There's no problem with the certificate. It's the supplies that Lord Warren gave to Her Highness Minayu. The stamp and procedures are complete. Since the establishment of the Empire's military supply warehouse, it has been peaceful for so many years. The guards have long been lazy, and most of the routine inspections are very relaxed. Not to mention that this batch of materials was personally requested by Her Highness Minayu, and the delivery party was Lord Warren. Of course, there would be no problem. The chief guard walked forward and casually opened a box at the back of the truck. He found that it was ore and materials. He waved his hand and said, Let them in. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he had successfully passed the checkpoint. However, this was only the first step. There were many sentry towers inside the armory, and every move was under the surveillance of the Empire. Mr. Feng, the supplies we've sent are temporarily stored in warehouse number 9. The manager of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce had already assisted in the delivery of the goods several times, so he was very familiar with the way. He led the group slowly toward warehouse number 9. When they arrived outside the warehouse, the people of the Chamber of Commerce began to unload the goods. Under the supervision of the Empire guards, The workers of the Chamber of Commerce moved the boxes of materials from the accompanying carts into the storage warehouse. Warehouse number 9, which was temporarily occupied by Tang Minayu, was located at the periphery of the entire material storage warehouse, and the overall capacity of the warehouse was relatively small. After more than 20 minutes, the members of the Chamber of Commerce had finished moving the materials. They nodded and greeted Feng Heng. Lord Feng Heng, we have finished moving the materials. Do you have any other orders? Okay, you guys go ahead. I will go check it out. I will catch up with you later. Yes, please be careful. Feng Heng waved his hand at the manager of the Chamber of Commerce, indicating that they should leave first. Then, he went into the warehouse to inspect it with Mikhail. Until now, Mikhail was still a little dizzy. He only knew that Feng Heng was preparing to lead the Empire's people to fight with the barbarians. Why did he came to the military supply warehouse for no reason? Seeing that Feng Heng had piled the two kinds of ores and mixed them together, Mikhail could not help but frown. He went up and asked, Feng Heng, what are you doing? Explosives. While mixing the mineral materials, Feng Heng nodded and explained, after two kinds of mineral materials are mixed according to a specific ratio, they will form an explosive. Well, it will cause a very strong explosion. Mikhail was even more confused. They were trying to lure the Empire to discover the barbarian camp. What was Feng Heng preparing to do now? Blow up the Empire's military supplies? Mikhail asked in a low tone, are you going to blow this place up? Yes, I want the Empire to make a wrong judgment and think that the barbarians are invading the Empire's supply warehouse. Well, Feng Heng, I don't know much about alchemy. But according to what you said, even if the explosion is very powerful, the Empire is not stupid. Such a small explosion can't make them think that it was done by the barbarians, right? You're right, so we have to add something to them in addition to the explosion. Add some ingredients? With a puzzled expression, Mikhail raised his head and asked, what do you mean? You will know soon enough. While they were talking, Feng Heng had finished mixing the ores. He walked over to the ore box that the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce had just delivered. He flicked his wrist, and the Dark Book of the Dead appeared in front of him. Feng Heng slowly pulled out a white bone spear from the Book of the Dead, which was shining with a dark light. He held the bone spear in his hand. Ho! Bang! The bone spear was swung forward heavily, and the wooden box was shattered with a bang. The ore that had hit the box also fell to the ground. What was that? Mikhail was shocked. Metal plate? It turned out that there was an inner layer in the box with a metal plate hidden under it. What else was on the metal plate? Mikhail stepped forward to take a closer look, frowning. What kind of monster was that? A grayish-white monster was nailed to the metal plate by purple nails. Most of the monster's body was wrapped in tentacles, and the facial features of its head were unclear. He could only vaguely make out that it had the shape of a human. At first glance, Mikhail thought it was just a specimen. Purple essence. Mikhail discovered the purple essence that was nailed to the monster's body. He was about to investigate further when he suddenly thought of something. What? It was still moving? It was still alive. Seeing the slight wriggling of the tentacle, an instinctive discomfort rose in Mikhail's heart. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Feng Heng, waiting for him to give an answer. What's that? Well, this question is a little difficult to answer. Feng Heng shook his head. The missions related to the underworld were also a mess, giving him a headache. Feng Heng tried to explain as clearly as possible. Do you still remember the giant alchemy body we saw when we entered the underground cave? This thing is the energy drive hidden inside the alchemy body. It's been sealed in the giant alchemy body for a long time. The cave-dwelling beasts call it a demon. As for what it is, we're still investigating. It's worth mentioning that purple essence was also used to seal the demon. Also, it was a human saint who sealed the demon in the giant alchemy body. As for the investigation on the saint, they seem to have disappeared very strangely. I am preparing to investigate further in this direction. This. Hearing this, Mikhail opened his mouth and suddenly felt a strange feeling. He felt as if he had caught onto some clues, but there were too many of them, and they were all too jumbled up to be connected. Mikhail sighed helplessly in his heart. As expected, he was not suited to participate in such a strange mission. It was much easier to go to the underground world with Hueco and fight the barbarians. 1125 A surprise. You've also discovered that the demons and the barbarian race have a close relationship. Feng Heng said as he walked forward. With a sudden force, he pulled out the purple essence from the curled-up monster's body. The 12 giant alchemy bodies that were left in the underground world were all dismantled by the zombie clones. Feng Heng's alchemy skill had also been successfully maxed out. In addition, he also obtained 12 demons that were nailed to the metal plates by the purple essence. Feng Heng sent one of them to Kaiyu Yokang for research and asked Victor to make a special storage box for the rest of the ores. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce would bring the rest to the Empire warehouse, preparing to give the human empire a surprise. I think this thing should be able to cause a little chaos in the empire. Well, just take it as our meeting gift to the empire. Looking silently at Fang Heng, who was extracting the purple essence, Mikhail nodded and said, "Then I thank you on behalf of the empire." "You're welcome," Fang Heng answered and pulled out the purple essence from the monster's body one by one until there was only one left. As the amount of purple essence sealed in its body decreased, the demon's life force continued to recover. It let out a hoarse sound from its mouth, and its skin and tentacles began to slowly twist and wriggle. The color of its body also gradually changed. It was obvious that the last piece of purple essence could not control the demon for too long. "Quick, there are 6 demons left. We will split them in half and you can help me pull out the purple essence. Just leave one will do." "Yes." Mikhail nodded and stepped forward to help Fang Heng pull out the purple essence. On a slope to the east of the Empire's military supplies warehouse, more than a dozen players from Prilla Gaming Guild were hiding in the dark, waiting to ambush them. Sarwin hurried over from the other end of the path to meet up with the team. "President, I've just asked around offline. I have also asked the people from the Federation, but they still can't find out the identity of that mysterious person." "Yes." Ed nodded and said, "Continue to investigate." Sarwin hesitated for a moment, then leaned over and whispered, "Boss, did we make a mistake?" "That's impossible." Ed was very confident. He lowered his voice and said, "Keep investigating. It might not be someone from the Northern Federation. Try to get the Northern Federation to pull some strings and see if the other regions have any clues. We can also start with the anti-Federation forces." "All right." Sarwin agreed, his eyes focused on the military supplies warehouse not far away. "President, what are we staying here for? Are you going to attack the Empire's supply warehouse? There's news that Her Highness has just arrived at the military supplies warehouse." "Ah? Her Highness Minayu? What's she doing in the warehouse so late at night?" asked Sarwin. "Yes, I also think that there might be some problems. In addition, there are also a few batches of goods that Her Highness Minayu personally ordered. They will be delivered to the supply warehouse tonight." Ed pointed at the forest on the east side of the military depot and said, "See that? There's something wrong with the transport team hiding in the forest not far from the entrance. They've been there for more than 2 hours since I arrived. Why are you being so mysterious? Why are you stopping at the entrance instead of sending the supplies to the armory in the middle of the night?" Hearing this, Sarwin also felt that something was wrong. He asked, "President, do you think that the situation in the armory is related to the player behind Tang Minayu?" "Yeah, it's probably related," Ed nodded. Sarwin then looked at the dozen or so players lying in ambush. If they were to fight, they wouldn't have any advantage at all. "President, did we not bring enough people? Should I call more people over? What's the use of having more people? We're not here to fight them." Ed replied softly. He had originally come here to find an opportunity to chat with Her Highness Minayu and find the player behind the scenes. He didn't expect to find something strange outside the military supplies warehouse, so Ed gave up on the plan. He judged that Her Highness Minayu would most likely take action tonight. If things really turned out as he expected, he was worried that rashly making a move might disrupt the other party's deployment and aggravate the conflict between the two sides. Ed did not want to provoke a strong enemy. "Well, that's true." Sarwin also looked in the direction of the military supply depot and asked, "But what can they do? We can't attack the military supplies, right?" "Yeah, I can't figure this out either." Ed could tell that the other party had a plan. However, he couldn't understand what was going on. What did Tang Minayu and the player behind the scenes want to do? Ed was still troubled when he suddenly felt the ground under his feet shake violently. He held onto the tree trunk beside him. A violent explosion was heard. Boom. Boom boom boom. Sarwin was stunned and quickly looked in the direction of the Empire's supply warehouse. What was going on? Did it explode? The source of the explosion came from the Empire's supply warehouse not far away. The president had really guessed it. Something had happened to the Empire's armory. "Captain, we," said Sarwin as he turned to look at Ed. "Don't worry." Ed stared in the direction of the Empire's armory that was on fire, his expression uncertain. "Let's wait and see." Inside the Empire's supply warehouse, the light of the fire shone. The huge blast of air caused by the explosion sent the two guards at the door flying directly. Even Fang Heng and Kale, who had not gone far, were affected by the blast and jumped back at the same time. Almost instantly, the alarm went off, and the Empire's military supply warehouse was in chaos. The violent explosion caused the entire warehouse to be blown up in an instant. The ruins left behind by the explosion were also engulfed in a sea of fire and the flames quickly spread in all directions. "Be careful. Be on full alert." An explosion occurred. An explosion occurred in area number 9. Be careful. Warning. Level 1 alert. The entire west side of the Empire's supply depot was being eroded by the sea of fire. The guards immediately swarmed over to the west side to check on the situation. What's that? In the raging flames, the first batch of guards who arrived saw a strange monster. Its body was short, and its skin was covered in a layer of black stratum cornum. It looked like a barbarian, but it was also a little different. At the very least, the barbarian race was not that short, and they did not rely on their forelimbs to crawl on the ground. Be careful. Whoosh. The black monster that was crawling on the ground was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the front of the guards. The speed was shocking. The chief guard immediately raised his large shield in front of him. The monster's forelimbs quickly twisted into long, thin black spikes under the black stratum cornum. The sharp spikes suddenly pierced forward. Swish. There was a dry sound. The guard captain's pupils contracted as he looked down at the steel shield in front of him. The shield in his hand was actually pierced through. After piercing through his steel shield, the spike also pierced through his right lung and went through his body. Captain. The guards' eyes were bloodshot as they raised their spears and stabbed at the demon. 1,126 demons hiding in the dark and observing. Mikhail also had a strange expression. The combat strength of the demons was astonishing. In terms of strength and agility, the demons were stronger than the demonized barbarians. After accelerating, the piercing power of the demon's spikes could even break through the steel shields of elite human soldiers. However, the demons seemed to lack the long-range attack ability of the demonized barbarians. He wondered how strong their defense was. Just like the barbarians, the demons also had a similar black stratum cornum on the surface of their bodies. It seemed that their defensive abilities were not weak. Melee players would have a headache if they encountered them. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. As Mikhail was thinking, he suddenly heard a panicked shout in his ear. He was a little stunned for a moment. He turned his head and looked at Feng Hang beside him. Taking advantage of the chaos, Feng Hang pretended to shout in the direction of the Empire guards. The barbarians are here. The barbarians were attacking. Everyone be careful. Heavens. It's the demonized barbarians. Run. Everyone, be careful. Captain. Captain. The captain was killed by the barbarians. Take revenge for the captain. With Feng Hang's loud shouts, the panic quickly spread out. The guards didn't know what those strange life forms covered in black stratum cornum were, but they were somewhat similar to the demonized barbarians. The most important thing was that the demons were extremely powerful. As word spread far, the entire warehouse was soon filled with the shouts of the guards who did not know the truth. The barbarians are invading. Guard the warehouse. Reporting. Commander, we've encountered a barbarian invasion. For a time, everyone was shouting the news of the barbarian invasion. Mikhail scratched his head, feeling a bit of pain in his balls. He looked away from Feng Hang and suddenly understood why Wei Tao was so hesitant after hearing about Feng Hang's plan. What the hell, how could Feng Hang do this kind of thing so skillfully? Let's go. Seeing that the plan was successful, Feng Hang chuckled and patted the shoulder of Mikhail. Let's go to the next meeting point and meet up with Tang Minayu. In the royal treasury, after the explosion outside, Tang Minayu immediately called the guards to move the treasures out of the royal treasury. Changjian, the head of the guards directly under the royal family, was extremely puzzled. He frowned and said, Your Highness Minayu, the situation outside is still unclear. I am afraid it's not appropriate to move the supplies out rashly. The guards had always been in charge of guarding the royal treasury. They felt that there was a lot of commotion outside, but they had no idea what was happening. Besides, the royal treasury had always been a secret that few outsiders knew about. It didn't seem necessary to escape now, and it would only increase the risk. However, Her Highness Minayu's reaction was so big that she urged them to move immediately. Ding, your abnormal behavior has caused the Empire influence points to decrease. Please make a decision carefully. Ding, more abnormal behavior will lead to a significant decrease in influence. Tang Minayu looked at the game prompt, her face determined. A mere warning from the game would make her stop? What do you guys know? I've already received the news that the barbarians are attacking the military warehouse for the treasures in the royal treasury. We must move the materials immediately and not let the barbarians get them. This is an order, hurry. Yes. The guards were skeptical of Tang Minayu's news. However, the current situation was urgent, and Tang Minayu had urged them several times, so they didn't have time to think too much. They began to transport the precious materials from the royal treasury in vehicles according to Tang Minayu's instructions. After the loading was completed, more than 30 elite guards of the Empire escorted the supplies and evacuated through the emergency passage. The head of the royal guards, Changjian, had already made up his mind. If he found out that the situation outside was under control after he left, He would choose to immediately take the treasures back to the royal treasury even if Minayu stopped him. Very quickly, the party entered the surface area from the secret underground area. Seeing the chaos in the Empire's armory, the guards' expressions turned grave. Was it really a surprise attack by the barbarians? The cries of the barbarian invasion resounded in the military supply warehouse. Changjiang even saw a black crawling life form suddenly attacking an Empire elite from behind. The black spikes easily pierced through the hearts of the Empire's elite soldiers. Seeing this, Tang Minayu heaved a sigh of relief. The game's warning system had been flashing non-stop all this time, and it had finally stopped a little. Go and meet Feng Heng immediately. Tang Minayu's face turned serious as she shouted, let's go. Retreat to the east exit, there are no barbarians there. Yes. The royal guards did not hesitate and answered in unison. Their main task was to guard the treasures in the royal treasury, so they immediately escorted the treasures out of the east exit. Halfway there, a barbarian caught up from the right. You guys go first. Changjiang shouted loudly and stood with his feet apart. The longsword in his hand was shrouded in a layer of dim yellow light. Boom. The longsword hit the barbarian's body and he was sent flying. Whoosh, whoosh. The barbarian who was knocked away quickly adjusted his body in the air. He no longer pursued and flew in another direction. Changjiang looked at the big sword in his hand and realized that something was not quite right. This barbarian was different from the ones he had seen before. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that there were not many barbarians left in the Empire's warehouse. Changjiang narrowed his eyes and quickly followed the supply escort team in front. After being attacked by the demons once, the rest of the team was not harassed again, and they easily retreated through the east gate of the warehouse. Tang Minayu immediately commanded the team to head in the direction of the forest. Along the way, Tang Minayu's eyes kept looking around. Found them. She saw Feng Heng and Kale not far away. On the path ahead, a supply transportation team of more than 10 people was blocking the middle of the road. Seeing this, Changjiang immediately became vigilant. He clenched the big sword in his hand and motioned for the team to slow down. A transport team in the middle of the road in the middle of the night, just thinking about it made him feel that there was a problem. Before he could ask, the other party had already shouted. Your Highness Minayu, it's great to meet you. Our team was preparing to transport a batch of emergency supplies to the Empire's armory, but we didn't expect. Tang Minayu also started acting. Is this Lord Feng Heng? The barbarians attacked the Empire's armory and it's not safe now. Just in time, you can follow me to evacuate. I understand. Many thanks, Your Highness. Huh? Was it the feudal lord's team? Was he very familiar with Her Highness Minayu? Changjiang was still a little confused about the situation. He found that Feng Heng had already joined his team and followed behind the team. Your Highness Minayu, Quick, let's continue. Tang Minayu interrupted, displeased. Let's head into the forest. Yes. 1127 plundering, ding. Your abnormal behavior has caused the influence points of the Empire to drop significantly. Please make a decision carefully, ding. Your identity can no longer affect people above Tier 4. Along the way, the game's notifications rang like crazy. At this point, Tang Minayu had already gone to the dark side. She secretly prayed that the team would move faster. Changjiang watched as the team followed a secret path deep into the forest. He asked for the third time, Your Highness Minayu, the barbarian race hasn't come after us yet. This area is very suitable for hiding. I suggest we stop immediately. No, let's go deeper. Your Highness Minayu, we are getting further and further away from the Empire City. If this goes on, it will be difficult for the reinforcements to come to our aid. Are we going to? As soon as he finished speaking, several explosions suddenly erupted from the rear of the team. Changjiang looked behind him and saw that there was a commotion at the back of the team. The demons covered in black stratum cornum had appeared out of nowhere and started to attack the party. Be careful. It's the enemy. The barbarian race. The barbarian race is coming. Protect the materials. Changjiang frowned and immediately led the Empire's guard regiment to fight. You guys stay here to stop the barbarians. We will retreat first. Seeing that the elite soldiers were once again entangled by the demons, Tang Minayu shouted and commanded the team of players to run forward with the goods. Changjiang wanted to say something, but the barbarian's attack hit his big sword and forced him to take 2 steps back. When he looked back, Tang Minayu had already run far away with a few boxes of supplies. Changjiang took a deep breath and had no choice but to concentrate on dealing with the demons in front of him. On the other hand, Tang Minayu was running forward with her team, looking back from time to time with some reluctance. There were too many treasures in the royal treasury. It would take too much time to move all of them. When she left the treasure vault, she had only moved a third of it. Now that they were in a hurry, they couldn't take everything with them, and they lost 2/3 of their treasures. After doing some calculations, she suffered a huge loss. Tang Minayu's eyes were filled with tears. Stop looking. Your guards are very strong. The demons won't be able to stop them. We don't have time to move everything. Fang Heng also had a headache. After testing it out, the demons' attack aggro wasn't very high. Perhaps the demons were still a little dazed when the seal had just been lifted. After they woke up, they would often attack a few times, and when they realized that they could not defeat the enemy, they would retreat decisively. Yes, I can't help it. Tang Minayu responded in a low voice, her heart aching as if a knife was cutting it. Fang Heng had no choice but to think of a way to divert Tang Minayu's attention. He shouted, "It's just in front, we're here." In front of him, a large circle was drawn on the ground with grey powder. The accompanying team of players was already prepared and immediately stood in the circle with the accompanying supplies. Fang Heng also stood in the circle, opened the game log, and sent a bomb signal to a zombie clone. Standing aside, Mikael looked at Fang Heng and Tang Minayu in silence and thought, "So you all laid out so many things just to snatch this wave of Empire treasures? And now why did you all stop?" Mikael could not help but ask, "What about now? What are we waiting for?" Tang Minayu said, "Waiting for the ship to set sail." Boom. Boom boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the explosives that had been buried underground exploded at the same time, and the ground under his feet collapsed along with the surrounding ground. A trap? With a thought, Mikael immediately used his skill to float in the air. Meanwhile, the other players were already prepared and did not panic at all. They controlled their falling bodies and jumped down with the large boxes beside them. Thump. Thump thump. The players and the boxes landed on the huge inflatable lifeboats at the bottom of the pit. Seeing the familiar lifeboats below, Mikael immediately reacted. Good lord, this trick again? After landing on the inflatable lifeboat, Tang Minayu immediately raised her magic staff horizontally in front of her chest. Water dragon, break. Roar. The dragon's head, which was condensed from water, rushed forward and crashed into the rock wall not far away. Following that, other players also took out magic scrolls from their backpacks. Water spirit. Water, heaven overflowing. Tsunami. More than a dozen water-type spells were cast at the rock wall behind the tunnel. The water current created by magic carried the inflatable lifeboat down to a lower altitude. Victor was already on the lifeboat to receive everyone, and he shouted, "Guys, there's some shrapnel on the lifeboat. Please help clean it up." After the players had finished casting a set of water-type magic scrolls, they immediately threw the falling rocks from the inflatable lifeboat. Success. Fang Heng stood on the lifeboat, feeling a little excited. He and Tang Minayu looked at each other and clenched their fists. Happy working together. Fang Heng stretched out his hand and opened the box beside him, which was marked with a rune. The box was filled to the brim with magic cores. There were at least 50 of them. Fang Heng picked one up and observed it. The magic core in his palm emitted a faint orange-yellow light. Ding! Player has found an item. Magic core. Item, magic core. Description: a core refined from various magical materials. It is a tool to build certain special magical buildings. Special description: will be triggered when the player's basic will reaches 50 points and has mastered any related academic skill. This item has been marked with a magic tracking seal. The player can use mental power to remove the seal. Special description: triggered by a special trial difficulty. This item has been determined to be a special item. After removing the restriction, the player will be judged to have executed the plunder action on this special item. The item will be in a plundered state for 3 hours. During this period, the player will not be able to use the item. Special description: triggered by a special trial, this item has been determined to be a special item. The player cannot put it in his backpack or take it out of the game. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. He knew that the mission would not be that simple. Not only was it restricted from being used for 3 hours, but the treasure was also marked with a magic tracking mark. Fang Heng suddenly activated his spiritual power, and the spiritual brand attached to the magic core dissipated instantly. The game notification appeared on his retina again. Ding! It has been detected that player plundered is a special item in the Empire's royal treasury, determining, ding, the player has obtained an item with the advantage of the trial, ding, balancing. The player's behavior will cause some players to receive the hostile mission. It wouldn't be that simple. It was another player's hostile mission. Fang Heng rubbed his neck gently, looked at the others, and nodded, "Everyone, be careful. The Empire has placed a magic tracing mark on the treasures. Let's think of a way to erase the mark first. Well, just leave 2 boxes. 1128 Swindler. On a small dirt slope outside the Empire Armory, the players from the Prilla Gaming Guild were stunned when they saw the huge crater left behind by the explosion. What did that mean? The ground had collapsed? Both Her Highness and the undead feudal lord fell through the hole? Was this a trap? Was the Empire tricked? Who set the trap in advance? Ed was confused, his mind filled with question marks. They had just seen Her Highness Minayu and the undead feudal Lord Fang Heng heading toward the slope and were about to go over and have a private chat with them. They didn't expect to hear several explosions before they could reach the slope. Who would expect it to explode? The other players in the guild looked at Ed one after another. Sarwin looked at Ed suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "Boss, did you design all this?" Ed's face was gloomy. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he had some old grudges against Tang Minayu and the feudal Lord Fang Heng. Moreover, he had led his men to lie in ambush here early in the morning and watched Tang Minayu's group fall into the trap. No matter how others looked at it, it seemed as if he had planned it. But it really wasn't him. Ed suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, no one else nearby saw this scene, or else he would have to take the blame for nothing. "No, it wasn't me," Ed shook his head. Everyone looked at each other. "Boss, then we..." "Yes, let's go and take a look." Ed led the players away from the slope and went to observe the pothole left behind by the explosion. The bottom of the pit was not deep, only about 7 or 8 meters. Upon a closer look, there was actually a tunnel that extended inwards at the bottom of the pit. That's strange. When was the tunnel dug out? Putting this aside, Her Highness Minayu's disappearance in this place must have been planned in advance. Could it be that person? That's not right. Wasn't that mysterious player on the same side as Her Highness Minayu? Why did he suddenly attack her? Did they have a fight? For a moment, Ed was at a loss. He realized that there were more and more inexplicable doubts, and his hair had been dropping these 2 days. Just as everyone was puzzled by the turn of events, the game notification appeared in their eyes again. Ding! You have triggered a special hostile mission, The Missing Princess. Mission title, The Missing Princess. Mission type, hostile mission. Mission difficulty, unknown. Mission description, Her Highness has been attacked. She has disappeared along with the royal treasure she was guarding. Please inform the Empire and continue to search for her whereabouts. Mission requirement, inform the Empire of the disappearance of Her Highness Minayu, 0 out of 1. Pursue and find the princess, 0 out of 1. Reclaim the lost royal treasure, 0 out of 1. Investigate the whole story, 0 out of 1. Report the truth to the Empire, 0 out of 1. Current mission completion rate, 0%. Mission reward, based on the completion rate of the mission, the highest possible random SSS level team mission reward will be awarded. The players' breathing became heavy when they saw the mission that popped up out of nowhere, and they shifted their gaze to Ed, who was standing in the midst of them. It was an SSS level reward. Ed's expression also changed slightly. He carefully read the mission prompt, touched his chin, and fell into deep thought. From the mission prompt, the mission required them to track down Tang Minayu and retrieve the missing royal treasure. If one were to think in reverse based on this clue, the mission that the enemy players received would most likely be to kidnap Her Majesty Minayu and steal the royal family's treasures. That mysterious man was so bold as to make a move against Her Highness Minayu and the royal family? Commander, we... Sarwin felt that his throat was a little dry. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ed and asked, an SSS level reward? Should we go for it? Go for it. Ed's eyelids twitched as he looked into the hole. Hee. Stupid game system. It had lied to him the first time, and now it wanted to lie to him a second time? Was it addicted to lying? Did it think that he would be tricked by an SSS level reward? Sarwin, greed is an original sin. Ed laughed coldly in his heart as he spoke indifferently and retracted his gaze from the tunnel. In his eyes, this hostile mission was a trap. There was a huge disparity in strength between the enemy and himself. His guild had been tricked the last time they did an enemy mission. At that time, it was only an S-level random reward. The result was very tragic. The entire guild was pressed to the ground and crushed, and they were almost wiped out. This time it's an SSS level? 10 times more difficult. He wasn't going to fall for it. His guild won't be doing the mission. Whoever likes it can do it. Ed couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Mage. Ed thought of something and narrowed his eyes. Not only would they not do the mission, but they might even be able to find that big shot to suck up to and help them do the mission. Wasn't the mission to help the Empire find Her Highness Minayu and the missing materials? They even helped to cover their tracks. Informing the Empire should have been an easy task, but now, he was not doing it. After all, the final reward was related to the completion rate. Informing the Empire was a simple step, and even if they did it, they wouldn't receive much of a reward. It was just that it was a little difficult to cover the traces. Forget it, he would wait and see. On the other side of the forest, the head of the royal guards, Changjian, who had escorted Tang Minayu's team, was leading his team in a fierce battle with the barbarians. The strange barbarian race had tyrannical strength. The elite guards of the Empire's royal family were also extremely powerful in combat. As the two sides were in a deadlock, a team of more than 200 people rushed over from behind. "Help them!" The captain of the Empire Guards, Eric, shouted. He raised his spear and led his troops into the battlefield. With the addition of new blood, the advantage of the battlefield was immediately tilted to the human side. What was even more exciting was that there were 3 human mages on the support team. The mages provided powerful support and greatly limited the abilities of the demons. The team couldn't kill the demons within a short period of time. However, these demons didn't have much of a desire to fight. After tangling with the evil demons for a while, they realized that the situation wasn't good and immediately scattered. Seeing that the crisis was over, Changekian cupped his fists at the support team and said, "Many thanks." The captain of the guards, Eric, had a solemn expression. He cupped his fists and replied, "I've just received the warning that the seal on the royal treasury has been removed. I've received the commander's order to come and assist Her Highness Minayu. The follow-up teams are also coming one after another. Have you seen Her Highness Minayu?" Hearing this, Changekian's pupils immediately shrank. Not good, Her Highness Minayu might be in danger. Let's go. The 2 human teams joined together to search for the traces left behind by Tang Minayu's group pushing the cart earlier. After chasing for a few minutes, Changekian found a pothole on the ground and Ed's team gathered around it. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Seeing that the people of the Empire were pursuing Tang Minayu's whereabouts, Ed had an idea and nodded to Sarwan. Sarwan stepped forward, gestured to the mark of the Mage Association on his chest, and replied, "Captain, we are members of the Mage Association nearby. We were attracted by the explosion of the armory and came to check it out. We found this deep pit on the way and stopped to check it out because we thought it was strange." 1129 An invitation. The guards let their guard down a little when they realized that the other party was from the Mage Association. They kept looking around. There was no one else nearby, and the tire tracks on the ground had also disappeared. Eric analyzed, "It seems like an accident happened. Her Highness Minayu and the materials might have fallen into the pit. This pit is so strange, what should we do? None of us can bear the responsibility for the disappearance of Her Highness Minayu. Let's go in and take a look." Changekian looked at Sarwan. "What about you? The pit is strange, and there may be barbarians involved. We need the help of your group of mages. Are you willing to come with us?" Ding, the captain of the Empire Royal Guards, Changekian, has invited a team to explore the pit. Players can choose whether to join as the main force. Ding, joining as the main force will greatly increase the mission score. Refusing to join will cause the mission to fail and your friendship with the Empire will be greatly reduced. Ed looked at the mission and thought to himself, "Here comes the big hole." He gestured to the players to get ready to escape and replied, "Sir, our team's combat ability is limited. We can just follow the team and assist." Changekian was somewhat dissatisfied, but he still nodded and said, "Okay, sure." Ding, your favorability with the Empire has decreased slightly. Your mission score has dropped significantly. Ed was not bothered by the mission penalty. If he could avoid the trap, this little penalty was nothing. Looking at the Empire's soldiers groping their way into the pit, Sarwan saw a game prompt flash on his retina. He walked to Ed's side and whispered, "Boss, someone from the Federation is contacting me offline. It's very urgent. There might be a clue to the mysterious person." "Alright, you go first. We will take care of this." "Yes." In the underground tunnel, Fang Heng's team went down along the river, using water-type magic to create water currents. After charging forward for more than 10 minutes, the speed of the water flow clearly decreased. "Minayu, I will leave the rest to you. We will split up." "Alright." Tang Minayu gave Fang Heng a thumbs up. Mikhail followed beside the two of them in silence. He had finally figured out Fang Heng and Tang Minayu's plan. He dared to bet 2 high-tier spell scrolls that these 2 people had already planned to attack the Empire's armory. They were just using this mission as an opportunity to make a move in advance. Well, they could also put the blame on the barbarian race. What a good scheme. All the benefits have been taken by them. Along the way, most of the magic tracing marks left on the stolen goods had been erased. Fang Heng deliberately left 2 small boxes behind. "The rest of you, follow me. Take the 2 boxes as well." After hearing that, Victor followed Tang Minayu and the others down the river. The remaining players worked together to lift the box and followed Fang Heng to the right side of the fork. Mikhail sighed in his heart and chased after Fang Heng. The tunnel dug by the zombies was connected to the underground world. Soon, Fang Heng and his group entered the underground world. Fang Heng signaled them to place the box behind a large stone pillar. "We're almost there. Let's rest for a while. Wei Tao should be here soon." Fang Heng looked at the time of the trial and waited quietly. Wei Tao did things steadily and would not make any mistakes. Soon, there was a commotion not far away. Wei Tao brought a few players and ran over. Previously, Wei Tao had followed the plan and brought a group of players to the periphery of the barbarians' secret camp. He had secretly used a long-range magic scroll to blow up the camp a few times and cause chaos. Then, he immediately fled toward the rendezvous point where Feng Heng was supposed to be. Seeing that Feng Heng and the others had arrived in advance, Wei Tao was relieved and said in a deep voice, "They're here. The barbarians are catching up. They will be here in 3 minutes. Yes, let's go." The party immediately retreated to the back. As soon as Wei Tao and the others left, the barbarians caught up with them. The barbarian commander Winkton, who was guarding the secret underground camp, was very anxious. They actually found humans outside the camp. This time, he had accepted a secret mission from the barbarian leader and had led the barbarian team to ambush here. He did not expect to discover traces of humans before he received any new orders. What was even more surprising was that those humans had actually taken the initiative to attack their camp. Winkton didn't know what was going on with the humans, nor did he know how exposed their stronghold was. And that the Lord's scheme had already been exposed? Winkton's mood was getting worse. The whereabouts of this group of humans were strange. They had to be captured and interrogated. He could only hope that this was all a coincidence. Winkton led the team all the way to the bottom of the large stone pillar. He frowned and gestured for the team to stop. He found 2 strange boxes in front of him. The box was new, clearly left behind recently. There were also faint fluctuations of human magic coming from the box. Winkton suspected that there was something wrong with the box. He nodded to the 2 demonized barbarians beside him. "Go over and take a look." 2 demonized barbarians stepped forward and opened the box. A dark light bloomed from the box. The barbarians were shocked when they saw the contents of the box. Mithril. The box was filled with extremely precious magic mithril. In the human empire, 100 grams of magic mithril would be sold for 8 to 9,000. Within the barbarian race, magic mithril was even rarer. Good stuff. The precious treasure was right in front of him, but Winkton had 10,000 questions in his heart. What did that mean? Why did the humans leave so much magic mithril here? From the looks of it, the 2 boxes did not seem to be left behind in a panic during the escape. Who cares? Winkton ordered his men to carry the boxes back to the stronghold. Just as he was about to order them to continue the pursuit, he suddenly sensed a familiar human aura in front of him. He looked up and saw a faint firelight in front of him. The fire was getting closer. A well-equipped human team from the Empire was heading straight for them. Winkton's pupil shrank. Damn it. It was the human guardians. The most unfortunate thing had happened. The Empire must have discovered their existence. Roar. Winkton let out a low roar, and his entire body was covered in a dark layer of stratum cornum, and his pupils were filled with a deep desire to fight. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. The humans who were coming from the front were also shocked by the scene before them. Originally, after entering the underground world, they had followed the magic guidance that the Empire Mage Jangle had left on the treasures of the Empire Treasury. They didn't expect to meet so many barbarians here. 1,130 a gang. The barbarian race. It's the barbarian race. Engage the enemy. Shanjikian raised the big sword in his hand and rushed forward with his comrades. At the same time, he was anxiously looking for Her Highness Minayu's figure among the barbarians. Go. Think of a way to find Her Highness. In the blink of an eye, the humans and barbarians collided with each other and were caught in an intense crossfire. Ed and the other players followed behind the human team. Seeing this scene, the players couldn't help but feel a little scared. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, they did not take the initiative to join the Empire side as the main force in the mission. Otherwise, they would be the ones fighting the barbarians now. This mission was indeed a scam. But whose side was the mastermind behind all this? Wasn't he on the same side as Her Highness Minayu? What was going on now? Did they break up or something? It's fine if they broke up, but why did he have to kill his ex? The more Ed thought about it, the more his head hurt. He squinted his eyes and focused on the battlefield, trying to find the missing Tang Minayu. However, he could not find her. Not only was Tang Minayu nowhere to be found, but there were only 2 treasure chests left out of the more than 20 treasure chests that he had seen Tang Minayu's team transport. Commander, something's not right, one of the players said softly. Her Highness Minayu doesn't seem to be here. Yes, Ed thought. He whispered, don't worry too much. The Empire's situation isn't good. We need to protect ourselves and be ready to escape at any time. Don't die here. Just as they were talking, Sarwin rushed over from behind. He walked to Ed's side anxiously and whispered, Commander, we've found out about the other party's background. Ed's eyes lit up and he asked, who is it? It's the Central Federation. Oh? My friend asked around, but the specific information is not clear. It's a secret project set up by the Central Federation 2 years ago, and the name of the project is Elegy. The Barbarian game world is also one of the projects. The project involves the Federation's secrets, so we can't find out the specific details. We've just been trying to get in touch with the peripheral personnel of Project Elegy. At first, they used the excuse that the project was still in preparation, but my friend forced them to say that they already had the relevant plans and were in the process of executing them. I told them that I already know what they're doing in the game, said Sarwan in a low voice. I also intend to cooperate with them and make it convenient for them. From the initial response of the Central Federation, it seems that they are willing to cooperate. However, several leaders of the project are not present for the time being, so they cannot give an accurate reply. Ed squinted his eyes and thought, so that's how it is. It turned out to be a special project of the Central Federation. No wonder the enemy was so powerful. As for the absence of the project leaders, it was normal. They were still controlling everything in the game, so they naturally wouldn't stay offline. Ed thought that he had understood everything. He patted Sarwan's shoulder and praised him. Good job, Sarwan. Captain, what should we do now? Bide our time and think of a way to make contact with the other party. In the distance, Feng Heng and the others were hiding in the dark, carefully observing the two sides of the battle. Where's Minayu? Why don't I see her? She has other matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for her to show her face. She's temporarily in hiding. Feng Heng explained briefly, she will meet us later. Mikhail looked at Feng Heng in silence and did not answer. He thought, so, you guys took the stolen goods from the Empire together? Forget it, it was better not to add more pressure on Wei Tao in this situation. Ignorance was bliss. Alright. Wei Tao didn't think too much and looked toward the direction of the battle. He asked, Feng Heng, everything is going according to your plan. The Empire has discovered the barbarian camp and both sides are fighting. The barbarian side doesn't seem to be very strong. Yes. Observing the battlefield, Mikhail nodded and said, that's right. Don't think that the barbarians have the upper hand for now. This is the center of the Empire. If the barbarian camp is discovered in the underground area, there will be a steady stream of reinforcements coming. It is a good choice to help the Empire now. No, don't be in a hurry. Let's wait and see. Yes. Wei Tao agreed and continued to observe. The difficulty of the follow-up mission triggered by the optional mission was at least SS level, and it was a forcibly triggered mission. The penalty for failure was extremely severe. Based on this, it was possible that uncontrollable dangerous events might occur if the barbarian camp was discovered by humans in advance. Therefore, Wei Tao followed Feng Heng's suggestion and tried to avoid risks. Instead of actively triggering the mission, he tricked the humans into discovering the barbarian camp. However, no one could say for sure what would happen in the end. In the face of the unknown, it was never wrong to be cautious. The two sides fought for less than 10 minutes, and the Empire's follow-up support team quickly arrived to join the battlefield. The situation was more unfavorable for the barbarian race. The Empire's mages played a huge role on the battlefield. Under the command of the Empire's commander, the human army got into formation and gradually controlled the situation, slowly devouring the barbarians' living strength. It seemed that the barbarians could not hold on for much longer. Not good, you guys look. With his sharp senses, Mikhail sensed a powerful aura approaching. His heart sank, and his eyes shifted to the back of the battlefield. In the distance, a pitch-black figure was rapidly approaching the barbarian's rear. It was the demonized barbarian. The demonized barbarian's entire body was covered in black rhomboid spikes. He was running rapidly into the dark underground world like a ghost. Whoosh! The demonized barbarian attacked from the right side of the barbarian team. He pushed his hands forward at the same time. The blackthorn crystal quickly condensed into a black crystal ball in front of him. Boom! The black crystal ball exploded. The dense blackthorn crystal dust formed a black crystal dust storm, madly rolling towards the Empire army. The Empire commander saw this and shouted, "Be careful. Get into formation." The soldiers of the Empire in the front row raised their shields at the same time, trying to block the storm of black crystal dust. Thump thump thump. The crystal dust landed on the shield, creating fine dents. The crystal dust scattered, and the soldiers in the front row raised their shields to block it. However, there was too much crystal dust, and many fine crystal dust spikes passed through the gaps of the shields and entered the bodies of the soldiers in the back. Bang! Bang bang! Then, a series of muffled explosions sounded. Once the crystal dust pierced into the skin and came into contact with the blood, it would explode. The injured parts of the Empire's soldiers were instantly torn open, and blood flowed out. In just one wave of attack, the Empire's shield-wielding guards in the front row suffered heavy losses, and a large number of them had lost their combat ability. Wangnut? Why is he here? Ed and the others who were following behind the Empire army had an idea. One of the successors of the barbarian leader, Wangnut. For a long time, Wangnut had been known for his bravery among the barbarians, and he had caused great trouble for the Empire in the battles. He even had the ability to enter Tier 3 of demonization. 1131 The target Ha. Wangnut sneered and looked behind the Empire's team as if he was searching for something. Found it. Wangnut muttered as he sensed the source of the energy fluctuation. He quickly ran forward, trying to bypass the Empire's team. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared from the Empire's team and blocked Wangnut's path. Wangnut was forced to stop. His expression was grave as he looked at the face that looked like it had been carved by a knife. One of the 4 great sword saints of the Empire, Ryotinto. Ryotinto was already 200 years old, and his physical fitness had entered a decline in all aspects, but his swordsmanship and skills had already reached their peak. Without further ado, Ryotinto slashed forward. Ka. Layers of sharp spikes appeared on Wangnut's back. The spikes rose from his back like wings and blocked his front. Boom. The sword radiance struck the black wing and an explosion was heard. Wangnut was sent flying back a few meters before he could stabilize himself. A sneer appeared on his face, as his blackthorn wings flapped behind him. Whoosh! He charged forward once more. With the black wings, his speed had almost doubled, and his entire right hand formed into a black spike as he pounced towards Ryotinto. The two were caught in an intense battle. Weitao watched on in fear from the side. Once again, a strong sense of powerlessness emerged from the bottom of his heart. A Tier 3 barbarian? And the sword saint of the Empire? Why did he encounter 2 super bosses fighting each other again? No wonder the mission difficulty rating was SSS level. They could not even get involved in a mission of this level. Standing at the side, Mikhail stared at Ryotinto, trying to remember every detail of his movements. He was one of the strongest sword saints in the Empire, and to be able to personally witness Ryotinto's battle was definitely beneficial to his sword training. The sword saint Ryotinto was extremely powerful, and with his old body, he could take on Wangnut in a one-on-one fight. And that Wangnut was even more terrifying. He still had the upper hand despite being surrounded by so many negative spells from the Empire mages. Boom. After another collision, Wangnut jumped back. The sword saint Ryotinto pointed his sword at the barbarian and said coldly, "Barbarian, I don't care who you are. Get out of here. The Empire is not a place for barbarians. Hey, I really envy your ignorance." Wangnut sneered and muttered to himself. In just a short moment, his face had already condensed into a dense black crystal. Wangnut put his hands in front of him again, slowly forming a cross. Ka. With a strange sound, slender blackthorns spread out from the surface of Wangnut's body. A clone made entirely out of blackthorn split out from Wangnut's body and stood beside him. Other than the face that was completely covered in blackthorns, the clone looked no different from the original. In less than half a minute, 8 separate clones that were condensed from the blackthorns on Wangnut's body stood behind him respectively. Wangnut pointed at one end of the cave and said in a deep voice, "Go." Whoosh! The 8 blackthorn clones received the command and simultaneously scuttled forward. Ryotinto frowned. He could sense that the speed of the blackthorn clones was also extremely fast. Horizontal slash. Ryotinto waved his long sword, and a white sword energy shot toward the blackthorn clones. In the next moment, Wangnut appeared in front of the sword chi, and the blackthorn in his hand stabbed forward. Boom! The sword chi exploded. The force of the blast blew in all directions. Wangnut was blown back by the force and faced Ryotinto. The crystal on his face looked extremely stiff, but he still had a mocking expression on his face. TSK. One-on-one, don't bully the weak, okay? Ryotinto's focus was at its maximum as he stared at his opponent, his withered hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Wangnut was a great threat to him. He could no longer divert his attention to deal with those clones. The troublesome part was that the Empire's elites would find it difficult to resist the Blackthorn clones. He had to end the battle quickly. At the rear, the tyrannical Blackthorn clones broke through the ranks of the Empire's troops, rapidly tearing a hole in the middle, and attempting to break through to the right. Feng Heng, who was hiding in the dark, had originally intended to watch a good show, but when he noticed the movements of the Blackthorn clones, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. What was going on? He had initially thought that the Blackthorn clones would charge into the rear of the Empire's army and slaughter them. However, he had never expected them to suddenly charge in a single direction. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. That direction didn't seem to be towards the exit. It was more like they were chasing after Tang Minayu? No way? Was it just a coincidence? As he was pondering, a game prompt flashed on the trial team's retina. Warning, the special item of the player's team, an unknown stone, has been detected. The unknown stone has become the barbarian's target. Ding. The player has triggered the trial side mission Protect the Unknown Stone. Mission title, Protect the unknown stone. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description, you have discovered that the barbarian's target has changed. Please protect your spoils. Mission requirement, protect the unknown stone for at least 5 hours and make sure it doesn't fall into the hands of the barbarians. Mission reward, a slight increase in trial score and the player will receive additional trial time. What? What unknown stone? What was that thing? When did he get it? Hueco was still a little dazed when he saw the game notification. When he encountered such an inexplicable thing, he instinctively turned around and looked at Feng Heng with a surprised expression. Feng Heng immediately understood. It was the mysterious black stone that was stolen from the Empire's warehouse. The spiritual imprint of the Empire was originally left on the stone. In addition to the tracking ability, the imprint could also eliminate the aura of some stones. When he had stolen the stone, he had erased the imprint on it, which had also caused the aura of the unknown stone to leak out at an accelerated rate. The unknown stone in the Empire's warehouse was much larger than the two he had seen before, and the aura fluctuations were more intense. Therefore, it was normal for the barbarians to sense it. Feng Heng's mind was full of thoughts. The barbarian's target was the stone? No. With such a large stone, there was a high chance that the sacred tree could reach the growth stage after absorbing it. He couldn't give it up. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Feng Heng immediately shouted, "Everyone, let's think of a way to stop them together." "Okay, leave it to me." Gale gained inspiration after witnessing the Sword Saint Trio Tendo's battle, and after hearing Feng Heng's words, he responded in a deep voice, and dashed out from the side, approaching one of the Blackthorn clones who was fighting with the Empire's elite. Whoosh! The purple essence-long sword in Gale's hand drew a purple light in the air. The Blackthorn clone sensed the danger and raised its arms to block. 1132 trigger boom. The explosion sounded again. The Blackthorn clone had been reduced to dust by a single strike from Gale. The crystal dust in the air exploded. Looking up at the crystal dust around him, Gale let out a soft gasp. The black crystal dust that exploded in the air was slowly gathering in one direction. The crystal dust gradually condensed into specks of starlight, before quickly condensing into crystals of blackthorn. It seemed that it would soon form another Blackthorn clone. Special life forms. He actually couldn't be killed? Gale's heart sank. Seeing that Gale had taken the lead, Hueco led the team of players and immediately joined the battlefield. Even though Hueco didn't know what Feng Heng was up to, as a teammate, he chose to trust Feng Heng 100%. Feng Heng also knew in his heart that the difficulty of the mission he had received this time was extremely high. It was obvious that just by relying on Gale and the players' team, they were no match for the 8 Blackthorn clones. The mission difficulty rating of S level was most likely to consider the human forces as allies. At the thought of this, Feng Heng quickly ran out from the side and shouted, "Stop them, they want to harm Princess Minayu." The Empire Royal Guard Zhengjiqian recognized Feng Heng immediately and shouted, "Lord Feng Heng, where is Her Highness Minayu? The barbarian's target is the royal family's secret treasure. Her Highness Minayu is protecting the secret treasure from the back of the cave." As soon as he finished speaking, the game prompt refreshed his retina again. Ding! The player team has triggered the trial's main mission, the Heir of the Barbarians. Mission title, Heir of the Barbarians. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, you have found the barbarian camp in the underground world and accidentally discovered one of the successors of the barbarian leader, Wangnut. Mission requirements, intercept, repel or kill, Wangnut. Current mission completion rate, 0% mission reward, increase in the trial score and additional trial time. Rewards are based on mission completion rate. Rewards will not be triggered if the mission completion rate is lower than 50%. If the completion rate is lower than 20%, there will be a failure penalty, and the remaining trial time will be deducted by 1 to 6 hours. Seeing the game prompt that appeared, the team players had different expressions. After fighting with the game for so long, the SS level difficulty mission was still triggered. The mission target was the inheritor of the barbarian leader who was in a tier 3 demonized state. Could this battle be fought? The only good news was that the penalty for mission failure had been reduced and was still within control. Feng Heng flashed to the side of Hueco and Gale, where both of them were commanding the players' team, and whispered, "Let's split up and focus on the follow-up mission. We will give up on the main mission depending on the situation. You guys help us block the barbarians while I go find Minayu. There's still a chance. Don't give up." "Yes," Gale replied, as he raised his purple essence-long sword and charged at the Blackthorn clone in front of him. "Alright, leave this to us. Go ahead and do what you need to do." Hueco gritted his teeth and replied. If he failed the mission, then so be it. At most, he would just give up on the 6 hours of trial time. Just as they were about to command their combat team to think of a way to resist the Blackthorn clone, a line of game notifications appeared on the retinas of Wei Tao and the others. Ding! Kaiyu Yokang, a special character of the player's trial team, has solved the initial puzzle of the trial game. The player's trial score will be increased to S+. The player will get an extra 8 hours of trial time, huh? The sudden game notification made Wei Tao's heart skip a beat, and he rubbed his eyes in surprise. What was going on? Great news? Kaiyu Yokang? It's a very familiar name. Was he an NPC that Fang Heng brought out from the game? Wei Tao couldn't help but take a look at Fang Heng's location. With this good news, he was even more confident. Fang Heng also saw the game prompt. It seemed that Kaiyu Yokang had made a breakthrough in his research. Fang Heng looked around the battlefield as he thought about this. He immediately accelerated and chased in the direction of Tangminayu, Griffin City. In the intermediate scientific research laboratory that he had just rented not long ago, Kaiyu Yokang pushed open the door of the sealed laboratory. Mojai Aoi was sleeping on the table in a daze. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he suddenly quivered. When he looked up and saw Kaiyu Yokang standing in front of him, Mojai Aoi suddenly sobered up. Genius Kaiyu, how is it? Do you lack something again? During this period, Mojai Aoi had been accompanying Kaiyu Yokang in his research. Almost every once in a while, Kaiyu Yokang would run out of the research room and ask Mojai Aoi for some unclear research materials or advanced research equipment. Mojai Aoi simply led more than 20 players to serve Kaiyu Yokang all day long. If he needed any equipment or materials, they would help him find them all over the world, and do their best to meet Kaiyu Yokang's research and development requirements. Not at the moment. Kaiyu Yokang said as he moved his neck to stretch his muscles. His body was a little stiff because he had not moved for a long time, and his bones were making creaking sounds. Not lacking? Then why did you come out? Mojai Aoi was still in a daze from his sleep. As he spoke, he was stunned for a moment before he asked in surprise, wait, you're saying that there's a discovery in the research? Yes. Kaiyu Yokang's expression was as calm as ever. He nodded and said, I've analyzed Fang Heng's blood sample, the sample taken from the demon of the underground world, and the sample taken from the demonized barbarian. After comparing the three, I came to a conclusion. Mojai Aoi felt a little nervous. He swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, what's the conclusion? The Hyla virus, Kaiyu Yokang said word by word. Mojai Aoi was stunned and blurted out, the Hyla virus? What did you just say? He had never expected to hear this name after leaving the elementary game. Yes, from the analysis of the samples taken from the demonized barbarians and the demons, there are some viruses in their bodies, and this virus has more than 70% similarity with the Hyla virus. I think that the ancestors of these viruses are of the same origin. Mojai Aoi found it a little hard to understand. Genius Kaiyu, can you explain it in a simpler way? I don't understand. Well, you can understand it as the zombies in our world. Zombies are life forms formed after being infected by the virus. In contrast to this world, the demonized barbarians and the evil demons in the underground world who were tempted by the demonic sea were also infected by the virus. However, they had different forms after being infected by the virus. Kaiyu Yokang took out an analysis report with a blue cover and explained, this is the detailed report. Due to Fang Heng's special physique, his body was affected by the Hyla virus and has an ability similar to immortality. The undying ability is the effect of the Hyla virus. The virus in his body has evolved to a higher level, so his blood has a great suppression ability against low-level viruses of the same origin. 1133 The reason as far as the practical effect is concerned, you saw that Fang Heng's blood had an effect on the demon. Similarly, his blood would also have an effect on the barbarian race. Mojai Aoi opened his mouth. Wait, that's not right. Do you mean the demonized barbarians were all infected by some kind of virus? Am I right? To be more precise, whether the barbarians are demonized or not, they have already been infected. I've detected traces of the virus in all the barbarians, but the degree of infection is different. According to the different physiques of each person, the effect of the virus infection is different. Demonization should be a deeper level of infection. Mojai Aoi felt a little confused and asked again, what about Tangminayu? What was going on with Tangminayu? Why did all the cave-dwelling beasts call her a demon? Is she also infected? Yes, I've analyzed her blood sample. She's also infected, and the level of the infection is very high. That's not right. When did Tangminayu get infected? Yes, this is also what I want to explain next. Kaiyu Yokang handed another orange-covered document to Mojai Aoi. This is the stone box we found in the underground world after we first entered the trial. Yes, have you found anything about the thing? Mojai Aoi had a deep impression of the stone box. It took a lot of effort to move it here. Yes, I've done more in-depth research on the stone chest and found that it's used for physical sealing. I also found a small number of remains of the host body inside. I am sure you've already guessed that the stone chest is used to seal the original host of the virus. Combining all the clues from before, I now come up with the following hypothesis. Caillou Kang raised his head and looked at Mojai Oi. As the original host of the virus sealed in the stone box has been there for a long time, the host has died completely. However, the rest of the virus didn't die completely, but it dissolved in the air and formed a mist. Tang Minayu's action of opening the stone box led to the spread of the sealed original virus. Tang Minayu, who was the closest to the stone statue, became the new host of the virus. The virus. Mojai Oi seemed to have understood a little as he listened, so he continued to ask, is the virus contagious? There are no signs of the virus being transmitted. I've studied the virus in Tang Minayu's body. The virus will gradually invade the human body within 1 to 3 days after infection, and have various effects on the human body. What kind of influence? Do you have a specific one? Caillou Kang frowned. I can't predict it, but we can consider the barbarians and the infected subterranean world. Mojai Oi felt that there was too much information, so, Tang Minayu will become a monster? Of course, this hypothesis is also possible. Caillou Kang shrugged and stuffed the report into Mojai Oi's hands. Okay, that's the general situation. The specific data is in the report. I am going to continue studying the black stone. That thing is very interesting. Ding, Caillou Kang, a special character of the player's trial team, has solved the initial puzzle of the trial game. The player's trial score has been increased to S. The player will get an extra 8 hours of trial time. The game notification that popped up on his retina made Mojai Oi a little stunned. Good lord, the game had given him a prompt. This meant that Caillou Kang's experiment results and deductions were completely correct. Hey, genius Caillou, wait up. Seeing that Caillou Kang was about to go back to seclude himself for research again, Mojai Oi quickly went up and pulled him back. What is it? What about the special medicine to deal with the barbarians and the demons? And Tang Minayu, wasn't she infected? How can I save her? One of them is the purple essence which is effective against the host of the virus. The other is Fang Heng's blood, which is the perfect hylovirus and very effective against these low-level and low-concentration viruses. However, I don't think there's a need to save them. The viruses in this world are very strange, and they seem to be more inclined to symbiosis. As Caillou Kang spoke, he habitually lowered his head and began to think. Forget it, I still have more important research that's half done. If there's nothing else, I will continue my research. Okay. Mojai Oi watched Caillou Kang return to the laboratory. He scratched his head and still felt that it was not very safe. He would tell Fang Heng about this discovery first. With that thought in mind, Mojai Oi immediately left the laboratory and rushed to the capital of the empire. In the underground world, Fang Heng ran quickly into the tunnel dug by the zombie clones. Not far behind him, 2 Blackthorn clones were pursuing him from both sides. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. Trouble was coming. Wait, how? And the Empire's elites alone would not be able to stop all of the Blackthorn clones. They're catching up. Apart from that, the Blackthorn clones' speed increased explosively once again with the Blackthorn wings on their back. The distance between Fang Heng and his pursuers was rapidly closing. Whoosh! The Blackthorn clone didn't possess any enmity towards Fang Heng. After approaching him, it didn't care about him, and in the blink of an eye, it had already slipped past him. Get lost! Fang Heng shouted and thrust the purple essence long blade forward. Boom! The right side of the Blackthorn clone was struck in the chest by the long blade, directly blasting a huge hole in the body of the Blackthorn clone. Whoosh! The Blackthorn clone on the left immediately became hostile toward Fang Heng, its crystallized right arm striking straight at Fang Heng's back. Fang Heng quickly turned around, but before he could use the purple essence long blade to block it, the right arm of the Blackthorn clone suddenly exploded in front of his eyes. Boom! Fang Heng's eyes were immediately covered with scattered Blackthorn crystals. The thin and sharp Blackthorns could easily cut through the skin, and upon contact with the blood, they would immediately explode a second time. Fang Heng saw that his health was dropping by a large amount, but he quickly increased it with the help of the recovery ability of the Undying Body. This wasn't the end, as 2 more Blackthorn clones broke through the layers of the Empire's soldiers, pursuing him from behind. How troublesome. He had to think of a way to get rid of one first. Fang Heng cried trouble in his heart. He forcibly raised his purple essence long blade to meet the enemy, trying to see if he could kill one of the Blackthorn clones. Swish! The purple essence long blade in Fang Heng's hand suddenly slashed forward. Boom! The Blackthorn clone's head was pierced by the long blade, and exploded. He was sent flying along with his body. Fang Hang squinted his eyes as he looked at the blackthorn clone that was easily blown into black crystal dust. The black crystal dust that filled the sky quickly condensed and recovered in the air. What to do? The blackthorn clone had the ability to resurrect infinitely. Now, Fang Hang finally realized how much of a headache it was for the enemy to face a zombie clone. When faced with an opponent that could not be completely killed. Woof! Whoosh! Taking advantage of the gap in Fang Hang's attack, the two blackthorn clones behind him quickly joined the battle. At the same time, they brandished their blackthorns, stabbing into Fang Hang's back. Hiss! Fang Hang gasped and felt a sharp pain in his back. 1134 Our own people. Boom. Boom boom boom. The moment the black spike came into contact with his blood, it instantly caused a second explosion. Fang Hang gritted his teeth and relied on the powerful recovery ability of his undying body to resist the damage. What was going on? Fang Hang was surprised to find that a large part of the black spikes that had pierced his body had melted away after a few consecutive explosions. The two blackthorn clones seemed to have no self-consciousness as they struggled to pull out the spikes from Fang Hang's body. Kai. The blood-stained black spikes had melted a lot compared to before, and the spikes were still emitting a greenish-gray smoke. Fang Hang's pupil shrank when he saw the blood on the blackthorns. Was it blood? That's right. He had seen a similar scene at the underground altar. The blood of the vampires was effective against the cave-dwelling beasts, and now it was surprisingly effective against the barbarians. Swoosh! Taking advantage of Fang Hang's dazed state, several of the blackthorn clones seemed to have determined that Fang Hang had lost his ability to fight. They quickly circled around him and launched a rapid attack toward the distant passage. Terrible. They wanted to escape. Fang Hang's heart sank. He quickly raised the finger of his right hand and pointed forward. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The blood that had seeped out from the wound earlier was controlled by Fang Hang's mental power. It condensed into several blood beads in the air and flew toward the blackthorn clones. Thump! Thump thump! It was effective. The blood droplets were like bullets as they bombarded the blackthorn clones, causing deep dents to appear on the crystallized surface. The nearest three blackthorn clones were sent flying by the blood beads and slammed into the stone walls on both sides of the passage. The dents on their bodies, which were made by the blood, seemed to be corroded and emitted green smoke. Compared to the explosive damage caused by the blackthorn, the damage caused by the blood seemed to be more difficult to recover. Fuck. Seeing this, Fang Hang gritted his teeth. The three blackthorn clones at the front had blocked the majority of the damage, while the remaining one took the opportunity to escape, quickly disappearing into the depths of the tunnel. Fang Hang took a deep breath and lifted the purple-essence long blade again. The long blade grazed his palm and was stained with his blood. Again. Fang Hang snorted and dashed forward again. The three blackthorn clones also quickly recovered their combat power and once again charged toward Fang Hang. 1 against 3, it was a chaotic battle. Fang Hang felt helpless. Blood and purple essence could produce an effect greater than 1+1, but it was still unable to completely eliminate the blackthorn clones. Concerned about the safety of Tang Minayu and the Empire's treasures, Fang Hang engaged in combat with the blackthorn clones. After a few rounds of fighting, he realized he couldn't defeat all of them, so he decided to fight the blackthorn clones while rushing toward the inner passage. Not far behind the tunnel, Ed led his team of players and hurriedly chased after them. They had already fallen into a misunderstanding and thought that the undead feudal Lord Fang Hang was a powerful NPC. Seeing Fang Hang running off to look for Her Highness Minayu alone, and seeing the blackthorn clones chasing after Fang Hang, Ed decisively abandoned the Empire's players and led the player team to help. As they ran along the tunnel, they soon heard the sounds of explosions coming from ahead. When they saw the figure in front of the passage, they couldn't help but slow down. Ed's party members were extremely surprised. Necromancy Mage? Why did he go up and fight? Moreover, his close combat strength was shocking. He was actually able to simultaneously deal with 3 blackthorn clones without being at a disadvantage. What should we do now, Captain? Asked Sarwin, who turned his head to look at him. Go up and help. Ed nodded and shouted at Fang Hang, Lord Fang Hang. We are on the same side. We're here to help. Without waiting for Fang Hang's reaction, Ed waved his hand and shouted, Go, help him. Not far away, Fang Hang was struggling with the blackthorn clones when he noticed the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the back of the passage. Seeing that it was Ed's team of players, Fang Hang was thinking of countermeasures. He judged that Ed and the others had most likely triggered a hostile mission when they were snatching the Empire's resources. What a coincidence. It just so happened that this group of people had triggered the mission. After all, Ed and his men had learned their lesson when they joined forces with the barbarians. Fang Hang had made up his mind and was about to get rid of this group of players first. Before he could do anything, he suddenly heard Ed shouting, We're on the same side at him. What was going on? Who was on his side? Did he want to play tricks? Feng Heng was stunned. He had never expected Ed and the others to cast spells on the spot without a second word, and deal with the Blackthorn clones together. Was this group of people for real? Feng Heng didn't know what to do for a while. So, Ed and his gang really weren't enemies this time? Ed's party consisted of almost all mages, and in a flash, multicolored magic poured toward the Blackthorn clones. The Blackthorn clones' magic resistance was extremely low, and after receiving the spell's effect, their speed was instantly reduced. Swamp Trap. The three mages cast Quagmire spells at the same time, covering the passage with a thick layer of Quagmire. Temporarily weakening the control of the three Blackthorn clones, Ed took the opportunity to approach Feng Heng. Lord Feng Heng, I have understood the situation. What happened between us was a misunderstanding. In fact, we have communicated with each other through our special channels. We have reached an agreement with your good friend. Now, we are friends and partners. Huh? Good friend? Partners? Who was he talking about? Mojai Oi? Or Minayu? Sandy? Feng Heng looked at Ed with a puzzled expression, thinking that this guy must have made a mistake. As Feng Heng was still wearing the mask, Ed couldn't see his puzzled expression. He only saw that Feng Heng was a little hesitant. His hesitation was normal to Ed. He was afraid that Feng Heng would be more hostile if he got too close to him, so he kept a distance from him and continued to nod. Lord Feng Heng, I know that you're still wary of me. There's no need to doubt me. If you still don't believe me, please help me tell that friend of yours that I already know about Project Elegy of the Central Federation and am very willing to work with them. Feng Heng was even more puzzled after hearing that. What? What the hell is Project Elegy? And it's related to the Central Federation? Was this fake? Just by hearing this unknown name, it sounded like something Sandy would do. Feng Heng's brain was working at full speed. Let's not care about that for now. It just so happened that he had too many troublesome matters on hand. From the looks of it, the other party most likely treated him as a game character. Who cares about Project Elegy? He could use them first. The strength of this group of players wasn't weak, and they were able to restrain the three Blackthorn clones for a short period of time. It was clear that they had been slacking off in the Empire's team. Feng Heng made a quick deduction. Fine, I will help you convey your message. I hope you can prove your sincerity, and think of a way to stop these Blackthorn clones. Seeing that Feng Heng had agreed, Ed was even more convinced of Feng Heng's identity without a doubt. He immediately made a battle gesture to his team. 1135 countermeasure of course. Please leave it to us. We will do our best, but our spiritual power is limited. We can't guarantee that we can control them for a long time. Okay, just try to buy me as much time as possible. Feng Heng nodded to Ed and said in a deep voice, be careful. Alright, he said. Taking advantage of the fact that the three Blackthorn clones were temporarily entangled by the mages of Ed's team, Feng Heng was free and quickly swept forward. After making sure that the game didn't give any warning like using the player's power to carry out the trial, Feng Heng sped up all the way and escaped with peace of mind. He ran quickly along the tunnel dug by the zombie clones until he left the entrance. After sprinting forward for a while, Feng Heng saw the team escorting the Empire's treasures not far ahead and felt relieved. The situation was still good. In front, Tang Minayu and her party were currently engaged in battle with the fleeing Blackthorn clone. Unlike Feng Heng, Tang Minayu's mood was extremely terrible. She gritted her teeth and commanded her team to fight against one of the Blackthorn clones. Tang Minayu's party consisted of many mages. They relied on their weakening spells, and with the help of the melee players and the horde of cave-dwelling beasts, they were able to suppress the pursuing Blackthorn clones. Feng Heng quickly leaped toward Tang Minayu, who was on the right side of the team. How is it? Are you alright? Feng Heng, it's too difficult for me. Seeing Feng Heng coming over, Tang Minayu felt as if she had seen the sufferer. Her eyes turned red and she finally had a place to vent all her grievances. The royal treasury is really too much of a scam. Feng Heng saw Tang Minayu's face at a close distance and couldn't help but be surprised. That was strange. There was something wrong with her eyes. The wriggling blood vessels in Tang Minayu's eyes had now gathered together, forming a faint red outline around her pupils. Could it be the demonic seed? Tang Minayu didn't notice the change in her eyes. She continued to complain to Feng Heng, what a loss. There are so many boxes of rubbish books. Originally, there were more than 100 boxes filled with treasures in the royal treasury. The guards were unable to bring all of them out and could only bring out a third, about 30 boxes. She did not expect that her luck would be even worse after that. Tang Minayu encountered the troublesome royal guard, Changjian. She had to risk her reputation dropping crazily along the way to deliver the treasures to the target location. In the end, they only managed to save half of the treasures. There were 13 boxes in total. 2 of them contained the magic cores and the unknown stone that Feng Heng wanted. The other 2 boxes filled with mithril were thrown to the barbarians as bait. Tang Minayu only got 9 boxes. Having just escaped from the passage, Tang Minayu finally had the time to open the boxes one by one and check them carefully. Tang Minayu almost fainted when she saw it. 5 of the remaining 9 boxes were filled with thick ancient books, and they were skill books. It just had to be the most useless ancient history books of the human empire. At the thought of the huge investment in the early stages, the time and energy spent, the hard work along the way, and the pressure she had encountered halfway, not to mention that she almost lost her life. Tang Minayu's mind exploded. Those stupid guards, I clearly let them take away the most precious treasures boxes, and now? You're letting me read these lousy books? Tang Minayu gritted her teeth in hatred. Right now, she wanted to rush over and execute those royal guards by dismembering them to vent her anger. Fang Heng's brows were tightly knitted after hearing what Tang Minayu said. Books? Would the Empire's royal family place important books in treasure chests? Could it be that there was some secret hidden in the book? A few thoughts flashed in Fang Heng's mind. This was not the time to think about this. Fang Heng nodded and looked at Tang Minayu. Let's not talk about this for now. What's wrong with your eyes? Eyes? What eyes? What's wrong with my eyes? Tang Minayu didn't notice the change in her eyes. She was confused and rubbed her eyes. Fang Heng frowned. You don't feel uncomfortable anywhere? Tang Minayu's face was bitter. Yes, my heart is in pain now. Alright, let's not worry about this for now. The situation was critical. Since Tang Minayu didn't feel any discomfort, Fang Heng didn't have time to investigate it. He said in a deep voice, the enemy is coming this way. Their target is the unknown stone. Ah. A stone? Tang Minayu turned around and looked at the 9 boxes that the cave-dwelling beasts were transporting. Trash was trash. Tang Minayu still carried her last hope and packed up the garbage as well. What if this trash could be sold for money? Who would have thought that just as they were transporting the goods, the party would encounter the attack of the Blackthorn clones? At first, Tang Minayu thought it was just bad luck. It turned out that they were chasing after the black stone. Didn't you already erase the spiritual imprint on the box? How can it still chase after us? Yes, the pursuers are not from the Empire, but the barbarians, Fang Heng explained. The spiritual imprint left by the Empire also has the function of sealing aura, and the barbarians may have come here because of the aura of the stone. This. Tang Minayu fell into silence. She really wanted to ask why the barbarian race was also looking for trouble with them. Alright, indeed, she had also sensed that there were strange spiritual fluctuations coming from the inside of the stone. She was even angrier. The plan to steal was already a big loss, and now the barbarians even wanted to rob the remaining treasure chests? The barbarians' target is the black stone. Leave the other materials to the cave-dwelling beasts. We will escort the stone away first. Fang Heng quickly made a decision. He raised his head and looked at the Blackthorn clone that was being besieged by the players, asking, this thing is very troublesome. Do you have a way to deal with it? Yes, it seems to have the ability to resurrect infinitely. It's very difficult to deal with. Tang Minayu let out a soft hen as her gaze shifted to the Blackthorn clone. Only now did she realize that the Blackthorn life form had been sent by the barbarians. Just now, she and her party had already bombarded the Blackthorn clones with all sorts of elemental spells. Her luck wasn't bad, she managed to kill 2 of the Blackthorn clones. But soon, the crystal dust that was scattered around quickly gathered and returned to its original battle posture. Rebirth won't weaken its various attributes. In most cases, we can only rely on techniques such as imprisonment or sealing to solve this problem. Tang Minayu was more experienced in the game than Fang Heng. After analyzing for a while, she nodded and continued, but it's a coincidence that I don't know either of these 2 methods. Fang Heng also kept silent for a moment. He did know sealing techniques. However, the effect of a low-level sealing technique was really ordinary. He needed a large number of zombie clones to stack the number and probability to complete the seal, not to mention that he did not prepare the tools needed to cast the seal in advance. This path was not feasible. 1136 demonized. Just as Fang Heng and Tang Minayu were conversing, the second Blackthorn clone dashed towards the players from afar. Swish. A black light flashed. One of the black spikes pierced through an elite cave-dwelling beast, severely injuring it. I don't care. If we wait any longer, the number of Blackthorn clones will only increase. The mission requires us to protect the stone for 5 hours. Let's do it the hard way. We will think of a solution while we fight. After saying that, Fang Heng lifted the purple essence long blade and once again charged straight in the direction of the Blackthorn clone. Boom. The purple essence long sword had a great restraining effect on the Blackthorn clone. A single spear strike would cause a large piece of crystal dust to explode from the Blackthorn's body. Tang Minayu followed behind the team and clasped her hands together. Her mental power was suddenly poured into it. What was going on? Tang Minayu suddenly felt a slight tingling sensation in her eyes. Immediately after, a strong wave of spiritual energy surged out of her body. Spiritual power? Where did it come from? Tang Minayu was slightly distracted, and the spell that was being condensed instantly became extremely chaotic, almost out of control. Tang Minayu quickly focused her mind to control the spell. Water dragon, break. Roar. An angry roar. A mystical runic magic array appeared before Tang Minayu. A pool of water formed on the ground. The dragon's head rose from the magic pool and rushed forward. Fang Heng immediately felt a weight on his shoulder. It was actually Dragon's Might. The water dragon skill created by the spell could actually create a Dragon's Might. Fang Heng stared at the water dragon formed by the spiritual spell. The magic water dragon's black pupils were covered with black crystals. The two blackthorn clones were affected by the dragon's might, and their bodies instantly stiffened. Boom. The water dragon's might burst out with a tyrannical magic fluctuation, instantly blasting one of the blackthorn clones. Boom. The blackthorn clone was smashed into pieces by the water dragon, scattering into black crystal dust. What? A single move had actually defeated the blackthorn clone? Tang Minayu couldn't believe it. She couldn't help looking down at her hands. Was she really capable of casting such a powerful spell? Dragon's Might. It really was Dragon's Might. This was not all. Tang Minayu felt that the spiritual power in her body had increased by hundreds of times in an instant. Her spiritual power was still increasing rapidly as if there was no end to it. It was as vast as the starry sky. The most intuitive feeling was that Tang Minayu felt that she could now throw out skills infinitely. Seeing this, Fang Heng immediately turned his head and looked in Tang Minayu's direction. In a short moment, two black rhombuses appeared in Tang Minayu's pupils. Demonic seed. Fang Heng muttered in a low voice. According to the cave-dwelling beast, there was a demonic seed in Tang Minayu's body. She was a demon. Was this the increase in strength after absorbing the power of the demonic seed? Minayu. Fang Heng shouted. I am fine. It should be an additional state of the game. Tang Minayu's mind was unusually clear. She answered and immediately checked the game log explanation. Ding. The player has entered a special state. Ding. The player is missing clues related to the trial. The player is unable to obtain relevant information. Ding. This status is a special trial status and will disappear after exiting the trial. Hint. Triggered by the current test trial score, the player can use a special method to solidify this status. The mission is SSS level and has a very high mission penalty. Please choose carefully. Fang Heng. The game log didn't say anything, but it hinted that my state will disappear after I exit the trial. Yes. Fang Heng fell into deep thought again. From the beginning of the trial game, Tang Minayu's identity had been extremely special. Her strength had increased greatly under the influence of the demonic seed, which was probably due to the balance of difficulty in the trial. No wonder Fang Heng felt that the difficulty rating of the trial game was imbalanced. In fact, it was very likely that Tang Minayu had not been able to unleash the potential of the demonic seed. In this way, Fang Heng squinted his eyes. With Tang Minayu's help, he was more confident in dealing with the barbarian race. He had some confidence in doing things that he had always wanted to do but dared not do before. In the blink of an eye, the blackthorn clone, which had been scattered by the water dragon, began to slowly reform. Minayu, think of a way to control him. All right, she said. Tang Minayu raised her staff and pointed it at the recently resurrected blackthorn clone. She pushed her spiritual power to the limit. Ice storm. Tang Minayu felt her spiritual power rushing out of her body and pouring into the spell. Ho! In the underground world, gusts of cold wind whistled past. The cold air current wreaked havoc in the dark underground space, filling it with suffocating pressure. The whistling cold wind was mixed with solid ice crystals. The speed of the two blackthorn clones rapidly decreased, and a layer of ice crystals could be seen forming on their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka. The ice crystals grew thicker and thicker, and the two blackthorn clones would be frozen on the spot from time to time. They had to struggle with all their might to break free from the layer of ice. Tang Minayu continued to cast the spell while quickly familiarizing herself with the changes brought to her body after the outburst of spiritual power. She was too strong. Was this what the cave-dwelling beasts refer to as demonization by the demonic seed? This was simply a cheat. Fang Heng, my mental strength is almost infinite now. The strength of my skills has increased by at least 300%, and the cooldown time of my skills has been greatly reduced. Also, the high-level skills that I couldn't use before have all been unlocked. All right, he said. Fang Heng raised his purple essence long blade and approached the blackthorn clone. The demonized Tang Minayu could now easily control the blackthorn clone. Kai. The purple essence long sword sliced through the blackthorn's body as though it was cutting through tofu, leaving behind a hole. Bang! The blackthorn clone's pierced body was blasted apart by the purple essence long sword. The specks of crystal dust quickly gathered and recovered. Fang Heng stood in front of the frozen blackthorn clone and temporarily stopped his attack. Instead, he began to study it with great interest. The purple essence was effective against the blackthorn clone, but it wasn't able to completely kill it. Then, Fang Heng's eyes swept over the surrounding cave-dwelling beasts, and his heart moved. The barbarians were similar to the demons at the altar of the cave-dwelling beasts. Could he use the same method to seal them? He could give it a try. Fang Heng kicked the blackthorn clone backward, sending it crashing heavily into the towering stone pillar of the underground world. He quickly moved forward. Fang Heng conveniently took out a short purple essence spike from his backpack and thrust it toward the heart of the blackthorn clone. Bang! Fang Heng's pupils shrank. The purple essence spike in his hand actually exploded into pieces after piercing into the blackthorn clone. Is there a way? Seeing this, Tang Minayu frowned. She had been maintaining her ice storm skill for a full 3 minutes and her mental energy didn't show any signs of being unable to support it. In the past, Tang Minayu would not even dare to think about it. Yes. Fang Heng muttered to himself and raised his eyebrows. Oh, and blood. The blood of the vampires could also affect the blackthorn clone. 1137 seal swish. Fang Heng pulled back the purple essence long blade and cut his palm. Kai. Blood seeped out from the wound on his palm. Fang Heng quickly clenched his fist and then opened it. He directly raised his blood-stained palm and slammed it against the blackthorn clone. Kai kai kai. The blackthorn clone's body instantly emitted a green mist. A big hole had been melted in the position of his heart under the effect of Fang Heng's blood. Fang Heng took out a purple spike from his backpack and stabbed it through the big hole in the blackthorn's body. Ka. The purple essence nail pierced through the blackthorn's body and was firmly nailed to the rock wall behind him. The black crystal dust in the air gathered towards the wounds of the clone, trying to heal them, but it was unable to fully heal due to the influence of the purple essence. There's hope. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He continued to use his own blood to slowly melt holes into the body of the blackthorn clone. As the seventh purple spike pierced through the body of the blackthorn clone and into the stone pillar behind him, 2 game prompts refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! You have destroyed Wangnut's clone. Ding! The current mission Inheritor of the Barbarians has been completed by 5%, success. Not only was the Blackthorn clone under his control, but his mission completion rate had also received a corresponding boost. Fang Heng's eyes brightened. He shot a look at Tang Minayu, who was behind him. Following suit, he quickly dashed toward the next Blackthorn clone, preparing to seal it. When the group of cave-dwelling beasts at the back of the team saw Fang Heng seal the Blackthorn clone, they began to whisper to each other, constantly making gurgling sounds. A moment later, with someone taking the lead, the entire clan of cave-dwelling beasts knelt down in the direction of Fang Heng and Tang Minayu. In a nearby cavern, a blackthorn clone broke free from the mud beneath its feet and ran deeper into the cavern. Ed was helpless. Most of the players in Prilla Gaming Guild were mages. The rules Awaken determined their attack characteristics. High burst damage, insufficient endurance. After a few rounds of spells, the player's spirit would fall to the bottom. He needed to take medicine and rest to recover quickly. Seeing that his party's mental strength had been exhausted, Ed did not dare to gamble with the lives of his party members. Hence, he chose to retreat in self-defense, allowing the Blackthorn clones to leave. After resting for a moment, Ed raised his head and gulped down a bottle of recovery potion. Before he could recover his spirit and lead the team to give chase, another Blackthorn clone caught up from behind. Hence, Ed could only order his team to continue thinking of ways to trap the Blackthorn clone. This continued until the party members' mental energy reached critical value again. He just went back and forth like this. Seeing one Blackthorn clone after another pass by them, Ed felt more and more uneasy. He wondered how the situation was with Her Highness Minayu and Lord Fang Heng. There had been no news all this time. Could he have encountered trouble? At the same time, facing a large number of powerful Blackthorn clones with the ability to resurrect infinitely, was a huge headache. Ed was worried about Fang Heng's condition when he suddenly heard a soft shout from the depths of the tunnel behind him. Ice storm. Boom. The Blackthorn clone, whose entire body was covered in ice crystals, swept past Ed's back and slammed into the rock wall in front of him. Ed was stunned. What was going on? Just like the other players on the team, he turned his head to look at the tunnel behind him. Tang Minayu held her staff and walked out of the passage step by step. Everyone's expression changed. It was the Princess of the Empire, Tang Minayu. Was she the one who released that move just now? It was actually able to freeze the Blackthorn clone to death, without the slightest ability to resist. He had never heard of the Empire's Princess Tang Minayu being so powerful. Your Highness Minayu. One after another, Ed's team reacted and saluted Tang Minayu. Tang Minayu glanced at Ed's team from the corner of her eyes. Before she could answer, Fang Heng passed by the crowd. Fang Heng flashed to the side of the Blackthorn clone, and with a punch, he blasted away the ice crystals around the Blackthorn clone. At the same time, he grabbed the Blackthorn clone's neck and slammed it hard against the rock wall behind. Bang! The Blackthorn clone's back slammed into the wall, creating a web of cracks. What? Ed's eyes twitched. Under the astonished gazes of many players, Fang Heng stretched out his blood-stained palm and pressed it toward the heart of the Blackthorn clone. Kai! How did he do it? Ed was extremely shocked. He discovered that Fang Heng's palm had actually branded a deep hole in the body of the Blackthorn clone. After that, Fang Heng quickly took out a purple essence spike from his backpack and ruthlessly pierced it into the hole, firmly nailing the Blackthorn clone to the wall. Then, the second, the third. Fang Heng had long been familiar with this set of procedures. It took less than 3 minutes for the seventh nail to completely seal the Blackthorn clone. The game notification appeared on his retina. Ding! You have destroyed Wangnut's clone. The current mission, the Heir of the Barbarian, has been completed by 30%. Fang Heng was relieved and turned to look at Tang Minayu. After dealing with the 6 clones, the mission completion rate had reached 30%. At the very least, the party was no longer subject to the mission penalty. Yes. Tang Minayu and Fang Heng had only worked together for a short time, but they got along quite well with each other. They could often understand the meaning of the other party's meaning with just a look. Humphrey. Tang Minayu snorted disdainfully and said in a deep voice, the barbarian race is getting more and more arrogant. They dare to play tricks under our noses. Today, we must make them pay the price and show the might of our empire. As she spoke, Tang Minayu turned to look at Ed and the others. Since you are friends of Lord Fang Heng, you can follow me. Are you willing to? Yes. Her Highness Minayu. I am willing to die for you. Ed only thought that he had obtained the approval of the game character, Lord Fang Heng. He immediately agreed with a happy expression and even cast a grateful look at Fang Heng. In the end, he didn't help Lord Fang Heng with this favor. He had finally boarded the ship of the Empire's princess. Ed couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As long as the princess and Lord Fang Heng were willing to help and become teammates with them, the matter of being the scapegoat would not be a problem at all. Not only could he find a way to make up for it, but he could also obtain huge benefits. This was a blessing in disguise. Ed was excited and made a battle gesture to the players. The players of Prilla Guild immediately gulped down bottles of expensive herbs and potions, ready for the next tough battle. Very good. Let's go. Tang Minayu waved her hand and led the team forward. Fang Heng continued to move forward with the team while squinting his eyes to think of countermeasures. The Tier 3 demonized barbarian was very powerful. Originally, if Tang Minayu had not awakened the demonized skill, he would have only been able to find a way to deal with the Blackthorn clone at his peak. Then, he would run away. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. 1138 frozen, but it was different now. With Tang Minayu's ability and his various support, he might be able to find a way to deal with the heir of the barbarian leader, Wangnut. After all, it was an SS-level main mission. Fang Heng had a very strong premonition that there would be a deeper level of high-tier missions to be discovered behind this main storyline. Previously, Fang Heng felt that the difference between the team's strength and the mission's requirements was too great and that they had no chance of winning. Now that there was a tiny chance, Fang Heng didn't want to give up immediately. Give it a try. After making up his mind, Fang Heng no longer thought about it and quickly followed the team back to support. In another underground world, the Empire's sword Saint Rio Tinto was still fighting Wangnut. With the passage of time, Rio Tinto's fighting strength plummeted. The decline in physical fitness caused by age caused Rio Tinto to fall into constant danger. As Mikhail fought with the Blackthorn clone, he kept a portion of his attention on the battle between Rio Tinto and Wangnut. Originally, in theory, Rio Tinto should have lost to Wangnut. However, from the very beginning, Wangnut's strength also started to decrease. And it was very strange. The drop in strength of Wangnut was a gradual one. This was why till now, Rio Tinto didn't lose. Later, Mikhail understood. Every time the game prompted that Fang Heng had taken care of a Blackthorn clone, Wangnut's strength would drop by a small margin. It seemed that there was a limit to the number of clones Wangnut could create. But no matter what, Rio Tinto was clearly on the decline. Unless Wangnut's strength dropped drastically again, it would be hard for Rio Tinto to win. Mikhail, how's the situation? Hearing this, Mikhail slashed the Blackthorn clone into black crystal dust, and then flashed to Wei Tao's side. He said in a low voice, yes, Rio Tinto can't last long. Previously, the elite army of the Empire had already been thrown into a mess by the Blackthorn clones. Now that they had finally recovered, the Empire's army reorganized their formation and coordinated with Mikhail to hold back the last 2 Blackthorn clones. Well, you should be careful too. We will wait for Feng Hang and be ready to evacuate at any time. Wei Tao and Mikhail observed the situation on the field and had already made plans to retreat. The current situation was actually very good, and Wei Tao was very happy to accept it. Although Rio Tinto could fail at any time, Feng Hang and Tang Minayu were really too powerful. Their main mission completion rate had already reached 30%. He had reached the target. To Wei Tao, it was fine as long as he did not receive any punishment. After all, a Tier 3 barbarian was not someone they could deal with at the moment. If the Sword Saint Rio Tinto was defeated, he would immediately escape with his team. He would not have any psychological burden. Wei Tao even wanted to leave earlier and go back to see what the NPC god under Feng Hang had found. There were still more than 10 hours of trial time left. If he used all of it to clear the barbarian camp in the underground world, he felt that he could even raise his trial score to SS level. Your Highness Minayu. Hearing the guard's surprised shouts, Wei Tao and Mikhail both turned back to look. The 2 vertical black crystals in Tang Minayu's pupils made Wei Tao's heart sink. Move. Tang Minayu shouted and raised her staff. The black rhombus crystals in her eyes solidified a little more. Ice Crystal Storm. The underground world was once again enveloped by a biting cold wind. The cold wind was mixed with ice crystals as it whistled past. The 2 Blackthorn clones that bore the brunt of the attack were immediately enveloped in a layer of ice crystals, and their movement speed became extremely slow within a short few seconds. The frost covering their bodies rapidly thickened at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a layer of ice crystals. Half a minute later, the 2 Blackthorn clones were completely frozen. Compared to just now, the strength of the spell cast by Tang Minayu had been further improved. Ed's team of players had come all the way here, and now that they saw Tang Minayu cast the blizzard again, they were shocked. They didn't know anything about the demonic seed. They only thought that Tang Minayu had been hiding her strength all along. The inheritors of the Empire were all dragons and phoenixes among men, so it was reasonable for them to be powerful. Feng Hang followed suit and threw a punch at the nearest Blackthorn clone, knocking it against a wall. Then, he took out the purple essence nail from his backpack and tried to seal it. Wangnet, who was fighting with Rio Tinto, glanced at Feng Hang and suddenly had an idea. So it was him. He actually had the ability to seal the Blackthorn clone. Things were getting more and more interesting. Wangnet's lips curled into a sneer, and he once again closed in, the Blackthorn spear in his hand flying towards Rio Tinto. Tang Minayu held her staff and shouted at Wangnet, "White prison!" Ho! A bone-piercing cold wind whistled through the underground cave. Wangnet raised an eyebrow. He discovered that the space around him was gradually condensing into white icicles. The ice curtain quickly condensed. With the ice pillars as the bones and the ice curtain as the support, it was like a cage that quickly condensed and locked him in. Laughable. Wangnet snorted. Boom. Before the ice curtain could even form, it was blown apart by Wangnet's crystallized fist. Whoosh. The Blackthorn flapped its wings, and Wangnet quickly broke through the white prison's range. At the same time, he glanced at Tang Minayu from the corner of his eyes. With a quick glance, he noticed the 2 Blackthorn crystals in Tang Minayu's pupils. He turned his head and stared at Tang Minayu. Ha 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 ha. Tang Minayu, the princess of the Empire. Interesting. The human empire is really interesting. Wangnet seemed to have discovered something interesting. He laughed out loud, suddenly giving up on his attack on Rio Tinto, and instead turned to quickly retreat. What did that mean? Did he escape? Tang Minayu stopped the spell that she had just condensed halfway and looked in the direction that Wangnet had escaped in, her face full of doubt. Looking at the battlefield, the barbarian soldiers had already retreated in the chaos. The Sword Saint Rio Tinto did not pursue him. He stopped and sat down without a word. After swallowing a few pills, he closed his eyes and concentrated. The continuous and intense battle had almost made his body unable to hold on, and there were at least a dozen internal injuries on his body. If Tang Minayu hadn't arrived in time, he estimated that he would only be able to hold on for another minute. The Empire's side also quickly regrouped. The captain of the guards, Eric, as well as the captain of the royal guards, Changjiqian, came to Tang Minayu's back and reported with a bow, "Your Highness Minayu, we came late to rescue you. Are you alright?" "Yes." Tang Minayu nodded and looked away from the fleeing Wangnet. It still wasn't enough. With her current strength, she still couldn't stop a Tier 3 demonized barbarian. Although her spiritual power had increased greatly, the level and number of high-level spells she could master were very limited. Even if the Empire's Sword Saint Rio Tinto could still fight, if they continued to fight, they would most likely be defeated. So why did Wangnet suddenly choose to run? 1139 The analysis. Ding. The player's team has defeated the successor of the barbarian leader Wingnut. The player's current main mission, the successor of the barbarians, has been completed at 100%. Ding. The player team's trial score has increased slightly. The player team will receive an additional 12 hours of trial time. Ding. The player's team mission protecting the unknown stone was completed in advance. The player's trial score has increased slightly. The player's team will receive an additional hour of trial time. On the other side, Feng Hang watched as the sealed Blackthorn clone exploded with a boom, completely dissipating in the air. Ho! It seems like it's over for now. Feng Hang glanced at the game prompt and murmured to himself. He also turned his head and looked in the direction where Wingnut had escaped. So the barbarians were secretly building a camp here to get the Blackstone? Feng Hang didn't have time to think about it carefully before due to the urgency of the situation. Now that he looked back, the barbarians' movements seemed a little strange. No matter how he thought about it, he still felt that something was missing. Previously, Feng Hang had also found the Blackstone in the underground world. The barbarian race didn't protect the Blackstone so strictly. Feng Hang had guessed that the Blackstone might only be one of Wingnut's targets. It was also one of the random targets. It was probably because it had sensed the existence of the rock that it picked it up. He had a bigger plan. Feng Hang, you've worked hard. Is everyone alright? Wei Tao and Gale also followed behind. Yeah, I am fine. As he spoke, he looked at Tang Minayu, who was gathered in the center by the Empire soldiers, and asked in a low voice, "What's up with Tang Minayu? How did her strength suddenly increase so quickly? I am afraid a demonic seed in her body has erupted." Gale and Wei Tao looked at each other. Demonic seed? What did that mean? Was this the consequence of the demonic seed's eruption? A huge increase in strength? Didn't he say that she will become a monster? Tang Minayu didn't look like it either. To be honest, if there was such a good thing, they would also want to have a demonic seed planted in their bodies. Ahem. Noticing the envy in their eyes, Feng Hang coughed and said in a low voice, "It's a temporary state added by the trial. It will disappear after you exit the trial." "Oh, I see," the two of them replied. Feng Hang. Feng Hang. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting loudly behind him. Feng Hang looked back in search of the voice. Not far behind him, Sandy was waving at him excitedly. Mojai Aoi was also standing beside Sandy. The two of them were stopped by the soldiers of the Empire. Feng Hang immediately waved his hand to signal the Empire's soldiers to let them in. "Old Mo, you've come." Mojai Aoi had learned about Feng Hang's attack on the Empire's warehouse in advance and knew that Feng Hang was nearby. Therefore, he came to find Feng Hang as soon as he got Kaiyu Yaoking's analysis report. Coincidentally, Sandy had just finished reconstructing the underground frescoes and was loitering around when he accidentally heard about Feng Hang's plan to steal from the royal treasury. He immediately became interested and mumbled, as expected of the guy who caught the eye of the god of art. Then, he desperately pestered Mojai Aoi to come and find Feng Hang. Tang Minayu had also noticed Mojai Aoi and his partner who had rushed over. She temporarily sent the Empire team away and walked toward them alone. "I temporarily sent the Empire guards away and lied to them that the treasures of the Empire were taken away by the barbarians. I asked them to clean up the secret camp left by the barbarians in the underground world, hoping to find something. So you guys took the Empire's treasure back?" At this moment, Wei Tao finally became aware of the truth. Wei Tao looked at Feng Hang and Tang Minayu with suspicion. The two of them had been secretly talking to each other for a long time, most likely because they had long been interested in the Empire's treasury. It was definitely an organized and premeditated crime. Cough, cough. "I just took the Empire's treasure in passing. It would be a waste not to take it." Seeing that the matter had came to an end, Tang Minayu's mood improved a little. "All right," he said. Wei Tao rubbed his swollen temples and decided not to think too much to avoid giving himself more trouble. In short, the result was good. He had successfully completed the mission, and he had received an increase in his trial score as well as an additional 13 hours of game time. Including the time he had received from Kaiyu Yakang, he had earned nearly a day's worth of game time. "Since we're all here, let's talk about the situation and gather the information." Yes. The party members gathered together to discuss. Genius Kaiyu found something big. "I thought it might be very important to the main storyline, so I came to you immediately." Mojai Aoi was the first to speak. He pulled everyone to a corner and told them about Kaiyu Yaking's research findings in a low voice as concisely as possible. After listening to Mojai Aoi's explanation about the virus, everyone was surprised again. So, this world was somehow connected to the zombie apocalypse? Including Wei Tao, the three world lords all looked at Feng Hang. Up until now, Feng Hang was the only ruthless person who had cracked the final ending of the zombie apocalypse. And he had cracked it twice. Hueco and the others had mostly used the normal route to solve the zombie apocalypse. It was nothing more than living in peace with the zombies, developing drugs, directly annihilating the scavenger army, developing a super fortress, and slowly surviving with time. Mikhail did not even know who Hyla was. He was baffled. The three of them combined did not know as much about the background story of the Hyla virus as Feng Heng did. Feng Heng also lowered his head and pondered. He had guessed wrong. All of this had nothing to do with the vampires. His blood was able to affect the barbarians because of the Hyla virus in his body. In fact, after clearing zombie apocalypse, Kaiyu Yaokeng had also taken his blood for research. After Kaiyu Yaokeng's analysis, he believed that the system's final hidden reward, the undead body, was actually a completely optimized Hyla virus. The effect of the Hyla virus was reflected in its powerful recovery ability. For example, the current barbarian world. At the thought of this, Feng Heng also raised his head and looked at Tang Minayu. The crystallized state of the barbarians, the demonized state of the cave-dwelling beasts, and now, after Tang Minayu absorbed the power of the demonic seed, her spiritual power had also undergone a great change. The effect of a virus of the same origin was no longer a powerful recovery ability. Instead, it was a substantial increase in combat power. Seeing Feng Heng deep in thought, Hueco couldn't help but ask, Feng Heng, do you want to share the information? Yes. Everyone present had already passed the elementary trial game, so there was no risk of being punished for revealing information about the it. Feng Heng explained, to put it simply, the Hyla virus was named by Hyla, the provider of the progenitor virus in the apocalyptic world. After she was infected by a virus, she gained great power. I have some Hyla virus in my body, so my blood is effective against demonized barbarians. That's the background story. 1140 summons. Everyone fell into deep thought again after listening to Feng Heng's narration. After a long while, Kaiyu Yaokeng raised his head again and asked, So, Feng Heng, do you have any clues now? Yes, I have some ideas. Do you remember the stone box we found at the beginning of the trial? Of course, I remember. According to Kaiyu Yaokeng's analysis, the box was used to seal the demonic seed. When Mojai Aoi heard about the box, he continued, Now we know that the demonic seed is a virus with the same origin as the Hyla virus. It has the effect of transforming various physical qualities of the human body. Feng Heng nodded, That's right. I don't know if everyone still remembers that Sandy had once restored the image on the stone box. Everyone's eyes lit up. Feng Heng recalled and raised 3 fingers one by one. A total of 3 paintings were restored. The first one was a disaster. The entire forest and village were plunged into a sea of fire, and there were dead bodies everywhere. In the second painting, a group of people was arguing around a stone. After touching the stone, the human turned into a ghost, and everyone fled in all directions. In the third painting, the beast in the cave made a stone box and sealed the stone. After hearing Feng Heng's narration, everyone was a little worried. Hueco looked at Tang Minayu and asked, Minayu, how do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable or your body is being controlled? Not at all. I am feeling very good now. Tang Minayu shook her head repeatedly. As she spoke, she looked in the direction of the barbarian camp and said, I can't even fight 100, let alone 10. Mojai Aoi's eyes lit up, so, the virus in Tang Minayu's body is increasing in a completely positive manner? Hueco hesitated, that's strange. Judging from the style of the murals and the words of the cave-dwelling beasts, demonization is not a good state. It seems that it will have a great impact on the mind. As for the barbarian race, I am not sure if there will be any backlash after demonization. Those are the secrets of the barbarian race, and it's a little difficult to understand. Everyone. Sandy suddenly raised his hand to attract everyone's attention. Don't forget, after I restored the marks on the stone box, I found a mark similar to a white whale at the bottom of the box. You know about white whales, right? The symbol of the royal family of the Merit Empire, the emblem of the Andrast family that established the entire empire. With that, Sandy looked at Tang Minayu. Yes, Tang Minayu, I am talking about your family's ancestor. Tang Minayu blinked. And then? This. Sandy, who was in the midst of his excitement, froze for a moment, then awkwardly put down his hand. There's nothing else. I am just telling you what I found. Feng Heng frowned and thought, I've talked to the elder of the cave-dwelling beasts who was sealed in the altar before. According to him, a long time ago, the leader of the cave-dwelling beasts made an agreement with the humans to keep one of the boxes that sealed the demonic seed in the underground world. The demonic seed he mentioned should be the host of the virus, and the box is the black box we found. It seems that the person who made the agreement with the Empire should be the royal ancestor of the Empire. The Empire's ancestors may have discovered the demonic seed's drawbacks, so they sealed the demonic seed? Sandy asked, Minayu, is there anything recorded in your family tree? Tang Minayu's face was bitter. I don't know. I just joined the trial like you. As everyone was discussing, they suddenly realized that the rear of the Empire's army had fallen into a slight commotion. The chaos quickly stopped, and a group of Empire soldiers in silver armor rushed back from the rear of the underground world. The soldiers hurried over and gathered everyone in the center. A general of the Empire wearing bright silver armor strode forward and stood in front of Tang Minayu. He said loudly, Chen Wubin, the captain of the Empire's silver-armored guards, greets your highness Minayu. Tang Minayu stopped talking to Wei Tao and the others and turned to look at the person. Your highness, your subordinate is here on the orders of Emperor Salvador to bring you back to the royal family. Tang Minayu frowned. The current emperor, Salvador, was not her father in name. He was the acting emperor in charge of the various political affairs of the empire. He was her uncle. When Tang Minayu returned to the royal family, she learned a little about the royal family. She only knew that the emperor had been seriously ill for some time, and during his illness, he had ordered the empire to be entrusted to Salvador. In this situation, why would they waste time on an acting monarch? Wasn't this sick? Tang Minayu didn't want to see the acting monarch, so she pretended to be angry and scolded. Can't you see that I am busy right now? You're not here to protect the empire when the barbarian race invaded. Now that the barbarian race has been driven away, you've come so quickly. What are you all doing? I am sorry. Your Highness. Chen Wubin raised his head and stared straight at Tang Minayu. He did not give in and said loudly, His Majesty has ordered that we must bring Her Highness Minayu back to the royal family. As he spoke, the silver-armored guards behind Chen Wubin entered a state of alert. In the establishment of the Empire's army, the silver-armored guards were elite combat forces that were transferred from all over the Empire, and they only listened to the direct command of the Emperor. Something was wrong. Fang Heng had a thought. What was happening? Why did they suddenly become so hostile? Why was the royal family so insistent on bringing Tang Minayu back? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Seeing this, Tang Minayu subconsciously felt a little guilty. She glanced at Fang Heng with a pleading look. Terrible. Could it be that her plan to steal the royal treasury had been discovered? In the next moment, the game prompt refreshed the retinas of Tang Minayu and the others. Ding! The player team has triggered an optional main trial mission. The royal family summons. Mission title, The Royal Family Summons Choice. Mission requirement, Salvador, the current acting monarch of the empire, wants to see Tang Minayu. Mission branch option 1, accept summons. Mission branch option 2, refuse to be summoned. This option will cause the player's team to break off from the royal family. Remaining time for selection, 30 seconds. Description, triggered by trial difficulty. If you do not make a choice within 30 seconds, you will reject the summon by default and enter a hostile state with the empire. Tang Minayu and Fang Heng quickly communicated with their eyes. What do we do? They came with ill intentions. Did they find out that you stole from the treasury? Don't panic. We've done a clean job. The barbarian race is the scapegoat. The probability of being discovered is not high. It's possible that he just wants to summon you. I don't think it's that simple. You're suggesting that I meet him? For safety's sake, you go and see him. Try to stall for time to deal with the treasures for me. In addition, don't worry even if you encounter any trouble. I will think of a way to save you from outside. Don't worry about me if you run into trouble. I am fine with dying, but you must take care of the treasures. Okay, leave it to me. Don't worry. 1141 Harvest. The two of them quickly reached an agreement. Under the current circumstances, breaking off from the royal family of the empire was a bad choice. To meet the emperor of the empire, Tang Minayu was prepared to stabilize the empire for the time being, and Fang Heng could take advantage of this time to properly deal with the treasures he had robbed. After fighting for so long, he should at least get some money, right? Even if they quit the trial now, it would still be a huge profit. I can go back with you, but what about my friends? Chen Wubin glanced at Fang Heng and the other. His Majesty only wants to see you. Everyone else is free to go wherever they want. Alright, I will go back with you. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Highness. Chen Wubin was also worried that Tang Minayu would refuse to cooperate, so he was relieved to hear that. He cupped his fists at Tang Minayu and gave instructions to the other empire guards. His Majesty has ordered that the treasures in the royal treasury have been stolen. Everyone must cooperate with the silver-armored guards to recover the stolen treasures, and no suspicious person will be let off. The empire's soldiers cupped their fists in unison. Yes, sir. Seeing Tang Minayu being taken away by the silver guards of the empire, Wei Tao and the others gathered. Wei Tao saw the eye contact between Tang Minayu and Fang Heng and thought they had a plan. He said, "What's the situation? Do you have a plan in the royal family?" "No, it was an emergency. We were surprised too. Hearing this, Mikhail frowned. He was a little worried about Tang Minayu's condition and said in a deep voice, from the game prompt, Tang Minayu's situation is not good this time. What's our next step? Do you want to go over and take a look? Wei Tao looked at Fang Heng. Tang Minayu is our teammate. We can't ignore her. I've analyzed that the royal family might be related to the next main storyline mission. We can continue to explore this direction. What do you think, Fang Heng? Your guess is the same as mine. Let's split up. You guys follow them and find a way to investigate any clues related to the royal family. Keep in touch. I have some clues to investigate, and I will meet up with you guys after I am done. Alright, he said. After a short discussion, they split up again. The players from Prilla Guild were confused. What did that mean? What were these characters doing? Why was the plot development getting more and more confusing? What were the people from the Central Federation doing? And that group of players? Which side were they on? Would it be the barbarians or the Empire? Why was it so strange? They couldn't possibly be on the side of the undead feudal Lord Fang Heng, right? After waiting for a long time, Ed saw that feudal Lord Fang Heng was finally free. He walked forward cautiously and asked Fang Heng, Lord Fang Heng, did you see Her Highness Minayu just now? Yes, Her Highness Minayu has been urgently summoned by the royal family. There won't be any problems. Ed replied. He turned back to look in the direction where Tang Minayu was taken away, thinking that she didn't look like she was fine. Then, the misunderstanding between us. Fang Heng looked at Ed with a gentle expression. It would be great if all the players were as understanding and reasonable as Ed. He was no longer afraid of any hostile missions. Of course, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. I am willing to trust you, and I will pass on your words to my friends. Hearing this, Ed heaved a sigh of relief and thanked Fang Heng repeatedly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. In the underground world, Wangnut quickly moved forward. The black stratum cornum on the surface of his body slowly faded. Under the cuticles layer, Wangnut's skin was covered in red cracks. Blood mixed with crystallized fragments kept oozing out of the cracks. Suddenly, Wangnut's pupils contracted, and a blackthorn crystal condensed in his pupils. Wangnut controlled his body and slammed it into the wall in front of him. Bang! He clenched his fists tightly and curled up into a ball. His muscles contracted and squirmed uncontrollably as if he was enduring great pain. After a long while, "Pooh!" Wangnut let out a long breath. His body, which was gradually disintegrating, finally stabilized temporarily. Wangnut wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked into the distance. He muttered, "There's not much time left." Necromancer. On the other side, after parting ways with Wei Tao and the others, Fang Heng immediately returned to the underground world to look for the cave-dwelling beasts that were transporting the treasures, urging the team to set off for the Land of Plague. There was a change in plans. The stones stolen from the royal treasury this time were bigger than before, and the mental power fluctuations were more obvious. They needed to be transported back to the Land of Plague as soon as possible for the sacred tree. Considering that there was a possibility of encountering barbarians who would come back halfway, Fang Heng decided to escort the stone back personally. Sending one box was sending, and sending a batch of boxes was also sending. Fang Heng decided to send all the treasures he had stolen from the Empire's treasury back to the Land of Plague. The team of cave-dwelling beasts would assist in transporting the items. Naturally, Sandy chased after Fang Heng. He couldn't stand the loneliness. After escorting the transport team for a few steps, he pestered Fang Heng to open the boxes and check the goods. The moment he thought of the words "the Empire's royal treasury," Sandy felt as if there were thousands of monkeys scratching at his heart. "Well, that's good. Let's check the goods." Fang Heng nodded. After working hard for half a day, the matter had finally come to an end. He sat down and checked his harvest in peace. Fang Heng found a familiar box and opened its lid. The box was filled to the brim with magic cores. Everything else aside, the magic core was in place, and the last piece of the Ghost Tower's puzzle had been completed. After returning to the Land of Plague, he could immediately complete the construction of the Ghost Tower. The only troublesome thing was that the treasure chests were items from the royal treasury. They were judged by the game to be special items and could not be put into the backpack, nor could they be transferred out of this world. The impact wasn't big. However, the origin of the magic core still needed to be cleared up. I will get someone to spread the news when I get back to the Land of Plague. I will say that the Prilla Gaming Guild helped me snatch the magic cores from the barbarians. Although it could not completely solve the problem. Let's do this first. Then, there was the unknown black stone. The transport team's largest box was filled with black stones. It took more than 20 cave-dwelling beasts and nightmare rhinos pulling the cart together to barely transport them. As soon as he opened the box, a strong wave of mental power spilled out of the box. Fang Heng frowned and closed the box immediately. It seemed that the box that the Empire used to store the black stones also had the effect of isolating spiritual fluctuations. Feng Heng continued to check. A box of high-end decorations. Feng Heng picked one up casually. Item: gorgeous green agate gemstone necklace, unidentified. Description: the fresh and natural green agate is brimming with classical charm, awakening the fresh temperament in every movement. Description: hidden charm +2, weight bonus +1 when interacting with game characters, double bonus when used by women. Description: this item is a special item. It cannot be stored in the backpack or enter the space-time passage. Description: after the appraisal, one can obtain 1 to 5 special attributes. There is a chance that the attributes will be destroyed after appraisal. 1142 I know. After reading the game's description, Feng Heng couldn't help but reveal a distressed look. Decorative items were relatively rare. Not to mention, after the appraisal, he could also obtain a special attribute. If they could farm for a high-level attribute, their prices would greatly increase. However, these pieces of equipment had the additional attribute of not being able to be put into a backpack and not being able to enter a space-time passage. Its value was greatly reduced. What? A work of art. Feng Heng. These are all works of art. Sandy's eyes brightened and he shouted excitedly when he saw the necklace. He went to Feng Heng's side and checked each and every one of them, fondling them with all his heart. Ding. Your companion Sandy is appraising an item. Ding. Your companion Sandy has appraised a work of art, a rare white pearl headdress, 2 additional attributes obtained. Click here for more details. Ding. Your companion Sandy is undergoing appraisal. While they were talking, the game prompts began to refresh on Feng Heng's retina from time to time. Feng Heng didn't have much hope for the equipment. He only wanted to sell it for some money and earn back some money for his hard work. He continued to open the next box. The orange light from the box made Feng Heng's eyes light up. Dark crystal sand. 2 full boxes. The Empire's precious strategic resources. It was definitely good stuff. Rich. Feng Heng was overjoyed. The dark crystal sand could be used to refine weapons, increasing the hardness and sharpness of the weapons. In addition, dark crystal sand had a good effect when added to magic items, and could also be used in alchemy. Feng Heng closed the box and continued to check. Good fellow. It was a box full of spell scrolls. Most of the scrolls had reached the level of a master's spell. It was also a good thing. The only troublesome part was that it could not be stored in the backpack. However, Feng Heng was sure that someone would pay a high price for such a powerful one-time consumable. Feng Heng opened the next box. This one is. What the hell? The box was covered with a thick layer of white powder, which was shining with a colorful luster. Upon closer inspection, it should be a white powder mixed with various impurities. Feng Heng reached out his hand and tried to touch it. Ding! The player has discovered an unknown compound. Hint, triggered by alchemy academic skill, special compound, can be used as raw material for alchemy. The player lacks the relevant alchemy formula, unable to obtain more information. Player can try to level up alchemy to obtain more information. Materials related to alchemy? Feng Heng took back his hand and looked at the white powder in the box, frowning. Upon closer inspection, there were even fine alchemy runes carved into the box. It seemed to be some kind of protective alchemy rune to prevent the material from being damaged and reacting with other substances. No matter, let's put it aside for now. The mixed alchemy materials stolen from the royal treasury couldn't be ordinary. Feng Heng closed the box and shifted his gaze to the 5 boxes that were placed side by side behind him. Tang Minayu had complained before that only 4 boxes were really useful, and the remaining 5 boxes were filled with trash books. He casually opened a box, and sure enough, the box was filled with books. The book was well preserved, without any damage or dust. A book? Sandy looked at the box that was filled with books and was surprised once again. He stopped appraising the ordinary accessories and walked to Feng Heng's side. He took out a book from the box and started reading. This is interesting, Feng Heng. You're indeed a person who has been chosen by the god of art. You know that these books are worth a lot of money. Ah, it has great artistic research value. Feng Heng was a little confused. He turned around and asked, these books have research value? You know that without even looking at it? Of course, TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at how this book was preserved. It's not damaged at all after such a long time. I bet the money spent on the preservation of this book is enough to buy mine. How can it be an ordinary book? Wait a moment, let me see what's inside. Sandy began to read with great interest. Feng Heng also became interested. He had a premonition that the books in the box were not ordinary. After hearing Sandy's words, he felt even more that the books might be hiding some secrets related to the royal family. There are 4 more boxes besides this one. Take your time to read and analyze them. Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders and went back to the car to rest. He hoped that Sandy would discover some surprises. Fang Heng decided to take advantage of this opportunity to rest for a while since he hadn't had much rest for 2 days after entering the game. In the real world, at the Central Federation, in-game Crisis Management Department, Division 9. The director, Fan Tange, looked at the newly submitted report and asked, Prilla Gaming Guild? How did they know about us? Project Elegy had been proposed about 2 years ago. At that time, Fan Tange had just taken office and was ready to do something big. He had proposed Project Elegy with great ambition. Only when they started to implement it did they realize that Project Elegy was facing too much resistance. Fan Tange felt like he had been beaten by reality. Of course, he never gave up. However, the plan in the barbarian world was only an empty shell. There was no actual action at all. He felt that it was strange that Prilla Gaming Guild had suddenly sent out an invitation to work with him. I am not sure, but the Prilla Gaming Guild seems to be in a hurry, and they're eager to reach a cooperation agreement with us. I've gathered information about the Prilla Gaming Guild last night. In the Northern Federation, the Prilla Gaming Guild is a very powerful gaming guild, and it's unique in the barbarian game world. Yes. Fan Tange nodded, put away the report, and threw it into the trash can beside his desk. Director, how should we respond to them? There's no rush. Let them be cold for a few days. Okay, Director, I know what to do. Well, let's talk about the situation in motion first. Fan Tange did not care about a players' guild at all. He was too busy to take care of the other worlds. As for cooperation? There was not even a shadow of the Elegy plan, so what was there to work with? In the morning, the sun shone on the earth. After the underground cave incident came to an end, Ed's team did not dare to rashly return to the guild residence to rest. Instead, they returned to their temporary base to rest. After dismissing the players, they went offline to rest. However, Ed could not fall asleep. He paced back and forth in the hall, waiting for news of the progress of the cooperation with the Federation. Sarwin hurriedly went online. Did you manage to contact him? Ed immediately asked. How's the situation? That. Sarwin's expression was a little ugly, and he stammered, We've made contact. The Central Federation replied that they've informed the main person in charge of the plan. Seeing the expression on Sarwin's face, Ed had a bad feeling. He asked, Be straightforward, and then? How did they reply? They didn't say much, just 2 words, I know. 1143 growth A. Ed was stunned. I know? What was the meaning of this? What do you know? What about the follow-up cooperation? I worked so hard to help you last night, but it was all in vain. He didn't even want to say a few more words. Ed was a little angry. Just as he was thinking, a player knocked on the door and rushed in. With an excited expression, he shouted, Boss. Boss. It's done. There are some updates. What? Boss is still amazing. It was settled in one move. The people who are guarding the guild headquarters just now said that there were many people sent by the feudal lords outside the headquarters. They were all here on the feudal lord's orders with some gifts to express their apologies for last night's incident, saying that it was all a misunderstanding. Ding. The order for your arrest issued by the feudal lord, Lord Brent, and the other feudal lords of the empire has been cancelled. Ding. Due to the rumors in the outside world, your favorability with the various feudal lords has increased slightly. Ding. As part of the rumors has been clarified, the player's friendship level with Lord Brent has been restored. The current friendship level has reached amicable. Ding. As part of the rumors has been clarified, the player's friendship level with Lord Brent has been restored. The current friendship level has reached amicable. When he saw the notification on his retina, Ed could finally put his mind at ease. He calmed down and carefully read the game log description, and his expression gradually turned from dark to bright. Good. Not only was the wanted order cancelled, but their friendship level had also increased slightly. Ed was glad that he was smart enough to not make the wrong move last night. If he had gone against the feudal lord of the Land of Plague last night, not to mention recovering his friendliness with the feudal lords, he might even have lost his guild. After calming himself down, Ed continued to ask, What's going on? Speak clearly. It's said that the Land of Plague said that they were grateful for the help of the Prilla Mage Guild to retrieve the magic cores from the barbarians. Now, the feudal lords outside have withdrawn their wanted orders for us. This was great. He was finally free from the blame. Ed didn't pay much attention to the details of the Land of Plague's claim that they had snatched the magic cores back from the barbarians. It was just an excuse. President, is there something strange? Sarwin asked with a frown. He had just been treated coldly by the Central Federation after begging for so long. How could the matter be resolved so quickly? It was so simple. It felt weird. The Federation's attitude towards us was very cold just now, said Sarwin, puzzled. Why are they suddenly helping us? Yes, it's not hard to guess. Ed nodded and continued. What the Federation means is that they already know our sincerity, so they helped us solve this problem. As for our future cooperation, they still want to see if we have enough strength. In my opinion, this time, the Federation's projectology is very grand. They are very confident in their own capabilities, too, and may not want any outsiders to join them. They may also be testing us. Boss, I understand. So what's our next step? Ed gave Sarwin a look that said, do you even need to ask? Of course, we have to seize the opportunity to cooperate with Lord Feng Heng and Her Highness Minayu. As he said that, Ed looked at the other subordinate who reported the news and asked, is there any movement from Lord Feng Heng's side? Ah, yes. Other than clarifying the matter, the Land of Plague has also invited the various feudal lords of Griffin City to visit the construction of the Mage Tower. I heard that the Ghost Tower will be completed this afternoon. The Mage Guild's president Randolph will personally head over to inspect the construction. Alright, let's go and take a look. Remember to prepare a gift. In the Land of Plague, Feng Heng stood in front of the sacred tree Abakia. The sacred tree, Abakia, seemed to have sensed the black stone brought by Feng Heng and was in a happy mood. Yes, I prepared it for you. Kai kai kai. The roots extended from the ground, tightly wrapped around the black stone, and dragged it underground. Buzz. The sacred tree emitted a faint light. Specks of green light circled around the tree, and the entire tree exuded a vibrant vitality. Feng Heng felt that part of his fatigue had also been eliminated. The trunk grew up again, and the dome made of branches and leaves spread out rapidly. A line of game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The sacred tree Abakia has absorbed a high concentration of special energy and is currently in a rapid growth state. In the blink of an eye, the entire area covered by the vines spread outward at an accelerated speed. Outside the Land of Plague, Mazian was leading the chambers of commerce towards the Land of Plague. The various feudal lords from the Empire and the vice president of the Mage Association, Randolph, were also with her. The entire team already had a few hundred people. The feudal lords were in a good mood, and they were discussing the ghost tower that was about to be completed in low voices. In just 2 days, the news that the Land of Plague had defeated the invading barbarian army spread throughout the entire empire. Even the sacred tree in the Land of Plague had been rumored to be a god. It was said that the Land of Plague defeated the barbarian army with the power of the sacred tree. Ren was one of the visitors who had come with them, and he had another hidden identity. He was actually the person in charge of the Empire's royal family's intelligence agency in Hani City. Earlier today, the royal family needed information related to the Land of Plague. However, the information he could provide was minimal. The royal family was very dissatisfied with this and ordered him to immediately step up the investigation. Ren felt wronged. In all honesty, it had only been 2 days since the Land of Plague evolved from a small village. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this in just 2 days? It wasn't that Ren had never tried to get people to investigate in secret, but the people he had sent to investigate would be deterred by the vines from within the forest as soon as they got close to the forest. The entire Land of Plague was like an iron bucket that no one could enter. Helplessly, Ren could only obtain a small amount of information from the Four Seas Trading Company and the feudal lords who had cooperated with the Land of Plague. This time, he had spent a lot of effort to accompany a feudal lord into the Land of Plague for a tour. Ren raised his head and looked at the towering tree in the middle of the Land of Plague in the distance. An indescribable shock rose from the bottom of his heart. How could there be such a huge tree? That must be the rumored sacred tree of the Land of Plague. Yes, that's right. A sacred tree. I've never seen such a huge tree before. I heard that this tree has spirituality. I've heard about it too. It can even help us defend the city. There were also quite a few people on the team who had come because of the tree's reputation. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and discussed in low voices. During the day, the sacred tree in the Land of Plague was even more spectacular, as if it connected the sky and the earth. Almost everyone was in awe of it. 1144 A growing body. Randolph raised his head and looked at the giant tree in the distance, his eyes also showing a touch of surprise. The Empire's sword Saint Chipo, who was with Lord Brent, also raised his eyebrows. Their eyes met by chance. Randolph slightly nodded to Chipo. They all felt it. Compared to yesterday when he came to the Land of Plague, the sacred tree had grown a lot taller, and the life aura it contained was also stronger. Lord Feng Heng, the master of the Land of Plague, had unfathomable strength. Perpetual spells didn't weaken with time. Instead, they became stronger. How did he do it? Suddenly, Randolph realized something. He frowned and turned to look at the sacred tree. The next moment, Randolph's eyes were filled with surprise. What was going on? This powerful life force fluctuation. The magical fluctuations in the field were still increasing rapidly. How could this be? Look. It has grown. The sacred tree has grown. It's true. It has grown again. Everyone on the team had also noticed the abnormality of the sacred tree, and they all pointed at it in the distance. Looking up, the towering tree in the land of plague was increasing in height. The branches and leaves extended outward again. The upper layer of the huge tree trunk had already disappeared into the clouds, so it was impossible to see the full appearance of the sacred tree. The horses of the transport vehicles neighed uneasily. This was terrible. Randolph's expression slightly changed. The Sword Saint Chipo shouted, "Stop! Stop! Everyone stop, dismount, and be on guard." The entire forest area was rapidly expanding. Visible to the naked eye, a green area of vines spread toward everyone in the distance. It was too fast. Countless roots, green vines, and leaves burst out from the ground, sweeping toward the outside world from the depths of the land of plague. The team gathered together and watched as everything in the distance was submerged in a sea of green vines. They were like small boats in the vast ocean, watching the green tide come and devour everything that came in its way. An unstoppable thought rose in everyone's heart. Kai kai kai. The densely packed vines swept toward the team and then stopped in front of them for half a second. Then, the vines continued to spread out from both sides of the team. Seeing that the sacred tree in the land of plague did not attack the team, the feudal lords heaved a sigh of relief. Ren felt his hands trembling from fear. He was in a state of extreme shock and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The surroundings were silent, leaving only the sound of the vines rubbing against each other and the heavy breathing of the people. Mazian's face was also pale. She muttered to herself, "The disaster, it's spreading." She felt more and more uneasy. One of the feudal lords noticed something and pointed to the back of the team. "Look, over there." Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction the feudal lord was pointing, and they were shocked. Although the crisis had passed, the forest region was still expanding. The sacred tree had no intention of stopping and continued to spread toward the back of the team, and behind them was Hani City. The players led by Ed looked at each other and saw the surprise on their faces. No wonder the Central Federation was so cold to them outside the game. The Central Federation was actually this powerful? On the city wall of Hani City, the Empire's soldiers panicked when they saw the forest of vines spreading from afar. They had no idea what was going on outside. The vines that were rushing toward them did not look like good things. The guards on the city wall immediately sounded the alarm. The soldiers raised their weapons and aimed at the vine forest spreading toward the city in the distance. They clenched their weapons tightly and were extremely nervous. The first thing Klein did after the alarm was triggered was to climb up the city wall to observe the situation. Looking at the vines spreading from the outside world, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What was going on? What was going on with the forest? It wasn't the barbarians who attacked the city, but the forest? Was the barbarian controlling all this from behind? Klein had never heard of such a strange thing happening. What should he do? How could they defend this city? Pin-sized beads of sweat rolled down Klein's cheeks. He looked at the vines that were rapidly spreading toward the city and raised his hand high. He shouted, "All of you, listen up." Klein's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he quickly clenched his fists. He shouted, "Wait a minute." Outside the city, the vines suddenly changed. They stopped spreading. City Lord Klein and the Empire soldiers on the city gate tower stared at the vines outside the city. They did not dare to move. What if the vines weren't hostile? What if he took the initiative to attack and angered them? Kai kai kai. After a few seconds, the vines slowly began to shrink back. Did they retreat? "Telescope," Klein said in a deep voice. "Yes, City Lord." Klein took the telescope from his subordinate and looked into the distance. The forest of vines retreated, but not completely. At present, 300 meters west of Hani City was covered by a forest of vines. The forest stretched on without an end in sight. Could it be? Klein thought of the sacred tree in the land of plague that had recently been circulating in the Empire. Was the forest created by the sacred tree? Klein looked in the direction of the forest in the distance, frowning. Was the undead feudal lord showing off his strength to the Empire? Indeed, a powerful necromancy mage had the terrifying power to control the sacred tree. If he wanted to, he could easily manage the entire Hani City. What was his purpose? In the land of plague, under the sacred tree of Abakia, Fang Hang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself. Phew, almost. The description of the sacred tree appeared in the game log on his retina. Ancient legend Abakia, fused blood form bound to player, current status, mature form, level 1, description, a seed of the sacred tree that was born in the other world. Under extremely coincidental circumstances, it fused with a curse to form a new life form. Description, Abakia can rapidly grow by devouring blood and some special energy, greatly strengthening its body. Description, this creature is an ancient creature. You lack the relevant skills to control it. Description, the sacred tree has self-awareness, current tree-friendly status, dependence. Feng Heng retracted his gaze from the notification. After the sacred tree absorbed the huge energy contained in the unknown stone, it directly entered a rapid growth mode, and even directly increased its level and entered a growing state. After his level increased, Feng Heng could sense the emotions coming from the sacred tree more clearly. It had already regarded Feng Heng as the closest person to it. 1145 House arrest. Feng Heng sensed that the sacred tree was feeling apologetic. No, it's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. Just a moment ago, the power of the sacred tree had surged and begun to spread wildly. To the sacred tree, this was an innate biological instinct. Under normal circumstances, the sacred tree needed to undergo photosynthesis to maintain its energy supply, so the larger the vines, the better. In just a short while, Feng Heng was startled when he saw that the vines were about to swallow the entire Hani city. He quickly stopped them. At least for the time being, Feng Heng had no intention of starting a war with the Empire. At most, they would secretly steal some things from the Empire's treasury. Feng Heng was still unable to fully control the sacred tree after it had grown. However, there were no longer any obstacles in issuing some ordinary instructions and transmitting emotions. It was worth mentioning that when he was near the sacred tree, he could also share the tree's perception of the outside world. Feng Heng could sense everything that was happening around the sacred tree. Feng Heng patted the tree trunk gently and focused on the game log. Ding! You have been recognized as an ally by Abuka. You have obtained part of its skill description. Additional skill 1, Thorn Piercing. Additional skill 2, Photosynthesis. Additional skill 3, Blood Nutrient. Additional skill 4, Rapid Growth. Additional skill 5, Plant Armor. Additional skill 6, Bloody Miasma, currently inactive. The above 6 skills didn't have any changes compared to when it was in its infancy. After the growth stage, it gained 4 more skills. Feng Heng focused on observing the subsequent 4 skills. Additional skill 7, Protective Barrier. Description: activate the power of the sacred tree to summon a protective barrier. The barrier can absorb damage and convert part of the damage into energy absorption. Additional skill 8, Light of Life. Description: the consumption of energy can activate the light of life, awakening the life energy in the sacred tree and affecting the living things in the area. It will restore the health point of the target area and dispel most of the negative effects of the target unit in the area, including but not limited to weakness, curse, broken limbs, etc. Additional skill 8, Tree Boundary Teleportation. This skill cannot be used in the current trial environment. Description: the sacred tree has the ability to travel through time and space. If you find a sacred tree of the same origin, you can complete the teleportation between the sacred trees. Additional skill 9, Blood Calamity. Description: transform the sacred tree into blood form. Some skills will become attack-type blood forms. The transformation of skills will consume a large amount of energy. Excessive consumption of energy will cause the main body of the sacred tree to be greatly weakened. Excessive consumption will cause the level of the sacred tree to drop, and there is a probability of the sacred tree degenerating, with a very small probability of causing permanent damage. Feng Heng carefully read the skill description and revealed a thoughtful look in his eyes. The 2 skills, Protective Barrier and Light of Life, were both defensive-type skills. They could strengthen the protection of the sacred tree and its recovery ability. Feng Heng's pupils shrank immediately when he saw a line of small words in the brackets of the game's description. Dispel the curse? The sacred tree's skill could dispel curses? This meant... Feng Heng's heart started to beat faster. The vampires. Could the curse on the vampires also be removed by the sacred tree? Yes, this theory should be correct. The more Feng Heng thought about it, the more he felt that there was no problem with this theory. The fact that the vampire ancestors were able to survive the curse of the heavenly forces was most likely due to the influence of the sacred tree. After that, the vampire ancestors had clearly cultivated the seed of the sacred tree in order to completely break the curse in their bodies. The seed of the sacred tree was the answer. Feng Heng was secretly excited and couldn't help but clench his fists. After removing the curse on the vampires, the abilities of the vampires could be further improved. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Feng Heng continued to read. Tree Boundary Teleportation? Was it a teleportation skill? What did it mean by the sacred tree of the same origin? Just as he was feeling puzzled, several game prompts flashed quickly on his retina. Ding! It has been detected that the player has unlocked the qualification to build a Tier 6 teleportation portal, and has passed the internal verification. Ding! It has been detected that the player has and is bound to the sacred tree Angitas. After internal verification, the player can now use the sacred tree, Ibukiya, to teleport. The player's current realm mission, the World of Forests, has been completed, and the next stage of the mission is triggered. Warning, conflict detected. Ding! As the player is currently in a special trial environment, the player cannot use the sacred tree Ibukiya to complete the teleportation. The tree boundary teleportation skill cannot be used in the current trial environment. Ding. The player cannot trigger the next stage of the realm mission in the current trial state. The player will trigger subsequent realm missions after leaving this trial. The player will receive an additional 5,000 King of Gods points as compensation after the trial ends. Feng Heng was moved when he saw the game prompt. He finally understood. The sacred tree was also a special teleportation device. With the help of the sacred tree, he could probably enter the higher tier game world, the world of forests. It was a pity. He was currently in a trial state, so he could not use the sacred tree's teleportation passage to go back and forth in the game worlds, nor could he trigger the next stage of the mission. Feng Heng didn't feel disappointed at all. Instead, he was very excited. He was rich, he was rich. With the ability to open the passage, he didn't have to worry about how to quickly bring the sacred tree, Ibukiya, back. As soon as the trial was over, he could toggle between the elementary game Vampire Apocalypse and the intermediate game Barbarian Apocalypse via the sacred tree. As for the region's main storyline mission, Feng Heng was not in a hurry. Originally, there were too many things to do in the trial. There was the main storyline of the world of forests as well as the opening of the Tier 6 teleportation passage. It was too messy. Now he could focus on the trail, and this was a good thing for him. The only problem was that the sacred tree could not be transplanted after it had evolved into a mature body. It didn't matter. Feng Heng continued to integrate his spiritual perception and tried to communicate with the sacred tree, Ibukiya. Ibukiya sensed that there was a huge amount of energy hidden in the unknown stone. It wanted to get more black stones, the more the better. The more energy it absorbed, the faster it could level up. Otherwise, it could only rely on photosynthesis to slowly absorb energy, and it would take decades for the tree to level up. Feng Heng forced a smile. It was too difficult. The origin of the black stone was still unknown, so where was he going to find it? The sacred tree, Ibukiya, could not sense the energy fluctuations of the black stone either. Therefore, it could only find other objects that contained a large amount of energy to absorb, but the efficiency of the absorption would be very low. Feng Heng was communicating with the sacred tree when another red prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player team has triggered the main trial mission, the Princess Under House Arrest. Mission title, The Princess Under House Arrest. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, Tang Minayu is under temporary house arrest by the Emperor of the Empire. Please find a way to rescue your teammate. Mission requirement, save Tang Minayu or trigger the next stage of the main trial mission. Mission reward, additional 6 hours of trial time. Mission penalty, before the mission is completed, the trial time will elapse at double speed. 1146 acceptance. Feng Heng frowned again when he saw the new game prompt. As he had expected, the Empire had bad intentions when they took Tang Minayu away by force. There were some problems with the Empire. At present, Wei Tao and Mikael had returned to the Empire's main city with Tang Minayu. With their abilities, they should be able to find some clues. He had to hurry up. Feng Heng looked away from the game log. Through his spiritual connection with the sacred tree, he could sense that someone had come from the outside world. It was the group of the Empire's feudal lords who were staying in Hani City. Feng Heng and Mojai Ai split up while escorting the transport team into Hani City. Mojai Ai helped to communicate with the feudal lords in Hani City, revealing the news that the Prilla Game Guild had helped to retrieve the magic cores and that the Ghost Tower was about to be completed. He also invited the feudal lords to visit the Mage Tower. In the beginning, Feng Heng wanted to give the people of the Empire some confidence so that they could get through the next few days in peace. He didn't want the news to spread out accidentally, which would only cause more trouble. He had also considered that the Empire might run into trouble, so he wanted to use the power of the feudal lords to put pressure on the Empire. He didn't expect to really use it. But now, he might need them to rescue Tang Minayu. Of course, there was another important point. It was the Empire Research Institute that was located in the capital of the Empire. Thinking of this, Feng Heng signaled the sacred tree to make way for the feudal lords outside the forest to enter the central area of the Land of Plague. Feng Heng then shifted his gaze to Sandy, who was sitting under a big tree and concentrating on reading a book. He asked, "Sandy, how is it? Any new discoveries?" Yes. Feng Heng, my judgment is right." Sandy was rarely as serious as he was now. He put down the book that he was reading halfway and moved closer to Feng Heng, explaining, "I've mentioned to you before about the encrypted text in the books. I've verified it again. It's not just one book. Almost a third of the books in the box have encrypted text. Can you crack it?" "Impossible. It's a special alchemy password. Unless we can find the key, we won't be able to find the answer." "Huh," Feng Heng replied. "Are you sure the key can be found in the Empire Research Institute?" "Well, I can only say that there's a high probability. There's a place in the book that hints at the password." Sandy analyzed, The key could be a string of words or numbers. It could be a person's name, a region's name, a flower's name, or even a poem. I need to go to the Empire Research Institute to find out. Feng Heng, the encrypted text should be related to the Empire's saint. What a coincidence, Feng Heng thought to himself. He was going to the royal family to look for Tang Minayu, who was under house arrest. He would also be able to complete Sandy's mission. Yes, be prepared. I will think of a way to bring you to the royal family. Sandy was excited. He had long wanted to go to the royal family to broaden his horizons. As they entered the forest of the Land of Plague, the feudal lords couldn't help but sigh. The Land of Plague, which had looked a little miserable last night, had been completely restored to its original state the next day after being attacked by the barbarians. Not only had the forest expanded once more, but the ghost tower's construction had also been successfully completed ahead of schedule. The feudal lords chatted and laughed along the way. They admired the mighty strength of the Land of Plague from the bottom of their hearts. Ren's heart was heavy. The Land of Plague was more terrifying than he had expected. In front of them, the forest of the Land of Plague, which was covered in vines and roots, made a sudden noise and opened up a path. Two zombies walked out unsteadily and led the way in front of the crowd. The feudal lord's team skillfully followed the zombies deep into the forest. Soon, they entered the depths of the Land of Plague and saw the newly built Mage Tower in the territory. The president of the Mage Association, Randolph, looked at the 7-story Mage Tower in front of him with a touch of joy and excitement in his eyes. He did it. He really did it. The Mage Tower had only been in its embryonic form when he had seen it yesterday. In just a day's time, the Ghost Tower was completed. Necromancy was really powerful. After all, seeing was believing, and Lord Brent and the other feudal lords were even more excited when they saw this. Now, who still said that Feng Heng was a liar? At the thought of having more than 10 Mage Towers in his territory, Lord Brent was in a good mood. Ed's team of players also came in to take a look. They had just experienced the spread of the sacred tree in the outside world, and now they saw the Mage Tower that had been built overnight. They could not help but look at each other. If they had been shocked when they saw the spreading sacred tree domain, then they were a little confused when they saw the Ghost Tower. Ed and the other players were completely confused. Last night, Lord Feng Heng had been in the underground world with the barbarians until dawn. A few hours had passed, and it was only noon. The Mage Tower was already completed? Was it really that easy to build a Mage Tower? Ed felt very dizzy. So, was the Empire's Mage Tower defense plan a scam? While the feudal lords were discussing in low voices, Feng Heng walked out from the Mage Tower. Lord Feng Heng. Masia and looked at Feng Heng carefully and cupped her fists at him. She said, "The feudal lords have arrived. Thank you, and welcome to the Land of Plague. We encountered a small problem just now, but it has been resolved." Feng Heng briefly explained what happened in the Land of Plague and continued, "As everyone can see, the construction of the Ghost Tower has already been completed in the Land of Plague. Recently, there have been rumors that the Empire's plan to build the tower as a defense line for the Land of Plague is a scam. Hence, I have invited all of you here to be witnesses. I would like to trouble all of you to help clear up the rumors after you return. Lord Feng Heng is too polite. We don't have to worry about your strength. Those scammers outside are just jealous of us. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, yes. Whoever said it was a scam, I will tear his mouth apart." Feng Heng nodded to the feudal lords and then shifted his gaze to the president of the Mage Guild, Randolph. "Mr. Randolph, as we've discussed before, because the Land of Plague has little contact with the outside world, we lack apprentices who can operate the Mage Tower. We would like the Mage Association to help us." Of course, of course. Lord Feng Heng is too polite. This is what our Mage Association should do. Randolph cupped his hands towards Feng Heng. On the continent, the people who controlled the Mage Tower were usually provided by the Mage Association. Mages could study their mental powers in a Mage Tower, and the mages who controlled the Mage Tower usually provided the services for free. A Tier 1 Mage Tower only required an apprentice mage to control it. Out of respect for Feng Heng, Randolph had brought a few elementary mages with him. In addition to opening the Mage Tower, the Mage Association also took on the job of checking and accepting the Mage Tower. 1,147 offer a price. All the feudal lords looked at Randolph and the mages behind him with eager eyes. The Mage Association was highly credible in the hearts of the Empire's feudal lords. The Ghost Tower had been completed, but as for its reliability, that was another matter. The Mage Association would have to pass their judgment on this matter. Randolph looked up at the Ghost Tower in front of him. The outside of the Ghost Tower was covered by a thick layer of vines, and a part of the vines even extended into the Mage Tower through the window. "Let's go in and take a look." Randolph strode forward, leading the group of mages behind him into the Mage Tower. The feudal lord and his entourage were waiting outside the Mage Tower. A moment later, A faint purple light bloomed from the top of the ghost tower. The light gradually enveloped the entire ghost tower. A black magical mist spread out from the top of the mage tower. The mist gradually covered the sky and the surrounding area. Everyone looked up at the sky. The ghost tower had the ghost fog effect. The ghost fog could hide the aura of the surroundings, preventing detection. However, this little mist could not completely block the ancient tree in the land of plague. A game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding. The player has completed building the ghost tower. Ding. The player has completed the mission building the ghost tower. The player's current Tier 6 space steering device construction time and consumption have been reduced by 50%, and the strength of the Tier 6 space steering device has been increased by 50%. Ding. You have triggered the final reward mission. Modify the ghost tower. Tier 2. Mission requirement. Please construct any ghost tower, Tier 2, before the trial ends. Current stage reward. Player's Tier 6 space steering device construction time and consumption will be reduced by 47%, and the strength of the Tier 6 space steering device will be increased by 50%, can be stacked with the rewards of the first and second stages. Failure penalty, none. If the current mission fails, the rewards obtained will still be retained. Fang Heng quickly scanned through the game prompt. Just as he had expected, the next step of the mission was to continue to upgrade the Tier 2 ghost tower. It was not difficult. Fang Heng had already observed it before. Building a Tier 2 mage tower did not require any additional magic cores. It only required more and rarer resources. Simply put, it could be built as long as there was money. Lord Fang Heng. Randolph took the lead and walked out of the mage tower, nodding to Fang Heng. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Randolph cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Feudal lords, the inspection of the ghost tower has been completed. According to the Mage Association's calculations, the current ghost tower's values are all higher than normal standards." The feudal lords all had smiles on their faces. Lord Fang Heng is indeed trustworthy. The construction of a mage tower is fast and good, and the price is also favorable. We really got a great deal this time. In the future, if you need anything, feel free to look for me. I knew it. Lord Fang Heng and I felt like old friends at first sight. How could he lie to us? While the feudal lords were praising him, Lord Brant secretly cast a questioning look at Randolph. He had talked to Randolph in private before, and the only thing he suspected of Fang Heng was the magic core. Magic cores had always been rare, and he was worried that Fang Heng didn't have that many magic cores to build a mage tower. Randolph had no idea where Fang Heng got so many magic cores. Lord Brant had privately asked Randolph to pay more attention to the completion rate of the ghost tower. He wanted to see if the ghost tower really had the remaining magic cores to provide for the feudal lords to build mage towers as Fang Heng had said. Randolph saw Lord Brant's gaze and nodded at him. Lord Brant clenched his fist. There really was. Now, he was completely at ease with Fang Heng. Ding. The friendliness between you and the various feudal lords of the empire has increased. Click here for more details. Haha, Lord Fang Heng is really amazing. Now that the mage tower in the land of plague has been completed, I wonder where the next batch of mage towers will be built. Fang Heng had long prepared his excuse. Everyone, considering that the construction of the mage tower and the transportation of resources will take a lot of time, I will first upgrade the mage tower in the land of plague to Tier 2. It will probably take a day and a half. When the Tier 2 mage tower is completed, the ghost tower will have the ability to teleport. At that time, we will carry out the construction of mage towers in all major areas. In short, everything will go according to plan. Fang Heng then nodded to the crowd and said, "The day after tomorrow, when the Tier 2 mage tower is completed, all feudal lords are welcome to visit. Also, the Necromancer has always been a low-key person, so it's better to keep a low profile when building the mage tower." Ah. There's even a Tier 2 mage tower. So powerful? It will only take a day and a half to complete the upgrade. The feudal lords started whispering again. Ren was shocked. If what Lord Fang Heng said was true, and Tier 2 mage towers were to be built in various areas of the empire, then the teleportation passages of various cities of the empire would be opened. The structure of the empire might change greatly because of this. Lord Brant immediately realized this, and his eyes lit up with interest. Lord Fang Heng, what do you need for a Tier 2 mage tower? My territory also hopes to have a Tier 2 mage tower. We are willing to provide capital and form an alliance with the Land of Plague to build a Tier 2 mage tower together. When the other feudal lords heard this, they immediately reacted. That's right. Lord Fang Heng still had the ability to upgrade his Tier 2 mage tower. Then what were they waiting for? All of them would upgrade at the same time. It was such a good opportunity, they had to grab it. As expected of the veteran feudal lords. That's right, Lord Fang Heng. We've had such pleasant cooperation before. This time, You have to bring us along to build a tier 2 mage tower. What else do you lack? We can help you think of a way. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Feng Heng, what else do you need? Capital? Or the personnel? Feng Heng couldn't help but cough lightly when he saw the feudal lords being so enthusiastic. He looked embarrassed. Upgrading the tier 2 mage tower was not part of the plan. What was more troublesome was that when Feng Heng signed the contract with the feudal lords in the past, he had thought of running away. After all, this matter would be over once the trial game ended. But now, it was different. After the sacred tree was upgraded, it had the ability to teleport between worlds. There was still a high chance that he would return. What should he do with this mess? Did he have to clean it up himself? Feudal lords, the construction of a tier 2 mage tower requires even more resources. I am afraid it won't be as cheap as a tier 1 mage tower. Lord Feng Heng, we understand. Just state your price. We are willing to believe you. Just state your price and we are willing to increase the price. 1148 External help. The feudal lords looked at Feng Heng with eager eyes. It was extremely difficult to build a mage tower in normal times. Now that they could find such a cheap and reliable one like Feng Heng, how could they let this opportunity go? Yes, yes, yes. Just give us a number. As long as it's not too outrageous, we will definitely agree. Feng Heng looked at the excited feudal lords. He thought about it carefully. I am afraid that it will have to be built according to the market price, said Feng Heng. When Lord Brent heard this, he was stunned. The market price? So little? The other feudal lords also had the same thought. Previously, when he saw Feng Heng's embarrassed look, he thought that he was going to ask for an exorbitant price. But it turned out that he was asking for so little. Only the market price? They didn't even have to pay any maintenance fees, so wasn't this to their advantage? Lord Brev immediately said, Lord Feng Heng, let's sign the contract. We will be able to send the funds to the Mage Association this afternoon for the construction of the Tier 2 Mage Tower. We only hope that we can arrange for the Mage Tower in our territory to be upgraded to a higher level. We are also willing to sign the contract. Lord Brev looked at the guard behind him and reprimanded, What are you still doing? Where's the contract? The guard hurriedly handed over the drafted contract. Brev quickly signed the document and handed it to Feng Heng. Lord Feng Heng, please take a look at the document. Is there anything else that needs to be modified? Feng Heng looked at the document in his hand and was a little confused for a moment. Did he agree to it just like that? Even if it was at the market price? He even brought the documents with him? Looking up at the eager eyes of the feudal lords, Feng Heng wondered if he would lose favorability points if he didn't agree. Forget it, he would just sign it. As for what would happen in the future, he would think about it later. Ding, you have signed a supplementary agreement for the construction of the Mage Tower with the feudal lords of the Empire. Ding, your friendship with the feudal lord of the Empire, Lord Brev, has greatly increased. Ding, the player's current mission, the Empire's defensive line Ghost Tower has changed. After being surrounded and signing more than 10 agreements, Feng Heng was finally released by the feudal lords. Ed's party members looked at the passionate feudal lords with grim expressions. Ren, who was hiding in the crowd and secretly investigating the situation in the Land of Plague, was also frowning. They all had the same feeling. Feng Heng was playing a big game of chess. First, it was the Tier 1 Mage Tower. He used extremely low prices to attract the feudal lords to invest and spread his reputation. After that, it was time for the construction of the Tier 2 Mage Tower. For him to be willing to pay such a high price to lure everyone into this trap, he must have a scheme. Ren couldn't figure out what Feng Heng's real purpose was, but he realized that this was no small matter. He needed to report to the royal family immediately. Randolph was excited. He cupped his fists at Feng Heng and said, Lord Feng Heng, the operation of the Tier 2 Mage Tower requires the support of a large number of King Spirit System mages. The Mage Association will start lessons on necromancy as soon as possible so that more mages can learn about it. I hope that Lord Feng Heng can support us in our daily training with the help of the Mage Towers in various places. Feng Heng was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why Randolph suddenly became so serious and formal. He just nodded and said, okay, no problem. Of course, you can. Thank you for your assistance. Randolph calmed himself down and suppressed the excitement in his heart. The scarcity of mage towers limited the difficulty of mages' entry and training. He could foresee that with the construction of a large number of ghost towers, a large number of mages on the continent would choose to cultivate the undead element. Randolph was sure that Feng Heng's name would appear in the textbooks of necromancy in a few years. After visiting the Mage Tower, the feudal lords of the Empire were ready to leave in groups. Feng Heng brought Sandy and walked to Lord Brent's side. Lord Brent, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Lord Feng Heng, you don't have to be so polite. We are all partners. If you need anything, just let me know. I still have some reputation in the Empire. I will help you think of a way. I want to learn more about the royal family's research institute in the Empire. My friend and I have always wanted to go and take a look. Lord Brent was a little surprised. He looked at Feng Heng and asked, "You also want to participate in the alchemy seminar held by the royal family?" "Alchemy seminar?" Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. "I thought it was something big." "No problem. I will go get 2 invitation cards for you." "Oh right, speaking of which, I haven't been there in a long time. When are you guys planning to go?" "As soon as possible, now would be good." "Now?" Lord Brand's eyes were filled with doubt. Wouldn't he be busy with the construction of the Mage Tower? He actually had the leisure to go to the Empire's capital to participate in the seminar? The capital of the Empire. Knowing that Tang Minayu was under house arrest by the Emperor, Wei Tao's team of players immediately took action and collected useful information. To summarize the information we just received, the Emperor fell ill about half a year ago. His illness started to get worse 2 months ago and he hasn't been in public for a while. Salvador is in charge of all the Empire's affairs. Salvador is a very strict emperor, both internally and externally. It's very strange that Tang Minayu is under house arrest this time. No matter what the royal family disclosed to the outside world doesn't know that Tang Minayu has been under house arrest. We only found out about this through the game prompts. Listening to the information he had gathered, Wei Tao frowned and thought to himself. Tang Minayu was the only one who knew what had really happened in the royal family. The problem was that Tang Minayu was under house arrest, and no news had been leaked from the royal family, so no one could investigate. Mikhail suggested, "Wei Tao, do you want us to sneak into the royal family to investigate? Let's think of a way to find out where Tang Minayu is kept so that we can be prepared to rescue her." Wei Tao muttered to himself and asked, "How confident are you?" Mikhail thought for a moment and said, "I am not very confident. It depends on luck. I am still somewhat confident in escaping." "No, we know too little about the royal family. If we try our luck, we will easily get you involved." "Then what should we do?" "We don't have much time left. I have an idea. We can look for external help," Wei Tao said. "External help? Who is it?" "Tang Mo." Mikhail immediately recalled and asked, "Are you referring to Tang Minayu's brother?" "Yes, his attitude towards Tang Minayu is unusual, and he knows the royal family better than us. We can start with him." After some careful thought, Mikhail felt that this plan was much more reliable than barging into the royal family. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. Tang Mo should be at the Empire's front line now. We will immediately go find him. By the way, find a way to leave a message for Feng Heng. He should be almost done with his work. We don't want him to come back and find us missing. That guy might have made a new discovery." As the two of them were talking, lines of game prompt refreshed on their retina. 1149 The Imperial City, Ding. The players' team has reached a supplementary agreement with Lord Brent to build a Mage Tower, Tier 2. After joining the multi-party agreement, the players' side mission The Empire's defense line change of the Ghost Tower, click here for more details, Ding. The player team and Lord Bruv have reached a supplementary agreement to build a Mage Tower, Tier 2. Wei Tao and Mikhail looked at each other and did not know what to say for a moment. Without a doubt, the Ghost Tower agreement was definitely Feng Heng's doing. How should he put it? Was Feng Heng's doing reasonable? Ahem. Wei Tao saw that the atmosphere was a bit stiff and coughed lightly. Feng Heng has his plan. In short, we will go to the front line to find Tang Mo first. Okay, sure. The capital of the Empire, Atama. Central Imperial City. On a tall tower, a strong young man stood in front of the window and looked down coldly. He moved his lips slightly and muttered to himself, "Legendary Necromancer Feng Heng, you really came." In the distance, Lord Brent led Feng Heng and Sandy through the security check at the entrance and entered the Imperial City together. "Lord Feng Heng, this is your first time entering the Imperial City, right? Let me give an introduction of this place to you. The Imperial City is built in the central area of our Empire's capital. It is divided into 2 parts, the inner city, and the outer city." Lord Brent led the two of them towards the western region as he explained, "The outer city is divided into the eastern and western regions. The eastern region holds the Empire's various administrative organizations, while the western region has the Empire's research facilities. The Empire Alchemy Research Institute you're looking for is one of the Empire's key research facilities. There's also the inner city area, where the Empire's royal family is located. Under normal circumstances, it's forbidden to enter, so it's better if we don't talk about it," Lord Brent explained with a proud expression. "Lord Feng Heng, the best talents in our empire are gathered in the western district. The scholars who can appear here are all quite capable. Indeed, very powerful." Feng Heng nodded his head and praised. "Look, That's the Empire Alchemy Research Institute, the largest of all the research institutes. The royal family has invested the most in alchemy for many years. Lord Brent led the way in front. Soon, he brought Feng Heng and Sandy to a large building. The Empire Alchemy Research Institute occupied a large area, and there was a large square outside the building. The square was bustling with noise and was filled with dense stalls of all sizes. There were at least 70 to 80 of them. Many people were discussing in front of the stalls. At first glance, it looked more like a market. Ha ha ha, it's quite lively, isn't it? The royal family of the empire has always supported the development of various academics, so the western region often holds various academic seminars. The alchemy seminar that is held once every 3 years is the biggest seminar. Outstanding scholars from all over the empire will be invited to have academic exchanges. Every time, there will be many new research products. All the academies in the empire are also keen on this. This is also their way of increasing the influence of their academies. Indeed, it's quite interesting, Feng Heng answered. Along the way, Feng Heng's gaze shifted to the imperial city's inner city area from time to time. If his guess was correct, Tang Minayu should be under house arrest in the inner city. He could already see teams of Empire soldiers patrolling the outer city, so the security in the inner city must be even tighter. But Feng Heng, this is your first time learning alchemy, right? Let me give you a warning. Those who learn alchemy have a bad temper. They have always been arrogant and don't put anyone in their eyes. Later on, don't lower yourself to their level. Just treat it as fart. Alright, I understand, Feng Heng frowned and nodded. Haha, it's not a big deal. We don't have to lower ourselves to their level. If they really bully us, we don't have to be afraid. We will just fight them and it will be over. Lord Brent was very enthusiastic and said, let's go, Lord Feng Heng. I will bring you in for a stroll. It's my first time here as well. Oh right, I've already made a reservation at a restaurant tonight. I've also invited a few good friends. Let's drink until we're drunk. Thank you for your kind intentions. As for the banquet, you don't have to be so polite. We still want to go to the Alchemy Research Institute later. In addition, there is a lot of information that we want to check. It may take a long time, so we won't waste your time. We can do it ourselves. Alright. Lord Feng Heng has been devoted to research. No wonder you have such high achievements. Oh, this is the invitation letter I prepared for the two of you. With this invitation letter, you can enter and exit most of the areas in the outer city of the western region. Lord Brent did not mind Feng Heng's attitude. The latter was a big shot in the academic world, so he always had some quirks. Furthermore, he was a necromancer who was famous for being eccentric and unsociable. Besides, he really didn't know anything about alchemy, and he didn't want to talk to those alchemists. However, Lord Feng Heng, there's one more thing you must remember. There's a curfew in the Imperial City from 7 o'clock in the evening. No one is allowed to walk outside. If you want to stay in the Research Institute tonight, you must apply in advance. I understand. Thank you. Feng Heng took the invitation and watched Lord Brent leave. Then, Feng Heng shifted his gaze to Sandy and asked, the Alchemy Research Institute is right in front of us. Where is the key we're looking for? Oh. If I am not wrong, the secret key should be hidden in the Imperial Alchemy Research Institute. We still have to go in and take a look. On the way here, Sandy had been studying the layout of the royal palace. On the whole, it was more or less the same as what he had read in the books before, except for a few slight changes. Yes, let's go. Feng Heng nodded and stepped into the noisy Alchemy Research Institute. Oh. Just a few steps into the Research Institute, Sandy stopped and stood in front of the huge figure statue at the entrance of the square. He sized up the tall statue, his eyes revealing a deep sense of doubt. What's wrong? Feng Heng. I found him in ancient books. The prototype of this statue isn't him. It must have been altered by someone. Yes. Feng Heng uttered a soft and looked up at the statue. The statue was of a middle-aged man holding a book, with a scholarly aura. It's been hundreds of years. It's normal for the statue to change. Oh, you're right. But this is going to be troublesome, Sandy said, troubled. The original name of the statue may be part of the secret key. It's fine. There will be a record of the replacement of the statue. We will find it after checking it out. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's go. 1150 simulated crystal. The square outside the royal family's Alchemy Research Institute was filled with stalls of all sizes. The two of them passed through the center of the square and went straight to the Research Institute. While walking, Feng Heng suddenly raised his eyebrows. He slowed down his pace and gradually stopped in front of a larger stall. There were many alchemy-related items on display, such as some alchemy ornaments, weapons with alchemy runes, alchemy potions, alchemy compounds, and so on. Feng Heng noticed that a gray square crystal covered with a glass cover was placed in the middle of the table. The crystal was about the size of a thumbnail. Feng Heng observed the gray crystal cube through the glass cover. He could feel a weak energy fluctuation from the cube. The fluctuations were intermittent and somewhat unstable. These are the results of our Yulin Alchemy Academy's research over the past 2 years. Seeing that Feng Heng was interested in the crystal cube, the young man behind the stall smiled gently and introduced, "The Academy's research and sharing of alchemy tactics will start tomorrow afternoon in the first hall on the second floor of the main venue. If you are interested, you can come and listen." An ore with spiritual energy fluctuations. Interesting. This crystal immediately reminded Feng Heng of the unknown black stone. Of course, the waves of the crystal in front of him were far worse than that of the unknown stone. Both of them could also emit mental energy fluctuations, so he wondered if it could be absorbed by the sacred tree and turned into energy. Feng Heng became more curious about the crystal and asked, "May I ask what this crystal is used for?" The young man's eyes were filled with surprise, but it soon turned cold. "You too, are you here to find trouble?" Feng Heng frowned and said, "No offense. I am the feudal lord of the Land of Plague and I am curious about the alchemy crystals in your research institute." The coldness in the stall owner's eyes deepened, and there was even some contempt and disdain as he said, "Ah, so you're a country bumpkin from the border. No wonder you don't know anything." "Hey, what did you say? Who doesn't know anything?" Sandy was immediately flustered. He slammed the table and glared at the stall owner. "Look at how capable you are. I am asking you a question because I think highly of you. Your crystals are nothing. We, the Land of Plague, have as many as we want." As if he had heard a very funny joke, Tudor could not help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, you can have as many as you want? You don't even know what this thing is. Come, come, come. Tell us, what is this?" The laughter attracted quite a number of onlookers, and they all pointed at Sandy and discussed behind his back. Sandy gritted his teeth and responded, "Isn't it just a piece of crystal? What's the big deal? Idiot, this kind of alchemy synthetic crystal is the research direction given by the royal family in the past few decades. The royal family has been collecting related alchemy tactics from the outside world. If your Land of Plague has this crystal everywhere, why would the royal family look for it? Don't joke around." Feng Heng's heart moved upon hearing that. Seeing that Sandy was at a loss for words, Tudor waved his hand, "Get lost, alchemy is not something that outsiders like you can come into contact with. Bullshit, you're the outsider, you don't know anything. I was scared by you just now because I've never seen such a crude replica before. It's not that I want to say this, but this crystal of yours doesn't have any technical content at all. In our Land of Plague, even a 10-year-old child can replicate it." Tudor no longer wanted to be involved with Sandy, who was making a scene. He laughed coldly, "Get lost. If you cause any more trouble, I will call the guards." Sandy gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could go up and give that stall owner 2 punches. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Don't be so narrow-minded, you chicken. Do you think you know alchemy very well? If you understand, then tell me what this alchemy compound is." Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He saw Sandy take out a paper bag the size of a piece of paper and throw it on a display stand. The paper bag contained the white powder that he had stolen from the royal treasury. It filled up a whole box. With his mastery of basic alchemy, Feng Heng was unable to identify what the white powder was for the time being. He had tried using the sacred tree, Ibakiya, before, but the powder did not contain any energy and could not be absorbed. As it was stolen from the Empire's royal family, it could not be put into his backpack. He could only take a small part of it and put it in a folded paper bag. This time, he came to find an opportunity to ask about it. Looking at the white mixed powder in the paper bag, Tudor's eyes were filled with confusion. He carefully picked up the paper and put it in front of his eyes. This is... What? Tudor was shocked. Mixed alchemy. A product of alchemy fusion. The strange thing was that its purity was actually so high. To be able to reach such a level in alchemy, the creator must be at least a master. That was impossible. And what was this thing? It was unheard of. Impossible. Making this kind of alchemy mixture requires very advanced alchemy skills. You can't do it. Where did you steal this from? Bullshit. It was created by our Land of Plague, you know nothing. Sandy took the piece of paper from Tudor's hands and said, "If you don't know, then don't. Don't waste my time. I thought you were some big shot, but turns out you are just trash." Tudor's face turned green. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed Sandy, saying, "Don't go. Tell me clearly, where did this thing come from? Let go." Feng Heng's sharp eyes swept over Tudor and he stopped him. In the next moment, Tudor felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The blood in his body froze, and he could not say a word. "Sandy, let's go." Feng Heng shifted his gaze away from Truter. By the time Feng Heng and his companion were far away, Truter was like a drowning man who had been rescued. He took a deep breath and took deep breaths. The cold feeling of being frozen began to melt slowly. What just happened? His eyes were filled with shock. Feng Heng and Sandy continued to move on. In Feng Heng's eyes, he was just an ordinary person with a slightly stronger mental power. It was not difficult for him to control the coagulation of an ordinary person's lifeblood at close range. On his way to the Imperial Alchemy Research Institute, Feng Heng noticed that many stalls were displaying alchemy compounds that could release spiritual power. They were of different sizes, shapes, and colors, and the way they released their spiritual power was also very different. Feng Heng suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the royal family wanted to replicate that black stone? TSK, he still insists that I don't understand? Is there anything in this world that I don't understand? Sandy had a bad temper and was cursing in a low voice along the way. Feng Heng, if not because of you and considering the overall situation first, I would have smashed his stall a long time ago. 1151 guidance cough, I know. For my sake, bear with it. I will help you get back at him later. Feng Heng couldn't help but cough lightly, trying to calm Sandy down. They had more important things to deal with this time, so he didn't want to cause too much trouble and attract attention. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the research institute. The two guards verified the invitation letters of Feng Heng and Sandy and let them in smoothly. Feng Heng entered the building and came to the hall on the first floor of the research institute. He then looked around. His eyes quickly fixed on a young man sitting on the sofa on the right side of the hall. Ed, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Feng Heng, and his face revealed a carefree and happy expression. Lord Feng Heng, what a coincidence. You're here too, huh? Ed stood up from the sofa with a smile on his face. All the coincidences were deliberately planned. It took him a lot of effort to get into the seminar. He had no choice. The Central Federation was putting on airs and refused to disclose any news of cooperation. He could not find out the movements of Her Highness Minayu. If Prilla Gaming Guild wanted to know more about the mission, they would have to rely on themselves. In the Land of Plague, when he heard that Feng Heng was interested in the Imperial Alchemy Seminar, Ed immediately found a way to get an invitation to the seminar and had been waiting for Feng Heng there. Feng Heng nodded to Ed and whispered to Sandy, I will deal with him. You find a way to find the secret key first. Okay, I've received a hint that the secret key's location should be found in the library on the 3rd floor. I have to do some research. By the way, I also have to find out who is the prototype of the sculpture at the door. Sandy explained and walked to Ed with Feng Heng. Ed said with a smile, Lord Feng Heng, what a coincidence. We happen to be doing something here. How about we travel together? Yes. Feng Heng nodded and didn't expose Ed. They were all players so he could see through Ed's little trick with a single glance. Ed leaned over and whispered in Feng Heng's ear, Lord Feng Heng, you might have heard that the people of the Alchemy Society have always had their eyes on the top of their heads. Don't be angry with them later. Just ignore them. Okay, sure. Feng Heng agreed and walked to the front desk. The 3rd floor doesn't accept people outside of the Alchemy Society. Hearing that Feng Heng was going to borrow books from the 3rd floor, Xin Kaiwen, an employee of the Alchemy Society at the front desk, revealing a touch of indifference on his face. Feng Heng frowned, put the invitation card provided by Lord Brent on the table, and pushed it forward. He said in a deep voice, we were introduced by Lord Brent. My lord? Do I have to know him? Xin Kaiwen said with disdain. For alchemy-related books, we provide reading services for the public, 10,000 Empire bonus per hour. 10,000? Sandy immediately shouted, that's daylight robbery. Xin Kaiwen was a little impatient, but he didn't want to argue. He waved his hand and said coldly, no one forced you. Knowledge is priceless. You. Sandy was already on the verge of exploding, but he was stopped by Feng Heng. Lord Feng Heng, we can help you. Ed realized that it was time for him to show off. He had already spent 50,000 yuan on the invitation card, so he didn't mind spending another 10,000 Oregon 20000 yuan. The average monthly income of the Prilla Gaming Guild was around 40,000 yuan. Although it was expensive, it would be a big profit if he could use it to increase his favorability with Feng Heng. Without waiting for Feng Heng's refusal, Ed handed over the Mage Union crystal identity card that he always carried with him. So you're from the Mage Guild, Xin Kaiwen said, scanned the card in a formulaic manner, and swiped it on the card reader. I will deduct 50,000 bonus in advance. The borrowing time is 5 hours at most. Come to me for a refund after you're done. Ding dong. The elevator stopped on the 1st floor. A middle-aged man wearing a blue and white uniform of the Alchemy Society walked out. Xin Kaiwen pointed at the man and said, follow him. He will take you to the 3rd floor. Limited to only one person. Feng Heng looked at Sandy and warned him in a low voice, "Don't cause trouble. Come out immediately after you're done." Yes, I understand." Sandy's face was serious. "Besides, am I the kind of person to cause trouble?" Feng Heng thought to himself, "Aren't you?" Seeing Sandy being led to the third floor by the staff, Feng Heng retracted his gaze. Zin Kaiwan looked at Feng Heng and the others who were still standing there and asked, "What else? If you want to wait, you can go over there and wait. Don't hinder our operations." Feng Heng touched his chin, raised his head, and asked, "No hurry. Does the Alchemy Society provide alchemy item identification services?" "Yes, 5,000 for a basic item, 50,000 for an intermediate item, 200,000 for an advanced item, and 500,000 for a master item." Zin Kaiwan raised his head and looked at Feng Heng, adding, "Think carefully before you appraise it. If you forcefully appraise an item that exceeds the appraisal level, you won't get a refund even if the appraisal fails." Is the alchemy that overbearing?" Feng Heng thought and was even more disgusted with the royal family's Alchemy Research Institute. "What if I want to study about alchemy?" "Study?" Zin Kaiwan looked at Feng Heng suspiciously and laughed. "We also provide one-on-one tutoring services, but alchemy requires talent and is charged by the hour. An entry-level tutor charges 3,000 per hour, an elementary-level tutor charges 10,000 per hour, and an intermediate-level tutor 50,000 per hour. Also, we can't guarantee the results of the learning." Feng Heng touched his chin and quickly calculated in his mind. After killing the giant-sized alchemy life form in the underground world, he relied on the zombie clones to continuously disassemble and assemble alchemy machines. His basic alchemy level had been maxed out. However, it was strange that his alchemy experience points had yet to reach the maximum. If he could spend 10,000 Empire dollars to upgrade his alchemy skills to the elementary level, it would not be considered expensive. This amount of money was still worth spending. However, the people from the Alchemy Society were very cunning. Moreover, their haughty attitude made him unhappy. "You can't guarantee the results of the learning? You guys know how to do business. The price is clearly stated. If you don't have the money, then leave now. If you don't want to learn, don't hinder our business. Don't be angry, don't be angry." Ed panicked a little when he sensed that Feng Heng's tone had gradually turned cold. The Necromancer was eccentric, and it would be terrible if he was angered and had a conflict with the Alchemy Society. Ed quickly pulled Feng Heng aside and explained in a low voice with a fawning smile, "Lord Feng Heng, this is the price for learning alchemy at the Alchemy Society. Do you want to learn alchemy? Actually, it's not a problem. You've helped us a lot before, so we will help you pay for it. What qualification are you looking for in the tutor?" Feng Heng looked at Ed and answered, "Well, the elementary level is fine with me." Ed gritted his teeth. He could still afford the price of 10,000 per hour. He had already invested so much, so he didn't mind spending a bit more. Ed turned around and took out his Mage Association membership card. He said, "We need to find an elementary level instructor to learn from for an hour." 1152 Practice. Zin Kaiwan put away the membership card and transferred the money to his account. He said, "Practice hall number 7 on the first floor. The Alchemy Society will randomly assign you an instructor if you don't have one. The instructor will be there in 10 minutes. Once the instructors arrive, they will start to charge you. You only have 1 hour. What's the alchemy level of the instructor? This is the secret of the Alchemy Society. It's much higher than yours anyway." Feng Heng frowned. "Lord Feng Heng, let's hurry up and leave. Let's not waste any more time." Ed was afraid that the two of them would fight, so he pulled Feng Heng away hurriedly. Feng Heng nodded to Ed and thanked him. "Okay, thank you." Ed heaved a sigh of relief. "You shouldn't just thank me on the surface." How come the game didn't tell him that his friendliness attribute had increased even though he had spent a lot of money? Ed didn't feel at ease spending this money. Feeling suspicious, the two of them arrived at the entrance of practice hall number 7. There was an indicator light above the entrance. Feng Heng pushed the door open and entered, leaving Ed waiting outside. The practice hall was very spacious. The floor and the 4 walls were pure white. Other than an old wooden wall clock, there were no other decorations. There were a few tables in the corner, and many alchemy equipment and bottles of materials were piled on the tables. Soon, a middle-aged man with a mustache stepped into the room. "I am Sloven, the instructor from the Alchemy Society." Sloven looked a little impatient and asked, "You're a new student, right? I will make myself clear first. Learning alchemy isn't that easy. Don't expect any progress in just an hour. Don't make trouble and waste everyone's time." "Yes." Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the wall clock hanging on the wall. The timer had already started. "Tell me, what's your alchemy level?" "I've been studying alchemy by myself, and I feel like I've touched the threshold of elementary alchemy. I want to go further." "Self-study?" Sloven frowned and wanted to laugh in his heart. Don't be funny. A mage learning alchemy by himself? He even felt good about himself and touched the edge of the elementary level? Was this a joke? Alright, let's give it a try, then. Create an ordinary alchemy array and show it to me. It doesn't have to be too difficult. A tier 1 alchemy array will do. Feng Hang stood still. What was a tier 1 composite alchemy magic array? He didn't understand. What's wrong? Hurry up and set it up. I don't know. Sloven was stunned for a moment, but he wanted to laugh even more. Good lord, he didn't even know the most basic of alchemy, and he dared to say that he had touched the threshold of elementary alchemy? Who gave him such confidence? Alright, then what do you know? Show me any one of them, or show the one you're most comfortable with. No need. Feng Hang took a look at the wall clock above the room and interrupted. I just want to know how to quickly improve my elementary alchemy. TSK, sure. I wanted to take a look at your foundation and formulate a study for you to study alchemy mage with. That's fine too. I will just take it that I am overthinking it. Just watch. Sloven didn't waste any time. He walked up and picked up the alchemy pattern material on the table. He took a few steps forward and crouched on the ground. Soon, a fine alchemy pattern was drawn on the floor of the hall. Feng Hang stood aside, squinting his eyes slightly. There, did you see clearly? This is it. Draw it from the beginning to the end according to this Majweth. When you're able to completely draw the picture and text, you will be considered to have touched the threshold of the elementary level of alchemy. At that time, I will teach you how to cross that threshold. Sloven looked at Feng Hang and said, come on, don't just stand there. You try it. Okay, sure. Feng Hang carefully observed the pattern and the details of the pictures and text. He hummed in agreement and walked forward, picking up the alchemy brush on the table. He poured his spiritual power into the tip of the alchemy brush. The moment Feng Hang touched the ground with the brush, he immediately felt an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity from the brush strokes. He forced himself to continue drawing, but the Majweth could not be drawn after a few strokes. Feng Hang was forced to stop. Woo-woo-woo-woo. A dim yellow light flashed on the ground, and the runes that had just been drawn on the ground disappeared. The game prompt flashed on Feng Hang's retina. Ding, you have failed to practice the alchemy Majweth. Your alchemy talent plus 0.001, no, this is unbearable. The posture you use to hold the brush is wrong. Sloven looked disdainful. He now believed that Feng Hang's alchemy skills were self-taught. And your writing style, does this count? Isn't his too weak? Did you not learn alchemy systematically? Despite his criticism, Sloven still did his job and went forward to demonstrate again. Look at me. You have to do this. Do you understand? Ding, you have received Sloven's guidance. You have some understanding of Majweth alchemy arrays. Your basic alchemy experience has increased by 1, Feng Hang looked at the game log. The experience points that had been stuck had really increased. Interesting. It was possible that the advancement condition for elementary alchemy required him to fill up his experience first. Sloven stood at the side and watched Feng Hang standing there in a daze, but he didn't urge him. He had seen many people like this. Did he really think that anyone could learn alchemy? As expected, the richer a person was, the dumber they were. Alright, take your time to think. Call me when you've thought it through. Sloven was happy to be free. He slowly walked to a chair at the side and sat down to rest. Feng Hang closed his eyes and quickly mobilized the zombie clones in the land of plague and the underground world. The thousands of zombie clones immediately stopped all the construction, ore collection, excavation, transportation, and other work. They started to draw magic arrays on the ground with their fingers. In less than half a minute, dense game prompts began to refresh on Feng Hang's retina. Ding, your zombie clone has failed to practice alchemy Majweth. Ding, your zombie clone has failed to practice alchemy Majweth. In the midst of countless failure messages, there would occasionally be a few positive game notifications. Ding, your zombie clone has failed to practice alchemy Majweth. You have a deeper understanding of Majweth alchemy. Your alchemy talent plus 0.001. Ding, your zombie clone has failed to practice alchemy Majweth. You have some insight into alchemy, and your basic alchemy experience has increased by 1. 5 minutes later, Feng Hang opened his eyes again and raised his head. He picked up the sharp tip of the brush in his hand and drew a Majweth alchemy array on the ground quickly. When he started to write again, although his movements were still a little clumsy, there was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. Failed. He failed again. Feng Hang drew again and again. The floor of the practice hall was specially made. Once the alchemy magic array failed, it would be immediately cleared. 1153 Looking for trouble. Sloven, who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed, saw Feng Hang making a move. He lifted his eyelids and was about to give a few words of advice when he realized something. What he saw shocked him a bit. What was going on? Why was there such a huge difference between him now and him 5 minutes ago? No way? Could it be that this kid was really a genius in alchemy? That was impossible. No matter how much of a genius he was, the change would not be that drastic. Or was he hiding his strength? Was there a need to do that? It didn't make sense. Sloven's mind was in a mess. He saw that Feng Heng was getting more and more skilled in drawing the Mage with, and the surprise in his eyes became deeper and deeper. 10 minutes later, Feng Heng stopped drawing the magic array halfway and looked up at Sloven. When the alchemy magic array was 1/3 completed, he felt that he could not continue. He had been stuck at this place several times in a row. Sloven coughed lightly to hide the turbulent waves in his heart and said in a deep voice, I heard that you're from the Mage Association. Your spiritual strength is strong enough, but the tip of your brush is still a little hard. I will teach you a basic movement for practicing the tip of your brush, which is to soften the touch and muscles. There's no shortcut to this. You can only rely on more practice. As he spoke, Sloven picked up the brush and began to demonstrate. Feng Heng looked at every detail of Sloven's demonstration. After a long while, Sloven stopped writing, looked at Feng Heng, and asked, Do you understand? Ding, your perception has reached 50, and your alchemy talent has reached 50. You have successfully learned the alchemy hand supple movement, yes. Feng Heng made a sound of agreement and closed his eyes again. He controlled thousands of zombie clones in the trial world and began to practice softening the movement of his hand. You've learned it? Sloven looked at Feng Heng standing still and couldn't help frowning. He prompted, Why don't you try it? Feng Heng didn't answer. He just closed his eyes and stood still. The game prompts of the zombie clones practicing actions on the retina were refreshing rapidly. Coupled with his 5,000+ alchemy talent, his skill proficiency soared. After 5 minutes, Feng Heng opened his eyes and held the alchemy brush again. Lying on the ground, he used his brush to draw a stroke slightly. The fuck? Sloven was shocked by Feng Heng's actions. He felt it the moment the latter started writing. It felt different. 5 minutes ago, Feng Heng's wrist was as stiff as a rock, but now, where did this big monster come from? And he had never practiced it before. Feng Heng didn't notice Sloven's shocked gaze and continued to draw the magic array with his head lowered. He still failed. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at Sloven. Sloven was a little scared by Feng Heng's gaze. Why can't I do it? Sloven realized that he had encountered a monster. He frowned and said, Well, your potential is indeed not bad. However, you still lack the ability to channel your energy. If you want to make up for this, you need to take note of some key points. Feng Heng interrupted, Is there any targeted training? For some reason, Sloven's heart skipped a beat when he heard Feng Heng's question. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead and said, Yes, there is. Alright, look carefully. An hour later, Ed saw Sloven come out of the room. Sloven looked like he had seen a ghost and ran out in a hurry. He didn't even hear Ed calling him a few times. He had never seen anyone with such a monstrous talent in alchemy. It was as if he didn't need to cultivate it all. He just had to close his eyes and think for a while, and he would have earth-shaking changes. Was he really a genius? Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe him as a monster. This was too exaggerated. Feng Heng had advanced to an elementary alchemist in just an hour, completing the journey that he had taken 3 years to complete. Sloven felt that he really didn't have the talent to learn alchemy. Ed shook his head helplessly as he watched Sloven run away. He had finally learned how arrogant the alchemy society was. He was not surprised. But why hasn't Feng Heng come out yet? In the practice hall, Feng Heng sat on the ground with his legs crossed. The game notifications kept flashing on his retina. Ding. Your alchemy level has been upgraded to elementary level. Ding. The player has forgotten basic alchemy. Level 20. The player has mastered elementary alchemy. Level 1. Academics. Elementary alchemy. Description. Elementary alchemy is the prerequisite for learning most alchemy skills. Players can make and break down some alchemy items. They can also obtain information from some alchemy items, develop alchemy techniques, and make and break down alchemy puppets. Description. This skill can be upgraded to level 25. Not bad, I've finally completed the advancement of elementary alchemy. The 10,000 empire bonus spent did not go to waste. Feng Heng muttered to himself and took out the paper bag containing the white mixture from his pocket. Item. Unidentified alchemy composite. Description. The player's current alchemy level is too low. Unable to obtain more information. Please try to upgrade your alchemy level. Feng Heng couldn't help frowning when he saw the game still gave the prompt that it could not identify the nature of the white mixture. Forget it, I will just find someone to ask. Feng Heng folded the paper package again and put it back into his pocket. Then, he got up and left the room. Outside the door, Ed, who had been waiting, saw Feng Heng coming out and immediately went up to ask. Lord Feng Heng, Have you finished your practice? How do you feel? Feng Heng nodded and replied, I am alright. It's good that you got something. As Ed and Feng Heng chatted, they returned to the front desk in the hall together to get a refund. At the front desk, Truder swiped Ed's identification card and returned it before coldly saying, you will need to pay double the maintenance fee. Why? Ed asked, stunned. The extra alchemy materials consumed during the training and the extra time spent in the practice hall are all counted in the expense. Feng Heng squinted his eyes. You didn't tell me in advance. That's common sense. Do I need to explain it? Said Truder as he sized Feng Heng up coldly. Cough cough. Lord Feng Heng, calm down. Please calm down. Ed pulled Feng Heng and persuaded him, I will pay. Lord Feng Heng, I will pay for this. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the elevator leading to the upper floor and said in a low voice, thank you. I will return this debt to you and will double it. Don't. Big boss. Please don't. Ed shouted in his heart. It was better to spend some money to avoid disaster. Go to the Alchemy Society and argue? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Ed felt that Feng Heng was serious and became a little anxious for a moment. He waved his hand repeatedly, no, no, no. There's no need. Lord Feng Heng, that's not what I meant just now. 1154 commission. It's okay, I know what you mean. Feng Heng walked to the sofa at the side of the hall and sat down, waiting for Sandy to return from his intelligence gathering on the third floor. He would not make a move for now before Sandy returned. Feng Heng sized up the hall with ill intent. The Alchemy Society was so good at scamming money, so they must be very rich. When he leave this place, he had to think of a way to steal from them. He would discuss this with Tang Minayu after he rescued her. Ed sat beside Feng Heng. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill in his spine. Now that he finally had the chance, Ed continued to probe, Lord Feng Heng, did you manage to inform your friend about the matter last time? Yes, I've informed him. Feng Heng was also pondering over Ed's attitude. It seemed like Ed still thought that he was on a game mission and wanted to cooperate. Ed continued to ask, what did your friend say? He didn't say anything, he just said that you're not an enemy. I think we might be able to cooperate, Feng Heng continued in a flat tone. Ed was overjoyed when he heard that. Ah, yes, yes, cooperation, cooperation. Ding dong. The crisp sound of an elevator could be heard. Feng Heng's gaze was attracted by the sound of the elevator. Looking in the direction of the sound, a few elementary mages pushed a cart out of the elevator under the lead of a member of the Alchemy Society. As the mages were wearing custom-made clothes from the Mage Association, they were easy to recognize. Mages from the Mage Association? That's strange, why were they here? Feng Heng was a little puzzled and looked at them a few more times. There was an ordinary wooden box on the cart. The mages pushed their carts past Feng Heng not far away. All of a sudden, Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He could feel a familiar spiritual energy fluctuation from the box. The unknown black stone? There were black stones inside. Feng Heng's spirit was lifted and his eyes were fixed on those people. Could it be that there was an unexpected surprise on this trip to the Alchemy Society? Soon, they pushed the cart through the gate at the back of the right side of the passage and completely disappeared from Feng Heng's sight. Feng Heng turned his head to look at Ed and asked in a low voice, why are there people from the Mage Association here? I think they were recruited by the Alchemy Society to help. Recruited? Yes. Ed explained to Feng Heng. A long time ago, alchemy and magic used to be one family. It was only after alchemy had made great strides in development and progress that they gradually separated, forming two completely different departments. Even so, the two of them had a lot in common. For example, they would need to rely on mental strength and would be able to set up magic rays. Most alchemists focused on the study of alchemy tactics and the arrangement and control of alchemy magic arrays, so their mental strength was much weaker than mages of the same rank. However, many alchemy research studies required a large amount of mental power. Therefore, the Alchemy Society thought of a way. They tried to separate the infusion and the control of mental power as much as possible. This would require the assistance of mages with strong spiritual power. In the Empire, the low-level mages were actually very poor. Their combat ability was often limited, and their daily cultivation and improvement required a large amount of money. If they went out to fight, they would have to use all kinds of potions provided by the Alchemy Society. As a result, most apprentice mages and elementary mages would choose to work at the Alchemy Society to earn money. In the long run, the alchemy scholars of the Alchemy Society would have an innate sense of superiority when they saw mages. They felt that the mages were just their workers. This can't be helped, the one with more money is the boss. Ed sighed. Alchemy was more difficult to learn than magic, but it was also more profitable. However, in terms of actual combat ability, in the middle and late stages, advanced mages could crush those of the same level, and even those of a higher level could crush the alchemists. So that's how it is. Feng Heng stood up and said, I will go and ask. At the front desk, Tutor heard Feng Heng's inquiry about the recruitment of mages and immediately showed a contemptuous look. Recruitment? Indeed, the Alchemy Society has been hiring people from the Mage Association to help us. But we don't provide commissions directly here. I suggest you go to the commission building of the Mage Association next door to take a look. Feng Heng pointed his chin at the passage where the mages were transporting the supplies and asked, were they also recruited? Right, I almost forgot. Master Milta's research project is in need of manpower. If you want, you can go directly. Yes, it's in the hall in the second basement. You can report there directly. There are people from your Mage Association there. Feng Heng continued to ask, did they also participate in Master Milta's project? Yes, but I have to remind you that Master Milta's research project has a high demand for spiritual power. A few people have suffered spiritual damage in the past few days. I advise you not to force yourself. If you want to go, take the elevator over there. Tutor pointed at the elevator on the right and then ignored the two. Lord Feng Heng, do you want to go downstairs to take a look? Feng Heng looked up at the elevator going up from the left and nodded his head when he realized that Sandy had yet to return. Might as well, he could go in and take a look at the situation before Sandy returns. The unknown stone was the key to the evolution of the sacred tree, so it would be best if he could find relevant clues. Then I will go with you to take a look. Hearing that, Ed knew it was time for him to show off again. He followed Feng Heng into the elevator on the right side of the hall. Ding dong. The elevator stopped at the second basement. It was Ed's first time at the Imperial Alchemy Society. In fact, the Alchemy Society had set up a commission point in other cities. The missions from the Alchemy Society there were often very complicated. In addition to the need for mages to act as assistants, they also often needed some special resources, materials, and even live magical beasts. Moreover, they usually spent a long time completing the commission and only received a few Alchemy Society points. It was time-consuming and laborious. Ed felt that it was completely unnecessary. The commission hall in the headquarters of the Imperial Alchemy Society was obviously more advanced. When the elevator door opened and he saw the scene in the hall of the second basement, Ed was a little shocked. It wasn't a commission hall. It was just a bare front hall. More than 10 mages stood in the front hall. Looking at their attire, they were all mages who were at the elementary level. All the mages cast questioning looks at Feng Heng and Ed. A young female mage in a light blue robe walked out of the crowd and came to Feng Heng and Ed, asking, are the two of you also here to accept a commission? Feng Heng nodded and said, yes, that's right. It's Master Milta's research and development project. Someone upstairs told me to come here directly. 1155 doing work. I am Colmoni, in charge of gathering manpower for Milta's project. I don't see you two here. Did the people from the Alchemy Society give you a hard time? Colmoni was young and beautiful, and her tone was somewhat friendly. It's fine. The people in the Alchemy Society are hard to get along with. Just follow me later. I will handle the communication. But have you guys reached the level of an elementary mage? As she spoke, Colmoni looked at Feng Heng and said, don't hide it. This is for your own good. Milta's research project consumes a lot of spiritual power, and it will affect you for a long time if you forcibly extract your spiritual power. It will be even more troublesome if you touch the source. It's not worth it to do this for such a small reward. Oh, we're here, we're here. It's the first time for both of us to came to the capital of the empire. As Ed spoke, he handed the Mage Association identification card to Colmoni. This is my friend, Feng Heng. He just came from the border city and hasn't gotten his Mage Association identification card yet. However, his spiritual power is very strong, much higher than mine. He's definitely above the level of an elementary mage. Colmoni briefly checked Ed's identity card and handed it back when she found that there was no problem. Okay. Then follow me later. Wait for another 5 minutes. There will be another group of people coming over later. We will go together. Alright. Feng Heng agreed without hesitation. The reward was secondary. What he was most concerned about was the unknown stone. If there were more unknown stones hidden here. After waiting for less than 3 minutes, the elevator door opened, and more than 10 mages joined the team. Colmoni nodded and said a few words to the staff of the Alchemy Society beside her, then took the elevator to the 5th basement with more than 20 mages, including Feng Heng and his companion. Under the guidance of the staff of the Alchemy Society, after a few turns, they came to a room at the end of the corridor. Ding dong. After a clear sound, the door opened in front of everyone. Feng Heng squinted his eyes and quickly sized up the layout of the room. It was a rectangular hall. The hall was very spacious, and there were many members of the Alchemy Society scattered in the middle. The most eye-catching thing was the floor. There were more than 30 alchemy magic arrays arranged in 5 rows on the floor. It seemed to be the same high-level alchemy magic array. Strangely, he didn't seem to see any black stones. Was there something wrong with the spiritual fluctuation he sensed just now? Feng Heng's eyes searched around the room and released his perception. He found it. After releasing his perception, Feng Heng suddenly felt the spiritual power fluctuation again and immediately turned his head to the right. There were a few wooden boxes stacked against the wall on the right side of the room. Many people from the Alchemy Society stood beside the boxes as if they were protecting them. Was the box filled with the unknown stone? The spiritual energy fluctuation seemed to be a little weak. As he was thinking, Feng Heng noticed an old man in the middle of the hall with his back facing them. He turned around and walked straight toward them. "Kilmoni, you're here. Master Milta." With a fawning smile on her face, Kilmoni greeted him with a smile. "I am really sorry to have troubled you to wait for me here." "Yes, it's fine. Have you brought everyone?" "Of course, these are the elites of the Mage Association." Milta's gaze swept over Feng Heng's group of more than 20 people one by one. He nodded and said, "I hope so. It won't be like last time." "It won't. It took me a long time to recruit these people. They are all mages above the elementary level, the elites of the Mage Association. It will not be like the last time. As long as you have the money, I can help you find any kind of people." Kilmoni was smiling, but she felt disdain from within. If he had paid more money earlier, why would he have asked for apprentices the last time? Milta waved his hand and said, "All right, I will leave this to you. I still have something to do. Just like last time, we will settle the bill according to the amount of energy poured into the alchemy magic array." "Of course, you go ahead." After sending away Milta and more than a dozen alchemists, Kilmoni returned to Feng Heng and the others and said, "Everyone, there are some who are here for the first time. I will explain it again. Everyone can see the magic arrays in the hall, right? At this stage, the mana in the alchemy magic arrays is still empty. What we need to do is find a way to fill these alchemy magic arrays with the power of the will. After the alchemy magic arrays are fully charged, we can obtain a piece of yellow paper from the Alchemy Society's staff beside the magic arrays. Each piece of yellow paper represents 10 points. At the end of the process, you can come to me and exchange it for the Mage Association points. Remember, don't get into a conflict with the people from the Alchemy Society. If you have any trouble, come to me immediately. I will help you negotiate. Trust me, I will do my best to protect everyone's interests." Kilmoni's eyes swept over the crowd again and asked, "Do you all understand?" No one answered and only nodded. "All right, let's start then." After saying that, the 20 or so mages in the team dispersed. Many mages walked towards a row of wooden tables on the left side of the wall. Feng Heng looked at the mages curiously. Potions of various colors were placed on the wooden tables. The mages were expressionless as they poured the potions into their mouths. Ed asked, "What's that potion on that wooden table?" "It's an alchemy potion that stimulates the mind power and speeds up the recovery of the mind power. It's very effective, and the Alchemy Society provides it to us for free." Kilmoni did not walk away. When she heard Ed's question, she said, "You can use it, but I don't recommend it. Long-term use will cause irreversible damage to your spiritual power." Looking at the group of elementary mages who were drinking potions, Kilmoni could not help but sigh in her heart. The Alchemy Society would provide excellent mental stimulation drugs for free. However, this medicine had a flaw. It was not obvious if it was used for a short period of time, but after a long time, it would become drug dependence, which would affect the recovery of mental power. Sometimes, the apprentices of the Mage Association knew that this potion was a trap, but they still forced themselves to drink it. They had no choice. It was too difficult to learn spiritual spells, and they needed money. Especially in the early stages, the expenses were too high. The other option was to find a reliable union or vassal of the feudal lord, but the commission they could get was still not enough for their daily expenses, and the effects of potions were too good. The difference between drinking and not drinking was 5 to 6 times. If they didn't need money, who would take such a big risk to drink potions to earn money? Ed nodded. He was also a spellcaster. It was indeed hard for players to practice spells in the early stages. They needed to spend a lot of time, effort, and money. After they finished drinking the potions, the mages scattered and looked for alchemy magic arrays to start infusing their mental power. The entire hall was instantly filled with multicolored lights. 1156 Alchemy Tactics. Most of Feng Heng's attention was on the few wooden boxes on the right side of the hall. "What are those boxes over there?" Kilmoni glanced in the direction of the box and shook her head. She said, "Don't go near that place. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our own things and don't cause trouble." "Yes. Feng Heng nodded and stopped asking, but he was calculating in his heart. The box was protected by many members of the Alchemy Society. He had to find a chance to go over and take a look. Ed pushed Feng Heng and asked in a low voice, Lord Feng Heng, should we try out those alchemy magical arrays? Well, you stay here and wait. I will try. After saying that, Feng Heng walked to an alchemy array at the side alone. A member of the Alchemy Society was standing next to the array. He took a look at Feng Heng who was walking over and said indifferently, let's start. Feng Heng nodded and walked to the alchemy array. After a quick glance, he knelt down on one knee and pressed both hands on the array. The game prompt immediately refreshed on his retina. Ding, you have discovered a modified alchemy magic array. Ding, the current alchemy magic array is of a high level. You cannot obtain the relevant information. Ding, you can't try to trigger the alchemy magic array to obtain more information. Feng Heng checked the game prompts and quickly calculated in his heart. This was a modified alchemy magic array, and the magic array's level was not low. Hey, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Cao Zhangjin, a member of the Alchemy Society, couldn't help but urge Feng Heng when he saw him in a daze. Feng Heng didn't say anything. He pressed his hands on the magic array and poured his spiritual power into it. Ding, you have injected mental power into the alchemy magic array. Buzz. The alchemy magic array flickered with a dim yellow light. Feng Heng's pupils shrank. After the initial injection of mental power, a wave of attraction force came from the alchemy magical array, and it quickly extracted the mental power from his body as if it was being forcibly seized. This kind of mental power extraction was different from the ordinary release of mental power. The former placed a greater burden on the body, and the mental power consumed was more difficult to recover. Feng Heng immediately controlled the speed of the mental power in his body. Fortunately, his ability to control his mental power was not low, and he could resist the violent absorption of the alchemy magic ray. As his mental power continued to flow out of his body, the energy indicator on the alchemy magic array also slowly increased. Cao Zhangjin's face revealed a satisfied look. He didn't expect this elementary mage to be so powerful. His mental strength was quite strong. After stabilizing the flow of his mental power, Feng Heng began to try to sense the structure of the magic array. Ding, you have discovered an unknown alchemy magic array. Ding, you have performed a preliminary mental power scan on the alchemy magic array and have received the following information. This magic array is a mixed structure fusion magic array. This magic has been greatly modified. Ding, you can try to deduce the alchemy magic array. Ding, you can try to deduce the alchemy tactics of this alchemy magic array. Ding, after scanning, your elementary alchemy experience points have increased by 129. Alright, that's enough. Stop. Seeing the energy indicator was full, Cao Zhangjin quickly shouted for him to stop. Feng Heng also stopped releasing his mental power at once. The energy indicator was for mages who had no knowledge of alchemy. They could not sense the status of the alchemy magic array, and there would be problems no matter how little or how much mental power they added. Hulu. Feng Heng let out a breath. He had used up about a third of his mental power, and it would take some time to recover. Cao Zhangjin took a look at Feng Heng, took out a yellow card, and handed it to him. Alright, you're done here. Go and take a rest. Feng Heng took the card, nodded, and was about to leave when he suddenly sensed a familiar spiritual power fluctuation being triggered on his right. An unknown stone. Feng Heng was triggered at once and turned his head to the right. Buzz. Not far to the right, after a dark purple light flashed, a palm-sized translucent blue crystal was left on the alchemy magic ray. Feng Heng stared at the crystal. It was not a black stone, but an alchemy synthetic crystal. There was no difference in the spiritual force fluctuations emitted by the two. Feng Heng suddenly had a realization. It turned out that the unknown stone's spiritual power he had sensed in the hall earlier came from this blue synthetic crystal. The member of the Alchemy Society who was controlling the alchemy synthetic magic array smiled with relief. He carefully collected the crystals and handed them to the other two students. The two then placed the crystals in the box on the right side of the hall. Feng Heng was deep in thought. So the Empire is also trying to synthesize the unknown stone? Indeed, that stone had a strange energy. The sacred tree could quickly absorb the energy in the stone to improve itself, and the barbarian race could also use the energy in the stone to quickly breed savage beasts. What about the Empire? Why was the Empire in such desperate need of such stones? Feng Heng's eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. The Empire had already started mass-producing synthetic stones. Did this mean that synthetic stones could have similar uses as the unknown stone? If synthetic crystals could also be absorbed by the sacred tree? Hey, what are you still doing here? Don't be a hindrance. Feng Heng looked at the alchemy magic array on the ground with eager eyes and said, I need to rest for a while because of the backlash of my mental power. TSK, So many things to do. Kusagakure mumbled in a dissatisfied voice, but he didn't say anything more. He continued to look down and prepare the materials to operate the magic array. It was clear that controlling this alchemy magic array was a little difficult for him. Kusagakure was a little nervous. After closing his eyes for a moment, Kusagakure opened his eyes again. He took a few deep breaths and put a few sets of materials into the alchemy magic array. Then, Kusagakure knelt down on one knee in front of the magic array and began to condense it. Feng Heng had already stood beside the alchemy magic array and opened the game log. All the zombie clones in the trial world stopped what they were doing and scattered, immediately trying to copy and deduce the alchemy magic array. Regardless of whether the copied alchemy crystal could be absorbed by the sacred tree, he had to learn it first. Feng Heng stared at the magic array and tried to record every detail of the magic array in his mind. Then, he controlled the zombie clones to try to restore them. Dense game prompts were refreshed on Feng Heng's retina. Ding, your zombie clone is trying to deduce the alchemy magic array, but the deduction failed. The success rate is affected by the player's perception, alchemy talent, and so on. Ding, your zombie clone is trying to deduce the alchemy magic array but failed. You have gained a small amount of experience. Deduction completion rate plus 0.02, your alchemy talent plus 0.01, deduction success rate is affected by the player's comprehension and alchemy talent. Ding, your zombie clone, 1157 deduction. At the same time, Kusagakure also started to draw alchemy art. A faint light kept flashing on the alchemy magic. The few mixed materials gradually began to merge under the effect of the alchemy magic ray. Feng Heng stood aside quietly, observing every step of Kusagakure's alchemy. To fully replicate a composite alchemy array, generally, 3 items were required: the alchemy magic array, alchemy materials and their ratios, and alchemy tactics. The so-called alchemy tactics referred to the operation steps of the magic array and the release of materials. Feng Heng was peeking and learning from the side. Fuck. Kusagakure suddenly cursed when he was halfway through controlling the array. His face was full of regret. Boom. Immediately after, a green-blue flame appeared on the alchemy magic array, and the entire magic array quickly dimmed. All the alchemy materials that he had prepared in advance were destroyed. The refinement had failed. Under the mask, Feng Heng glanced at Kusagakure with disdain. After all this, he was just a noob. Ding, you have observed the operation of the alchemy magic array. Your attempt to deduce the alchemy spell has failed. The success rate of the deduction is affected by the player's perception, alchemy talent, and so on. He didn't expect Kusagakure to be so unreliable. He failed in the middle of the process, so the deduction failed as well. Feng Heng had no choice but to take 2 steps back. While no one was paying attention to him, he shifted his gaze to another member of the Alchemy Society. Boom. Another blue flame appeared, and the alchemy failed again. Feng Heng frowned. He realized that it wasn't because Kusagakure was not good enough. It seemed that no alchemist had a high success rate. The alchemy magic array finally succeeded once after observing the 4th person. Feng Heng closed his eyes at once and carefully thought about every detail of the refining process that he had just observed. Ding, you have observed the production of a synthetic alchemy magic array. The deduction is successful. Current alchemy spell deduction completion rate plus 65%. The success rate of the deduction is affected by the player's comprehension and alchemy talent. Well, the control steps of alchemy were not complicated. Except for a few key details, Feng Heng could already copy most of them. He estimated that he would be able to completely deduce the alchemy tactic after looking at it 2 more times to fill in the details. While thinking, Feng Heng took a glance at the situation of the zombie clones in the game log. The results were gratifying. The alchemy magic array's deduction had also reached 46%. His memory of a few points related to the alchemy magic array was a little fuzzy. Feng Heng walked forward and observed carefully to deepen his memory. Are you alright? Feng Heng turned his head and looked at the person. Golmoni noticed that Feng Heng had not participated in the infusion of spiritual power into the magic array, but was walking around beside him, so he came over to ask. I am fine. Feng Heng nodded and said, my spiritual power was slightly injured when I was cultivating. I was accidentally affected just now. I will be fine after a little rest. Alright, then you should rest well. If you're not feeling well, don't force yourself. Also, don't wander around here. Golmoni said as he gestured to the members of the Alchemy Society on the right with his eyes and whispered, they have a lot of rules, so we should try not to cause any trouble. Alright, I understand. Feng Heng nodded his head slightly. He noticed that a few elementary mages were called over to help transport the alchemy materials. He took the initiative to say, why don't I help transport the materials? That's good too. But there are no points for transporting materials. Alright. Feng Heng smiled and went up to help. He had just observed that the entire alchemy technique required a total of 12 materials that were not used. The type, concentration, and ratio of the materials were all uncertain. However, it was also very simple. He just had to touch it. Feng Heng used the excuse of helping to move the materials and gently pressed his hand on the alchemy powder while no one was paying attention to him. The corresponding game prompt immediately appeared on his retina. Ding! You have discovered a mixture of alchemy materials. Ding! Through beginner alchemy, you have obtained some information about this item. White bait crystal, golden thorn grass mixture. The concentration ratio of the mixture is -3.521. The ratio of impurities is 2.4%. Ding! You can get more detailed information by raising your alchemy level and alchemy talent. With a flick of his wrist, Feng Heng secretly hid a small number of alchemy materials in his backpack. Ding! The player has obtained a mixture of white bait crystal and golden thorn grass 3 pieces. After transporting the raw materials back and forth a few times, Feng Heng had finished analyzing the composition of all 12 kinds of materials required to synthesize the alchemy magic ray. He even took 2 of them and hid them in his backpack. As for the last step, it wasn't difficult to figure out the exact quantities of the various materials required for the refining. Feng Heng could tell the difference by visual inspection. When it was time to make it, it would be easy to test it a few more times and get an accurate ratio. Alchemy magic array, alchemy tactics, and alchemy materials. The latter 2 were already completed. Now, he just had to wait for the zombie clones to complete the deduction of the alchemy magic array. Feng Heng didn't continue to be a coolie. He walked to the side to take a break and glanced at the magic array from a distance from time to time. Ed also stood behind Feng Heng after he tried to inject the magic array. Lord Feng Heng, how's the situation on your side? I am fine. While he was talking, the game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina again. Ding! The current alchemy magic array unknown fusion crystal has been deduced. Ding! The current alchemy unknown fusion crystal has been deduced. Hey, you guys, come over and help bring the box to the first floor. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat and he looked in the direction of the voice. It was a light blue crystal material. The completed crystal was sealed in a box, and a small part of the spiritual power fluctuation was sealed. I will do it. Feng Heng saw that the few mages who were called out looked reluctant, so he volunteered to go up. Ed had followed Feng Heng here to look for a mission. Seeing that Feng Heng offered to help, he naturally walked up to him immediately and said, I will help you too. Yes. The team leader of the Alchemy Society, who was in charge of transporting the boxes, pointed at the 4 basic mages who had gathered around and reminded them, be careful. When you leave, pour your mental power into the alchemy array on the box. Don't flip it over. You can't afford it even if you work for a lifetime. Feng Heng walked to the box and observed it. It was only then that he realized that the box looked very ordinary on the outside, but there were many alchemy magic arrays drawn on the inside. The 4 basic mages reached out to hold the box, and at the same time, they poured their spiritual power into it. In fact, it was not too bad. Maintaining the magic array did not consume much mental power. Once the magic array was triggered, the spiritual power fluctuation that was seeping out of the crystal was reduced by more than half. Feng Heng followed the team leader of the Alchemy Society out of the room. They walked through a long corridor and entered the internal elevator, returning to the hall on the first floor. 1158 The puppet. Coincidentally, Sandy had just returned not long ago and was planning to look for Feng Heng on the first floor. Seeing Feng Heng pushing the box out of the elevator, Sandy immediately showed a curious look. A box? Treasure? Feng Heng noticed Sandy's gaze and gave him a look, signaling him to wait. Sandy immediately expressed that he understood and sat on the sofa at the side to rest alone. Soon, the member of the Alchemy Society passed the verification and led Feng Heng and the others through the blocked gate area and into the back passage. Feng Heng frowned and looked around the back of the passage. There were rows of alchemy life forms standing on both sides of the straight passage. The alchemy puppet. One of the subsequent branches of alchemy. The giant alchemy creature that Feng Heng had encountered in the underground world was also a product of alchemy puppetry. However, there were at least 50 to 60 gold-cultivated bodies lined up on both sides of the 100-meter-long passage. Alright, leave the box where it is. You can all go back. The leader of the Alchemy Society waved his hand. Feng Heng followed the other 3 and put the box at the entrance of the passage. His eyes flashed with greed as he quickly calculated in his heart. The internal security of the Alchemy Society was quite lax. Only the alchemy life forms were a little troublesome. However, the alchemy creature was not very strong, and the people of the Alchemy Society were not known for their combat power. What was the probability of finding an opportunity to snatch the crystal? Alright, let's go. Hurry up and go back. There's nothing for you to do here. The team leader of the Alchemy Society looked a little impatient. After making sure that the crystals were safe, he waved his hand and signaled everyone to return. After returning to the first floor, Feng Heng didn't go back to the basement with them. Instead, he walked to Sandy, who was resting on the sofa. Feng Heng asked in a low voice without avoiding Ed, "How is it? Have you found everything?" Ed's eyes lit up when he heard that, and his physical and mental fatigue was instantly swept away. As expected, the two of them did not come to the Alchemy Society for no reason. They had a motive. How should I put it? I guess I am halfway there. I've cracked quite a bit of the encryption key information, and I've also cracked a lot of strange things, like a small part of the alchemy magic ray. I don't know what they're used for now. Sandy was a little perplexed as he said, before nodding, "One thing I am sure of is that something is hidden on the 8th floor of the Alchemist Society. But I can't get in from the 4th floor." 8th floor? Feng Heng looked at Ed, carefully testing the bottom line of the trial game's punishment, and asked, "How much do you know about this place? Do you know anything about the 8th floor?" Ed finally felt a sense of acknowledgement for participating in this mission. He shook his head and said, "Lord Feng Heng, it's my first time here too. I don't know much about the situation here. Where are your friends? Don't you guys have a special ability that allows you to contact people from the outside world?" Ed's heart skipped a beat. Knowing things outside of the game was a sign of an advanced game character. "Wait a moment. I will go and ask." Feng Heng saw Ed leave a sleeping bag on the sofa and quickly disappear. Feng Heng had been very careful when he was with Ed. Based on the current situation, one of the rules of the trial game was, using the strength of a non-trial player to participate in the trial will result in punishment. Feng Heng tried to find out if he was breaking the rules a few times and found that he didn't seem to have violated any punishment by merely getting Ed to help. A moment later, Ed came online again. "Lord Feng Heng, I've asked a friend. The 4th floor and above are the key areas of the Alchemy Society and aren't open to the public. However, the 8th floor isn't a secret area either. It's an area where old junk is stored. Very few people usually go there." Ed looked at Sandy curiously as he said that, wondering what he was looking for on the 8th floor. However, Sandy nodded and said, "It's not too different from what I know. I've checked the information before. The 8th floor of the Imperial Alchemy Research Institute used to be a secret area, but it has been modified several times. Feng Heng, I guarantee that there must be something there. I am afraid that even the people of the Alchemy Society don't know the secret hidden there. Is there any way to go up and take a look?" Feng Heng looked at Ed again. Ed frowned and said, "The security of the Alchemy Society isn't that tight, but it's probably impossible to get up there normally. Give me some time. I will go ask my friends." "That's good. Let's rest and recover our spiritual power first. We will talk about it after staying here for a while. We will make plans after dark." Feng Heng walked to the front desk and knocked on the table. "I want to make a reservation and register for 3 rooms. Oh, and rent a training room. 3 rooms. 500 Empire Hannies per day for the guest room and 300 Hannies per hour for the training room." Ed quickly handed his membership card over and volunteered, "I will do it, I will do it." Buzz. A dim yellow light flashed in the communication hall. With the help of the alchemy magic array and alchemy tactics, Feng Heng quickly figured out the correct ratio of raw materials after 2 consecutive failures by relying on his extraordinary alchemy talent. He had also successfully refined a blue crystal. Ding! You have successfully deduced the way to create Type 7 Spirit Catalyst Crystal Cube Alchemy Magic Array. Ding! You have completed the crafting process. You have obtained Type 7 Spirit Catalyst Crystal Cube. Your alchemy experience points plus 236. Your alchemy talent plus 0.001. Feng Heng picked up the newly made blue crystal cube from the center of the alchemy magic array and observed it carefully on his palm. Item: Type 7 Spirit Catalyst Crystal Cube. Description: a square-shaped energy crystal. A portion of spiritual energy has been integrated into the crystal. It can produce spiritual energy fluctuations and provide external energy. Description: a spirit catalyst crystal cube obtained by the Empire after decades of continuous development. Feng Heng observed the feedback information provided in the game log and pondered. From the description, the crystal also contained some kind of mutation energy. From this, it could be inferred that the sacred tree and the savage beasts had most likely absorbed this kind of mutation energy to rapidly evolve and reproduce. That's right, it seemed that this trip was not in vain. There was a high chance that the sacred tree could absorb this crystal. Feng Heng gradually became excited. Of the 12 raw materials required to make the crystal, 5 of them were relatively rare, while the rest were ordinary. If he wanted to mass-produce it, there would not be a problem with the raw materials, nor would there be a problem with the alchemy magic array. The only problem was his mental strength. The alchemy magic array required a large amount of mental power, which the zombie clones could not do. If he really couldn't do it, he could only ask the Mage Guild for help. If the Alchemist Society could spend money to get the Mage Guild to help them inject their spiritual power, so could he. Feng Heng's attitude quickly changed from a worker to a boss. Yes, let's do that. Feng Heng's heart was burning. 1159 sneaking in A? Feng Heng, the one in your hand is. Seeing that Feng Heng had successfully controlled the magic array, Sandy was suddenly interested and came over to observe. Oh ho? It's a spirit catalyst crystal cube? Feng Heng looked at Sandy. You also recognize it? Yes, yes. I saw it when I was reading books on the 3rd floor. Sandy looked at the crystal in Feng Heng's hand and nodded. The book says that the Empire has spent a lot of money on its development, but the one in your hand doesn't seem to be a second-generation product anymore. It's probably the latest generation of scientific research products. Do you know why the Empire is developing such a thing? Feng Heng thought that they probably didn't have anything like the sacred tree to feed, right? I don't know about that. I've seen this crystal in a biography. That guy researched this crystal in order to get subsidies from the royal family. After he got some results, he earned a lot of money and was recruited by the royal family. Most likely, the royal family wants this crystal. The royal family. Feng Heng muttered to himself. Sandy scratched his head and said, Feng Heng, it's almost time. Shall we go to the 8th floor and take a look? Okay, sure. Feng Heng nodded and shifted his gaze to the outside of the window. The sky outside was gradually turning dark. It was time to make a move. After leaving the practice hall, Ed had been waiting at the door for a long time. He had a premonition that he was about to receive a big mission, so he went up to Feng Heng enthusiastically and said, Lord Feng Heng, I found out something. Okay, let's go back to the room and talk. The three of them went to the guest room on the 2nd floor. Ed organized his thoughts and said, the interior of the Alchemy Society is divided into 2 areas, the confidential area, and the non-confidential area. The 8th floor is a non-confidential area, and the guards are relatively weak. It's not difficult for us to sneak in. The best way is to climb in from the outside. If you want to go up from the inside, you need the special sensing card of the Alchemy Society. We can't take the elevator, which is guarded 24 hours a day. We can only sneak up the stairs. I've found a way to get the sensing card, which can enter the non-confidential areas on the 4th to the 12th floors. What's more troublesome is that I've heard that the Alchemy Society has set up many secret alchemy magic traps inside the building. Once they are touched, an alarm will be sounded. Feng Heng looked at Sandy and said, the 8th floor we are going to isn't a crucial area. There shouldn't be too many alchemy magic arrays and traps. That's true, but we still need to be careful. Ed continued, by the way, there's also the alchemy creatures from the Alchemy Society. These alchemy creatures are more difficult to deal with. I heard that they're divided into many types. When they discover an unknown intruder, they will either attack or choose to escape and issue an alarm. In short, they're very troublesome. How does the alchemy life form differentiate between friend and foe? Or through the identity sensing card? Ed was not too sure about this, so he said hesitantly, well, I don't know much about this. Maybe. Feng Heng nodded and asked, what about the source of energy for the alchemy body? I know about this, it's the rechargeable core. Sandy raised his hand and replied, I've seen it in a book before. It's a crystallized glass device that contains a light purple liquid. Yes, the Alchemy Society has improved the rechargeable core and relied on the charging magnetic field to charge. Ed explained, there's a 24-hour rechargeable magnetic field on the 5th basement. As long as you're in the building, all alchemy life forms can be recharged 24 hours a day. Feng Heng looked at Sandy and asked, how long do you need to find the secret key after you reach the 8th floor? Sandy was full of confidence and replied, I need some time to confirm the location. In theory, it will take at most 10 minutes. Alright. Feng Heng lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he said, then let's go and give it a try. Ed peeked outside the door cautiously, then looked at the mission notification. That's strange, why hasn't the mission prompt been triggered yet? Ed couldn't help asking, Lord Feng Heng, what are we looking for? The secret key, you will know when the time comes. Alright, let's go. Ed put his doubts aside for now. He just felt that the mission might not have reached the conditions to be triggered. The three of them walked out of the corridor and followed the path all the way to the entrance of the 3rd floor. After making sure that there was no one around, they put on their masks together. Ed took out a magnetic card and waved it at the door. Ding dong. The door opened. Feng Heng walked in the front and released his perception. The three of them moved forward along the passageway. Relying on Feng Heng's keen perception, the group walked and stopped along the way, avoiding the members of the Alchemy Society they encountered along the way. They arrived at a corner of the 5th floor. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and pulled Sandy back when he was about to turn the corner. Huh? Feng Heng didn't say anything. He just used his eyes to signal to an alchemy creature at the end of the corridor behind the corner. The alchemy life form was about 2 meters tall. It looked like a mechanical device wrapped in a metal shell. The outer layer was painted blue, and its eyes flickered with yellow indicator lights. It looked rather heavy. It was a typical mixture of alchemy and machinery, very imperial style. The group stood behind the wall and stuck their heads out to carefully size up the alchemy body. Ed gestured with his eyes and asked Feng Heng how to deal with it. It was uncertain whether the sensing card would work on the alchemy body. Even if it did, they only had one sensing card. Feng Heng quickly came up with a corresponding plan. He pointed at the alchemy body in front of him and then pointed to a room on the right not far from the alchemy body. Huh? Ed cast a puzzled look at Feng Heng. What did that mean? Creak creak creak. The alchemy fusion life form seemed to sense something and slowly turned its head. The yellow indicator light in its eyes kept flashing as it strode toward Feng Heng and the others. Feng Heng hung the sensing card in front of his chest, walked out from the back of the corridor, and went straight to the front. The head of the alchemy creature turned toward Feng Heng's position as if it was trying to confirm his identity. DDD. The yellow indicator light in the alchemy creature's eyes turned green. It seemed to have confirmed the magnetic card on Feng Heng's chest and the alchemy creature stayed in place. Do it. Feng Heng's eyes narrowed. After letting out a soft cry, he quickly approached the alchemy creature and threw a punch. Bang. A deep fist mark was left on the bioalloy outer armor, and it staggered backward. Ding. You have dealt 339 points of actual damage to the alchemy creature. Alloy metal reduces physical damage by 50%, so ruthless? Ed did not expect Feng Heng to attack the creature so decisively. He immediately raised his hand and blasted an icicle spell at the alchemy body. Bang. A layer of frost immediately covered the alchemy life form's armor. Whoosh. Feng Heng's figure suddenly turned illusionary. He once again flashed to the side of the alchemy body, raised his fist, and smashed it again. 1160 disassemble thump. Dong. Ed focused his attention and saw that Feng Heng had already kicked the alchemy creature into the room at the side. Ah, this. Ed was speechless. Feng Heng's fighting style was too fierce. He didn't look like a necromancer at all. What was he trying to do? Hurry up. Sandy urged him and followed Feng Heng into the room. Ed also came back to his senses and quickly followed him into the room. It was an ordinary research room with no one inside. Close the door. Ed closed the door behind him. After shouting, Feng Heng raised his hand, gave the alchemy life form a few punches, and put it in a paralyzed state. Then, he took the wrench and began to dismantle it. The zombie clones had already dismantled the super-large alchemy body that was created by the saint thousands of times. Feng Heng was very experienced in dismantling. It was naturally a breeze to dismantle this ordinary alchemy body. Ed watched helplessly as the alchemy life form was dismantled into pieces of scrap iron by Feng Heng's hands in a few moves. Ding. You have dismantled the alchemy puppet. The Empire Alchemy Society's multifunctional alchemy body 8, mass-produced, attack type. You have obtained an energy core converter 1 piece, a broken tight component 2 pieces, a ring-shaped cutting intermediary 2 pieces, a broken remote sensor 1 piece, an energy operation valve. Ding. Your perception has reached 50, and your alchemy talent has reached 2000. You have a deeper understanding of the alchemy body during the dismantling process. Ding. You have obtained some information about the Empire's alchemy creature. The Empire Alchemy Society's multifunctional alchemy body 8, attack type mass-produced. Description: an 8th-generation multifunction alchemy creature developed and manufactured by the Empire Alchemy Society. It can be used for patrolling, fighting, guarding, material transportation, etc. Due to the large energy consumption during transportation, it cannot be used on the battlefield. It is usually used for internal use by the Alchemy Society. Description: after special modifications by the Alchemy Society, this mass-produced alchemy creature does not need to be controlled by a spiritual network. It can identify friends or foes through sensors. Description: attack-type creatures have a higher consciousness of attack. They can actively attack intruders and track enemies. Feng Heng quickly analyzed the information he got from the game log. He had already figured out the alchemy creature's attack pattern. Area protection. Through the built-in sensors for area detection, if it was detected that the target did not have access to the area, it would actively attack and expel the target. Charging central body. Feng Heng muttered to himself in a low voice and dismantled the transistor filled with a light purple liquid from the damaged body. All alchemy creatures required a central energy source to be triggered. The large alchemy body they had encountered in the underground world had used the demon as its energy source. The saint had used a special alchemy magic array to directly convert the biological energy into driving energy. The multifunctional alchemy body 8 of the Alchemy Society used the charging core in the body as an intermediate piece, and it was charged by the magnetic field that enveloped the entire Alchemy Society. In addition, there was also the use of an energy receiving device. The energy receiving device. Feng Heng couldn't help but show an interested look and check the prop he had just dismantled. The entire building of the Alchemy Society was shrouded in an energy field. Under normal circumstances, these mass-produced alchemy machines were on standby with low power consumption. When they encountered an enemy, they would absorb energy through the energy field and convert it into power. If he could figure out the structure of this thing, he might be able to overload the energy receiving device and cause a major power outage in the Alchemy Society. The power outage would cause the alchemy life form, the elevators, gates, electronic locks, and so on in the building to fail. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to steal the crystal hidden on the first floor? Ed looked at Feng Heng, who was standing still for a long time, and asked carefully, "Feng Heng, how is it?" Feng Heng temporarily put away his thoughts and answered, "Well, it's not troublesome. It's just an ordinary mass-produced alchemy body. It's very cumbersome." While Ed was not paying attention, Feng Heng put the energy core and several key parts into his backpack. Ed looked at Feng Heng from the side and became suspicious again. Wasn't he a necromancy mage? Did he really know about alchemy? Did he really just learn it from someone in the Alchemy Society? Yes. As if he saw the confusion in Ed's eyes, Feng Heng nodded and said, "I've just learned a little." After upgrading his alchemy to the beginner level, Feng Heng left a small part of the zombie clones in the underground world to continue dismantling and reassembling the giant alchemy life form. 24-hour non-stop grinding for alchemy levels. Up until now, his basic alchemy had already reached level 10. Of course, the difficulty of leveling up the subsequent skills would become higher and higher, and the time spent would also become longer and longer. Let's continue. After a preliminary understanding of the alchemy life form structure, the next step was much simpler. Alchemy life forms had a certain range of perception. As long as the target exceeded a certain range, the alchemy life form would not be able to sense if the target was an enemy. It would choose to approach or be on standby according to the function model setting. Feng Heng stood in the sensing zone as bait to lure the alchemy life form to investigate. Then, he would rush forward and give it a fatal blow to paralyze it temporarily. Finally, he would drag it into an empty room and dismantle it. Ed stood at the side and fell into silence again as he watched Feng Heng break up the alchemy life form one by one. The entire process was so smooth and professional that Ed would never believe that he had dismantled the creature tens of thousands of times. After a few times, he had dismantled the other 5 alchemy bodies. Feng Heng felt that he was almost done. There were 4 types of alchemy creatures that the Alchemy Society encountered: attack type, support type, alarm type, and patrol type. The most troublesome part was the alarm type, which needed to be destroyed quickly, otherwise, it would send out a buzzing signal to call for backup. Oh. Raising his head, Feng Heng saw Ed looking at him with an inquisitive gaze. Ed felt that this was a good move, but it was too time-consuming. It would take more than 10 minutes to completely dismantle an alchemy creature. They did not have much time to waste. Lord Feng Heng, time is a little tight. Why don't we? Well, it's a waste of time to tear them down one by one. I have a good idea that I need your help with. Ed nodded quickly and agreed, yes, yes, yes. In the underground cavern, the vice president of the Mage Association, Randolph, and a group of intermediate mages gathered in the area of the underground teleportation portal. After learning that there were magic arrays left behind by ancient saints in the underground world, the Mage Association immediately formed a team to analyze and study them. A high-ranked mage suddenly discovered something and called everyone over to investigate. Look, is this an alchemy rune? Yes, that's right. It's an early alchemy rune. 1161 hidden magic array. A few experienced mages from the Empire gathered together to study the rune marks found on the stone. It seems to be. Randolph frowned. I have some knowledge of alchemy from when I was young. This should be an alchemy rune used for sealing and suppression. Why is it here? A few of them were also puzzled. Suppressed. According to what you said, I also found a few strange magic array lines just now, which seem to be used for suppression. If you want to know the function of the magic array, you will need to do more research. Can we ask someone from the Alchemy Society to help us? Our understanding of alchemy is still far from theirs. The mages had different expressions when the Alchemy Society was mentioned. Let's ask for Lord Feng Heng's opinion first, Randolph said in a deep voice. We have an obligation to help Lord Feng Heng protect the secret of the underground world. By the way, where is Mr. Mo? Where's Mr. Mo? The area over there has been sealed off by the cave-dwelling beasts. Mr. Mo is there too. I heard he's building an altar. An altar? The mages looked at one another. The 8th floor of the Alchemy Society. After thoroughly understanding how the alchemy creatures operated, it would be very easy to get rid of them. Feng Heng was stuck at the edge of the alchemy creature's sensing area and was trying to lure the alchemy creature nearer to investigate it. The alchemy creature that was mass-produced had no intelligence at all. It followed the program and chased Feng Heng all the way into a room. After that, the sound of the door closing was heard. Cookie. Sandy, who was hiding outside, closed the door. In the absence of an enemy, the alchemy creature trapped in the room would not destroy the building. Hence, it encountered a bug. The alchemy life form began to walk around the room like a low-end cleaning robot. Feng Heng only needed to find a chance to run out of the room and close the door. Ed was stunned. Before coming here, he had thought of many ways to invade, but he had never thought that it could be like this. This game character was too extraordinary. Ed even suspected that Feng Heng might be a demi-human. Fortunately, the entire floor from the 5th floor onwards was empty. Along the way, more than 30 alchemy creatures were captured before they finally reached the 8th floor. After killing 2 alchemy creatures that were patrolling along the way, Sandy looked at the drawing in his hand for a long time, revealing a thoughtful expression. How is it? Sandy pointed at a room on the right side of the passage. Yup, judging from the map, it should be that room. Feng Heng walked to the front of the room and tried to push the door. He couldn't open the door as it was stuck. Ed frowned. Although the 8th floor was not the key area of the Alchemy Society, and there was no alarm on a door, but if they make too much noise. Ed was about to say something when he looked up and saw Feng Heng taking out an iron wire from his pocket with ease. Ding. You have used the skill lock picking. Ding. Skill success. You have opened a normal door lock. Feng Heng fiddled with the iron wire gently, and then there was a cracking sound. Ka. The door opened. This works too? Ed was shocked. Hurry up. After hearing Feng Heng's greeting, Ed finally reacted and followed Sandy into the room. Behind the door was an old, large storage room. There were a lot of items piled up in the storage room, and the items were covered with a layer of white cloth. A thick layer of dust could be seen on the white cloth. It was obvious that it had not been cleaned for a long time. The encryption key is hidden here? Why did it feel so strange? Feng Heng couldn't help but look at Sandy. That's not right. This should be the place. Why isn't there any? Sandy's face revealed a puzzled expression as he walked around the room, carefully observing the layout of the room, even mumbling to himself from time to time. Suddenly, Sandy noticed something and nodded. Right, below, underground. Sandy's eyes lit up. He shouted, Feng Heng, the things should be hidden on the ground. Clear the cabinets and sofas. They are under the carpet. Yes. Feng Heng nodded and didn't say anything. He squatted down and lifted the carpet that was on the ground to reveal a wooden floor. Sandy frowned and said, I've removed it. It's under the floor. Feng Heng raised his fist and punched the floor. Bang. A large piece of the wooden floor was smashed into pieces by Feng Heng's punch. Beneath the floor was a thick concrete floor, and there was nothing to notice. That's not right, why aren't there any? Sandy looked at the floor in deep thought. Feng Heng took a glance at Sandy, raised his fist again, and punched the concrete floor hard. Boom. The ground made a dull sound. Eh? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and noticed something strange. He held back his strength in this punch, but it was definitely not a problem for him to make a small hole in the ground. There's something wrong with the floor. Sandy also realized it and shouted, Oh, right. It's a secret alchemy magic ray. Feng Heng, quickly, try and inject some spiritual power into the floor. Feng Heng nodded and squatted down. He pressed both hands on the ground and poured his spiritual power into the floor. Kai. Ed's eyes showed surprise. It was an alchemy magic ray. After he poured his mental power into the cement ground, a fine alchemy magic ray pattern appeared on the ground. It's done. Sandy clenched his fists in excitement. Ed also went forward and helped Sandy clean up the wooden shards on the ground. Upon closer inspection, a large alchemy magic ray had appeared on the floor. Ed was surprised again. How could there be such a huge magic ray hidden here? What was it used for? It seemed that the people of the Alchemy Society didn't know about the existence of this alchemy magic ray. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thrown it here so casually. So, how did Lord Feng Heng know about it? The two of them spent some time and worked together to completely clear out the large magic array hidden under the floor. After seeing the whole appearance of the magic array, Feng Heng stopped injecting his spiritual power into the ground. He stood up, stood aside, and looked down. Ding, you have discovered an unknown alchemy magic array. Ding, your alchemy level is not high enough to obtain more information. Please try to upgrade your alchemy level. Ding, this alchemy magic array is incomplete. Ding, your alchemy level is not high enough to make up for the alchemy magic array. Please try to upgrade your related skill level. From the looks of it, the floor was a large-scale magic array. Furthermore, it was a spatial alchemy magic array. Teleportation? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and these four words appeared in his mind instantly. Where would he be teleported to? The biggest problem was that the alchemy magic array in front of him was incomplete. When it was drawn, a corner was missing, which made it impossible to operate. 1162 incomplete. Sandy, what's going on? Sandy scratched his head and revealed an upset expression. I know, no wonder I thought it was strange. I was wondering why there was such a huge bunch of useless information in that book, so the missing alchemy magic array was hidden in that book. Without the continuous infusion of mental power, the alchemy magic array on the ground began to fade slowly. Can you still find a way to restore it? Asked Feng Heng with a frown. I can, but I will have to go back to the third floor to check it out. It will take some time, about 2 to 3 hours. Feng Heng thought for a while and said in a low voice, okay. Let's go back first. We will come back later. Let's restore this place first. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison, then worked together to clean up the wood shards on the ground. Together, they covered the carpet again, and everything in the room was restored to its original state. Let's go. Ed took a deep breath and quickly followed Feng Heng out of the room. He was extremely nervous. The mysterious magic array that was discovered in the Alchemy Society. And it had been quite a few years. What did this mean? It was a great mission, and it was an extremely high-level mission. If he remembered correctly, the building of the Alchemy Society used to be the gathering place of the saints of the Empire. To be able to leave behind a secret magic array here. Ed couldn't help but get excited. This mission was most likely related to the legendary saints of the Empire. When they returned to the guest room, Eddie's thoughts were almost cleared. He had encountered a high-level mission that was even more difficult. This time, he must not let it go. Sandy had already rushed back to the third floor of the Alchemy Society to continue reading the books, hoping to restore the images as soon as possible. Ed looked at Feng Heng and asked, Lord Feng Heng, is the magical array we found related to the saint? The surprise on Feng Heng's face disappeared in a flash. In fact, he also had such a guess. Why do you ask? It's just a strange feeling. This used to be the gathering place of the Empire's saints, so I am thinking that this alchemy magic array might have been left behind by them. Feng Heng's heart moved. He nodded and said, it's possible. I found traces of an ancient magic array on that alchemy magic array. If it's convenient, ask your friend to inquire again. Alright, I will go now. Ed nodded and hurried back to his room, ready to go offline and ask his friends for information about the saints and the Alchemy Society. Seeing Ed leave in a hurry, Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the outside of the window. Sandy still needed 2 to 3 hours to figure out the broken magic array, but now, he could try to see if he could go to the inner city of the Empire's royal family to check out the situation. While thinking, Feng Heng took another look at his skills column. Half an hour ago, the cooldown for the Blood Temple's additional skill, Descent, had been completed. The royal family's inner city area was heavily guarded. Feng Heng naturally wouldn't break in without any preparation. Previously, he had asked Mojai Aoi to build a blood altar in the underground world in advance to shorten the cooldown time of his Descent skill. He would give it a try. It should not be a problem to protect himself by using the Descent skill to summon the Vampire King's coffin for battle. In the Imperial City, Feng Heng transformed into a bat and flew out of the window at the end of the path of the Alchemy Society. He hovered in the sky above the Imperial City. The moon was normal tonight, but the thick clouds blocked the moonlight, so the light wasn't far away. This was good news for Feng Heng. Feng Heng didn't enter the inner city directly. Instead, he circled around the outer city and prepared to sneak in at a weak point. Looking down from the sky, there were many patrols and sentries in the Imperial City, and the guards in the key areas were even more concentrated. Feng Heng suddenly noticed something and looked down. Not far away from the Alchemy Society, a group of people in Royal Guard uniforms were leading the people of the Alchemy Society toward the inner city. The people of the Alchemy Society carried 2 large boxes and walked forward slowly, surrounded by Royal Guards. Alchemy synthetic crystals. Feng Heng's eyes lit up and he immediately released his perception. That's right. It was the crystal ore. A familiar spiritual energy fluctuation came from the box. There was a high chance that the box contained the crystals that the Alchemy Society had refined during the day. Transport them into the royal family's inner city at night? Was there a need to cover it up like this? So, it was still the same question. What did the Empire need so many synthetic crystals for? Feng Heng was curious and hovered in the sky for a while. After some thought, he decided to follow the Empire's army secretly. No one in the Empire had ever seen the vampires, so they did not pay special attention to the bats. Feng Heng was able to follow the escort team all the way in the sky until they flew over the wall of the inner city. As soon as he entered the inner city, A line of game prompts refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Ding. The player has entered the inner city. Ding. The current area is an extremely dangerous area. Ding. The player will obtain the current location of the mission target, Tangminayu, based on a comprehensive trial difficulty. A pale arrow immediately appeared on the upper right corner of Fang Heng's retina, pointing to the front right. Good news. The trial mission was finally completed. Previously, Fang Heng was still worried about how to find Tangminayu. Now that he had the game instructions, it naturally became more convenient. Let's not bother about Tangminayu. At the moment, the secret hidden in the black stone was more important. Fang Heng put Tangminayu's task aside for the time being and followed the material delivery team all the way in the sky until they came to a gorgeous large palace building in the central area of the imperial city. Kai. Fang Heng remained in his bat form and hung upside down on a big tree, observing the guards and buildings not far away. The guards stood guard on the outside, watching the members of the Alchemy Society bring the boxes into the building. What was this place? Fang Heng sized up the building. It didn't feel like a warehouse. This building was built in the center of the imperial city. It couldn't be the emperor's bedroom, right? Fang Heng could only make a rough guess as he lacked the architectural map of the empire. Perhaps he should go in and take a look? Fang Heng was hesitating whether he should go closer and try to sneak in. Suddenly, a dozen empire guards at the door raised their crossbows. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen cold lights flashed. Fang Heng immediately flapped his wings and flew away. What's going on? The captain of the Empire Guards, who was responsible for guarding the building, came out of the hall with dozens of people to check the situation. Captain, the Alchemy Magicare has sensed something. We suspect that an intruder has appeared in that area. The two guards pointed at the place where Fang Heng was previously. The ripples have disappeared. The chief guard took a look in the direction where Fang Heng was just now and said in a deep voice, "Yes, strengthen the security. Be careful. If something happens to the Enlightenment Stone, everyone will be buried with it." In the air, Fang Heng was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. How could an ordinary soldier of the Empire discover him? How did he do it? It was strange. Fang Heng decided to leave temporarily. He had already noted down the location of the Empire's crystals. He would find Tangminayu first and make further plans after he went back and investigated. In midair, Fang Heng followed the location indicated by the game on his retina and quickly flew toward Tangminayu's location. 1163 hostage within the Imperial City, Tangminayu sat in front of the bed. She hadn't had much rest since she started playing the game, so she could finally have a good sleep. Tangminayu's heart was in turmoil but she did not feel sleepy. She wasn't worried about herself, but her mind was full of the treasures that she and Fang Heng had stolen from the royal treasury. With Fang Heng's ability, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Tangminayu muttered to herself. She could not help but try to gather her spiritual power again. Unfortunately, her power had been completely sealed. Not only was the power from the demonic seed sealed, but her mental power was also sealed. The door of the room moved slightly. Who is it? Tangminayu noticed the movement and turned to look at the door. Then, her face revealed a surprise expression. Fang Heng? Tangminayu quickly lowered her voice. She quickly looked around and asked, "Where are the things? How are the treasures we stole from the treasure vault?" "Yes, it's done." Fang Heng released his perception to sense the surroundings and stepped into the room, asking, "And you?" Not good recalling what had happened not long ago, Tangminayu's eyes flashed with a touch of fear. It was Salvador, the acting emperor of the empire. I could not resist him at all. Fang Heng blurted out, "He's so strong?" Tangminayu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds after she had been demonized, and she had completely evolved into a mage cannon. But she didn't even have the ability to resist. "Yes," Tangminayu's expression was grave as she said in a deep voice, "He knew that I had the ability to demonize and had a way to deal with me. I was completely suppressed by him before I could even do anything. And then? He only sealed your ability?" Tangminayu recalled, "Salvador asked me where I got the demonic seed and about the sacred tree. He didn't seem to care about the theft of the royal treasury." It was strange. At first, Tangminayu thought that the royal family wanted to capture her because of the royal treasury issue, but now it seemed that the royal family didn't care so much about it. As Tangminayu spoke, she extended her hand to Fang Heng and showed him her wrist. A black rune ring appeared on her fair wrist. Fang Heng took Tangminayu's hand and put it in front of his eyes, carefully looking at the ring on his wrist, thinking. He had never seen such a strange ring before. There must be something wrong with the royal family. I have acted ignorant to all questions regarding the demonic seed and will continue to pretend that I don't know anything. Salvador has placed me under house arrest here for the time being. I think he must know more about the demonic seed. Let's not worry about that for now. I will take you away. No, You should go back first. I don't have the ability to fight now. Buzz. Halfway through his sentence, Feng Heng suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the door. Thump thump thump. Your Highness Minayu, we have discovered traces of an enemy invasion. Please open the door. Thump thump thump. The knocking on the door became more and more rapid. Feng Heng and Tang Minayu quickly exchanged looks. It's time to fight with them. Quark, the captain of the Royal Guards, noticed that there was no response from the room and immediately realized that something was wrong. He was about to signal his men to break the door. Not good. Quark's expression changed as he retreated with a few Royal Guards who were with him. Boom. The next moment, a white bone spear shot out from the door and the door was blasted open in front of everyone. Feng Heng rushed out of the broken door and the white bone pierced forward. Boom. The two Royal Guards who were at the front were hit by the bone spear and they hit the wall behind them, making two muffled thuds. The Royal Guards were surprised. The alchemy rune alloy shield, which was fused with the Empire's top-tier technology, was actually dented by the bone spear. Take him down. A Royal Guard on the right immediately counterattacked. His long spear spun in the air and struck out like lightning. Woof. The long spear passed by Feng Heng's side and pierced a deep hole in the wall behind him. Ding. You have dealt 387 actual damage to the Royal Guard, affected by armor, buffer, shield block, and other skills, the Royal Guards of the Empire. Feng Heng squinted his eyes and scanned through the game log. His heart sank as well. The other party's physical fitness was extremely high, and he even had extraordinary martial arts techniques. More than 20 Royal Guards got into formation and faced the enemy with their long spears. The long spear was shrouded in a layer of sharp light. It went forward rapidly, and the spear momentum blocked Feng Heng's escape route in all directions. Feng Heng couldn't dodge all of them, so he simply tried to hit hard in one direction, thinking of a way to kill one first and then break them one by one. Bang! The high-speed rotating spear tip grazed Feng Heng's right shoulder and immediately exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. Ding! You have been pierced by the Royal Guard skill Dragon Strike. You have received 1,239 points of damage. Ding! Your action has been interrupted. Feng Heng's heart sank. The Royal Guard skill took away more than 1,000 health point from him in one go, and it also had an interruption effect, causing him to be sluggish. In less than half a second, more than 20 Royal Guards formed a line in front of him again. Feng Heng frowned. The wound on his shoulder that had just been blasted was also healing quickly. The Royal Guards blocked Feng Heng on one side of the passage and thrust their long spears, trying to force Feng Heng to move. Quark, the chief guard, focused on Feng Heng's movements and warned his men in a deep voice, "Be careful. His defensive abilities are very strong." Feng Heng realized that he couldn't rush forward and could only dodge back and forth in the dense spear momentum. He felt that it was extremely troublesome. He had misjudged the strength of the Imperial City's garrison. Fuck. When fighting against barbarians, he would be submissive, and when dealing with players, he would strike with his fists. Feng Heng felt resentful in his heart. If he was alone, he could just take the damage and run. Now that Tang Minayu, who could not fight, was here, it was difficult to run. The goal of this exploration mission had been achieved. Tang Minayu's location had been confirmed. They could come again next time. He would give it one last try. If it didn't work, he would give up. Under the dense spear momentum, Feng Heng's figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. Teleportation. The Royal Guards were stunned. Disappeared? Whoosh. Feng Heng's figure appeared next to Tang Minayu in the room behind them. Without waiting for Tang Minayu to speak, Feng Heng directly held her in front of him and put the black dagger on her neck. He said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way, or I will kill her." Tang Minayu was stunned for a moment before she realized what was going on. She shouted, "Don't be rash." The captain of the Royal Guards, Quark, frowned. Kai. Feng Heng did not hesitate. The sharp dagger in his hand pierced the skin of Tang Minayu's neck directly. Fresh blood seeped out from his neck. The guards didn't dare to make a move, nor did they dare to let Feng Heng leave. They just stood there stiffly. Back off. As Feng Heng spoke, he took Tang Minayu as a hostage and slowly walked forward. Seeing that the guards were still hesitating, Tang Minayu shouted, "I told you to back off. Are you all deaf?" 1164 reinforcement. The guards all looked at Quark when they heard that. Quark hesitated for a moment before he raised his hand and said, "Let's retreat. We don't want to risk hurting Her Highness." Only then did the Royal Guards begin to slowly retreat. Feng Heng was moved. It seemed to be effective. However, the Royal Guards retreated very slowly, trying to buy time for reinforcements. Just like that, the two of them slowly walked forward for more than 200 meters. Just as they were about to reach the palace gate, a figure flashed past them. Swish. Fang Heng's pupil shrank and he saw a sword light flashing in front of his eyes. A middle-aged man with a long sword stood in front of him. The long sword was pointed at Fang Heng. His Majesty has ordered that the enemy is not allowed to leave the palace. Take him down at all costs. After saying that, the middle-aged man bent over and stabbed Fang Heng. Boom. Fang Heng's expression turned grave. He suddenly felt a surge of surging sword chi coming at his face. Swish. Blood barrier. The bright red barrier opened up and exploded after a few seconds. Fang Heng and Tang Minayu jumped away to avoid the explosion. It was like seeing a ghost. Were they trying to disregard Tang Minayu's life by pulling off such a move? SS-level missions shouldn't be this difficult, right? Fang Heng looked at the middle-aged man who was holding the sword. Take him down. Protect Her Highness. Quark shouted and charged at Fang Heng with more than 20 royal guards behind him. This was troublesome. It was time to use the trump card that he had prepared long ago. Just as Fang Heng was about to use his trump card, he suddenly heard a deep voice coming from behind him. I will deal with them. You take her away. Who is it? From the corner of his eye, Fang Heng saw a black figure flash out from the right side behind him. Kai Kai Kai. As they flew forward, the fine diamond-shaped spikes flew toward the royal guards in front of them. A sword light suddenly streaked across. Boom 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 boom. The diamond-shaped spikes exploded in the air. However, after the explosion, more densely packed diamond-shaped spikes attacked the middle-aged man with the sword. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted. Kai Kai Kai. After being hit by the dense spikes, he couldn't help but groan and fly backward, heavily hitting the wall behind him. Boom. Boom boom boom. The black spikes pierced into the middle-aged man's body, followed by a series of explosions. The middle-aged man's skin and flesh were blasted open, and blood flowed out from all over his body. He became a terrifying mass of blood as he fell to the ground. The royal guards were shocked. They quickly stepped back and raised their shields, looking at the man vigilantly. Fang Heng looked at the person in front of him and was surprised. It was actually him. The successor of the barbarian race, Wangnet. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me? Wangnet turned his head and looked at Fang Heng. I will take you out. I have something to discuss with you later. As he spoke, black spikes appeared on Wangnet's body, and he charged at the royal guards who were in a defensive formation. Tang Minayu was also a little confused. The barbarian race is also here? And from the looks of it, he was an ally. She couldn't help but look at Fang Heng and said in a low voice, what's the situation? Teammates. When did you collude with the barbarian race again? Why did she add the word again? Fang Heng was also confused. I don't know, let's run first. But he couldn't care so much. It would be best if someone could help distract the royal guards. He immediately fled the palace with Tang Minayu. Bang. Bang. In front of them, Wangnet charged toward the royal guards, and the black spikes exploded again. The royal guards were very strong, but they were still too weak to deal with the Tier 3 barbarian. They didn't dare to face the dense spikes head-on, so they raised their shields and retreated. Wangnet was too lazy to chase after them and led the way. Fang Heng, on the other hand, took Tang Minayu and ran all the way out of the palace. As soon as he left the palace and turned the corner outside the palace, two large teams of royal guards gathered from both sides of the passage. All the pressure was concentrated on Wangnet, who was leading the way. Brother, there seems to be some trouble, said Fang Heng. Where are your men? Wangnet glanced at Fang Heng from the corner of his eyes and sneered. Hey, do you think it's that easy to enter the imperial city? Well, you're right, but this is a little troublesome. Why don't you try to make a big commotion so that I can take her and run away in the chaos? No need, I can only take you away. What do you mean? Fang Heng asked with a frown. Wangnet looked up at the sky not far away. They're here. Woof. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man flew across the sky and stood in front of the crowd. The sword saint of the empire, Rio Tinto. Rio Tinto stood in front of Wangnet, coldly watching him. Wangnet, you're quite bold to break into the royal family's palace. The black diamond-shaped spike in Wangnet's hand quickly formed into a long spear. He looked at the man with disdain and said, you're not the first one to say that. Rio Tinto slowly pulled out the long sword from his waist and replied, I let you escape last time, but it won't happen again. Your blood is the most suitable sacrifice for the Empire. While they were talking, more royal guards gathered from all directions and surrounded Fang Heng, Tang Minayu and Wangnet. Tang Minayu felt bitter in her heart. She thought to herself that they were really done for. They didn't manage to escape and had to encounter such an opponent. At least she still had the Empire's treasury that she had stolen, so it was not really that much of a loss. Wangnet looked at Rio Tinto with disdain. He whispered in a voice that only Fang Heng could hear, Fang Heng, I can take you away, but you have to remember that you owe me a favor. Don't be anxious. Fang Heng stopped Wangnet and said in a low voice, you deal with the sword saint. Keep him busy for 10 minutes. You don't have to worry about anything else. I can escape on my own. Oh? Wangnet's eyes quickly swept over Fang Heng, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Under such circumstances where he was heavily surrounded, could he still have a trump card that could help him escape from the royal family? Several thoughts flashed through Wangnet's mind, and he smiled. He said, sure, but you still owe me a favor. Of course, I've always been a person who knows how to return favors. I hope so. Let's do it. As Wangnet spoke, he entered the third stage of his complete form. The black spikes on the surface of his body rapidly grew, making him look like a large hedgehog. Boom. The black thorns exploded forth in large numbers, piercing in all directions. Among the dense black spikes, Wangnet held a large black spike spear and pounced on the sword saint, Rio Tinto. Fang Heng stood still and glanced around at the royal guards who were slowly gathering toward him. Tang Minayu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She took half a step back and followed behind Fang Heng. He would give it his all. Fang Heng knelt down on one knee and pressed both hands on the ground. Kai. A bright red alchemy magic array appeared on the ground. Buzz. Whoosh. The alchemy magic array accelerated its rotation. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The earth trembled and roared. A powerful lifeblood fluctuation overflowed from the magic array. 1165 blocking Wangnet and the sword saint Rio Tinto, who were fighting, noticed the strong power fluctuations at the same time and could not help but be shocked. Not good. Rio Tinto's expression changed. He did not know the source of this energy fluctuation, but he could sense that it contained an extremely large fluctuation. Buzz. Rio Tinto wanted to stop the magic array. His body flashed in midair as he turned around to attack Fang Heng. Ho! Wangnet stood in front of Rio Tinto, the black spike in his hand exploding. Boom. The two of them jumped backward at the same time due to the explosion. Ha ha ha, why? You've just said some harsh words and now you want to run? Wangnet's gaze swept past Fang Heng's position. He laughed and looked at Rio Tinto, looking like he had the upper hand. Rio Tinto, your opponent is me, do you understand? At the same time in the underground world, beams of blood red light shot up into the sky. Argyle, the linguist of the Empire, looked at the 7 beams of red light in shock. When the surrounding cave-dwelling beasts saw this strange scene, they couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship, shouting words like God's miracle and saint. Argyle swallowed his saliva carefully. What was going on? These were all. The zombies that had gathered around the altar began to move, pouring the blood of the creatures into the blood pool. Mojai licked his lips, his eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. It seemed that Fang Heng had started to take action. After separating from Fang Heng, he came to the underground world alone to help the zombie clones and the cave-dwelling beasts to set up the vampire's altar. In addition to the barbarians, there were also a large number of monsters living in the underground world. The cave-dwelling beasts knew the areas where the monsters were located like the back of their hands. In addition, Wei Tao and Gale slaughtered a large number of barbarians from the underground world. These barbarian corpses were also brought back by the cave-dwelling beast as sacrifices, greatly reducing the time needed for Fang Heng to summon the blood temple. At the moment, the zombie clones had already accumulated a large amount of blood in advance and this was enough to last for a short time. The Empire, the inner hall of the royal family. Fang Heng. The sacred tree. Salvador muttered as he flipped through the report in his hands. On the right, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice, I heard that the land of plague had seized enlightenment stones from the barbarians. We guess that the sacred tree may also be a product of the power of the enlightenment stones. Salvador looked at the man who had spoken. Bang. He threw the report at the man. Salvador's face darkened and he rebuked, the sacred tree. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to overthrow the royal family? No one dared to speak. Everyone knew that the Empire had always maintained an extremely harsh attitude towards religion. The Holy Court had been suppressed by the royal family and could not develop. Where's Minayu? Her Highness Minayu is still in the palace. She hasn't left. Salvador's eyes turned cold and he asked, I heard that Tang Minayu and Fang Heng used to work together? Your Majesty, the land of plague has just helped the Empire defeat the invasion of the barbarian army and protected Hani City from the barbarian invasion. Also, Lord Fang Heng has been very close to the other feudal lords of the Empire recently. He has proposed a plan to build a defensive line of mage towers. If we attack him rashly, I am afraid it will cause a riot within the Empire. Salvador's face was cold as he said, Are you trying to say that I can't even handle a small feudal lord? Your Majesty, please consider the big picture. A mere feudal lord is not worth your trouble. At present, we cannot mobilize much of the Empire's military forces. If we want to make a move, it is better to wait until we defeat the barbarians before making any plans. An old man standing on the left below continued. In addition, the hidden guard reported that Lord Feng Heng came to the royal family this afternoon to attend a seminar organized by the Alchemy Association. I think he should have received the news that Her Highness Minayu has been under house arrest. I've already ordered people to strengthen the protection of Her Highness Minayu. Once he invades the Imperial City, we can seize the opportunity to capture him. The Imperial City is guarded by the Sword Saint Rio Tinto. If he dares to come, we must take him down. Then, we will have the initiative. Salvador thought for a moment and waved his hand, accepting the suggestion. Reporting. The royal family is under attack. Salvador's eyes lit up. Good. All right. He wasn't afraid of them coming, he was only afraid of them not coming. Is it Feng Heng? There are two intruders, the guard continued. One of them is Wangnet, one of the successors of the barbarian race. The other's identity is still unknown. How could it be Wangnet? Salvador's expression was one of surprise, and then joy. This was even better. If they could capture Wangnet, it would be even better than capturing Feng Heng. Ha ha ha. Just in time. He won't be able to return. Yes, Your Majesty. The Sword Saint Rio Tinto and the commander of the Royal Guards have already gone out to face the enemy. They will definitely capture him. Salvador was silent for a moment. In theory, the Sword Saint and the commander of the Royal Guard should be enough to deal with the Tier 3 barbarian. But he still felt a little unstable. He was a little hesitant about whether he should go personally. Your Majesty, this is the most critical moment for you. It is too dangerous to act forcefully. Please focus on the overall situation and avoid failing at the last step. Yes. Everyone was just talking when they suddenly felt a violent shake under their feet. What was going on? Everyone couldn't help but look out the window. In the outside world, the sky was covered in red clouds. Salvador felt a strange energy fluctuation. He had never seen such a fluctuation before, and it was extreme. Ding. The player has successfully summoned the coffin of the Vampire King. Ding. The remaining duration of the Vampire King's coffin is 60 seconds. Players can extend the summoning time by offering sacrifices to the blood altar. Ding. The longer the summoning of the Vampire King's coffin lasts, the more blood will be consumed by the altar. Ding. You have performed a miracle in front of the cave-dwelling beasts, and your reputation among the cave-dwelling beasts has greatly increased. Feng Heng stood still, the game hint flashing quickly in his retina. He gathered his mental strength to its peak and poured it all into the alchemy magic ray. A crimson coffin rose from the center of the magic ray and appeared in front of Feng Heng. After successfully advancing to the elementary level of alchemy, Feng Heng realized he could control the magic array more easily and freely. In the past, he had to focus all his attention on controlling it, but now he could do two things at once. Raising his head, Feng Heng noticed that a sharp aura had locked him firmly in the distance. Stop him. A young man dashed out from the royal guards behind him, holding a long spear in his hand. His figure was like a flash of lightning as he ran towards him. The commander of the royal guards, Zhao Yun, revealed a surging battle intent in his eyes. His indomitable spear force poured out, completely sealing off all of Feng Heng's escape routes. Feng Heng looked at him coldly. Kai. There was a dry sound. The coffin that appeared in front of Feng Heng opened a crack. Zhao Yun's determined eyes were filled with shock. 1166 escape boom. Violent lifeblood fluctuations burst out from the magic array. A blood-red ripple that could be seen with the naked eye spread outward with a loud boom. Sound. Zhao Yun was the first to be hit and was directly affected by the impact of the exploding lifeblood. Kill. Zhao Yun didn't retreat. With an angry shout, he clenched the spear in his hand and stabbed forward. The spear aura met the incoming lifeblood head-on and exploded once again in the air. Bang. The aftershock of the lifeblood mixed with the spear aura spread out in all directions, and the royal guards nearby were blown away one after another, falling to the ground. Ka. The strong lifeblood energy shrouded the Vampire King's coffin in a mist of lifeblood, illuminating the surroundings with a bright red light. The coffin was slowly lifted. In the midst of the crimson lifeblood, the Prince of the Vampires Buller slowly stood up from his lying position. The Prince of the Vampires Buller woke up from his sleep and slowly opened his eyes. Then, two other figures rose from the coffin. The three princes of the vampires woke up from their sleep one after another and knelt on one knee at the same time. Your Majesty, we have come as you have instructed. Feng Heng stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Zhao Yun. Go, deal with them. Yes. The three princes of the vampires simultaneously flew toward Zhao Yun. Tang Minayu, who was standing beside Feng Heng, was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Princes of the vampires. The peak combat strength of the world of vampires. It was like a dream. She looked at Feng Heng with great surprise and then thought of his other identity. Other than the world lord of the zombie apocalypse, Feng Heng was also the actual controller of the entire world of vampires. Tang Minyu knew that Feng Heng was very powerful, but she never expected that he could directly order and control 3 princes of the vampires to fight for him. How strong was his combat strength? He was qualified enough to be the king in the low-tier game world. No. It wasn't just the 3 princes of the vampires in front of them. More than a dozen dukes of vampires slowly rose from the coffins in front of them and joined the battlefield. They quickly pounced on the royal guards around them. In an instant, Zhao Yun had already clashed with the 3 princes of the vampires. With the blood curse and the prince's agile fighting style, the 3 princes of the vampires surrounded Zhao Yun and attacked him madly. Zhao Yun tried to resist on his own, but his face was turning paler and paler. He realized that the other party's abilities were extremely strange and they were using methods that he had never seen before. He could still suppress his opponent in a one-on-one battle, but he was no match for him in a 3-on-1 battle. Wang Net, who was still entangled with Rio Tinto, noticed the energy fluctuations from behind, and his eyes flashed with surprise. It was a very powerful force. No wonder they could annihilate their barbarian army. Even if he was entangled, he would still encounter quite a bit of trouble. What made Wang Net even more puzzled was that the energy wave that was filled with lifeblood was different from any power system he had ever seen. Well, it was still a good thing. The stronger he was, the better. The corner of Wang Net's mouth rose, and he once again flew towards Rio Tinto. On the other side, Rio Tinto wasn't feeling good. Looking at the vampires below, his heart was filled with shock. What kind of monsters were these? The Empire was currently in a precarious situation, and all kinds of unknown enemies were emerging one after another. Ding! The Duke of the Vampires you led killed the royal guards. You have obtained a Tier 2 mutation crystal 1 piece. Ding! Your blood altar has accepted a sacrifice. The duration of the Vampire King's coffin has been extended. Ding! The princes of the vampires you led have killed the royal guards. Let's go. Feng Heng took a look at the new game prompt and pulled Tang Minyu, who was still a little excited, to the outside of the city. The 3 princes of the vampires held back the commander of the royal guards, Zhao Yun, while the other dukes of the vampires followed Feng Heng to protect him, killing the royal guards that swarmed in from all directions. It was a massacre. The further they left the imperial city, the fewer enemies they encountered. For a moment, the entire imperial city was unimpeded. Feng Heng even thought of going to the place where the empire had hidden the blue crystal. After realizing that the Vampire King's coffin's duration was running out, he gave up and ran towards the outer city. Chi City was one of the Empire's frontline cities and also one of the most affected areas by the barbarian attack. Without Tang Minyu's help, Wei Tao and Mikhail had spent a lot of time getting here. After some delay, they learned that Tang Mo had taken the team to the barbarian camp in the morning, trying to take the initiative to launch a surprise attack and completely defeat the barbarians. It was indeed a little aggressive. After discussing with Wei Tao, Mikhail decided to take the team out of the city to find Tang Mo. They didn't expect to meet Tang Mo, who was fighting with the barbarians. After a fierce battle, they gained some of Tang Mo's friendliness and extra trial time, and the team took a break. Wei Tao had the opportunity to tell Tang Mo about Tang Minyu. Under house arrest by His Majesty? Why? Tang Mo's expression changed several times before he stood up and said in a deep voice, "No, I have to go back immediately." Seeing Tang Mo so excited, Wei Tao knew that the direction of this mission was right. Just as he was about to speak, a game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player team has protected Tang Minyu and left the inner area of the Imperial City. The current mission, the Imprisoned Princess, has been completed. Ding! The player's team trial score has increased. Additional 6 hours of trial time has been awarded. This. The outer city of the Imperial City. Under the escort of more than a dozen dukes of the vampires, Feng Heng brought Tang Minyu and ran forward. The building of the Alchemy Society was right in front of him. Let's go. Feng Heng flicked his wrist and took out a necklace from his backpack. Boom. The aura of the Death Realm gushed out from the necklace and immediately enveloped the surrounding area in darkness. The 2 dukes of the vampires directly pulled Tang Minyu up and suspended her in the air. They flew into the Alchemy Society through the window. Your Majesty, we will take our leave. When they landed, the summoning time of the Vampire King's coffin had just ended. More than a dozen dukes of the vampires knelt on the ground on one knee, and their figures slowly disappeared one by one. They returned back to the world of the vampires via the reversal summoning. Feng Heng put away the necklace that didn't give off the aura of the Death Realm and reached out to help Tang Minyu up. Ho! After fleeing all the way here, Tang Minyu's vision was also obscured by the Death Realm's aura. Panting, she asked, "Where is this place?" Feng Heng took Tang Minyu's hand and walked towards the guest room and answered, "The Imperial Alchemy Research Institute, the Alchemy Society." What? Tang Minayu was a little puzzled as to why he didn't take her out of the Imperial City. The vampires can't stay in the trial world for too long. There are also many Empire guards in the outer city area. It's too risky to force our way out. In addition, we have other things to do here. A big deal? You've thought of another way to make money. Tang Minayu's eyes brightened and she immediately nodded in agreement. She took out a mask from her backpack and put it on, then followed Feng Heng into the guest room on the side. 1167 The pursuit. Feng Heng brought Tang Minayu back to the room and told her about how Sandy obtained the key from the book she stole from the royal treasury, tracked her all the way here, and even discovered the secret magic array on the 8th floor. The key hidden in the book, the secret magic array of the Alchemy Society, and possibly the treasure left by the saint. Feng Heng's every word tugged at Tang Minayu's heartstrings. Tang Minayu suddenly became excited. Her initial gloominess was swept away and she felt that there was hope in life again. Feng Heng, you're so awesome. You are my savior. What are we waiting for? Let's go to the 8th floor and take a look. There were already treasures on the 8th level, what was there a need to escape? As long as she could get her hands on the treasures left behind by the saint, the rest didn't matter anymore. No rush, Sandy is still completing the magic array, let's not disturb. Feng Heng had just answered half of his sentence when someone knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Ed's anxious voice came from outside the door. Lord Feng Heng, are you inside? Is everything alright? Tang Minayu's face was instantly filled with vigilance and she looked at Feng Heng inquiringly. It's Ed. He doesn't know who we are. Tang Minayu instantly comprehended his meaning. Ed asked, you mean he can be used? Ahem. Feng Heng coughed lightly and ran to open the door. At the same time, he corrected, it's not taking advantage of him, it's called cooperation. Outside the door, Ed was still a little confused. He was just asking his friends for information about the saint, and then someone came to tell him that someone had invaded the Imperial City. Ed had a hunch almost immediately after he heard the news. Could this matter be related to Lord Feng Heng? It couldn't be. How could that be possible? They were clearly stirring up trouble within the Alchemy Society and had no time to commit crimes on both sides. Hence, Ed knocked on the door and was ready to tell Feng Heng about it immediately. If there was a major internal search in the Imperial City, it might affect their infiltration later. When the door opened, Ed saw Feng Heng standing at the door and immediately asked, Lord Feng Heng, there was a problem in the inner city. Before he could finish his words, Ed caught a glimpse of the person standing beside Feng Heng. Although she was wearing a mask, her figure and hairstyle couldn't be hidden at all, so Ed recognized her at a glance. Ning, Your Highness. Ed's throat rolled. He didn't think too much and quickly knelt down on one knee. Get up and talk. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Ed raised his head and looked at Tang Minayu, who was wearing a mask. A few question marks appeared in his mind. When did Her Highness Minayu arrive? Why did she come? Why was she wearing a mask? She was acting so sneakily, could it be? Was it related to the invasion of the royal family's inner city? Cold sweat broke out on Ed's forehead, and he didn't dare to think about it further. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to Ed and said in a deep voice, just now, Her Highness Minayu was attacked by an assassin and taken away from the Imperial Palace. His whereabouts are still unknown. I was with you the entire time, do you understand? Hostage? What did that mean? Wasn't Her Highness Minayu standing here perfectly fine? So, the attack on the royal family's inner city was really related to Feng Heng? He was receiving too much information now and they were all disorganized. Ed was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but turn to look at Tang Minayu. Did you hear what Lord Feng Heng said, Ed? Tang Minayu nodded. All of this has nothing to do with you. You only need to follow orders. Yes. I understand. Ed immediately nodded in agreement. Something had happened. Therefore, the invasion of the royal family of the Empire, which had caused an uproar in the Empire just now, was really related to Feng Heng. What were the two of them planning? Could it be? Ed sneaked a glance at Tang Minayu, his heart beating hard again. Treason? To establish their own sect? To overthrow the rotten royal family and establish a new empire? Ed checked the game log again, but there was still no notification of a mission being triggered. It was rare for a high-level mission to not trigger a mission prompt. Unless... Ed shifted his gaze to Feng Heng and Tang Minayu. Unless his friendliness level was not high enough. Although he had already been involved in some of the missions, he was unable to trigger them due to the restriction of friendliness. Feng Heng didn't know what Ed was thinking about, so he asked, what is it? Ed quickly explained, there was an invasion in the city just now. The Empire has already started to search the entire inner and outer cities. I am worried that it will affect us. Feng Heng stood in front of the window and observed the situation outside. The crimson light in the Imperial City's inner area had dimmed, and the entire city became noisy. A large number of royal guards appeared on the streets. Feng Heng turned around and looked at Ed, saying, "Go and ask your friend about the Empire's movements." "Yes, yes." Ed nodded and immediately went offline. Salvador was furious when he heard that Tang Minayu had been taken away. "What did you promise me? Did you let the barbarians take Tang Minayu away so easily?" Salvador thought of something and asked, "Also, where is the Necromancer, Feng Heng? Is it related to him?" "We've already gone to invite Lord Feng Heng. He has something to do with this," Salvador said in a deep voice. "We will have to get him under control first." "Yes." The old man on the left continued, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Wangnet has just entered the third stage of his demonization. He can't maintain his demonized state for a long time. He has just been forced out of the Imperial City by Rio Tinto. He won't be able to influence our pursuit for a while. Don't worry. Other than the escaped Wangnet, there have been no reports of any attacks in the outer city. Her Highness Minayu is currently unable to fight, so she should still be in the inner city. We only need to investigate thoroughly and we will definitely find their traces." Salvador clenched his fist and murmured, "I hope so." The Alchemy Society. In the guest room, Ed came online again after a few minutes. "How is it? The barbarian invaders have been discovered in the Imperial City. The barbarians have been repelled. Her Highness Minayu has been kidnapped and is currently missing. The entire Imperial City has been sealed off. The royal guards are conducting a search in the Imperial City." The news he got from his friend was even more shocking than Ed had expected. According to the information he had gathered, the royal family was under heavy attack. Other than a group of mysterious people with unknown identities, Wangnet was also present. Wangnet? Since when did the barbarian race start mixing with them? After thinking about it carefully, Ed suddenly felt that it was normal. How could Tang Minayu not have a backup plan if she wanted to establish her own sect? It was normal to cooperate with the barbarians. Now that he thought about it, he was really stupid to have asked Wangnet for help to deal with Feng Heng. No wonder Feng Heng was prepared for this. He almost led the entire Union to a road of no return. 1168 Entrusting someone to help Ed was secretly glad that he had pulled back before it was too late and reduced the potential damage that he would suffer. In addition, it was said that when the Imperial City was invaded, even the Empire's Sword Saint appeared. In the end, they couldn't even stop a single person. On the other hand, the royal guards had a fight with a group of mysterious people, and many of them died. The emperor was furious and ordered to find the attacker at all costs and bring Her Highness Minayu back to the royal family. But then again, who was that mysterious group? Where did they come from? Why hasn't he seen them yet? Could it be that they were still hiding in the dark? Ed felt that Feng Heng was hiding too many secrets. He didn't dare to ask, for fear that his friendliness would drop. Feng Heng stood by the window and looked at the situation outside. He couldn't help frowning. He did not expect the Empire to focus on the Alchemy Society and even surround it. Or was Tang Minayu being tracked by some kind of spiritual power that they could not detect? If that's the case, it would be even more difficult to escape. Ed walked to Feng Heng's side and also looked out the window. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. In the distance, the royal guards kept pouring out of the inner city. A large number of royal guards had already surrounded the Alchemy Society. The chief guard, Quark, was leading a team through the square of the Alchemy Society to direct the royal guards. Ed became nervous when he saw the situation. He looked at Feng Heng and asked, "Lord Feng Heng, they are most likely coming for us. What should we do?" Tang Minayu also looked at Feng Heng, waiting for him to give an answer. Seeing that Feng Heng didn't say anything, Ed became a little anxious. They were not escaping? What were they waiting for? It was not easy to find a top-tier mission, so they couldn't die before it even started. "Lord Feng Heng, we're being trapped by the royal guards. There will only be more and more of them. We still have a chance to break out now. If we don't run now, it will be too late." "It's unlikely. We still have a chance. Remember the alchemy magic array we found on the 8th floor? The magic array has the ability to teleport," Feng Heng explained. "We can find a way to leave this place by teleporting." Ed was dazed for a moment. He suddenly felt that everything seemed to be going according to Feng Heng's plan. He would make trouble in the inner city of the Empire, then create a huge commotion so that he could take Her Highness Tang Minayu away. Finally, he would escape with the help of the magic array on the 8th floor of the Alchemy Society. Tang Minayu frowned when she heard Feng Heng's words. "The people of the Empire are coming too quickly, can we still make it? Do you still need to finish drawing the magic array?" "I don't know. Sandy is still studying how to break the magic array. We can only take a gamble." Feng Heng thought for a while and added, "Ed, go find Sandy and find a way to bring him out of the 3rd floor. I will go to the 1st floor to take a look. I will try to stall for time. We will meet on the 8th floor." "All right." Ed agreed. He took 2 steps out of the door and suddenly stopped. What's wrong? My friend contacted me urgently. It must be something very important. Fang Heng nodded, yes. Ed did not care. He left a sleeping bag on the spot and stood still, his figure gradually turning transparent. A minute later, a white light flashed, and Ed returned to his original state. His expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously, Lord Fang Heng, I've heard the latest news. The royal guards are here for you. His Majesty wants to see you urgently. Fang Heng's expression also changed. Was he exposed? It didn't seem right. If he was exposed, he could have just arrested him. Why did they say that he was summoned by His Majesty? However, wasn't it a little too exaggerated to see so many people outside? Fang Heng had originally planned to go down and think of a way to delay the royal guards, but now this idea was completely dispelled. Wasn't this walking right into a trap? Ed said, Lord Fang Heng, I've already asked my friend to find a way to delay the royal guards from searching the Alchemy Society. It won't last long. Yes, thank you. Fang Heng knew that Ed must have reached an agreement with some friends offline, so he said immediately, let's go and find Sandy. In the Imperial City, a large number of royal guards were searching for suspicious people. After the chief guard, Quark, received the order to summon Fang Heng, he led the royal guards and barged into the Alchemy Society. His Majesty has ordered us to lock down the Alchemy Society and investigate all the buildings around it. No one is allowed to enter. Arrest any suspicious person. Yes. It was only when the entire Alchemy Society was surrounded that Quark strode into the hall on the first floor with his men. Quark walked to the front desk and knocked on the counter heavily. He asked, Is Fang Heng here? Tutor had a deep impression of Fang Heng, whom he met during the day. He was usually quite rude and unreasonable, but he didn't dare to say anything when he met the royal guards who were even ruder. He quickly checked the room reservation record and replied, Yes, he's in room number 2993. Bring us there. All right. The royal guards quickly went up to the second floor and blocked the door of the room Fang Heng rented. Quark shifted his gaze to Tutor. Tutor had never seen such a scale before. He felt a little guilty, but he didn't dare to ask. He hurriedly looked for a spare key to open the lock. Bang. Quark stepped forward and pushed the door open. The room was empty. Where is he? Ah, this. Tutor peeked into the room and saw that it was empty. He immediately shook his head and said, I don't know. They booked the room in the afternoon. I am not sure if they checked in or not. Maybe they left. They left? Quark's face darkened and shouted, Search. A thorough search. We must find Fang Heng. Yes, sir. The royal guards replied in unison. Hold on. Just as the royal guards were about to spread out and search, the vice president of the Alchemy Society, Moravik, rushed over with a group of students. When Quark saw who it was, he instantly felt the situation was tricky. The Alchemy Society was a bunch of troublesome fellows. It's just a feudal lord who disappeared. He might have left early. You're going to search the entire Alchemy Society just for that? It's His Majesty's order to summon Fang Heng, Quark said in a deep voice. Is the Alchemy Society trying to stop us? Of course, the Alchemy Society will follow His Majesty's orders, but they have been working on the Enlightenment Crystal, and now is the most critical period. If the search disturbs the research or accidentally leaks the research secrets. Moravik looked at Quark and threatened him, if His Majesty apologizes, the Alchemy Society naturally can't afford to take responsibility. Can the royal guards take the responsibility? Quark's expression changed. He had been in charge of protecting the royal family, so he had heard about the Alchemy Society's production of the Enlightenment Crystal. The royal family attached great importance to the Enlightenment Crystal, and many people had been beheaded for it. I won't make things difficult for you, Moravik said, shaking his head. If you can't make the decision, let someone who can. 1169 Breaking the situation. Quark's expression changed a few times before he gritted his teeth and said, Everyone, search the non-secret areas of the Alchemy Society and seal off all the entrances. We must find Fang Heng. Yes. Among the group of people behind Moravik, a middle-aged player seemed to be in deep thought. Brother, it seems that Fang Heng is the person His Majesty is looking for, and he has quite a powerful background. If it weren't for Teacher Moravik, we wouldn't have been able to stop them. Is there a mission? Let's wait and see, Uriline whispered. The Prilla Guild is willing to pay such a high price. The mission must be extraordinary. At this moment, on the 8th floor of the Alchemy Society, Fang Heng and his team of 4 had just returned to the abandoned storage room on the 8th floor that they had explored before. Sandy had just finished studying the missing alchemy magic array in the reference room on the 3rd floor and was still fiddling with it for analysis when he was pulled out by Ed from the 3rd floor in advance. Helplessly, he could only leave with the half-completed blueprint. In the storage room, Sandy displayed the blueprint in front of everyone, then continued to try to analyze and make up for it based on his memory. It was worth mentioning that Ed managed to get 2 identity cards from the Alchemy Society before he went offline, which allowed him to enter the non-secret areas without any hindrance. Originally, everyone should get 1 each, but he didn't expect Tang Minayu to be there, so it wasn't easy to split the loot. While observing the alchemy magic array on the drawing, Feng Hang squatted down and compared it to the whole alchemy magic array on the ground, preparing to use an alchemy brush to complete the magic array. Meanwhile, Ed was constantly going online and offline, and through his offline communication, he was able to find out the current movements of the royal guards from the players of the gaming union who were still on the 2nd floor. He had only spent an extra 500 Empire Tawny to rent a room. It was definitely a worthwhile investment. The situation was not too bad. The Prilla Guild had spent a lot of effort to get an acquaintance to find 2 high-tier players from the Alchemy Society and come to an agreement with them to delay the search by the royal guards. Fortunately, everything seemed to be under control based on the feedback so far. The Alchemy Society had temporarily stopped the people below the 4th floor. Feng Hang had just made a few more strokes on the magic array according to the drawing. He then put down the alchemy brush and stopped, staring at the alchemy magic array on the ground and falling into deep thought. Seeing Feng Hang's expression, Ed felt that the situation was not good. He asked, "Lord Feng Hang, what's the situation?" Feng Hang raised his head and said, "We're in trouble. Judging from the composition of the magic array, it's a medium to short distance teleportation magic array. Activating teleportation requires mental strength, and subsequently, a large amount of energy will be consumed to maintain and open the space passage. Do you have any high-density energy bodies on you?" Tang Minayu looked at Ed. "No, I don't have." Ed's face was bitter as he shook his head. He had quite a few emergency consumables and equipment in his backpack, and even magic scrolls. However, he did not have any high-concentration energy bodies. Who would carry such a thing around with them for no reason? In this situation, even if he spent a lot of money to buy it, there was no way to get the goods. As for Tang Minayu, who originally had a large number of magic scrolls with her, she had used up most of them when she robbed the Empire's royal treasury. Naturally, she did not have such things with her. That's troublesome. Feng Hang lowered his head and started to think. Is there a way to solve it? Ed asked. There's a way. The two of them looked at Feng Hang together. What is it? Alchemy puppets. Feng Hang shifted his gaze to the outside of the room and said, we encountered a lot of alchemy puppets on our way here. They have chargers on them. With a little modification, we can use the magnetic field in the basement to modify and charge the magic array. There's such an operation? Tang Minayu and Ed were stunned when they heard that. Lord Feng Hang, can you really do that? Yes, that's the principle. Feng Hang nodded in confirmation and said, we need a lot of central components, and it will take time to disassemble and assemble the equipment. In addition, the alchemy puppets can't be too badly damaged to prevent damaging the alchemy machinery's original components. I can deal with those alchemy bodies outside, but we have limited time. I am afraid we can't do it one by one. Tang Minayu and Ed looked at each other. Ed was a mid-level mage and his instantaneous burst ability is pretty good. He possessed electric spells that could cause additional damage to half-mechanical alchemy creatures and restrict ice spells. However, they still encountered the same problem, which was that it could not last long. After quickly killing a few enemies, he would fall into the predicament of mental exhaustion. Ed's eyes lit up and he suggested, Lord Feng Hang, the maintenance point. There must be a lot of damaged or old abandoned puppets there. There are also many replaceable parts. You can find them there. Where's the maintenance point? Ed's tone suddenly became sluggish. I think it's on the second floor. It was obvious that a large number of royal guards were gathered on the first 3 floors, and going there now would be suicide. Feng Hang secretly noted it down and thought that the second floor could be one of the alternative plans. Then, he raised his head again to look at Ed and asked, what's the situation on your friend's side? Ed said seriously, I've asked a friend of mine to invite the vice president of the Alchemist Society. They've temporarily blocked the royal guards from the 4th floor and below. They're now conducting a thorough search of the 1st floor, but I don't think they will be able to hold them off for long. Tang Minayu asked, your friend? Can you get them to find a way? Tang Minayu stopped mid-sentence. A line of red game prompts flashed on the retinas of all the trial members. Ding! It has been detected that trial player Tang Minayu has the tendency to induce players to provide help. The player team has received an initial warning. The trial game time will be reduced by 30 minutes, Ed understood and said bitterly, not really. They're from the Alchemy Association. Their asking price is very high, and they're not willing to take any commissions from the Alchemy Association. Tang Minayu cast an apologetic look at Feng Hang. Feng Hang shrugged. He roughly understood that when it came to players like Ed, He could get them to help him if he successfully hid his identity as a player, but he could not ask for their help. However, this boundary wasn't that clear, so there should be a hidden setting. Ed saw Feng Heng suddenly become silent, wondering if their favorability had dropped again. He bit the bullet and said, I can try, but it will be difficult. Yes, we still have a way to quickly get a large number of alchemy bodies. What? Let the alchemy creatures fight with the Empire soldiers, then we can go and collect the corpses. Ah, this. Isn't this too difficult? Ed really wanted to say that it was wishful thinking. Indeed, but it's not impossible. Let's try it. Make some noise and think of a way to get to the second floor. Most of the puppets in the corridor were made of mechanical devices. Feng Heng was Victor's student, and he had long leveled up his machinery to the maximum level. In addition, Feng Heng had started off by dismantling and assembling alchemy bodies since he started practicing basic alchemy. Naturally, he knew them like the back of his hand. There's no time, let's go. Sandy can stay by himself, we will think of a way while we walk. 1170 Sensing on the third floor of the Alchemy Society, 5 royal guards were guarding the stairs at the end of the passage. There were 3 staircases that led to the 4th floor, and their team was ordered to guard them. Before the investigation was over, no one was allowed to pass. Clack, clack. Heavy footsteps came from the stairs. The 5 of them heard the sound at the same time and looked up at the top of the passage. Someone was there? Everyone exchanged glances and raised their guard. They then looked at the team leader, Garter. It sounded like something was approaching from upstairs. Do they need to go up and take a look? Garter looked up and suddenly noticed something rolling down the stairs. No. Garter shouted almost subconsciously. Be careful. Seeing this, the royal guard stepped back at the same time and raised their shields in front of them. Ka, ka. Tada. A light blue metal body about half a meter in size rolled down the stairs and bounced on the ground a few times, making a crisp sound of impact until it fell at the top of the stairs. Not an explosive? Garter signaled for his team to stay alert and carefully walked forward to observe. It looked like a metal device. To be precise, it was 2 components, one big and one small, connected together with a few simple wires. The small component even had alchemy runes drawn on it. Did it fall from the stairs? Garter was suspicious. He looked up the stairs. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the metal block in his hand started vibrating. Garter sensed danger and quickly threw the metal block away from his hand. There was still no movement. The piece of metal continued to make a buzzing sound after it landed on the ground. After observing for another half a minute and seeing that nothing had happened, Garter carefully walked forward and held the metal block in his hand to observe it carefully again. The metal block was cold to the touch, and it would shake violently every 10 seconds. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. Heavy footsteps came from above. Everyone looked up the stairs and saw the alchemy machine of the Alchemy Society walking down the 4th floor with heavy steps. The 4 royal guards behind him raised their spears at the same time. Don't be nervous. Garter stood at the front of the line and raised his hand. It's an alchemy machine from the Alchemy Society, not an enemy. They have the function of friend or foe identification. Don't attack them on your own initiative to avoid being identified as an enemy, or it will be very troublesome. While they were talking, several alchemy machines walked down from the 4th floor with heavy steps. The alchemy machine's eyes flickered with a yellow light. Their mechanical head slowly turned and finally aimed at where Garter was. DDD. The yellow in his eyes turned red. Dong dong dong. The 6 alchemy machines accelerated and rushed toward Garter almost at the same time. Not good. Garter sensed the hostility from the alchemy machine and immediately raised his shield, shouting, "There's a problem. Be careful." Thump. As soon as he finished speaking, the alchemy machine punched the shield in front of Garter. Despicable Alchemy Society. Garter felt a weight on his shoulder. He gritted his teeth and raised his spear to counterattack. The remaining 4 royal guards of the team immediately went forward to provide support. At the corner of the 4th floor staircase, Ed's figure gradually solidified. He had just gone offline to communicate with his friends before coming back online. As soon as he got online, he saw the royal guards and the alchemy robots of the Alchemy Society fighting on the 3rd floor. He couldn't help but be amazed. Lord Feng Heng, how did you do it? It's not difficult. I disassembled 2 alarm-type alchemy machines earlier on and combined the alarm device and power supply device. The continuous alarm will attract nearby companions for help. I also slightly adjusted the power and alarm mode so that the alchemy machines on the 4th floor can also sense the help signal and come to help. Feng Heng nodded and explained, the weight of the support is relatively high, so the alchemy machinery took the initiative to enter the attack mode on the 3rd floor. The alarm mode, at its highest level, allows the alchemy machinery to actively attack the enemy and make it lose its resistance. Ed understood and mumbled to himself, Lord Feng Heng is indeed a professional. He didn't expect that he would know so much about alchemy machinery other than necromancy. It was no wonder those who had the guts to betray their country and establish their own factions all had some skills. Ed continued to look downstairs. The 5 royal guards got into formation and retreated in an orderly manner. After blocking a few attacks, Garter found the right time to attack with his Dragon Strike spear. Boom! The spear blasted a large hole in the alchemy machine's abdomen, and the entire alchemy machine was sent flying. Ha! It began. A smile appeared on the corner of Fang Heng's mouth. After detecting the destruction of a companion, the alchemy machine would enter the highest stage of crisis mode, maximizing its operating power, the support area, and the alarm range. Everything was within Fang Heng's expectations. The royal guards were stronger than the alchemy puppets, and they also had the ability to attack in a group. Wouldn't killing a few alchemy machines be a piece of cake? Boom! Garter used his martial arts again, waving his spear and stabbing forward, sending another alchemy machine flying and hitting the wall. The alchemy machine struggled a few times on the ground and completely lost its ability to fight. However, when he looked up again, he found more and more alchemy machines coming down from the 4th floor. To hell with it. There were so many alchemy robots that Garter cursed in his heart. He could only raise his hand and retreat with his team. Let's go, retreat. Seeing the royal guards retreating to the hall on the 3rd floor, Fang Heng nodded to Ed and the other man. The parts I need are all in the torso of the alchemy machine, so I only need the torso. In addition, the alarm will also be triggered inside the Alchemy Society at the same time. The people from the Alchemy Society will come to check soon. We need to act as soon as possible. After saying that, Fang Heng took the lead and went downstairs. When he reached the 3rd floor, he first found and retrieved the tools he had used for the crime. Then, he picked up a wrench and began to dismantle the alchemy machinery that had been destroyed by the royal guards. Ding! You have dismantled the alchemy puppet. The Empire's Alchemy Society's multifunctional alchemy body 8, mass production, support type. You have obtained Central Energy Converter 1 piece, Energy Operating Valve 1 piece. Tang Minayu and Ed also followed Fang Heng downstairs and divided the work. They roughly dismantled the torso of the alchemy machine and then carried it to the 4th floor, trying to give Fang Heng more time to dismantle it. Ed knew that time was of the essence. He had just taken down the 2 alchemy bodies with great effort when he turned his head and saw a cart beside Tang Minayu. Your Highness, this cart is. Ed looked at Tang Minayu, who was loading the alchemy machinery into the cart and was a little dazed for a moment. A cart? Where did it come from? Ed suddenly felt that Her Highness Minayu seemed to be very familiar with this kind of thing. 1171 Playing around upstairs, I found some tools and parts. I made them myself. Tang Minayu's face showed disdain. A player who did not even know a simple blueprint of a cart? No wonder he couldn't even become a world lord. Seeing Ed in a daze again, Tang Minayu could not help but frown. Hurry up and help. Yes. Your Highness. Ed threw away the strange thoughts in his mind and loaded the alchemy machine's torso into the cart. Oh right, where are your friends? What was their response just now? Yes, I've sent the message to them. I've also given them the price. I asked them to help me get some energy magnetic field absorption and transformation devices. Ed shook his head as if there was not much hope. He continued, they haven't replied yet. Maybe they're still hesitating. I don't think the success rate is high. We still have to rely on ourselves. Yes. After Fang Heng dismantled the 2 machines, he raised his head and looked at the end of the corridor. After estimating the time, he nodded to Ed and said, I will go to the 2nd floor's maintenance room to take a look. After you're done with the shipment, go back to the 8th floor. We will meet there. On the 1st floor of the Alchemy Society, Uriline and his brother were following Moravic's group. They just stood there and watched the royal guards search the 1st floor carefully. The figure beside him gradually solidified. The younger brother, Uruikan, went online and whispered a few words into Uriline's ear. Brother, they want the energy magnetic field absorption and transformation device. They also want to get the broken alchemy machinery on the 2nd floor. They need our help. Uriline was confused. Did he say what he wanted the components for? I don't know. He didn't say anything. Uruikan shook his head repeatedly. He thought for a moment and added, Brother, but the price they offered was very sincere. There's sincerity, but the corresponding risk is also great. Uriline glanced at his younger brother and said, It wasn't easy for us to join the Alchemy Society. We shouldn't be blinded by the immediate benefits. Look, the Alchemy Society is our foundation. Okay, I understand. I didn't promise them just now. I only said that this matter is a little difficult and we will try our best. Well done. Uriline was quite satisfied with the answer. He didn't intend to take the initiative to push this matter. Of course, He wouldn't mind helping the Prilla Gaming Guild earn a fortune as he did before. Brother, what do you think the people from the Prilla Gaming Guild are doing? Why did they suddenly go against the royal family? Her Highness' disappearance is also related to them. I've heard about the contact between the Prilla Gaming Guild and the barbarians before. This time, the disappearance of Her Highness Minayu is most likely related to the barbarians. I am not sure how deep their involvement is. Yurilin thought for a moment and continued, but I think they're more likely here for the Enlightenment Stone formula. Ah. They also want to. Let's just wait and see. As the two of them were talking, the alarm suddenly rang throughout the entire passage. Brother? What's going on? Yurilin furrowed his brows and answered, it seems like Prilla Guild has made their move. Hearing the alarm, Moravic's face darkened. The chief guard, Quark, who was leading the search, was shocked as well. He turned around to look at Moravic and asked, President Moravic, what's going on? The alarm has been triggered. Enemy? Quark's heart skipped a beat as he pressed, is it an enemy? Two members of the Alchemy Society hurried over and reported, President, the alchemy machine on the 4th floor triggered the alarm. They suspected that the enemy had invaded. Please send reinforcements immediately. Hey, so they're all hiding on the 4th floor. Quark waved his hand when he heard that and shouted, follow me, together. As he said that, Quark led the royal guards behind him and rushed toward the 4th floor. Moravic's expression was gloomy. He did not step forward to stop the royal guards. Instead, he silently followed the people from the Alchemy Society. Brother, have we been exposed? Not really. Let's follow them and see how first. Yurilin responded and quickly followed the team, heading towards the 4th floor. On the 3rd floor of the Alchemy Society, the royal guards and a large number of alchemy machines were caught in a bitter battle. In less than 5 minutes, more and more alchemy machines were attracted from the upper floors of the building to join the battle. More and more royal guards heard the commotion and came to help, and the scale of the battle between the two sides grew bigger and bigger, until Quark, Moravic, and the others arrived. Quark initially thought he was here to catch the criminal, but he did not expect to see Garter and his men fighting with the alchemy machines the moment he stepped into the hall on the 3rd floor. Where were the enemies? What was going on? Why did the royal guards and the alchemy machines start fighting first? Quark suddenly felt like he was being played and rebuked loudly, Garter. What's going on? Garter was also under a lot of pressure. When he saw the reinforcements, he immediately felt relieved and reported, Captain, the alchemy machines are attacking us. We are forced to fight back. The Alchemy Society. Upon hearing that, Quark abruptly turned to look at the vice president of the Alchemy Society, Moravic, with a questioning look in his eyes. This group of trash was actually driving alchemy machines to attack them. Moravic, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to make them stop? Moravic's face was cold as well. He glanced at Quark and snorted before slowly reaching out his hand from his sleeve and forming a mark with one hand. Buzz. The ring on Moravic's finger emitted a faint light, and the shadow of an alchemy magic ray appeared under his feet. The alchemy machines sensed it, and the indicator lights in their eyes turned white. They all stayed in place and entered standby mode. Quark looked at Moravic and asked, I need an explanation. Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Moravic sneered, shook his head, and said, you should ask what your people did. These are the alchemy machines on the 4th floor. If it wasn't for your people trespassing on the 4th floor, the alchemy machines wouldn't have taken the initiative to attack. Captain. We definitely didn't enter the 4th floor. Quark was still staring at Moravic and said, you heard it. My men don't lie. Humphrey, Moravic snorted and said in disdain, alchemy machines don't lie too. I believe in alchemy more than humans. Seeing the conflict between the two parties getting worse, Urilin's brows furrowed. Then, he seemed to have figured something out and a smile appeared on his face. I underestimated them. I didn't think that they would be so capable, Urilin mumbled to himself. He took advantage of the chaos caused by the quarrel between the two sides and sneaked out of the group. He turned around and walked toward the 2nd floor. Ah. Brother, what did you say? What do you mean by capable? Uruikan still didn't understand. He blinked his eyes and caught up with Urilin and asked, where are we going? Creating a diversion. If I am not wrong, that farce was planned by the Prilla Gaming Guild. Their target is the maintenance domain on the 2nd floor. Let's go there and take a look. Okay. But didn't we just say that we won't take the initiative to participate? That's right. We're just going to take a look. We're going to see the legendary mage, Lord Feng Heng, with our own eyes. Urilin paused and added, and I've changed my mind. 1172 In a hurry taking advantage of the chaos on the 3rd floor, Feng Heng had returned to the 2nd floor and opened the door of the maintenance room with a wire. A few rows of damaged alchemy machines were displayed in the maintenance room. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Ed's information was correct. Most of the damaged alchemy machines here were due to long-term lack of maintenance, which led to some parts aging. When the Alchemy Society found out that a machine had failed, they would throw it here to be repaired. Then, they would come over to repair it every 6 months. This would be used as a daily assessment for the students and a guidance course for newcomers. Feng Heng looked around and noticed that there were a few toolboxes at the side of the room. He ran over to check it. Good stuff. There were also some spare parts and equipment in the toolbox, including the energy magnetic field absorption and transformation device that was in urgent need. He made a fortune. Feng Heng waved his hand and put all the small parts in the toolbox into his backpack. Ding! You have obtained energy core converter 6 pieces, perfect precision spare parts 28 pieces, remote sensors 7 pieces, energy receiving devices 3 pieces. It wasn't sufficient to just rely on these parts. The converter and receiver were the 2 most crucial components in the completion of the charging plan. Feng Heng took out a wrench, walked to the side of the damaged alchemy machine, and began to dismantle it. As time was of the essence, Feng Heng chose to only dismantle the components of these 2 devices. Ding! You have dismantled a damaged multifunctional alchemy machine 8, mass-produced, support type. You have obtained a central energy converter 1 piece, an energy receiving device 1 piece. After dismantling 2 alchemy machinery components, Feng Heng suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the door. Someone was coming. So quickly? Feng Heng immediately put away the components in his bag and went to the door of the room in a flash. It didn't sound like the royal guards. Maybe he had run into people from the Alchemy Society. Buzz. Feng Heng pulled out the bone spear from the Book of the Dead without any expression. They could only blame their bad luck. Feng Heng was already prepared. He was waiting for the person outside to open the door and kill him at the first moment. Then, he would continue to dismantle the alchemy machinery. Who knew that the door handle was only held by someone? Then a very soft voice came from outside the door. I am Ed's friend. I mean no harm. If you don't mind, we're coming in. Eh? Feng Heng's heart moved when he heard the person. They were probably the players from the Alchemy Society that Ed had mentioned earlier. Didn't Ed say that they were unwilling to accept the commission? Let's see what they have to say. After thinking for a while, Feng Heng put away the bone spear in his hand and went back to dismantle the alchemy machine. Come in and remember to close the door. Thank you. After more than 10 seconds, the door was opened from the outside. Uriline and his brother stepped into the room and quickly closed the door behind them. The room was pitch black, with only a faint light coming in through the window. It was a little difficult for the 2 of them to adapt. In the dark, Uriline and his brother heard a voice asking, "Are you here to help?" Uriline looked in the direction of the voice and saw Feng Heng. He immediately nodded and said, "Lord Feng Heng, I've long heard of your great name." Actually, from the beginning to the end, Ed had never told Uriline that Feng Heng was the mastermind behind the whole incident. But it wasn't difficult to guess this. Uriline was even more convinced of this after seeing Feng Heng with his own eyes. He could vaguely see Feng Heng, who was wearing a mask and holding a wrench, tinkering with something besides a damaged alchemy machine. "Nice to meet you. Ed asked me to help out. We just happened to pass by, so we came to take a look." Seeing that Feng Heng was silent, Uriline took 2 steps forward and continued, "The Empire's people just went up to the 3rd floor. They're now entangled with the people from the Alchemy Society. I think you're the one who did what just happened, right?" "Yes." Feng Heng hummed softly and continued to dismantle the machinery with his head lowered. He was a little anxious. There were not enough components in the toolbox. He had to continue thinking of ways to tear it down. Time was already very tight, but these 2 people were still talking nonsense, wasting his time and distracting him. Uruikan nudged Uriline and whispered, "Brother, look at that." Looking carefully, Feng Heng was surrounded by some dismantled mechanical parts. Did he actually know alchemy? Uriline's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he revealed a playful expression and went straight to the point. "I believe that the people of the Empire will continue their search here very soon. To make a long story short, I want to cooperate with Lord Feng Heng." "Continue," Feng Heng said. "Lord Feng Heng should know about the Enlightenment Stone, right?" Uriline asked seriously. What was the Enlightenment Stone? He had never heard of it. To make a long story short, why was he still asking questions? Most of Feng Heng's attention was now focused on dismantling the alchemy machine in his hand and he didn't have time to think too much. He replied casually, "I don't know." "What's that?" "Ah." Uriline was at a loss for words after hearing Feng Heng's answer. He originally thought that Ed and Lord Feng Heng worked closely together, so he would definitely know about the Enlightenment Stone. After all, both the barbarians and the Empire were extremely eager to obtain the Enlightenment Stone. He even felt that Feng Heng had joined the Alchemy Association to get the replica of the Enlightenment Stone. Otherwise, why would Ed make such a big scene in the Alchemy Society? In fact, Uriline had been trying to get his hands on the formula for the Enlightenment Stone. Feng Heng's display of ability had made Uriline sense an opportunity. That was why he came here and wanted to place his bets on Feng Heng. In any case, it was a gamble. If you win, you will make a big profit, but if you lose, you will draw a clear line and come again next time. He didn't expect Feng Heng not to know anything about the Enlightenment Stone. Something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, Uriline immediately came to a realization. Feng Heng was testing him. How could someone who was favored by Her Highness Minayu and was able to mess with the Royal Guards and the Alchemy Society be an ordinary person? How could he not know what the Enlightenment Stone was? Uriline immediately had an answer in his heart. He answered his own question and explained, the Enlightenment Stone's name first came from the barbarians. It's a black stone. The most obvious feature of the Enlightenment Stone is that it can emit a strong penetrating spiritual power fluctuation. The barbarians can use the power of the Enlightenment Stone to quickly heal their injuries in a short time and quickly reproduce savage beasts. It is said that it is related to the state of demonization. For us humans, the Enlightenment Stone can stimulate our internal breath and health to break through to the second stage, and further strengthen it. After hearing that, Feng Heng's expression finally changed. He also slightly paused his action of dismantling the alchemy machinery. There was finally news of the black stone that they had been searching for. Feng Heng made a judgment in his heart after taking everything Uriline said into consideration. The black stone that was absorbed by the sacred tree Abakia was actually the Enlightenment Stone. Since he had found out the name, it would be easier for him to get more information about it. 1173 godlike, and the Enlightenment Stone could even help the Empire's health regimen in advance? Feng Heng was puzzled. The physical fitness of the ordinary people in this world exceeded the norm by half, and this was all thanks to the health-preserving skills that everyone in the Empire could learn, and it could continue to level up? Why didn't the game prompt appear when he obtained the black stone before? Feng Heng stopped dismantling and opened the game skills panel to take a look. Skill Inner Breath Life-Preserving Skill, 18th Form Level 2. Feng Heng had learned this skill from a royal officer before. However, the zombie clones had been busy during this period of time, either building the ghost tower or the vampire's altar. They also had to find time to transport materials and level up their alchemy skills. He really didn't have the time to grind his skill levels. Could it be that he had to max out his skills before it would be effective? Feng Heng pondered for a moment and continued to dismantle the alchemy machine in his hand. What else? Continue. The Empire has always had a huge demand for Enlightenment Stones. In addition to collecting them in secret, the Alchemy Society has also made imitations of the Enlightenment Stone under the arrangements of the Empire. You're talking about Type 7 Spirit Catalyst Crystal Cube, right? Uriline raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. And he said that he didn't even know what the Enlightenment Stone was? He knew too much. He even knew the name of the crystal that the Empire had created through alchemy. Uriline's heart calmed down. He was even more convinced of his previous guess. Lord Feng Heng and Ed had most likely come to the Alchemy Society to get the replica of the Enlightenment Stone and its formula. Uriline felt that he had already passed Feng Heng's previous test, so he no longer continued to hide it. He said directly, "My lord, we can work together to find a way to obtain the formula for the Enlightenment Stone. I can provide some help." "Ah. I want the formula." "No, who told you that? Ed? When did I give him such a hint?" Feng Heng was stunned for a moment as questions appeared in his head. He raised his head and looked at Uriline. Seeing that Feng Heng remained silent and looked at him instead, Uriline was even more certain that he had guessed correctly. He decided to reveal his plan. "It's very difficult to get the complete formula for the Enlightenment Stone, but I know that some of the completed Spirit Catalyst crystal cubes are hidden in the secret area on the first floor of the Alchemy Society. As long as we can work together to find a way to get the crystal, I can study it for a while when it's in my hands. No need to go through so much trouble, I already have the formula. I will definitely be able to analyze the complete match." "Formula? What?" Uriline was taken aback. He looked at Feng Heng in a daze and stuttered, What did you just say?" "I said I have the formula. You don't believe me?" Feng Heng glanced at Uriline. Uriline opened his mouth. That was impossible. The Alchemy Society was very strict with the protection of their formulas. All students who had come into contact with alchemy formulas were prohibited from leaving the Alchemy College and were placed under 24-hour surveillance. He had been in the Alchemy Society for a long time, and he had spent a lot of effort to get most of the alchemy magic arrays and alchemy tactics, but he still lacked some formulas. Not to mention that it was Feng Heng's first time at the Alchemy Society. How did he do it? This wasn't a question of whether he believed it or not. It was impossible. Catch. Feng Heng flicked his wrist and threw the Type 7 Spirit Catalyst crystal cube that he had tried to make not long ago to Urilan. Then, he turned back and continued to dismantle the alchemy machine. Seeing the small light blue crystal being thrown in the air, Urilan and his brother's hearts skipped a beat. They quickly took a step forward and caught the crystal in their hands to observe it. The information about the crystal immediately appeared on his retina. Item: Type 7 Spirit Catalyst Crystal Cube. Description: a square-shaped energy crystal. A portion of spiritual energy has been integrated into the crystal. It can produce spiritual energy fluctuations and provide external energy. Description: a spirit catalyst crystal cube obtained by the Empire after decades of continuous development. It was true. After carefully looking through the information about the items obtained from the game, the two of them felt as if they had obtained a treasure. When he raised his head again, the way Urilan looked at Feng Heng had changed. Feng Heng suddenly became extremely mysterious in his eyes. He actually had the formula. How did he do it? No, since Lord Feng Heng already had the formula, what was he doing at the Alchemy Society? What was the point of such a big battle? It couldn't be a coincidence, right? Urilan's mind was in a mess. Have you confirmed it? Do you need me to tell you the 12 materials needed for alchemy? Urilan was really stunned. That's right, the synthesis of an alchemy array indeed required 12 materials. This was also something he had spent a long time to find out. Feng Heng removed the central energy converter and the energy receiving device from the alchemy machine. Then, he found another alchemy machine. I am currently lacking midsection components for alchemy machines, energy core converters, and energy receiving devices. The more the better. We can find a way to get them for you. Urilan was taken aback. He immediately agreed. He looked at the crystal in his hand and said, "This crystal. Take it. Time is of the essence. Bring me the components before the Empire arrives. The more, the better." Feng Heng wasn't very interested in the Enlightenment Stone replica. He had already deduced the entire alchemy magic array, and once he collected the materials, he could make it in batches. The only problem was the efficiency of mass production. Of course, if the Alchemy Society was willing to give him a few boxes of finished crystals, he wouldn't mind bringing them back. Good. Don't worry, Lord Feng Heng. We will get it for you in 5 minutes at most. Urilan was extremely excited when he heard this. He didn't expect that Lord Feng Heng would be so confident that he was even willing to give them the Enlightenment Stone replica in advance. Ding! You have obtained Type 7 Spirit Catalyst Crystal Cube 1 piece. Urilan stuffed the crystal back into his backpack and immediately walked out of the room with his brother. Urilan was sure that the crystal stone that Feng Heng gave him was fine. This was too unexpected. He didn't expect to get the Enlightenment Stone that he had been thinking about with just one conversation. With this crystal as his research, he would have an 80% chance of reverse engineering all alchemy techniques. Of course, it would be best if he could learn all the alchemy formulas from Lord Feng Heng. He wouldn't have to spend time slowly researching them. After leaving the room, Uruikan was shocked. He still felt like he was in a dream. Brother, is the crystal that Lord Feng Heng gave real? Yes, it's true. Urilan rushed to the first floor and said, "Let's go. We will go to the exchange point on the first floor to exchange for alchemy components." Uruikan was still a little dizzy, but he quickly caught up. 1174 sneaky away, the two of them didn't say anything else and flew to the exchange point on the first floor. The Alchemy Society provided an exchange service that was open 24/7. However, very few people would came to buy so many alchemy intermediary components at night. Urilan and his brother immediately overdrew all the credits and credit points of the Alchemy Society, as well as all the circulating capital they had on them, to purchase the two kinds of alchemy components that Feng Heng needed. Although the staff on duty at night found it strange that someone would be in such a hurry to exchange for the two components at this time, there was no reason to stop them from exchanging for the components within a reasonable range. Moreover, they were not important or confidential alchemy components. After a simple registration, they would be exchanged. Brother, are we really going to exchange them all? When this is over, the Alchemy Society will definitely investigate this matter and we will be suspected. Urilan's eyes flashed with determination and said, "It's worth it to use a small trick to catch a big one." From Urilan's point of view, just a replica of the Enlightenment Stone was worth the bet. Moreover, from Lord Feng Heng's nonchalant performance just now, it was clear that his ambition was not limited to this. Lord Feng Heng must have a bigger goal. As for what it was, Urilan did not know yet, but he knew that this was a good opportunity. He was willing to take a gamble with Feng Heng. How could adding flowers to a brocade be better than sending charcoal in the snow? Now that Feng Heng was in trouble, it was also the best opportunity for him to show off. There's no such shop after this village. They had to let Fang Heng feel their sincerity. Show hand. Urialine was usually cautious in his actions, but once he made up his mind, he would put everything on the line and fight with all his might. In less than 3 minutes, Urialine and Uruikan returned to the second-floor maintenance room with 2 bags of alchemy equipment components that they had obtained from the exchange point of the Alchemy Society. Lord Fang Heng, we are back. When Fang Heng saw the 2 bulging bags in their hands, his eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Let me take a look. Fang Heng immediately stopped his dismantling work and came up to check. Urialine did not say much and opened the bag. So many. Fang Heng took a look at the bag and found that there were at least 30 alchemy components inside. Alright. Fang Heng picked up an energy converter and checked it. Item, energy core converter, description, able to convert the electromagnetic energy of a fixed frequency into central energy for storage. Description, this is an original alchemy machine produced by the Alchemist Society. Please refer to the operation manual for the built-in parameters. It was a brand new component, and its quality was even better than the ones that had just been removed from the damaged machinery. There were more than 30 of them, in addition to those he had collected earlier. Saved. Fang Heng put the energy core converter back into the bag, raised his head, and said, very good. I will pass on the rest of the Enlightenment Stone's alchemy array to you through Ed. The Empire's people will be here soon. Don't get into trouble, and we will continue to cooperate in the future. Alright, then I won't disturb Lord Fang Heng any further. Urialine was determined. With the sentence cooperate in the future, his investment was not in vain. Urialine knew that there was no rush, so he immediately turned around and left the room with Uruikan. After the door was closed, Fang Heng waved his hand and put all the alchemy machines into his backpack. Ding! You have received Energy Core Converter 35 pieces and Energy Receiving Device 35 pieces. His physique attribute was very high now, and he could store more resources in his backpack. You can leave now. The entrance to the 3rd floor should be blocked. Fang Heng muttered to himself. He glanced around the room and walked toward the window. Ka! Fang Heng pulled open the curtains and revealed the alloy glass behind the curtains. Bang! Fang Heng raised his fist and shattered the alloy glass with a punch. He then transformed into a bat and flew out of the window. Outside the door, Uruikan was still a little worried. He turned around and asked in a low voice, Brother, what should we do now? There are people on the 3rd floor and outside. How can Lord Fang Heng escape? Lord Fang Heng naturally has the ability to escape. We just have to wait and see. If there's a chance, we can help them stall for time. Okay, sure. As the 2 of them were about to return to the 3rd floor, they suddenly heard the sound of neat footsteps from downstairs. A group of royal guards arrived in a hurry. The young man in the lead was wearing silver armor, but his face was a little pale. Urialine's heart skipped a beat when he saw the man. The commander of the royal guards, Zhao Yun. This was terrible. They saw Zhao Yun walking down the corridor on the 2nd floor, and the royal guards behind him began to search the rooms one by one. Brother, what should we do? The 2 of them looked at the maintenance room where Fang Heng was. How long had it been? Even the commander of the royal guards is here. Urialine wanted to find an opportunity to buy some time, but the royal guards came too quickly. Zhao Yun also noticed Urialine and his brother standing in the corridor. His eyes stopped on them for a moment, but he realized that they did not know each other. However, he felt that the 2 of them were somewhat uneasy. Take away all suspicious people. Yes, sir. Zhao Yun said as he walked past Urialine and the other men and continued to rush toward the 3rd floor. Who are you, people? Uruikan immediately shouted to warn Fang Heng, who was in the room behind him. The royal guards have been ordered to thoroughly search the Alchemy Society. All suspicious people, take them away. We are from the Alchemy Society, not suspicious people. That was the maintenance warehouse, and outsiders were not allowed in. What are you guys doing? Shut up. The leader of the royal guards revealed a murderous look as he thrust the spear in his hand forward. The tip of the cold spear stopped in front of Uruikan. Cooperate, or don't blame me. Uruikan tugged at Uruikan and took half a step forward. He reached out to move the spear away and said, Don't be agitated. We will cooperate. Humphrey. The leader of the royal guards snorted and put away his spear. He then gestured for the royal guards behind him to take Urialine and his brother away. Urialine and his brother did not care if they were detained or not. They were more concerned about the maintenance room. Bang. A royal guard kicked the door of the maintenance room open, followed by several other royal guards who entered the room with guns. Uruikan stared at the room's entrance. He was already prepared for a big fight. However, the hot-blooded battle that he had expected did not come. The maintenance room was quiet. In less than half a minute, the royal guards finished their inspection and came out of the room. Reporting. We've searched the room thoroughly, and there's no one suspicious in the room. Eh? No one? Uriline and his brother were also shocked when they heard this. They could not help but look at each other. What was going on? Wasn't Lord Feng Heng in the room just a moment ago? That's not right. The two of them had been standing outside the room the whole time. When did Lord Feng Heng slip away from the room? 1175 pouring in outside the Alchemy Society, the royal guards had surrounded the entire building. There was also an endless stream of royal guards coming to support them. One of the royal guards seemed to have noticed a black dot in the sky. He rubbed his eyes and looked up into the sky. He whispered to his companion, "Hey, look, what's that?" The other companion rubbed his eyes and said in surprise, "Are they bats?" They didn't see clearly where the bat came from, but they vaguely saw the bat slowly fly into the sky and then disappear into the dark night. Did it fly into the building? It can't be. You must be mistaken. No, I am sure I am not mistaken. I will go find the captain. Feng Heng flew in through the window on the 8th floor of the building of the Alchemy Society. He returned to the storage room immediately after he returned to his human form. Tang Minayu and Ed did not stay any longer after seeing the royal guards on the 3rd floor coming to support them. They quickly returned to the room on the 8th floor with a dozen spoils that they dismantled from the alchemy machines. Seeing Feng Heng enter the room in a flash, Ed hurriedly went up and asked, "Feng Heng, what's the situation outside?" "Yeah, it's going quite smoothly." Feng Heng took out a wrench as he spoke and glanced at Sandy, who was deep in thought, and asked, "Where is he?" Soon, don't rush me." Sandy heard Feng Heng's words and scratched his head in frustration. "Give me more time, 5 minutes at most." "Yes." Feng Heng answered with a soft and then buried his head in dismantling and assembling the alchemy equipment. On the 3rd floor of the Alchemy Society, the royal guards and the people of the Alchemy Society had been arguing for 5 minutes. Following the sound of hurried footsteps, the commander of the royal guards, Zhao Yun, finally arrived with his men. "Commander Zhao." The royal guards bowed in unison, their faces full of respect. With Zhao Yun's arrival, they had a pillar of support, and their words also became a bit more unyielding. Zhao Yun's face was still pale. Previously, he had been chased and strangled by 3 vampires alone and had suffered serious internal injuries. He had just taken some medicine and came over to take charge of the situation with his injuries. "Commander Zhao." Moravik shifted his gaze to Zhao Yun and said, "I don't know who has the ability to hurt you, Commander Zhao. It's such a coincidence that the Alchemy Society has recently developed a medicine that is very effective for your internal injuries. No need. His Majesty has ordered a thorough search of the Alchemy Society," Zhao Yun said, his face solemn. "Anyone who stops us will be charged with the same crime." As he spoke, Zhao Yun looked around and added, "Including the Secretariat of the Alchemy Society." "Ha!" Moravik sneered and stepped aside. He gestured with his hand and said, "Please." Zhao Yun raised his hand, "Search. Don't leave out a single room." "Yes, sir." The royal guards immediately split into small groups and searched the upper and lower floors of the building. Soon, reports came in one after another. Reporting. The search of the first basement's normal area has been completed. 8 suspicious people have been found. They are all under control. Reporting. The search of the second basement's normal area is complete, no findings. Reporting. The search of the second basement's secret area is complete. 9 suspicious people have all been captured. Zhao Yun's face was cold as he listened to the reports from the royal guards. All the people who were still walking in the passage of the Alchemy Society were treated as suspicious people and brought to the hall on the 3rd floor for interrogation. Moravik's face grew colder and colder. "Commander Zhao, these are all people from the Alchemy Society. Are they all suspicious people? The alarm has been sounded, and they're still wandering in the corridor at night. These people are suspicious. They will be released after they are cleared of suspicion," Zhao Yun said in a deep voice. Moravik's face was full of sarcasm as he said, I don't know much about the investigation. I can only wish Commander Zhao the best in finding the criminal." Uruikan and his brother were also dragged over as suspicious people. Seeing the royal guard's determined attitude, the two couldn't help but feel a little frightened. What exactly did Feng Heng do to make the royal guard so agitated? Even His Majesty has ordered a thorough investigation of the Alchemy Society. Report. The 5th floor search is complete. No findings. Zhao Yun's face was expressionless as he said, "Continue." "Yes." 2 minutes later, all the lights in the hall on the 3rd floor of the Alchemy Society flickered. Zhao Yun frowned and looked up at the light above. Kai. The lights dimmed for a moment before coming back on and then started to flicker. Zhao Yun turned to look at Moravik and asked, "President Moravik, what's going on?" Moravik raised his head and looked at the lights in the hall and the corridor with a serious expression. He didn't think it would be so coincidental that all the lights on the 3rd floor were broken at the same time. There might be a problem with the energy supply. Where is the energy supply area? Zhao Yun asked. Moravic's face darkened as he spoke. It's in the secret area on the third basement. There are many alchemy machines guarding it, and they didn't trigger any alarm. Royal Guards, hear my order. Team 3 and 5, stay here and guard. Zhao Yun had no interest in continuing to listen, directly waving his hand and ordering, the rest of you, follow me. Let's go to the third basement. Yes. At the same time, in the abandoned storage room on the 8th floor of the Alchemy Society, the magic array carved on the floor was rapidly charged and emitted a bright red light. Next to the magic array, more than 50 energy absorption devices were piled up in a mess, connected by various wire combinations. Feng Heng adjusted the energy absorber device's absorption rate to the maximum. The energy absorbed would be converted by the conversion device and finally injected into the magic array. Absorbing a large amount of energy in such a short time had caused the internal power supply of the Alchemy Society to be insufficient. This caused the lights downstairs to flicker. Soon. Feng Heng sensed the charging state of the magic array and pressed his hands on it. He focused on his spiritual power to speed up the channeling of the magic array. Open! Feng Heng shouted in a low voice and poured his mental power into the magic array. Buzz! The red glow emitted by the alchemy magic array became more and more glaring. The red light quickly condensed and shrunk until it condensed into a scarlet point. Swish! A piercing red light suddenly bloomed, and everyone unconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found a red crack in the center of the alchemy magic array on the floor. In the middle of the gap was deep darkness. It looked like a pair of red eyes. The ancient alchemy array's teleportation portal. Because the entrance of the passage was shaped like an eye, it was also called the Eye of Teleportation. Success rate. Ed's eyes were filled with joy. It was just as Lord Feng Heng had said, a magical teleportation array. 1176 The Saint's Inheritance. Ding. The player has successfully activated the alchemy magic array. The energy can only be maintained for a limited time. Let's go. Feng Heng saw the game prompt and nodded to the 3 people behind him. He took the lead and stepped into the Eye of Teleportation. Whoosh! Feng Heng was instantly sucked into the Eye of Teleportation the moment he touched it. Tang Minayu and the other 2 looked at each other and immediately followed him into the Eye of Teleportation, completely disappearing. 3 seconds after Feng Heng and the other 3 had stepped into the Eye of Teleportation, the alchemy components around the magic array had also completely self-destruct and exploded one after another. Losing its energy supply, the Eye of Teleportation slowly closed. The red glow on the alchemy magic array gradually receded. Even the magic array on the floor that was later repaired by Feng Heng was also dissipating rapidly. The entire alchemy magic array gradually faded away. After a short 10 seconds, other than the room being filled with explosive debris, the entire room returned to its original calm. After a whirlwind journey, Feng Heng opened his eyes again. This place was... It was a dark space. A cave? Feng Heng looked around quickly. The cave was surrounded by walls, and there was no entrance or exit. It was like an area that had been opened up by force. There were 3 tall stone tablets in front of them. The stone tablet looked very old and was covered in green moss. It seemed to be at least 100 years old. Eh? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and shifted his gaze to the few boxes in front of the stone tablet. A line of game prompts appeared on the retinas of Feng Heng and the other trial players. Ding! The player has discovered a special area, the Saint's Land of Inheritance. The player team will receive an additional 5 hours of trial time. Ed also received a game hint. The discovery of the Land of Inheritance greatly increased his reputation in the Empire, and he also received an additional 2,000 King of Gods points. Ed was pleasantly surprised as he looked around. 2,000 King of Gods points was a decent reward, but it was clearly not the biggest reward from this trip. The Land of Inheritance. There must be an inheritance. But where was it? Ed searched around, trying to find the so-called inheritance. Tang Minayu had the same idea. She looked excited as she quickly scanned the surroundings. It took her too much effort to find this damn place. How could it be worth a mere 5 hours of trial time? There must be a bigger reward waiting for her. Feng Heng, on the other hand, was staring at the few boxes in front of the stone tablet. There was a familiar spiritual energy fluctuation. It came from the box on the far right. Feng Heng already had a premonition in his heart. He clenched his fist lightly, walked forward, and opened the box. As expected, there was a black stone in the box. The Enlightenment Stone. This Enlightenment Stone was much smaller than the one he found in the Royal Treasury. It was probably less than half the size. A huge harvest. The Enlightenment Stone alone was worth the trip to the Alchemy Society. The Enlightenment Stone. Seeing what was in the box, Ed shouted in surprise and followed them to observe. Feng Heng turned his head and asked, "You also know about it?" "Yes, this is the Enlightenment Stone." I heard from Wangnet that the barbarians have been looking for it. They are willing to pay a high price to buy it. I heard that it can quickly breed savage beasts. Ed nodded and explained. He felt that Fang Heng must have known about the Enlightenment Stone. Fang Heng realized that Ed's understanding of the Enlightenment Stone was limited, so he stopped asking and reached out to touch the Enlightenment Stone again. Item: the Enlightenment Stone. Description: this item is a special item and cannot be stored in the backpack. Description: the player is in a special trial environment. This item cannot be brought out of the game. Fang Heng felt helpless. Compared to before, there was only an additional name in the game prompt, and there was no other clear hint. Fang Heng then shifted his gaze to the box at the side and opened it. The familiar unknown powder. The box was still filled with white powder mixed with crystal. It was exactly the same as the one he had found in the royal treasury. Fang Heng frowned and looked at Ed beside him. What about this powder? Do you know about it? Ed moved closer and dabbed some of the powder with his finger to observe it. He shook his head and said, I don't know. I've never seen such a powder before. Fang Heng answered with a soft hum and opened the next few boxes one by one. It was also filled with white powder. Strange, this much alchemy powder was still preserved so carefully. What was it used for? Fang Heng, come and take a look. Sandy stood in front of the central stone tablet. He carefully used a tool to remove the mosses on the stone tablet. Dense words were revealed behind the moss. He couldn't understand the language. This is the ancient Manla language. Sandy was also a little surprised when he first saw the words. He turned around and explained to Fang Heng, it says that the world we are in is in great danger. The demon sealed in the abyss is about to escape from the seal. The saints want to build an alchemy magic array on the continent to completely destroy the demon. Fang Heng and Tang Minayu were both moved and looked at each other at the same time. Saints, demons. The main storyline. Ed was also excited, and he could not help but ask, Mr. Sandy, what else? Ah! Sandy exclaimed in surprise, the Enlightenment Stone is actually the nourishment for the demon? While speaking, a line of game prompts appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player has unlocked information related to the Enlightenment Stone. Item: the Enlightenment Stone. Description: 1. A nourishment for the demons in the barbarian race. It contains powerful mental power and can suppress the backlash of the demonized state. Description: 2. Sandy, continue with the translation. Fang Heng looked at the stone tablet and asked. Yes. Sandy slowly scraped off the moss on the stone tablet with a tool and continued. The saints' actions were obstructed by the royal family. The royal family believed that the saints had ulterior motives and affected their rule, so they took many measures against the saints in secret. Sandy pursed his lips and then continued. The demons are evolving faster than the saints had expected. They were already showing signs of a breakthrough even before the magic array was set up. 36 saints chose to sacrifice their lives to strengthen the seal, severely injure the demons, and prevent the abyssal demons from breaking through the seal. After the saint's death, the royal family tried to cover up everything about the saint and even secretly cleaned up the remnants of the saint's power. Also, the seal that controls the abyssal demons is only temporary. It will gradually weaken as time passes. If we want to completely destroy the abyssal demons, we can only rely on the magic array left by the saint. Oh. The magic array is hidden on the stone tablet, and only those who have received the saint's inheritance can obtain it. Wait, you mean the inheritance? Tang Minayu caught the keyword and her eyes lit up. She could not help but interrupt. She's going to be rich? The saint's inheritance must be something good. 1177 An oath. Sandy swallowed his saliva and continued to speak in a low voice. That's right. The saint left behind 12 inheritances here, and the person who received the inheritance would have to bear the responsibility of eliminating the abyssal demons. Tang Minayu asked anxiously, where? How do we accept the inheritance? If I am not mistaken, it should be. Sandy took half a step forward as he spoke and tried to press on the stone tablet. A dim yellow light emitted from the stone tablet, shrouding Sandy within. Sandy tried to sense it. Oh. There is a price to pay for accepting the inheritance. The one who accepted the inheritance had to make an oath to completely destroy the demon sealed in the abyss, otherwise. Tang Minayu was anxious. Why was he still hesitating at this time? Otherwise, what will happen? I don't know. It seems to be a very serious punishment? Sandy frowned and immediately said, I, Sandy, am willing to make an oath to completely destroy the demon sealed underground. If I fail, I am willing to pay any price. Was he crazy? Any price? Hearing Sandy swear on the spot, Tang Minayu was shocked. Were all NPCs so bold these days? He didn't even know what the punishment was and just went straight to it? In some games, one could casually make an oath, but in other games, one would have to pay a price for it. Obviously, this game belonged to the latter. The stone tablet shone brightly. The yellow light enveloped Sandy and finally condensed into a single point, appearing on Sandy's forehead before slowly fading away. Sandy opened his eyes. The game prompt also flashed on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player trial team has cracked one of the secrets of the barbaric world and has received an additional 10 hours of trial time. Ding! Your territory's NPC Sandy has received an unknown inheritance, and some of his attributes have been optimized. Alchemy Research, Intermediate Alchemy, Alchemy Archaeology, Alchemy Forgery, Ancient Alchemy Instruments. Click here for more details. Ding! Your territory's NPC Sandy's character rating has been upgraded. Sandy looked at his hands and then turned back to look at Fang Heng and the others, his face filled with excitement. Wow! Fang Heng, it's real. The legacy is real. I can feel the infusion of knowledge. Amazing, is alchemy that strong? Sandy was so excited that he was like a child who had just gotten a new toy. He could not help but mumble to himself. Tang Minayu and Ed looked at each other. They felt that this NPC was too crazy. Give it a try? How dare he try such a strange thing? It's true that he had gained strength, but there will be a punishment if he couldn't complete the follow-up mission. Ed knew the game's routine very well. The greater the temptation, the greater the hidden danger. The punishment might be at the cost of his life. Ed asked in a deep voice, Mr. Sandy, what about the punishment? May I ask what is the punishment for failing the oath? Punishment? Sandy seemed to have just realized that there was a punishment. He tried to feel it and shrugged, I still don't know. Huh? He didn't know? But... Ed looked at Sandy, who looked nonchalant and really wanted to ask if he was not afraid. What are you afraid of? I am a person blessed by the god of art. I will be fine. Sandy waved his hand and beckoned Fang Heng. Fang Heng, come on. The god of art also thinks highly of you. He will bless you. This kind of oath is nothing. This NPC was amazing. Tang Minayu held her forehead to express her speechlessness. Yes, let me take a look. Fang Heng had already gotten used to Sandy's personality. He walked forward and mimicked Sandy's actions, reaching out his hand to touch the stone tablet. Ding! The player has discovered the saint's inheritance. The remaining inheritors, 9 people. Ding! If the player chooses to accept the saint's inheritance and make an oath, the player can obtain a passive skill inheritance of the Saint of Alchemy. Skill, inheritance of the Saint of Alchemy, passive effect. Skill description, the speed of setting up alchemy magic arrays is increased by 10%. The final success rate is increased by an additional 10%. The final success rate of all spells cast by magic arrays is increased by an additional 10%. Calculation formula, final success rate, 1 plus 10%. Ding! The player can choose an additional reward from the following rewards. Option 1, Enlightenment. When the player's elementary alchemy reaches the maximum level, it will automatically be upgraded to intermediate alchemy. When intermediate alchemy reaches the maximum level, it will automatically be upgraded to advanced alchemy. Option 2, Diligence. Before master level alchemy, the player will receive all alchemy experience points 5 pieces. Option 3, Blessing. Obtain skill alchemy blessing. When making an alchemy magic array, the player can choose to increase the initial success rate of the alchemy by 25%. The initial success rate of alchemy must not be lower than 15%. This skill can be used 10 times and cannot be stacked. After 10 uses, this skill will disappear. Upgrading formula, initial success rate plus 25%. Fang Heng looked at the game hints and pondered. Strange, there were still 9 inheritances left. There should originally be 12 inheritances, and excluding the one that Sandy had just received, there should be 11 left. It seemed like there were 2 other people who had already received the inheritance before they came here. Fang Heng then turned his attention back to the rewards of the saint's inheritance. Putting aside the 3 options, just the passive skills of the inheritance alone were a huge profit. An additional 10% increase in success rate could save a lot of alchemy materials. There were also 3 branch options. Fang Heng read the instructions carefully and immediately eliminated the second and third options. The second option was useful, but it was not very effective. He had a zombie clone, so he could earn experience points slowly. As for the third option, although it was good, it had a limited number of uses and was very unpleasant. It would be more convenient to choose option 1, and he could push his alchemy level to the maximum to become the advanced level. There were many rewards, but as for the punishment, Fang Heng didn't let the rewards get to his head. Instead, he calmed down and carefully read the description of the punishment. He didn't seem to have seen the relevant description. Judging from the oath, the punishment would most likely only come true after the oath was broken. Thinking about it carefully, could this mission be completed? Fuck. What was there to be afraid of? Now, he could confirm that the demon was related to the Hylovirus. The blood in his body had the ability to restrain demons, and with the superbug that was the sacred tree, He was not afraid of using force. Not to mention, there would be a huge reward for killing the final abyssal demon. Moreover, only by accepting the inheritance would one be able to obtain the alchemy magic array that could annihilate demons. If his guess was correct, there was a high chance that the subsequent stage of the mission would only be triggered after accepting the saint's inheritance. Why was he acting so cowardly here? What a joke. Feng Heng made a decision immediately after a few thoughts. I, Feng Heng, am willing to make an oath to completely destroy the demon sealed underground. If I fail, I am willing to pay any price. 1178 Sinful, ding. You have received the inheritance of the Saint of Alchemy, ding. You have acquired the skill inheritance of the Saint of Alchemy, passive effect, ding. You have selected reward 1. When your current elementary alchemy reaches the maximum level, it will automatically be upgraded to intermediate alchemy. When intermediate alchemy reaches the maximum level, it will automatically be upgraded to advanced alchemy, ding. You have mastered the ancient Manla language, ding. The player has triggered the mission Eliminate the Evil. Mission title, Eliminate the Evil. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, please eliminate the abyssal demons before they cause even greater damage to the world. Mission reward? Penalty for mission failure? As expected, the mission was triggered after he accepted the inheritance. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Heng realized that the words carved on the stone tablet could be automatically recognized in his brain. Tang Minayu looked at Feng Heng and asked, Feng Heng, how do you feel? Feng Heng nodded to Tang Minayu, not bad. There are still 8 spots left. You can consider whether you want to accept it. Of course. Seeing that Feng Heng had accepted the inheritance, Tang Minayu's face was filled with determination. She immediately stepped forward and chose to accept the inheritance. Feng Heng had already accepted it, so what was she afraid of? Why would she give up on sucking up to someone powerful? Tang Minayu didn't have much confidence in herself, but she had great confidence in Feng Heng. He must have a way. Lord Feng Heng, Your Highness Minayu, I am also willing to accept the inheritance. Ed made a decision after a moment of hesitation. Accept. Didn't he spend so much money, time, and energy just on the mission? Now that the mission was in front of him, why was he hesitating? After making his decision, Ed no longer hesitated and impatiently pressed his hand on the stone tablet. The light enveloped both Ed and Tang Minayu. A moment later, after receiving the new inheritance skill, Ed's face was filled with joy. With this skill, he could consider cultivating alchemy and other spells at the same time. Tang Minayu looked at the skill description, but she had no intention of cultivating alchemy. She didn't know alchemy, but the passive skills she had learned had a small enhancement effect on magic. Furthermore, she had also obtained the Saint's mission. It was a profitable investment. Feng Heng looked at the words carved on the stone tablet and pondered for a while. Then, he gently tapped on several words on the stone tablet according to the game's prompts on his retina. Ka 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 ka. The 3 stone steel slowly turned and revealed their backs. Kai. A dark yellow light flashed, and the moss on the back of the stone tablet quickly melted away, revealing 7 different alchemy magic array patterns. Feng Heng carefully observed the magic array, and lines of game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's current perception has reached 50, the player has obtained the Saint's inheritance, and the player has mastered elementary alchemy. The player has met the requirements. Alchemy magic array demon killing array, 1 to 7, the 7 alchemy magic arrays were imprinted in his mind. At that moment, Feng Heng understood everything. It was no wonder why the Saints had built mage towers and teleportation magic arrays all over the world, even in the underground world. The mage tower was just a cover. It was actually prepared for the demon-killing formation. The demon-killing alchemy array required a large amount of mental power to activate, and the number of powerhouses in the entire empire who could activate the magic array could be counted on one hand. At the same time, in order to avoid raising the empire's suspicion, the Saints modified the magic array and integrated it with the mage tower and the underground teleportation portal. It could use the power of many people to activate the mage tower at the same time, which would drive the operation of the alchemy magic array. Tang Minayu's heart sank when she saw the game notification. She realized the difficulty of this mission. How powerful could a monster that could only be destroyed by the power of a large number of magic arrays be? And the Empire. The Empire had always been at odds with the Saints, and it was very likely that they would be on the opposite side of the mission this time. What about the other demons? They had no idea where the sinister demon was sealed. Tang Minayu raised her head and looked at Feng Heng. Contrary to her expectations, she saw a touch of joy in Feng Heng's eyes. He seemed to be very happy. Ed had the same thought. When he saw the mission notification, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He could only hope for the best and rely on others. Ed looked up and noticed Feng Heng's gaze. He was baffled for a moment and couldn't help but take a look at Tang Minayu. Feng Heng observed the lines of the alchemy magic array with excitement on his face. He had a completely different opinion from Tang Minayu and Ed. Was the sinister demon so powerful? That would be great. It was very likely that the abyssal demon was more powerful than the vampire king, and could even be the final boss of this intermediate game world. He didn't expect that the bloodline of this world's final boss was of the same origin as the Hylovirus undying body in his body. The Hylovirus was obviously more optimized, and it would not cause any backlash at all. Meanwhile, the virus in the demon's body had greatly enhanced its offensive power. Could it be that there was a stronger potential in his blood that had not been triggered? If he could find a way to get a blood sample of the abyssal demon, and then go through Kaiyu Yao King's operation, what if he could improve the effect of the undead body skill again? Now that they had the alchemy magic array, it meant that they had found a way to eliminate the abyssal demon. If they could successfully eliminate it, the rewards they could get would be a big profit? He might even trigger a follow-up mission. Feng Heng's thoughts started to wander and he couldn't help but think further. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Don't think too much, just steady yourself and take one step at a time. To annihilate the demons, he needed to use a demon-vanquishing alchemy array. This required the help of a large number of Tier 2 mage towers and underground teleportation arrays. In theory, the more mage towers and teleportation arrays there were, the better the effect of the demon-killing array. Fuck. Feng Heng suddenly thought of something. Originally, the matter of building a large number of mage towers was just a casual excuse to deceive the Empire's feudal lords. Did he really have to help them build a mage tower in this situation? Feng Heng felt a bit of a headache. With the funding from the underground world's cave-dwelling beasts and the various feudal lords, the materials needed to build the mage tower were still manageable. The key was that he had just launched a sneak attack on the Empire's royal family and taken Tang Minayu away. Would the Empire's royal family bring trouble to him in the construction of the mage tower in the future? Forget it, there's no point in thinking too much. He would just do things step by step and find a way to gather the construction resources and start building. In addition, it was not clear where the so-called abyssal demons were sealed, which still needed to be investigated. Buzz. The dim yellow light rose from the stone tablet again and enveloped Feng Heng. The yellow light quickly merged with the mark on the back of Feng Heng's hand. 1179 The exit. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the few boxes in the center of the cave. Apart from the box that contained the Enlightenment Stone, the powder in the other boxes was one of the materials needed to set up an alchemy magic array. It was called star powder, and it was also one of the rarest materials. The refining process was very complicated. Ed couldn't help but ask when he saw Feng Heng recovering from his deep thoughts, "Feng Heng, are you alright?" "It's nothing. I was just thinking about building a mage tower." Ed's mouth opened as he recalled. Feng Heng had already signed a contract with the various feudal lords of the Empire to build the Empire's mage tower defense line together. Could he? Ed stared at Feng Heng, a terrifying thought rising in his mind. Could it be that Lord Feng Heng had already started to plan in advance from the very beginning? Tang Minayu also came to her senses and turned her head to look at Feng Heng. It couldn't be, right? Was that true? Didn't Feng Heng tell her that he was building the mage tower to cheat them of their money? Good lord, looking back now, it seemed that everything had been part of his plan. He even lied to his own teammates. Tang Minayu was still in a daze when Sandy shouted from the side. "Hey, everyone, come and take a look. It's a teleportation magic array. Let's go and take a look." A clear and distinct alchemy teleportation magic array was drawn on the floor behind the stone tablet. Feng Heng squatted down and tried to press his hand on the magic array. Buzz. A gentle white light appeared on the alchemy magic array after it was stimulated by his spiritual power. The good news was that the alchemy magic array was intact, and there was still some energy left inside, enough for them to complete several teleportations. Apart from that, it was also an encrypted two-way teleportation passage. This meant that the teleportation passage's exit was not the same as the previous one, which was at the Alchemy Society. Feng Heng tried to pour his spiritual power into the magic array to activate it. A dark red eye of teleportation appeared in the center of the teleportation magic array. Feng Heng turned to Ed and the others and said, "Her Highness Minayu's identity is special. I can't guarantee the situation on the other side of the passage. You guys stay here first. I will come back to pick you up after I've confirmed that the outside world is safe." In the underground world, the Mage Association was conducting research on a large-scale ancient magic array that had failed. Even though it was almost midnight, the members of the Mage Association were still in high spirits and gathered together to discuss in low voices. What we thought of earlier should be correct. This magic array should be one of the main magic arrays that connect to the many teleportation arrays in the underground world. Indeed, its structure is also different from other magic arrays, and it is the largest one. I also find it strange that it's well preserved, and it doesn't seem to be unusable because of years of disrepair.